It was very cold. Some accounts said it was snowing, and the sailors on those 30 ships did not know where they were going to war. They did not even know who the enemy was. Some thought they were heading to attack Singapore. Others guessed Hong Kong. But none of them, not a single man among the 16,000 aboard, knew the truth. All radio communications had been cut off. Special provisions were made to keep garbage from being dumped over the sides of the ships, lest some scrap of refuse betray their position. They formed a box in the open sea, several miles across, sailing in silence, always fearful that someone, a fishing vessel, an American patrol plane, anyone might appear in the sky above them. Because if that happened, if a single American vessel, if a fishing boat, if anyone at all came across the entire Japanese Navy at sea, the plan would crumble. The whole thing was built on surprise, and surprise alone. Consider what was at stake. If someone appeared in the sky above them, the entire Japanese plan would be finished. Everything depended on secrecy. Everything depended on reaching their destination undetected. And every hour of that long, cold voyage, every mile of open ocean, was another chance for it all to fall apart. It was the largest gathering of naval air power in history. 30 ships carrying 408 airplanes and 16,000 men, traveling 4,000 miles across the Pacific Ocean. They were heading to attack a country 10 times richer and more powerful than their own, in one of the most audacious military gambles in all of history. Their commanders had calculated that they had only a 50% chance of success. And failure would not just mean defeat, it would mean annihilation. It would be suicide. In 1905, after 18 months of fighting against Imperial Russia, the war ended in a shock victory. Japan, a small island nation, had emerged triumphant over one of the great European empires. And it shocked the world that this vast Tsarist empire could be beaten on the battlefield by, as some in the West dismissively put it, these funny little people in an island chain off the east coast of Asia. But for the Japanese, the victory meant something far more profound. It convinced them that they should be considered a world power. They had finally arrived on the global stage as a serious military force. A decade later, when the First World War erupted and Imperial German forces began moving into China, Japan teamed up with Britain to help drive them out. Thanks to the Japanese, the Allies gained a key victory. And afterwards, Japan got a seat at the top table. They were one of 5 countries invited to the Paris Peace Conference. The Japanese did not have a major say, but they were there. And they brought something with them, a racial equality clause, as part of the post-war treaty. Japan asked the Allies for their citizens to have freer immigration to Western countries like Australia and America. Their request was denied, and so the Japanese went home angry. But their leaders persevered. Having recently transformed their feudal society into a parliamentary democracy, they hoped their new politics would help align them with the West. Once again, they were rebuffed. When the United States banned all non-whites from moving to American soil, the Japanese were included. This kind of discrimination was overt. References to the so-called Yellow Peril were commonplace, and it made the Japanese deeply resentful. They felt they were still being treated as a second-rate power, when in fact they possessed a first-rate military. The outlook of the British and the Americans was, in many ways, racist. And so there was this poisonous brew-building of militarism, grievances against the West, and wounded national pride. Then came the blow that shattered what was left of the old order. In 1929, America's Great Depression sent a shockwave around the globe that reached the markets of Japan. The economy took a devastating hit. In the early 1930s, things were utterly miserable. The demand for silk collapsed. There are stories, many of them, about struggling farmers having to sell their daughters into prostitution just to survive. With Japan on its knees and the international door tightly closed, the country looked inward for a solution. Inspired by ancient samurai codes and traditions, a far-right nationalist movement gained traction. At first, it took over the military, but soon it began infiltrating the civilian government. Japan's parliamentary democracy worked for a time, and then gradually the parties began to have a tough time. Scandals emerged, corruption festered, and the military men began to intimidate. At that point, parliamentary democracy really ceased to function. Leading the military power grab was an ultra-nationalist army general, the son of a revered samurai. His name was Hideki Tojo. He was a fierce military fighter with a vision for how to transform an impoverished Japan into a rich and powerful nation. Tojo was a bright man, certainly a very good administrator, But he was also relatively small-minded. He was not well-traveled. He looked at the world completely from a military point of view, and his solution to any problem was a military solution. For Tojo, the days of asking politely for an equal stake in the Pacific were over. He represented a stream of opinion in Japan that believed the country needed to take a very hard line with the Western powers. And in truth, the Japanese had a point: far too much of Asia was in Western hands. The Dutch controlled what we today call Indonesia. The French controlled Southeast Asia. The British had Singapore, Malaya, and Hong Kong. The United States had the Philippines. The Japanese believed that Asia should be for the Asians. But Tojo's fixation with these Western territories was not purely ideological, it was practical. Japan had very few natural resources, no oil to speak of, no coal, nothing in the way of the fuels that were essential to being a great power. Those resources lay in the lands the West controlled. In 1931, Tojo's army invaded the Chinese province of Manchuria, an area rich with coal and iron. Western powers with interests in the Pacific grew uneasy. An international summit was called, and the other nations agreed to help China resist Japan. For the Japanese delegates, it was an abomination. The West had stolen, occupied, and taken land all over Asia, and so to be denied the same privilege seemed, to the Japanese, to be nothing but Western hypocrisy. Ignoring all calls to end their expansion, in 1937, Japan pushed even further into China, marking the beginning of a savage and bloody war. Within weeks, thousands of Chinese citizens were killed at the hands of the Japanese army. And when reports of systematic rape and civilian massacre in the city of Nanking surfaced, the world was horrified. The rape of Nanking in 1937 was shocking. The atrocities were unimaginable. Tens of thousands of civilians murdered. Systematic brutality on a scale that defied belief. For the United States, it was further proof of Japan's malign intentions that they meant to colonize China and milk it for its resources. The Americans had always liked to think of themselves as China's protector against outside aggression, and the Japanese invasion was a huge challenge to that self-image. It demanded a response, but the West soon had enormous problems of its own, problems that would make the crisis in Asia seem like a sideshow. In Europe, another far-right nationalist leader was putting his expansionist vision into devastating action. Hitler's fearsome army was sweeping across the continent, overrunning country after country, and incorporating them into a German empire. For British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, the threat of a Nazi-controlled Europe was now terrifyingly real. Churchill realized that the only realistic hope of the West prevailing over Hitler was if the Americans entered the war. And from 1940 onward, he urged them constantly, come on, you must realize that only if we stand together against these great evils can we possibly hope to prevail. But the Americans were not receptive. Blessed by simple geography, being thousands of miles from other countries gave the United States a sense of safety. Europe was regarded as a place that was forever at war. If you were in Iowa, what difference did it make what happened in Alsace? What real threat was it to the United States, 3,000 miles away across a huge ocean? The vast majority of Americans believed Europe's war was nothing to do with them. Publicly, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt was careful to uphold the wishes of his people. 1940 was, of course, an election year, and Roosevelt, knowing how powerful the isolationist element was, promised American mothers that their boys were not going to be sent into any foreign war. Roosevelt was someone who played all his cards very close to the vest. He hated to commit to policies. He allowed people to think he agreed with them. But deep down, Roosevelt was worried. He was far out in front of the rest of the country and recognizing the threat to the United States posed by the peril that Great Britain faced. And while he would not go back on his word to the American people, he knew the Allies needed help. His goal in 1940 was to provide the raw materials, the airplanes, the tanks, the shipping, the equipment, the ammunition, the oil that would allow Britain to hold on. When, in May of 1940, Hitler invaded France, the stakes climbed higher than ever. Roosevelt could not openly bring the United States into the war, so he did everything possible short of that. He began to flood the British with aid. He began to take extraordinary risks with American ships in the Atlantic, trying to make the Germans fire the first shot. But facing a rapidly escalating crisis in both Europe and the Pacific, Roosevelt also turned his attention to Japan. In his policy toward Germany, He always had an eye on Japan. What he did not want was for the Japanese to take advantage of what was happening in Europe to expand, to seize the moment, and start capturing the colonies of defeated European powers. In line with his policy of doing everything short of using force, Roosevelt sent Japan a warning. When his Pacific Naval Fleet went to Hawaii for training, he took the unusual step of keeping them there permanently. The United States Pacific Fleet had been largely based in California. Roosevelt figured that if you moved the fleet and kept it based at Pearl Harbor, it would be like a loaded gun pointed at Japan. There was no other large naval base within thousands of miles. It extended the American Navy far deeper into the Pacific. But not everyone agreed with Roosevelt's decision. Admiral Richardson, then in charge of the Pacific Fleet, did not think the move to Hawaii was a good one. The fleet needed more training, more ships. Richardson felt that if you were going to call someone's bluff, you had to back it up with something meaningful. The fleet at Pearl Harbor, in his view, was not strong enough to deter Japan. It was strong enough only to provoke them. His distaste for the move led to some very strong words with the president, and Roosevelt, who did not tolerate dissent easily, removed him from command. Richardson had a point. Far from being battle-ready, for many sailors, the move felt more like a tropical holiday. Pearl Harbor was this exotic, faraway place. It smelled beautifully, the palm trees, the mountain ranges. It was a great place to have fun in the off hours. They were having picnics, going out dancing, heading to the clubs. They were just having a really good time. And the geographical location of Pearl Harbor made it seem impregnable. Thousands of miles from land, it appeared well protected from airstrikes. There were airstrips, docking facilities, repair facilities, fuel depots. It was a major base that could defend itself. The harbor's geography provided the fleet with natural protection. Pearl Harbor was very large, but in many ways actually quite shallow, and this was seen as a great protective advantage against torpedo attacks. At its deepest, Pearl Harbor was about 40 or 45 feet. Torpedoes dropped from airplanes are heavy weapons about 2,000 pounds. They plunge deep into the water before rising up and beginning their journey toward a target. The feeling was that Pearl Harbor was simply too shallow for an air-dropped torpedo to work. The relaxed mood soon changed when a new man took over. Admiral Husband Kimmel became commander of the Pacific Fleet. Kimmel was almost the quintessential career naval officer of the 1930s, liked by his subordinates, admired by his superiors. He was very particular. Everyone had to do exactly what he said, exactly how he said it. He had earned his reputation through decades of dedicated service, and he was not a man who tolerated sloppiness or half measures. Kimmel and most everyone else in the Pacific Fleet knew that war was close enough that they needed to prepare for it. He embarked on relentless maneuvers, drilling the fleet ceaselessly, running exercises day and night, pushing his crews until every man knew his station and his duty by instinct. His goal was clear so that when the time came, the fleet would be ready to take the war to Japan and destroy them in the open ocean. The Navy wanted a decisive engagement. It was the dream of every admiral, one great battle that would settle the matter. And the capital ship of every navy in the world was still the battleship. Kimmel had been raised on battleships. He had served on 9 of them over the course of his career. He, like most people in the Navy, still envisioned settling matters at sea in a great clash of armored warships, guns blazing, steel against steel. It was a vision of warfare that was about to be rendered obsolete. The newest American fleet did little to calm Japan's military ambitions. With Europe in turmoil, Tojo and his colleagues saw an opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. They joined forces with Hitler and Mussolini in a historic pact, promising to support each other's imperial efforts. The majority within the Japanese military looked at the successes of Nazi Germany and saw something they wanted to emulate. But the pact was not without its critics within Japan. Head of the Navy, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, was deeply concerned that the alliance risked dragging Japan into war against the Allies, and that could mean taking on the enormous might of the United States. Yamamoto thought the pact was insane, but he was a minority voice. He had risen to the very top of the Japanese Navy because he was tough and brilliant. He also had a sensitive side. He carried a list of every person who had ever been lost at sea on his watch. Yamamoto was not someone eager to go to war with the Americans. He had spent 2 tours in the United States, part of that time at Harvard University. He had seen the enormous potential of American industrial capacity, the oil wells of Texas, the factories stretching across the heartland, and he knew that war with an industrial giant like this was not a good idea. But Yamamoto's doubts fell on deaf ears. The pact was signed. Emboldened, the Japanese army decided to continue its imperial expansion. Once Hitler rolled over the powers of Holland and France, their Asian colonies became orphans ripe for the plucking. When France fell to the Nazis, Japan seized the opportunity to invade French Vietnam. It was exactly what Roosevelt had feared Japan would do. His hands were now tied. He wanted to avoid intervening with force, but he could still hit Japan hard. Roosevelt imposed harsh sanctions, suspending all American exports to Japan, including oil. And this was devastating, because Japan got 80% of its oil from America. It was a huge blow. Roosevelt promised to remove the embargo only if Japan reversed all of its expansionist actions to date. It seemed like a brilliant move. The sanctions were no small thing, because by this point, Japan had over 1 million troops in China. They needed fuel oil desperately. Roosevelt believed that by imposing sanctions, he would keep the Japanese in line. But perhaps he did not fully realize the impossible dilemma he was creating. The American sanctions threatened to unhinge the entire Japanese war effort. Japan was now forced into an agonizing choice. Either they would have to back down and accept American demands, which ultimately meant pulling back on all of their great imperial advances, or they would have to go to war to get oil. There was no middle ground. Far from halting Japan's expansion, the sanctions pushed war closer. Japan turned to a new source of oil, much closer to home, but it was in the hands of another Western country. The Dutch East Indies, what is now known as Indonesia, possessed some of the richest oil fields in the world. That was where Japan would have to get its resources. The risk was that any move south put them dangerously close to the American-held Philippines. But any remaining caution evaporated with a dramatic change in the political situation in Japan. The prime minister resigned. Tojo took control of the country. And if war was now inevitable, Japan would strike first. The Japanese looked at the Americans and saw what they considered the ultimate decadent power, a nation of consumer culture and materialism. If they punched the Americans hard enough, and America was already under threat from the fascists in Europe. What were the odds of the Americans gathering themselves for a superhuman effort to fight simultaneously in the Pacific, the Atlantic, and across Europe? The Japanese gambled that they would not. The idea was never to defeat the United States outright. It was to wear them out. The Japanese knew America had a bigger population, more factories, could produce more airplanes. But America did not have the Japanese spirit, and that, they believed, would win the war. But any attack on the United States would have to involve the Navy, and for that, Japan would need the help of the one man who understood the risk better than anyone else, the war skeptic, Admiral Yamamoto. Yamamoto thought this was an insane idea. He had said so, plainly and repeatedly. Japan should not go to war with the Americans. He had seen America with his own eyes, its wealth, its factories, its boundless energy, and he knew in his bones that this was a fight Japan could not win. But he also saw which way the wind was blowing. The decision had been made above his head. The politicians and the generals had chosen war, and Yamamoto knew he could not say no. The obvious place to strike America was in the Philippines, along the route south toward the oil fields. But Yamamoto hit on a far more audacious plan. He was, by nature, a gambler. He once said that his ideal retirement would be to move to the French Riviera and gamble away the hours in the casinos of Monte Carlo. And he believed Japan's only chance of victory in the Pacific was to go straight for the jugular to take out the American Pacific Fleet, now enticingly stationed at Pearl Harbor. He put it bluntly, if Japan had to go to war with the United States, the only chance of survival was to destroy their fleet on the first day. That would give Japan a breathing space to go south, seize the resources, and then try to negotiate some kind of political settlement. To attack Pearl Harbor was an astonishing act of military audacity. So much could go wrong. It was 3,000 miles from Japan. The fleet would take 12 days to get there, on any one of which they could have been spotted. They would have to refuel at sea repeatedly, an extremely difficult operation in open water, requiring calm seas and perfect coordination. And perhaps the greatest difficulty of all was keeping the whole thing secret. Meanwhile, in Washington, American intelligence had broken Japan's diplomatic communication code, and the messages they were reading painted a disturbing picture Tojo was gearing gearing up for war. The Americans were intercepting the traffic between Tokyo and Admiral Nomura, the Japanese ambassador to the United States. They knew that Nomura was receiving increasingly urgent messages with a clear deadline. Certain things had to happen by the end of November, or other things would automatically follow. The tone was unmistakable. Diplomacy was running out of time. Knowing from the intercepts that Japan was poised for war, Washington alerted all military forces in the Pacific. A message was sent to Pearl Harbor that began with what may be the most famous 9-word sentence in American naval history. This dispatch is to be considered a war warning. It went on to list possible targets: the Philippines, Malaya, other positions in the Western Pacific. Admiral Kimmel in Hawaii received that message. He sat down with his executive staff, and they analyzed it carefully. What did it mean? What should they do? And they concluded. The message specifically noted that the Japanese were heading here, and here, but it did not mention Pearl Harbor. So Kimmel focused on making sure his ships were ready. They were fueled up, well-trained, prepared to go out to sea when the Japanese struck, wherever that might be. Everyone expected an attack. The question was where. While Kimmel prepared his fleet to respond at sea, the Army's General Short was charged with defending the base itself. But Short expected the real threat to come from within the island. There were more people of Japanese ancestry in Hawaii than any other nationality, including native Hawaiians. And there was a widespread, deeply misguided feeling that if war came, they would all rise up, planting bombs under bridges and committing acts of sabotage. So Short issued an order requiring his airfields to park all aircraft together on the center of the tarmac, where they could be guarded around the clock. It was a decision that would prove catastrophic. What the Americans did not know, what they could not have imagined, was that a vast armada was already making its way across the Pacific Ocean. While the diplomats in Washington exchanged tense memoranda, and the intelligence officers parsed intercepted cables, the Japanese fleet was at sea, invisible and silent, growing closer by the hour. The attack was less than a week away, but for the Japanese, it had been months in the planning. The Japanese knew this was something that had to be meticulously prepared. Every detail had been worked out. They had decided which mix of airplanes to use, which targets had priority, who would lead which squadrons. Nothing was left to chance, and there was intelligence that could only be collected on the ground. Of the thousands of Japanese residents living on Hawaii, one was Takeo Yoshikawa, a Japanese citizen and naval officer, who had been living on the island for 8 months, embedded in plain sight, working as a spy. Every single day, without fail, he had observed the movements of ships and aircraft at Pearl Harbor, down to the smallest detail. He knew which ships came and went. He knew their routines. He knew where they docked and when they were vulnerable, and all of it went back to Tokyo. On board one of the carriers, the planning reached an extraordinary level of detail. There were 2 scale models, one of Pearl Harbor and one of the island of Oahu, built on tabletops with painstaking precision. The planners had even made miniature warships, each about the size of a Hershey bar, so that pilots could practice their approach routes over and over, learning which directions to come from and training themselves to recognize the landmarks on the island below. Nothing was left to chance. Every pilot knew exactly which target was his. Signs of an impending attack continued to grow. It became evident that Japanese embassies and consulates around the world were starting to destroy their secret code machines and documents. Now, why would a country do that? A country that is about to go to war with another country realizes that the host country will come knocking on the embassy door and seize everything it can find. The news of that destruction was sent to the Pacific Fleet in Hawaii. Kimmel read the message and he read it backwards. He interpreted it as the Japanese thinking that America was about to attack them and that Japan was destroying its documents in anticipation. There is a strong sense of fatalism in Japanese culture. The sacrifice of your life for the greater good, for the empire, for the emperor, is considered the highest duty and the greatest honor. When word was finally passed to the ordinary crewmen about their destination, many did the obvious thing. They began writing their wills and sending letters to their families. December the 6th, 1941, the Japanese fleet was 200 miles off the north coast of Hawaii and closing in on their final destination. Against the odds, they had survived the epic journey undetected. 12 days of radio silence across 4,000 miles of open ocean. 12 days of watching the sky for patrol planes. of scanning the horizon for ships, of wondering if the next hour would bring discovery and disaster, but it never came. The Pacific, vast and indifferent, had kept their secret. The American fleet at Pearl Harbor had no idea they were there. That same evening, half a world away, the American Secretary of the Navy, Frank Knox, hosted a dinner party in Washington where members of the press were invited. They asked him to say a few words, and he obliged. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "I don't know what's going to happen. None of us know what's going to happen, but I can tell you this with great assurance: whatever may happen, we will not be surprised. The American Navy is ready." Radar was a new invention in 1941. The Army had mobile radar units stationed around Oahu. One of these was at the farthest northern point of the island, manned by two privates who had been told to operate their equipment just for practice. Nobody had told them there was anything to worry about. At 7:02 on the morning of December the 7th, they detected something on their screen. A large blob of airplanes, they could not tell how many, but it was a lot heading directly toward them. They called down to headquarters. "There is a blob of planes out there," they reported. "We do not know how many, but there are a lot of them." Headquarters told them not to worry. They were probably Navy planes or Army planes coming from the mainland. The privates had, in fact, spotted 183 aircraft. They were the first wave of Japanese planes, and they were heading straight for Pearl Harbor. At 7:53 in the morning, the planes arrived over Oahu to find a sitting duck awaiting them. Pearl Harbor happened on a quiet Sunday morning, when American sailors were going about their business as if it were any other Sunday in peacetime. Some were eating breakfast, some were sleeping in, some were getting ready for church. When the first explosions came, the initial thought among many was that there must be some kind of training exercise happening on a Sunday, which seemed wildly unbelievable. Why were there planes in the air? Why were there explosions? It made no sense. The Japanese had certainly banked on the element of surprise that they would catch the American fleet and the airfields unawares. But even they had assumed there would be some reaction, some resistance. The sight that greeted them must have been beyond their most optimistic expectations. No enemy fighters in the sky, no anti-aircraft fire. The Japanese pilots must have realized not only that they were going to pull off this attack, but that they might walk away with far fewer casualties than anyone had anticipated. They cruised in on a lovely morning. The air was clear, making it very easy to identify their targets. And so they went into their dives, and they dropped their bombs. The Japanese targeted the airfields first, taking out any defense planes before they had a chance to fight back. And thanks to General Short's orders, the planes made perfect targets, parked neatly together on the runways. Anti-aircraft ammunition was locked away, secured against the saboteurs that Short had feared. For some men on the ground, it meant a desperate scramble to find the keys. The ammunition was locked up in storage, far outside of Pearl Harbor, and they could not find the man with the keys. They were spectators before they could fire a single shot. After destroying hundreds of planes within minutes, the Japanese turned their attention to the real prize, Battleship Row. All those cruisers and battleships were tied together, most of them moored behind one another along the shoreline, and the Japanese came at them like a swarm of hornets. Within minutes, everything was aflame. The American sailors watched their comrades die. They watched these ships they had considered invulnerable, the greatest battleships in the world, beginning to burn. Below decks, it was a cacophony of noise and a crush of men fighting through narrow passageways, trying to get their ships operational. People were moving through hatchways, scrambling up and down ladders. You had to run to your guns and do something, anything to defend your ship, because if you did not, you were all going to die. And then the attack intensified further as the Japanese unveiled their secret weapon. One American sailor later recalled the moment. "I looked west, and I saw them drop 2 torpedoes in the water." The Americans had always tended to disparage the technological prowess of the Japanese. They were not thought to be great engineers, but this was a dangerous underestimation. Knowing that Pearl Harbor was considered impervious to airdrop torpedoes, in the weeks leading up to the attack, the Japanese had devised an ingenious solution. They built a brand new type of torpedo specifically designed to operate in shallow water. They fixed wooden fins and other special attachments to the weapons that would absorb the initial impact upon hitting the water, allowing the torpedo to dive less deeply than a conventional model before leveling out and racing toward its target. It was brilliant engineering, born of necessity, They took what the Americans believed was their greatest defensive advantage, the shallow harbor, and turned it completely on its head. It was insult piled upon injury. The American ships were not just being hit by dive bombers from above. The torpedoes were clearly working, and they were wreaking devastation. And then came the most devastating blow of the entire morning. One of the Japanese bombs, and this was pure, terrible luck, struck the forward magazine of the USS Arizona. The magazine was where the ship's ammunition was stored. The explosion that followed was so violent, so catastrophic, that it lifted the entire ship out of the water. Witnesses described a fireball rising hundreds of feet into the sky, a shockwave that knocked men off their feet on ships hundreds of yards away. In just a few seconds, not minutes, seconds, more than 1,100 sailors were killed, 1,100 lives gone in an instant. The Arizona settled into the mud of Pearl Harbor and has never been moved. To this day, it remains there, a tomb for the men who died inside her, and a monument to what happened on that morning. This was the most devastating single blow of the entire attack. For one American watching the events unfold from the shore, the attack was more than a national catastrophe. It was a personal nightmare. Admiral Kimmel had been scheduled to play golf that morning with General Short. He was awake when the phone call came. Planes were attacking Pearl Harbor. He threw on his uniform, buttoned only part way, and walked out onto the lawn of his house. And from there he looked out at history unfolding before his eyes. Bombs were going off. Japanese planes were streaking past. Everything he was responsible for was burning. But Kimmel's nightmare was made worse by the knowledge that he had missed a glaring opportunity to act that very morning. Around half an hour before the Japanese planes arrived, he had received a phone call reporting that an enemy submarine had been spotted and destroyed by an American ship just outside the harbor. Despite the warning, he had failed to order the fleet to battle stations. There is a great irony in this. America actually fired the first shot in the Pacific War depth charges against that Japanese midget submarine. The United States fired first, and then stood down and allowed itself to be attacked. Kimmel had heard so many war warnings by that point that even when the USS Ward reported sinking the submarine, he simply did not believe it could be true. It was one of the great failings of that morning. Kimmel knew, in that moment on his lawn, that his days as commander of the Pacific Fleet were over. He would later say, with a grief that never left him, that if only one of those bombs had killed him, how much better it would have been. By 9:45 that morning, the attack was over. In just under 2 hours, the Japanese had dropped hundreds of bombs and dozens of torpedoes, crippling the American Pacific Fleet. 328 American aircraft were put out of action, 19 Navy ships were destroyed, and in total, 2,403 Americans were killed. One sailor described the scene as the fleet sailed out of the harbor in the hours that followed. It was a terrible thing, he said, to see men in the water, bodies floating in the oil-slicked sea, men who just hours before had been sleeping in their bunks, writing letters home, dreaming of shore leave. It was a horrible sight, a sight that would stay with every man who witnessed it for the rest of his life. The Japanese could call it a perfect day. They had pulled off one of the most daring operations in the history of warfare. They had crossed 4,000 miles of open ocean without being detected, launched a devastating surprise attack, and hit the enemy terribly hard. It was, by any tactical measure, mission accomplished. With the Pacific Fleet in ruins, the Japanese could now push ahead with territorial expansion across the South Pacific. Within 24 hours of Pearl Harbor, they invaded Hong Kong, Thailand, Malaysia, and the Philippines, driving south at breathtaking speed. In a matter of weeks, they had taken over thousands of miles of territory, sweeping aside colonial defenses that had stood for decades, reaching at last the ultimate prize, the oil of the Dutch East Indies. Emboldened by their success at Pearl Harbor and their stunning territorial gains, with the valuable oil supply now feeding their vast war machine, the Japanese felt more powerful than ever. An empire was taking shape. The Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, Japan's grand vision of an Asia freed from Western control and united under Japanese leadership, seemed to be becoming a reality. But the man behind the plan to destroy Pearl Harbor, Admiral Yamamoto, did not share his colleagues' euphoria. In the days following the attack, Yamamoto fell into a deep depression. He feared that the strike, for all its tactical brilliance, had missed its most important targets. Yamamoto, having spent time living in the United States, understood two critical things that most of his colleagues did not. First, that Americans worshipped their battleships. The battleship was the symbol of American naval power, the pride of the fleet. If you knocked out the battleships in the first round, Americans would feel as if they had been stripped of their most potent weapon. That much the attack had achieved. But second, and this was what haunted Yamamoto, the Americans had really good aircraft carriers, with excellent aircraft and well-trained pilots aboard them. That was what truly needed to be destroyed, and the worst possible outcome of the attack was to obliterate the battleships while leaving the aircraft carriers untouched, which was exactly what had happened. By total chance, by nothing more than the vagaries of scheduling and routine, America's 3 Pacific aircraft carriers had not been in Pearl Harbor on the morning of December the 7th. They were out at sea, conducting exercises, far from the harbor. While his colleagues dismissed this as a minor detail, Yamamoto understood its enormous significance. He was an innovator, a visionary who was far ahead of almost everyone in recognizing the future of naval warfare. He understood that carriers, not battleships, represented the coming wave, that the age of the great armored dreadnoughts was ending, and the age of naval aviation was beginning. And if you looked at aircraft carriers as the fundamental units of the fleet, then Pearl Harbor had done nothing at all, to weaken the United States Navy. But there was another reason Yamamoto's mood was dark. As he had feared all along, the American public had not reacted the way his military colleagues had predicted. Far from being shocked into submission, the attack had produced the complete opposite effect. The Japanese had kicked over a hornet's nest. The Americans were outraged, furious, in a way the Japanese strategists had never imagined. They could not take this sitting down. They needed to strike back. People wanted to be involved in the war. They rushed to the recruiting stations. Enlistment offices across the country were overwhelmed with volunteers. Young men who had never given a thought to military service were lining up before dawn. A country like the United States was never going to be brought to its knees by the loss of a single battle, no matter how devastating. Had the Japanese sunk every single battleship, had they found and destroyed those carriers, it still would have meant that the United States was galvanized into full-scale war. The attack did not break America's will, it forged it. The one man who understood the true meaning of Pearl Harbor, immediately perhaps the only leader in the world who grasped it fully on that very first day, was Winston Churchill. When news of the attack reached him, he understood at once what it meant. He knew that, although a vast amount of dying and killing still had to happen, once the United States was in the war with its stupendous economic and industrial power, its limitless resources, its enormous population, the Allies must, in the end, prevail. Churchill later claimed he went to bed that night saying to himself, "So we had won after all." With anti-Japanese feeling at an all-time high, President Franklin Roosevelt grasped the opportunity to unite the country for the fight ahead. On December the 8th, 1941, he stood before Congress and delivered a speech that would echo through history. He called the attack dastardly and evil. He called December the 7th a date which would live in infamy. And then, with the full weight of a nation's anger behind him, he spoke the words that would rally 300 million Americans to war. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people, in their righteous might, will win through to absolute victory. From a political standpoint, Pearl Harbor was an unimaginable gift to Roosevelt, a gift he could never have wished for and could not possibly have foreseen. All of the roadblocks to fighting the Axis, the isolationists, the America Firsters, the reluctant congressmen had been magically removed in a single morning of fire and smoke and death. 4 days after Roosevelt's speech, the scope of the war expanded even further. Hitler, in what many historians regard as one of his greatest blunders, declared war on the United States. Less than a week after the attack on Pearl Harbor, a united and galvanized America was now a fully fledged combatant in the Second World War, fighting on 2 fronts, across 2 oceans, against the most dangerous military powers on Earth. Within days, Roosevelt laid plans for the bombing of Tokyo, using 2 of the very aircraft carriers that had been absent from Pearl Harbor on the morning of the attack, the carriers whose survival Yamamoto had so feared. Within 3 months, half of the ships thought to have been destroyed during the raid were returned to active service. Eventually, all but 3 would be fully repaired. The American industrial machine, once roused, was a force the Japanese had catastrophically underestimated. As the Pacific conflict continued into 1942, and the full military might of the United States was brought to bear, The truth of Yamamoto's warnings became undeniable. The Japanese had won a brilliant tactical victory, but in doing so, they had awakened a sleeping giant and filled it with a terrible resolve. The war was only just beginning, and it would rage for nearly 4 more years. December 7th, 1941, 7:48 a.m. Hawaiian time. The sun has barely risen over the tranquil waters of Pearl Harbor. American sailors are finishing breakfast, preparing for another routine Sunday morning. Church services will begin in an hour. Some men write letters home. Others play cards in the mess halls. The battleships of the Pacific Fleet rest peacefully at their moorings. Massive steel giants that represent American naval power in the Pacific. In exactly 2 minutes, everything changes forever. The first wave of Japanese carrier-based aircraft screams out of the morning sky like a swarm of mechanical hornets. The sound is distinctive, a high-pitched whine that grows louder with each passing second. Sailors look up, confused. Are these American planes conducting exercises? Then the first bombs fall. Explosions erupt across Battleship Row. Torpedo bombers skim the water's surface, releasing their deadly payloads. Dive bombers plunge from the sky with terrifying precision. The peaceful morning transforms into an inferno of fire, smoke, and death. In less than 2 hours, the attack will end. 8 battleships lie crippled or destroyed. Over 2,400 Americans are dead. Nearly 200 aircraft are obliterated on the ground. The United States Pacific Fleet, the guarantor of American power across half the globe, has been effectively neutralized in a single morning. But Pearl Harbor represents more than military catastrophe. It marks the introduction of a revolutionary form of warfare. For years, military strategists insisted that carrier-based aircraft could never compete with land-based planes. The conventional wisdom held that naval aviation was inherently inferior. Shorter range, smaller payloads, less firepower. Aircraft carriers were support vessels, nothing more. That conventional wisdom just died alongside 2,400 American sailors. Japan has demonstrated that carrier-based aircraft, properly deployed with surprise and coordination, can deliver devastating strategic blows. They've proved that naval air power can project force across thousands of miles of ocean and strike with precision that land-based bombers cannot match. The attack on Pearl Harbor doesn't just damage the American fleet, it fundamentally rewrites the rules of naval warfare for decades to come. And Japan has bought something more valuable than tactical victory. They've bought time to fortify their positions, time to seize the resources that will sustain their war machine, time to establish a defensive perimeter before America can rebuild and retaliate. The clock is ticking, and Japan intends to use every single second. What unfolds over the next 70 days will represent one of the most audacious military campaigns in human history. You're about to witness how an army with virtually no jungle warfare training conquered 500 miles of supposedly impenetrable terrain, using weapons so simple they seem absurd: bicycles. How 30,000 exhausted soldiers defeated 70,000 defenders through nothing more than speed, psychology, and relentless pressure. How a fortress deemed impregnable fell in barely 2 months, stunning the world and shattering assumptions about colonial power. This isn't just military history. This is a masterclass in asymmetric warfare, where perception becomes more powerful than reality, where momentum matters more than firepower, where the willingness to gamble everything on audacious tactics produces results that conventional military thinking considers impossible. You'll see how a single pamphlet became the training manual for jungle conquest, how the simple act of maintaining relentless pressure broke the morale of numerically superior forces, how commanders learned that in modern warfare, the old rules, the certainties that generals relied upon for generations, no longer apply. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor triggers an immediate and profound transformation across the United States. A nation that just 24 hours earlier was violently opposed to entering another foreign war suddenly commits to massive remilitarization. Isolationist sentiment evaporates overnight. Congress declares war with only one dissenting vote. American industry begins converting to wartime production at unprecedented scale. The sleeping giant has been awakened, but awakening and mobilizing are not the same thing. American industrial might is vast, but it takes time to convert automobile factories into tank plants, to train civilian workers in aircraft production, to build the Liberty ships that will carry supplies across the Pacific. Japan's military planners understand this brutal arithmetic. They have perhaps 6 months, maybe a year, if fortune favors them before American production overwhelms their capacity to resist. This narrow window of opportunity defines Japanese strategy for the entire Pacific War. They must move fast. They must seize objectives before American forces can deploy. And most critically, they must secure the resources necessary to sustain their war machine for the long conflict ahead. The target is what military planners call the Southern Resource Area, a vast region stretching from Burma through Malaya, across the Dutch East Indies, and into the island chains of the South Pacific. This region contains everything Japan desperately needs: oil from the Dutch East Indies, the lifeblood that keeps aircraft flying, ships sailing, and tanks rolling. These aren't optional objectives or secondary targets. Without these resources, Japan's war effort collapses within months. Their domestic oil reserves are critically low. Their rubber stockpiles are inadequate. Their industrial base depends entirely on imported raw materials. The Southern Resource Area isn't just valuable, it's existential. Japanese strategic planning envisions establishing a defensive perimeter that will protect these resource zones. The perimeter will run from Burma through Malaya, threading through the Netherlands East Indies to New Guinea, and radiating outward to the Central Pacific Islands, the Marianas, the Carolines, the Marshalls, the Gilberts. Once established, Japanese forces will dig in, fortify their positions, and stand on the defensive. The theory is elegant in its simplicity. American forces, attempting to recapture these positions, will face a grinding campaign of island assault after island assault. Each attack will cost thousands of American lives. Each victory will simply bring them to the next fortified position. Eventually, Japanese planners believe the American public will lose stomach for such casualties. Eventually, facing the prospect of years of bloody island warfare, America will negotiate a peace settlement that recognizes Japanese control over their conquered territories. It's a theory built on several critical assumptions. First, that Japanese forces can seize and fortify these positions before American reinforcements arrive. Second, that defensive positions can withstand American assaults long enough to inflict prohibitive casualties. Third, that American democracy, with its free press and elected government, will prove less willing to absorb casualties than Japan's militaristic regime. Time will prove these assumptions catastrophically wrong, but in December 1941, they seem reasonable, logical, perhaps even inevitable. On December 8, 1941, just hours after Pearl Harbor, Lieutenant General Tomoyuki Yamashita receives his orders, the Strike South campaign begins. His 25th Army will land on the shores of British Malaya, advance southward through the peninsula, and capture Singapore, the crown jewel of British colonial power in Southeast Asia. The operation has two primary objectives in the short term: secure the rubber and tin production of Malaya, and eliminate the British military presence that threatens Japanese access to the Dutch East Indies. Long-term, capturing Singapore will provide the southern anchor for Japan's defensive perimeter and demonstrate to populations throughout Asia that European colonial powers can be defeated. Yamashita commands an army with one glaring, potentially fatal vulnerability: they have virtually no experience with jungle warfare. Despite fighting in China since 1931, despite developing proficiency in cold weather operations during campaigns in Manchuria, the Japanese army has never conducted major operations in tropical environments. The dense jungles of Southeast Asia represent completely unfamiliar terrain with unique challenges: disease, navigation difficulties, limited visibility, oppressive heat, and humidity. Their training for conquering Malaya consists almost entirely of a pamphlet, a simple field guide explaining the hazards of tropical warfare and basic techniques for using jungle vegetation to tactical advantage. That's it. No extensive jungle warfare schools, no specialized training battalions, no months of preparation in similar terrain. Just a pamphlet distributed to soldiers weeks before they board transports for the invasion. By any reasonable military standard, this should doom the operation before it begins. Experienced military planners know that terrain matters enormously in warfare. Soldiers fighting in unfamiliar environments typically suffer heavy casualties while learning hard lessons about local conditions. The British and Commonwealth defenders, meanwhile, have been stationed in Malaya for years. They know the terrain. They understand jungle conditions. They should hold every advantage in this environment. What happens next will defy every reasonable expectation and rewrite the textbooks on jungle warfare. The Japanese have studied European military operations with obsessive attention over the past 2 years. They've analyzed Germany's blitzkrieg campaigns across Poland and France with particular interest. They understand the fundamental formula that made those operations successful. Speed creates momentum, momentum creates psychological pressure, and psychological pressure shatters enemy cohesion faster than artillery shells. But can blitzkrieg principles work in jungle terrain? Can mechanized warfare tactics translate to an environment where tanks struggle, where roads are few, where visibility extends perhaps 20 meters in dense vegetation? German success in Europe depended on fast-moving armor columns and Stuka dive bombers creating terror. The jungle of Malaya seems to negate both advantages. The Japanese solution is elegantly simple. They'll apply blitzkrieg principles using different tools. Instead of massed tank formations, they'll use infantry mobility. Instead of Stuka terror, they'll use psychological warfare through unconventional tactics. The key insight is that blitzkrieg isn't really about tanks and planes. It's about maintaining relentless pressure, creating confusion, and never allowing the enemy time to establish coherent defenses. Their primary tactical innovation becomes known as the Scorpion maneuver. The concept is straightforward but brutally effective. When a Japanese force encounters enemy positions, it immediately divides into 2 components. The first element launches a frontal assault, engaging the enemy directly. This pins defenders in position they cannot retreat while under direct fire without suffering heavy casualties. Meanwhile, the second element rapidly advances through the jungle, using the dense vegetation as cover, moving to strike the enemy's flank or rear. What makes the Scorpion maneuver particularly effective is the psychological dimension. Defenders hear fighting to their front. Then suddenly, they hear gunfire from their flank. Then, from behind. The jungle's limited visibility means they cannot see the size of forces attacking them. Are they facing a platoon, a company, a battalion? The uncertainty compounds the fear, and fear, Japanese commanders understand, defeats armies faster than bullets. But the true masterstroke of the Malayan campaign, the innovation that will become legendary, is far more mundane than any tactical maneuver. The Japanese decide to use bicycles as their primary means of infantry transportation. On paper, this sounds absurd. Bicycles in military operations? Push bikes as the decisive weapon in modern warfare? Allied intelligence officers reading these reports initially dismiss them as mistakes or Japanese desperation, but the mathematics tell a different story. A soldier on foot in jungle terrain covers perhaps 15 miles per day maximum. The heat, humidity, and difficult terrain exhaust even the fittest troops. That soldier arrives at the day's objective tired, needing rest before engaging in combat. Recovery time matters enormously. Exhausted soldiers fight poorly. A soldier on a bicycle covers 40 miles per day through the same terrain while expending less energy. He arrives at the objective with enough stamina to immediately engage in combat. More critically, he can continue advancing the next day and the day after that without the cumulative exhaustion that eventually immobilizes foot-mobile infantry. Multiply those numbers across thousands of soldiers over weeks of campaigning, and the tactical implications become staggering. Bicycle-mounted infantry can advance more than twice as fast as foot infantry while maintaining combat effectiveness. They can pursue retreating enemies relentlessly, never allowing defenders time to establish new positions. They can cover lateral distances that make flanking maneuvers feasible where foot movement would be too slow. But bicycles deliver something even more valuable than speed. They deliver psychological warfare. The sound of hundreds of bicycle wheels on jungle paths creates a distinctive auditory signature. On December 8, 1941, the Japanese 25th Army lands on Malaya's northeast coast near Kota Baru. The invasion begins with a night amphibious assault against prepared British positions, one of the most difficult military operations possible. Amphibious landings in daylight against undefended beaches are dangerous enough. Night landings against fortified positions defended by determined troops should result in catastrophic casualties for the attackers. The landings are indeed costly. Japanese soldiers wade ashore under heavy machine gun fire. Landing craft are destroyed. Officers fall before reaching the beach. For several hours, the outcome remains uncertain. British defenders inflict significant casualties on the initial assault waves. But then Japanese air superiority makes the critical difference. Waves of bombers pummel British positions. The RAF, outnumbered and outfought, loses aircraft faster than they can be replaced. By December 10th, just 2 days after the invasion, Japanese aircraft sink the British battleship Prince of Wales and battlecruiser Repulse off the Malayan coast. The destruction of these capital ships sends shockwaves through British command. If the Royal Navy's most modern battleships can be destroyed by aircraft, nothing is safe. More immediately, losing these ships means British forces in Malaya have no naval support whatsoever. Japanese forces can land wherever they choose, supply lines are secure, and perhaps most critically for morale, British defenders know they're completely isolated, no reinforcements are coming, no naval guns will support defensive positions, no evacuation is possible if things go wrong. Within 4 days of landing, just 96 hours, the Japanese 5th Division advances nearly 100 miles inland, through terrain British planners considered virtually impassable. 100 miles through dense jungle, where roads are minimal and maps are often inaccurate. 100 miles through an environment where defenders should hold every advantage: knowledge of terrain, prepared positions. How is this possible? The answer lies in the bicycle blitzkrieg, combined with the Scorpion maneuver, and one additional factor: that British commanders catastrophically underestimate Japanese soldiers' ability to live off minimal supplies while maintaining combat effectiveness. British and Commonwealth soldiers are accustomed to regular meals, established supply lines, and fixed logistics systems. When those systems break down, their combat effectiveness degrades rapidly. Japanese soldiers, trained in the harsh conditions of Manchurian campaigns and indoctrinated with ideologies emphasizing self-sacrifice, operate effectively on far fewer supplies. They carry rice balls that provide basic nutrition. They filter water from streams. They continue advancing even when Western armies would stop to resupply. This creates a fundamental asymmetry. British forces must maintain supply lines, or their combat effectiveness collapses. Japanese forces can continue operating even when supply lines stretch thin. The result is that as the campaign develops, Japanese forces move faster than British logistics can support defensive positions. On December 12th, just 4 days into the campaign, Japanese forces capture the RAF airfield at Alor Star. The loss is catastrophic for British air operations. Without this forward airfield, remaining RAF aircraft must operate from bases further south, reducing their time over the battlefield and limiting their effectiveness. Japanese aircraft now control the skies over northern Malaya. British commanders attempt to slow the Japanese advance through engineering, destroying bridges, cratering roads, felling trees across jungle paths. Over the coming weeks, Commonwealth engineers will destroy more than 250 bridges in their retreat southward. Each demolished bridge should force Japanese forces to halt, construct replacement crossings, and delay their advance by hours or days. It doesn't work. Japanese infantry simply wade across rivers carrying their bicycles above their heads. The bicycles are light enough that soldiers can ford streams while keeping their weapons and equipment dry. When rivers are too deep or too swift for wading, Japanese engineers construct improvised log bridges with remarkable speed. In some documented cases, engineers stand waist-deep in cold water, holding bridge timbers in place while infantry crosses, then disassemble the bridge before defenders can counterattack to destroy it. The relentless advance continues. Destroy a bridge, Japanese forces cross within hours. Crater a road, they detour through jungle. Fell trees across paths, they clear them or find alternate routes. Every defensive measure that should slow them down barely delays them at all. British commanders begin receiving reports that defy belief. Japanese forces are advancing 25 miles per day through jungle. They're appearing behind defensive positions that should be secure. They're attacking from multiple directions simultaneously. How can this be happening? The answer: the bicycle blitzkrieg is working exactly as Japanese planners intended. Speed creates momentum. Momentum creates psychological pressure. And psychological pressure is causing British commanders to make increasingly poor decisions. The pattern repeats across northern Malaya. British and Commonwealth forces establish blocking positions on roads, confident that jungle terrain protects their flanks from maneuver. Japanese forces detect these positions, fix them with frontal pressure, then dispatch bicycle-mounted infantry through the jungle to emerge behind the defenders. The moment British commanders realize they're being outflanked, they order retreat. No unit wants to be trapped and surrounded. Better to withdraw to the next defensive position than risk annihilation. But each retreat damages morale. Each withdrawal creates the perception that Japanese forces are unstoppable, and each new defensive position is established with less preparation time, fewer supplies, and more demoralized troops. What British forces don't realize is that Japanese commanders are just as surprised by their success as the defenders are shocked by their defeats. Yamashita's planning assumed stiff resistance, protracted battles for key positions, and the possibility of stalemate in northern Malaya. Instead, his forces are advancing faster than their own supply lines can support. The victory is coming too easily, which makes Japanese commanders suspicious. Is this a trap? Are the British withdrawing to lure Japanese forces into a killing zone? But the advance continues because maintaining momentum is essential to blitzkrieg operations. You don't slow down when the enemy retreats. You accelerate, you press harder, you give them no time to recover. By early January 1942, Japanese forces control all of northern Malaya. The RAF has been driven from its forward airfields. British supply depots have been captured or destroyed, and the psychological impact of relentless Japanese success has convinced many Commonwealth soldiers that their enemy is invincible. The myth of the Japanese super warrior crystallizes. These aren't ordinary soldiers, they're jungle fighting specialists who can see in the dark, who move silently through dense vegetation, who appear and disappear like ghosts, who fight with suicidal determination that makes them impossible to stop. It's a myth, but it's a myth built on very real tactical innovations and sustained by very real victories. And myths, once established, become powerful weapons in their own right. January 11th, 1942, Kuala Lumpur, capital of British Malaya, falls to Japanese forces. The city's capture after just 34 days of campaigning sends shockwaves through British command structures in Singapore and London. How can an entire colony collapse in barely a month? But the campaign's pace doesn't slow, it accelerates. Amphibious landings on Malaya's west coast, supported now by total Japanese air superiority, allow forces to leapfrog defensive positions. Commonwealth troops find themselves squeezed between Japanese armies advancing from the northeast and forces landing behind them on the coast. The classic military nightmare encirclement becomes increasingly real. British commanders face impossible choices: stand and fight, risking complete destruction, or retreat again, yielding more ground but preserving forces for future battles. Almost uniformly, they choose retreat. Better to preserve the army than sacrifice it in battles that cannot be won. Each retreat makes the next retreat more likely. Morale crumbles with each backward step. Soldiers begin questioning whether their officers know what they're doing. Officers begin doubting whether victory is even possible. The psychological rot spreads faster than Japanese bicycle columns. By January 28th, 1942, just 51 days after the initial landing, the Japanese 25th Army reaches the southern tip of the Malay Peninsula. They've conquered over 500 miles of terrain through supposedly impenetrable jungle. They've defeated numerically superior British and Commonwealth forces in every significant engagement, and they've accomplished all this while suffering relatively light casualties. The speed and completeness of the victory stuns military analysts worldwide. How did this happen? Japanese forces weren't significantly better equipped than Commonwealth troops. Their numbers weren't overwhelming. Their soldiers weren't superhuman, yet they won decisively and rapidly. The answer lies in tactics, psychology, and leadership. Japanese commanders understood that modern warfare rewards speed and aggression. They weaponized the terrain that British planners thought would protect them. They used simple tools, bicycles, in innovative ways that created disproportionate advantages. And critically, they maintained relentless offensive pressure that never allowed defenders time to recover. Now, on January 28th, as Japanese forces mass on the shore of the Johor Strait, they face their final objective: Singapore, the island fortress that British planners considered impregnable. The symbol of British power in Asia, the linchpin of imperial defenses throughout the region. Singapore's defenses were designed around one fundamental assumption: attack would come from the sea. Massive coastal artillery batteries point toward the ocean, ready to devastate any naval invasion force. Minefields protect sea approaches. Underwater obstacles guard potential landing beaches. But Japanese forces aren't coming from the sea, they're coming from land, from the direction British planners never seriously considered, and Singapore's vaunted defenses are pointed the wrong way. The Japanese forces camped on the Malayan shore, staring across the narrow Johor Strait at Singapore, represent a paradox. On paper, they should be exhausted, depleted, and vulnerable. They've advanced 500 miles in 51 days through hostile terrain. Their supply lines stretch back across the entire Malayan Peninsula. Ammunition reserves are running low. Food supplies are dwindling. Medical facilities are overwhelmed with casualties and tropical disease victims. Yet somehow, these exhausted soldiers radiate confidence. They've defeated every British force that stood against them. They've proven that speed and aggression overcome numerical superiority. They've shattered the myth of European military invincibility. Why should Singapore be different? Meanwhile, across the strait, General Arthur Percival commands a garrison of over 70,000 British, Australian, and Indian troops. On paper, his force holds overwhelming numerical superiority, more than 2-to-1 advantage. Singapore is a fortress with extensive fortifications, ammunition stockpiles, and supply depots. British intelligence estimates Japanese forces at 60,000 to 100,000 men, similar to or greater than Percival's own strength. This estimate is catastrophically wrong. Japanese forces number just 30,000 men capable of combat operations. But Percival doesn't know this, cannot know this. The speed and success of Japanese operations throughout Malaya has convinced British intelligence that they face overwhelming numbers. How else can such rapid conquest be explained? This perception gap will determine everything that follows. As British forces prepare for the inevitable assault, Japanese commanders, enjoying complete air superiority after eliminating the RAF, order their aircraft to bomb Singapore mercilessly. Day after day, Japanese bombers strike civilian areas, warehouses, dock facilities, military installations. The civilian population, swelled by refugees fleeing from Malaya, suffers mounting casualties. The bombing serves multiple purposes. It damages British military infrastructure. It terrorizes the civilian population. And most critically, it reinforces the perception that Japanese forces are overwhelming and unstoppable. If they can bomb Singapore with impunity, surely their ground forces must be equally powerful. But Singapore's greatest vulnerability isn't visible from the air. It's strategic and psychological. The island was designed to be defended from the sea, not from land. Those massive coastal guns, 5-inch naval rifles capable of destroying battleships, point toward the ocean. They cannot be rotated to fire inland. Minefields protect sea approaches, but northern beaches facing Malaya remain relatively undefended. The fortress has been constructed with one scenario in mind, and the Japanese are attacking from an entirely different direction. Worse, British grand strategy for Singapore depended on a critical assumption. A powerful Royal Navy fleet would be stationed at the naval base, deterring any Japanese aggression. That fleet's mere presence was supposed to make attacking Singapore suicidal for any potential enemy. But the fleet is fighting Germans in Europe. The modest flotilla sent to Singapore, the battleship Prince of Wales and battlecruiser Repulse, was sunk by Japanese aircraft on December 10th. On February 8, 1942, under cover of darkness, the Japanese make their move. The assault begins at dusk, chosen deliberately to give Japanese forces the cover of night during their most vulnerable moment, crossing the open water of the Johor Strait. The initial barrage is intense. Japanese artillery, positioned along the Malayan shore, opens fire on suspected British positions. For 15 minutes, shells rain down on Singapore's northern coast. Then silence. The artillery lifts, and in that sudden quiet, the first Japanese landing craft push off from the Malayan shore. The crossing takes less than 10 minutes. The strait is barely a mile wide at the assault point. British searchlights sweep the water, seeking targets. Machine gun positions open fire on sounds and shadows. Artillery batteries fire pre-planned defensive concentrations. But the darkness, smoke from Japanese artillery, and confusion about where exactly the assault is landing all combine to reduce defensive effectiveness. Japanese forces land on Singapore's northwest coast, where Australian units hold a 30-mile front with approximately 3,000 men. The mathematics are brutal. That's roughly 100 meters of coastline per soldier. Even elite troops cannot effectively defend such an extended front. The initial Japanese landing force numbers 13,000 men, more than 4 times the Australian defenders in the assault sector. They quickly establish beachheads, overwhelm Australian positions through sheer numbers, and begin pushing inland. Australian troops fight fiercely, inflicting significant casualties, But mathematics and tactics overwhelm courage. By midnight, Japanese forces control several beachheads. More critically, they've discovered something that will determine the entire battle's outcome. There's no depth to British defensive lines. No reserve forces are positioned to counterattack. No secondary defensive belt exists to contain breakthroughs. The Australians have been deployed in a thin line along the coast with nothing behind them. Recognizing this fatal weakness, Japanese commanders immediately order their reserve forces across the strait. Another 10,000 troops cross before dawn. By morning of February 9th, 23,000 Japanese soldiers are on Singapore Island, and they're expanding their beachhead against increasingly desperate resistance. Percival orders counterattacks. Multiple Australian and British units attempt to push Japanese forces back to the beaches. But these attacks are uncoordinated, different units attacking at different times with no mutual support. Japanese defenders, who've perfected defensive tactics over months of combat in China, repulse each attack in turn. Commonwealth forces suffer heavy casualties while accomplishing virtually nothing. By February 10th, Percival makes a decision that will be debated by military historians for decades: withdraw toward the harbor in Singapore's southern sector. He's choosing to trade space for time, pulling back to shorten his defensive perimeter and hopefully establish more defensible positions closer to the city center. The withdrawal is conducted in reasonable order. This isn't a rout, but psychologically, it's devastating. Once again, British forces are retreating before Japanese attacks. Once again, ground is being yielded without extracting maximum cost from the enemy. And once again, the myth of Japanese invincibility is reinforced in the minds of both defenders and attackers. As Commonwealth forces withdraw, Japanese forces advance across open ground, virtually unopposed. They methodically consolidate their control over the northern half of Singapore Island. Supply dumps are captured. Defensive positions are occupied. The reservoir that supplies much of Singapore's fresh water falls under Japanese control. That last development is particularly critical. Singapore's water supply comes from reservoirs on the island itself. Losing control of these reservoirs means the city's water supply is compromised. With over 1 million people crowded into Singapore's civilian population, plus military garrison, plus refugees from Malaya, water consumption is enormous. How long can the city hold out without secure water supplies? By February 13th, Japanese forces control most of Singapore Island outside the city center itself. They've advanced methodically, never overextending, always maintaining pressure but not launching headlong assaults against prepared positions. Japanese tactics have evolved since the Malayan campaign. They're learning to be more cautious when facing defenders with nowhere left to retreat. Percival convenes a conference with his senior commanders on the evening of February 13th. The situation is grim. Water supplies will last perhaps 24 to 48 hours before rationing becomes critical. Food stocks are adequate for now, but will dwindle as refugees continue flooding into the city. Ammunition is running low for some units. Medical facilities are overwhelmed. Hospitals lack supplies to treat the mounting casualties. Two options exist: launch an immediate, all-out counterattack using every available man, attempting to drive Japanese forces back and recapture the reservoirs, or seek terms for surrender. The debate is intense, heated, and anguished. Some officers argue passionately for counterattack. With numerical superiority, they insist a determined assault might succeed. Japanese forces must be exhausted after weeks of continuous combat. Their supplies must be stretched thin. One decisive blow might break their offensive and restore the situation. Other officers point out the realities. The troops are demoralized after continuous retreat. Many units are at half strength or less. Coordination between different national contingents, British, Australian, Indian, has broken down. Casualties from any major assault would be catastrophic. And even if successful, how long could they hold recaptured positions without water? The arguments continue through the night. Outside, Japanese artillery methodically pounds the city. Inside the conference room, maps are examined, casualty estimates debated, supply calculations reviewed. Every officer in that room understands the magnitude of what's being decided. What none of them know, what they cannot know, is that across the lines, Japanese commanders are nearly as desperate. Yamashita's forces have executed their mission brilliantly, but they've reached the absolute limit of their capabilities. Ammunition is critically low. Artillery batteries are firing their remaining shells carefully, rationing rounds. Food supplies are nearly exhausted. Medical facilities are completely overwhelmed. Most critically, Yamashita knows his forces cannot sustain a prolonged siege. They lack the supplies for weeks of urban warfare. They lack the replacements to make good their casualties. If Commonwealth forces discover this weakness and launch a determined counterattack with their superior numbers, the entire Japanese position could collapse. Years after the war, Yamashita will admit publicly, "My attack on Singapore was a bluff that worked. I knew that if I had to fight for long, I would be beaten." But in February 1942, Percival doesn't know this. He sees only an enemy that has won every battle, advanced relentlessly despite all obstacles, and seems capable of achieving the impossible. The psychological warfare, the speed, the pressure, the myth of invincibility carefully constructed over 70 days now pays its ultimate dividend. The conference continues. Officers argue. The hours pass. Dawn approaches on February 14th, and with it, the most consequential decision of Arthur Percival's career. He stands to address his commanders. Every eye fixes on him. Outside, Singapore burns under Japanese artillery fire. Over 100,000 soldiers and 1 million civilians await his decision. The British Empire's prestige in Asia hangs in the balance. Percival begins to speak. But wait, what none of these officers know is that this same drama is playing out in Yamashita's headquarters across the lines. Japanese commanders are also debating, can they sustain the offensive? Do they have enough ammunition for one more assault? What happens if the British discover how vulnerable Japanese forces truly are? Two sides, both believing the other holds overwhelming advantages, both on the edge of collapse. The outcome will be determined not by firepower or numbers, but by which commander blinks first. This is the moment where psychology trumps materiel, where perception becomes more powerful than reality, where 70 days of carefully constructed mythology determines the fate of empires. The tension is unbearable. The outcome hangs by a thread, and on that thread balances the future of Asia itself. February 14th, 1942. A smoke-filled conference room in Singapore. General Percival stands before his exhausted commanders, about to speak words that will reverberate through history. Behind him, 70 days of continuous retreat across Malaya. Before him, the choice between a desperate counterattack with demoralized troops or the unthinkable surrender of Britain's greatest Asian fortress. Across the strait, Yamashita waits with critically depleted ammunition and exhausted soldiers, his entire campaign balanced on a psychological bluff that Percival might call at any moment. Two commanders, both believing the other holds overwhelming advantages, both on the edge of collapse. The outcome will be determined by who blinks first. Percival's voice is barely above a whisper when he finally speaks. "Gentlemen, we will seek terms for surrender." The room explodes, not with bombs or artillery, but with something far more devastating, the death of hope. Officers leap to their feet. Some shout in furious protest. Others simply stare in stunned, silent disbelief. The fortress of Singapore, proclaimed impregnable by military planners, defended by 70,000 troops, protected by years of fortification and investment, is about to capitulate to an enemy force less than half its size. "Sir, this is madness." A brigadier's voice cracks with emotion. "We still outnumber them more than 2 to 1. The men will fight if we give them leadership." Percival raises his hand, calling for silence. When he speaks again, his voice carries the weight of a man who has watched his entire world collapse over 2 months of continuous defeat. "Our water supplies will fail completely within 24 hours. Many units report ammunition for perhaps 2 more days of sustained combat, some have less. The civilian population exceeds 1 million, including refugees from Malaya, without water, without medicine. Facing Japanese artillery bombardment of civilian areas, we face catastrophe that transcends military considerations." He pauses, then delivers the final blow. "And gentlemen, our most recent intelligence estimates put Japanese forces at over 100,000 men, possibly more. They've defeated us at every turn. They hold our water supply. They control our northern airfields. They dominate the skies. What makes you believe one more battle will produce a different outcome than the previous 50? That statement, that fundamental misperception, seals Singapore's fate. Percival believes he faces overwhelming enemy numbers. The reality is precisely the opposite, but intelligence failures, psychological warfare, and the cumulative impact of 70 days of Japanese tactical brilliance have created an illusion so convincing that it overrides mathematical reality. The debate continues for several more hours, but the outcome is inevitable. Some officers continue arguing for counterattack. Others resign themselves to the necessity of surrender. A few simply sit in silence, contemplating the magnitude of what's happening. Outside, dawn breaks over Singapore on February 14th, 1942. It will be the last dawn of British rule. Later that morning, Percival dispatches officers under a white flag to negotiate surrender terms with Japanese commanders. The negotiations are brief and harsh. Yamashita, desperate to conclude matters before his own weaknesses become apparent, demands immediate and unconditional surrender, no gradual withdrawal, no guarantee of civilian safety beyond what Japanese forces choose to provide, complete capitulation. On the evening of February 14th, 1942, General Arthur Percival formally surrenders Singapore to General Tomoyuki Yamashita. Percival arrives with several staff officers, looking haggard and defeated. Yamashita, determined to conclude matters quickly, conducts the proceedings with harsh efficiency. "Will you surrender?" Yamashita demands through his interpreter. Percival attempts to negotiate terms. Yamashita cuts him off. Yes or no? The moment stretches. Percival knows that agreeing means over 80,000 British, Australian, and Indian troops march into captivity. He knows it means the largest surrender of British-led forces in history. He knows it means personal and professional disgrace. But he also believes incorrectly that continuing to fight means condemning 1 million civilians to catastrophe and sacrificing his garrison in a hopeless battle against overwhelming odds. Yes, Percival finally whispers. The word hangs in the air like a death sentence. With that single syllable, the battle for Singapore ends. The fortress has fallen. The myth of British invincibility in Asia lies shattered. And the Japanese Empire has achieved what months earlier seemed impossible, complete conquest of Malaya and Singapore in barely 70 days. The scale of the disaster is staggering. Over 80,000 Commonwealth troops march into Japanese captivity. British, Australian, Indian, and other Allied soldiers, who will spend the next 3.5 years in brutal prisoner-of-war camps where thousands will die from disease, starvation, and abuse. Japanese casualties for the entire Malayan campaign, approximately 10,000 killed and wounded. Allied casualties and prisoners, over 138,000. But numbers alone cannot capture the magnitude of what just happened. Singapore wasn't just a military base, it was a symbol of British power throughout Asia, a symbol of European colonial dominance, a symbol that white men who arrived from distant lands to rule over Asian populations were somehow inherently superior, militarily invincible, destined to govern. That symbol just collapsed, and the psychological shockwaves will ripple across Asia and the Pacific for years. Winston Churchill, receiving news of the surrender in London, is physically ill. In his private papers, he will later describe it as the worst disaster and largest capitulation in British history. The military defeat is catastrophic enough, but the blow to British prestige, to the entire edifice of colonial authority, is immeasurable. Throughout Asia, colonized populations who've been told that European powers are invincible, that resistance is futile, that independence is impossible, suddenly see evidence to the contrary. If Japan can defeat the British Empire in 70 days, perhaps colonial rule isn't eternal after all. Perhaps independence movements have a chance. Perhaps the entire structure of European dominance is vulnerable. In India, independence activists seize on Singapore's fall as proof that British rule can be challenged. In Burma, defenders watching Japanese forces approach now understand that retreat from superior Japanese tactics ended in surrender. Perhaps accommodation or collaboration offers better outcomes than futile resistance. Throughout Southeast Asia, nationalist movements gain momentum and confidence. For Japan, Singapore's fall represents vindication of their entire strategic vision. The Strike South campaign has succeeded beyond their most optimistic projections. They've secured the approaches to the oil fields of the Dutch East Indies operations. To seize those fields are already underway. They've captured the tin and rubber production of Malaya resources now flowing to Japanese industry. They've established the southern anchor of their defensive perimeter. The line from Burma through Singapore through the Dutch East Indies to New Guinea is becoming reality. And they've demonstrated that European colonial powers can be defeated quickly, decisively, completely. Japanese forces now occupy vast territories stretching from Burma through China, through Malaya, through the Dutch East Indies, across New Guinea, and radiating out into the Central Pacific Islands. Defending this empire requires hundreds of thousands of troops scattered across millions of square miles of territory. Supporting these forces requires merchant shipping that's already inadequate and vulnerable to American submarine attacks that will intensify as the war continues. But in February 1942, these future consequences remain invisible. Right now, Japan rides an unprecedented wave of conquest. Their forces sweep through the Dutch East Indies, capturing oil fields that will fuel their war machine. The Philippines fall after fierce American and Filipino resistance. General MacArthur evacuates, vowing to return. Burma is invaded, threatening India itself. The defensive perimeter expands with each passing week. The myth of the Japanese super warrior reaches its absolute zenith. Allied soldiers throughout Asia and the Pacific face an enemy that seems capable of achieving the impossible, an enemy that fights with determination bordering on fanaticism, an enemy that adapts to any terrain, jungle, island, mountain with equal skill, an enemy that wins battles they should lose through speed, aggression, and tactical innovation. It's a myth built on real achievements. Japanese soldiers have conquered Malaya using bicycles and pamphlets. They've demonstrated mastery of amphibious operations, jungle warfare, and combined arms tactics. They've defeated European colonial armies that outnumbered them through superior leadership and tactical flexibility. June 4th, 1942, 4 months after Singapore's fall, the Central Pacific, near a tiny atoll called Midway Island. The Japanese Empire has reached its maximum territorial extent. Now comes the moment that will determine whether Japan can hold what it's conquered. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, architect of the Pearl Harbor attack, has conceived an operation to finish what Pearl Harbor started, the destruction of America's Pacific Fleet carrier force. His plan is to attack Midway Island, forcing American carriers to respond, then destroy them in decisive battle. With American naval power eliminated, Japan's defensive perimeter becomes impregnable. American forces would require years to rebuild sufficient strength to challenge Japanese control of the Pacific. Yamamoto commands overwhelming numerical superiority. 4 large fleet carriers, plus numerous supporting vessels. Over 250 aircraft, veteran pilots blooded in months of combat across China and the Pacific. Against them, 3 American carriers with approximately 230 aircraft, many flown by inexperienced pilots. On paper, Japanese victory seems inevitable, but paper calculations don't account for one critical factor. American cryptanalysts have broken enough of the Japanese naval code to deduce Yamamoto's plan. Admiral Chester Nimitz, commanding American forces, knows the Japanese are coming to Midway. He knows approximately when they'll arrive. He knows the composition of their forces. And most critically, he knows. They don't know. He knows. Intelligence transforms everything. Instead of sailing blindly to defend Midway and encountering a trap, Nimitz sets his own ambush. He quietly positions his 3 carriers, Enterprise, Hornet, and Yorktown northeast of Midway Island, beyond Japanese reconnaissance range. When Japanese forces attack the island, American carriers will be perfectly positioned to strike. Early morning, June 4th, Japanese carriers launch their first strike against Midway Island itself. Over 100 aircraft pummel the American air base, heavily damaging facilities but not completely destroying the airfield's ability to launch counterstrikes. American land-based aircraft counterattack the Japanese carriers, achieving little except to convince Japanese commanders that Midway's air defenses remain dangerous. Japanese Admiral Nagumo makes a fateful decision: rearm reserve aircraft with bombs for a second strike against Midway. His reserve aircraft are currently armed with torpedoes and armor-piercing bombs designed to attack ships. Switching ordnance to cluster bombs for attacking land targets takes time. It's a logical decision based on Nagumo's assumption that no American carriers are nearby. His reconnaissance aircraft have reported no enemy carriers in the area. Why maintain anti-ship ordnance when the immediate threat is the airfield? The decision proves catastrophic. At 9 a.m., still undetected, American carriers launch their strike aircraft. Torpedo bombers go first slow, vulnerable Douglas Devastators carrying single torpedoes. They must fly low, straight, and level to release their weapons, making them easy targets for Japanese fighters and anti-aircraft fire. The first wave of American torpedo bombers attacks at 9:20 a.m. Japanese Zero fighters and carrier anti-aircraft fire tear them apart. Of 41 torpedo bombers launched, 35 are destroyed. Their torpedoes, those that are released, miss their targets. The attack achieves absolutely nothing except alerting Japanese forces to American presence. At 10:22 a.m., Lieutenant Commander Wade McCluskey, leading 36 Douglas Dauntless dive bombers from Enterprise, spots the Japanese carrier force. He's been searching for over an hour, fuel running dangerously low, when he notices a Japanese destroyer heading northeast at high speed. Following that course, he finds what he's looking for. 3 Japanese carriers, Kaga, Akagi, and Soryu, steam in formation, their decks cluttered with armed aircraft being prepared for takeoff. Bombs, torpedoes, and fuel lines crisscross the decks. It's the most vulnerable moment imaginable for an aircraft carrier. Armed and fueled aircraft on deck, no fighter cover above, crews exhausted from hours of combat operations. McCluskey doesn't hesitate. He orders his dive bombers to attack. American Dauntless dive bombers push over into their attack runs, plunging nearly vertically toward their targets. Japanese anti-aircraft fire fills the sky, but the dive bombers are too fast, their angle too steep. Some pilots release their 1,000-pound bombs from as low as 1,500 feet suicidally close to ensure hits against maximum value targets. The first bomb strikes Akagi near the amidships elevator, penetrating to the hangar deck where armed aircraft are parked. The explosion ignites fuel and ordnance, triggering secondary explosions that rip through the ship. Within minutes, Akagi is a blazing wreck, her flight deck buckled, fires raging out of control. Kaga receives multiple direct hits. Bombs detonate among armed aircraft on her flight deck, creating cascading explosions that consume the ship. Her entire forward section becomes an inferno. Crew attempts to fight the fires prove futile. Too many bombs, too much fuel, too much ammunition cooking off in the heat. Soryu takes 3 direct hits in rapid succession. The bombs penetrate her flight deck and detonate in the hangar where fueled and armed aircraft await launching. The resulting explosions essentially gut the ship. She's dead in the water, listing heavily, fires consuming her from the inside out. 3 fleet carriers, the core of Japanese naval aviation, destroyed in 6 minutes. The mathematical reversal is stunning. Minutes earlier, Japan held overwhelming naval superiority. Now, in the time it takes to brew coffee, that superiority has evaporated. But Japan still has one operational carrier, Hiryu. Her aircraft launch counterstrikes against the American carriers, damaging Yorktown severely enough that she'll eventually sink. But without her sister carriers, without fighter cover, without the concentration of force that made Japanese naval aviation so deadly, Hiryu cannot survive. American aircraft from Enterprise and Hornet find Hiryu that afternoon. The pattern repeats. Dive bombers push over. Bombs fall. Explosions consume the ship. By evening, all 4 Japanese fleet carriers that attacked Pearl Harbor 6 months earlier are sinking or sunk. The Battle of Midway ends on June 7th after American forces mop up remaining Japanese ships. The strategic impact is immediate and permanent. Japan has lost 4 fleet carriers with all their aircraft. More critically, they've lost hundreds of veteran pilots and aircrew, irreplaceable expertise that took years to develop. Japanese naval aviation will never fully recover. More fundamentally, Midway marks the first decisive Japanese defeat of the war. For 6 months, Japanese forces seemed invincible, conquering everything they attacked, defeating numerically superior enemies, achieving objectives with clockwork precision. The myth of the Japanese super warrior appeared confirmed with each victory. That myth just died in the waters off Midway. Japanese forces can be defeated. Japanese planning can fail. Japanese tactical brilliance can be overcome by superior intelligence and determination. The psychological impact ripples through both sides. Allied forces gain confidence. Japanese forces begin to doubt. The war in the Pacific has reached its turning point. Japan's offensive capability is broken. From this moment forward, they'll fight primarily defensive battles, attempting to hold what they've conquered, while American industrial might slowly overwhelms them. The question is no longer whether Japan can win, but how long they can survive. July 1942, the jungles of Papua New Guinea. While the Battle of Midway settled the naval balance in the Pacific, the question of who dominates jungle warfare remains unresolved. Japan's conquest of Malaya demonstrated their mastery of tropical combat. Can Allied forces learn to fight effectively in similar terrain? Or does Japanese tactical superiority in jungles remain absolute. After the fall of Singapore, Japan continues its southward expansion. Their next objective, Port Moresby, on the southern coast of Papua New Guinea. Capturing Port Moresby will cement their defensive perimeter and provide a base for harassing northern Australian cities, potentially cutting the link between Australia and the United States. Initially, Japanese planners intended to capture Port Moresby via amphibious assault, but their defeat at the Battle of the Coral Sea in May and catastrophic losses at Midway in June mean Japanese naval forces lack the strength for major amphibious operations. Alternative plan: land forces on Papua's northeast coast cross the Owen Stanley Mountains via the Kokoda Track and attack Port Moresby from inland. On paper, this seems feasible. The Kokoda Track is only about 60 miles long. How difficult can crossing 60 miles of jungle be for soldiers who conquered 500 miles of Malaya in 70 days? The answer: extraordinarily difficult. The Owen Stanley Range rises to 13,000 feet, genuine mountains, not jungle-covered hills. The Kokoda Track isn't a road or even a proper path in many places. It's a native foot trail, often so steep that soldiers must pull themselves up using tree roots and vines. And unlike Malaya, where Japanese forces maintained momentum through speed, the Kokoda Track forces both sides into grinding attrition warfare. Neither side can advance quickly. Neither side can maneuver around enemy positions. The jungle is too dense, the terrain too steep. Battles become brutal slugging matches at point-blank range. Japanese forces land at Buna and Gona on Papua's northeast coast in July. They quickly advance south, capturing Kokoda village by July 29th. But then they encounter Australian forces, initially poorly trained militia, later reinforced by veteran troops from the Australian Imperial Force, who fought in North Africa. The campaign becomes a nightmare for both sides. Japanese soldiers, accustomed to rapid victories, find themselves bogged down in static warfare against enemies who won't retreat indefinitely. Supply lines stretching back to Buna become increasingly tenuous as casualties and disease deplete porter forces. Rations dwindle, ammunition runs short, medical supplies vanish. Australian forces face similar hardships. Supplies must be carried over the mountains by native porters, Papuan carriers, who perform incredibly difficult work under terrible conditions. Weather, distance, and track conditions make resupply irregular at best. Units sometimes operate on half rations or less. Wounded soldiers must be carried back over the mountains, requiring multiple porters per casualty. The evacuation process can take days, during which many wounded die from their injuries or infection. By late August, Japanese forces reach the village of Isurava, where heavily outnumbered Australian forces make a stand. The battle rages for 3 days, close-quarters combat in dense jungle where grenades and bayonets matter more than accurate marksmanship. Japanese forces, leveraging their numerical advantage, work through the jungle to attack Australian flanks. The Australians, defending a position with limited fields of fire, suffer heavy casualties. Eventually, Australian defenses crack. They retreat southward along the Kokoda Track, fighting delaying actions at every defensible position. By early September, Japanese forces stand just 40 kilometers from Port Moresby, close enough that they can hear artillery fire from the base. Then, something unexpected happens. Japanese forces halt, then begin withdrawing. What the Australians don't know is that Japanese command has recognized the campaign is failing. Casualties from combat and disease have devastated their forces. Supply lines cannot support further advance. The withdrawal begins in late September. Now it's the Australians' turn to advance, pursuing retreating Japanese forces back across the Owen Stanley Range. But pursuing is almost as difficult as retreating. The track is littered with abandoned equipment, destroyed supplies, and bodies from both sides. Disease continues taking its toll. By November 2nd, after fierce fighting, including a final stand at Kokoda village itself, where Australian bayonet charges break Japanese defensive positions, the Japanese have been driven back to Buna and Gona on the coast. The campaign ends with Allied forces capturing these coastal strongholds after weeks of grinding combat. More fundamentally, Kokoda demonstrates that Japanese mastery of jungle warfare isn't absolute. Allied forces can learn, adapt, and ultimately prevail in tropical terrain. The myth of Japanese invincibility in jungles forged in Malaya, has been challenged and found wanting. The campaign demonstrated profound truths about modern warfare. Speed and momentum can overcome numerical superiority. Psychological pressure can be as decisive as firepower. Simple innovations, bicycles, for instance, can produce strategic advantages when employed with imagination. Leadership matters enormously. Commanders willing to think unconventionally and take calculated risks can achieve results that conventional approaches consider impossible. Japan's conquest of Malaya and Singapore showcased these principles perfectly. An army with minimal jungle warfare training, equipped with bicycles and armed with tactical innovation, conquered 500 miles of impassable terrain in 70 days. They defeated numerically superior forces through relentless pressure. Yamashita's later admission, "My attack on Singapore was a bluff," reveals the campaign's essential truth. Battles are often won in commanders' minds before they're decided on battlefields. Percival believed he faced insurmountable force and surrendered with numerical superiority. Yamashita knew his forces teetered on collapse but maintained aggressive pressure that convinced his enemy of inevitable defeat. But myths eventually collide with reality. Midway demonstrated that Japanese forces could be defeated when facing enemies with superior intelligence and determination. The lessons of 1942 shaped the remainder of the Pacific War. Speed and aggression matter, but they must be sustained by adequate logistics. Japan's lightning conquest established them as the dominant Pacific power by mid-1942. But the very success of their campaign, resources stretched beyond sustainability, and facing them, an enemy with industrial capacity that would eventually overwhelm Japanese production by factors of 10 or more. The bicycle blitzkrieg, the fall of Singapore, the myth of the super warrior, all represented real Japanese achievements built on tactical innovation and aggressive leadership. But Japan had won the opening rounds decisively, but the fight was just beginning. The Japanese campaign across Asia represents one of the most dramatic military conquests in modern history, a 70-day lightning strike that reshaped global power dynamics and demonstrated how tactical innovation can overcome conventional military superiority. But this story is far from complete. How did Allied forces ultimately reverse these stunning defeats? What tactical and strategic innovations emerged from studying Japanese methods? How did the myth of invincibility finally shatter completely? And what role did industrial production, code breaking, and strategic patience play in eventually overwhelming Japan's tactical brilliance? November 26, 1941. Somewhere north of Japan's Kuril Islands, in waters so cold and remote that no shipping lanes cross them, a vast armada slips quietly into the open Pacific. 6 aircraft carriers, the pride of the Imperial Japanese Navy, flanked by more than a dozen warships. Destroyers cut through the gray swells. Fuel tankers trail behind, keeping the fleet alive on its long journey south. Every ship is operating under total radio silence. Not a single transmission, not a single signal. To the outside world, this fleet does not exist. Thousands of miles to the southeast, the American naval base at Pearl Harbor sits in the golden stillness of a Hawaiian Sunday morning. Much of the United States Pacific Fleet is in port battleships lined up along what the sailors call Battleship Row, their hulls gleaming in the early light. For 11 days, the Japanese fleet has been crossing the Pacific in absolute secrecy, its crews forbidden from sending so much as a word. 11 days of silence on the open ocean, with nothing ahead of them but the horizon and the weight of what they have been ordered to do. And when the blow falls, it will be so sudden, so devastating, and so complete that it will shatter the illusion of safety an entire nation has built for itself and ignite a conflict that will consume the Pacific for the next 4 years. This is the story of the war in the Pacific. It starts with a horrific surprise attack, then spreads like a tidal wave across vast stretches of ocean. Before it is over, it will launch an entirely new form of naval warfare and send brave men into battle over some of the most crippling terrain on Earth. It is a story of terrifying fanaticism and extraordinary personal heroism told through compelling detail, specially enhanced color film, and rarely seen footage, much of it shot by the troops themselves. It begins with a question that haunted America for years and still echoes today. How did Japan's gamble to deliver a quick, decisive knockout blow come so close to succeeding? And why, ultimately, did it fail? To understand how America was caught napping on that December morning, You have to understand something that most people have forgotten, something that seems almost impossible to believe, given everything that followed. Until recently, Japan and the United States had been friends, but friendship, like peace, can be fragile. And in the 1930s, a disease swept across the world, crazed nationalism, and Japan caught it just as virulently as Europe did. In Germany, Adolf Hitler seized power and grabbed the world's attention with his promises of a 1,000-year Reich. In Italy, Benito Mussolini sang to the same nationalist tune, dreaming of a new Roman Empire. And now, in Japan, a new militaristic regime rose to prominence, driven by the same toxic blend of wounded pride and imperial ambition, vowing to restore the country's greatness through force. The Great Depression had devastated Japan's economy, just as it had devastated the economies of Europe and America. And in the wreckage of that economic collapse, the militarists found their opportunity. They promised order. They promised strength. They promised a Japan that would bow to no one. The signs of what was coming were impossible to miss for anyone willing to see them. In 1937, a ruthless Japanese war machine tore through China, leaving devastation and atrocity in its wake. Cities were sacked. Civilians were massacred. It was conquest on a scale that shocked the world. 3 years later, the Japanese expanded their brutal campaign further south, invading the former French colonies of Cambodia, Vietnam, and Laos. It was a move that finally forced America to react. In the summer of 1941, the United States froze Japan's overseas financial assets and imposed an oil embargo. The impact was immediate and devastating. Japan received 80% of its oil from America. Overnight, the lifeblood of the Japanese military machine had been cut off. Without oil, the tanks couldn't roll, the ships couldn't sail, the planes couldn't fly. Japan's grand imperial project was being strangled in its crib. Japanese diplomats traveled to Washington to negotiate. Relations between the two countries were tense, strained almost to the breaking point. But nobody in the United States was expecting war. The negotiations might fail, people thought, but surely it wouldn't come to that. Then a new leader took control in Tokyo, and everything changed. Hideki Tojo was an ambitious general and a fanatical nationalist. In the autumn of 1941, just 2.5 months after the American oil embargo took effect, Tojo was appointed Prime Minister of Japan. His dream was nothing less than a Japanese empire spanning the whole of Asia. And unlike his predecessors, Tojo was not interested in negotiations with the Americans, not even slightly. Behind the closed doors of the Imperial War Ministry, he was already planning for war. Tojo's calculation was brutally simple. If he could knock out America's Pacific Fleet with a single, sudden, overwhelming blow, then American opposition would simply collapse. The United States, he believed, was a soft nation, rich but decadent, powerful but lacking the warrior spirit to fight a prolonged war in a distant ocean. Destroy their fleet, seize the empire you need, and the Americans will negotiate rather than fight. It was a gamble built on arrogance and a profound, fatal misunderstanding of the enemy he was about to awaken. In early December of 1941, the U.S. War Department intercepted warnings of an imminent Japanese attack. The intelligence was there, the signals were there, the alarm bells should have been deafening. But when the blow finally came, on the morning of December the 7th, American troops were caught completely and utterly by surprise. On that December morning, aboard the Japanese carriers now positioned north of Hawaii, there was a last-minute briefing. Pilots gathered in cramped ready rooms below deck, studying maps and aerial photographs of Pearl Harbor that they had memorized weeks ago, every berth, every anchorage, every airstrip etched into their minds. Officers tied ceremonial headbands around their foreheads. There were final words of encouragement. Then, in the gray light before dawn, a wave of over 180 warplanes took off fighters, dive bombers, torpedo planes, their engines shattering the silence of the empty Pacific as they climbed into formation and turned south toward the Hawaiian Islands. The carriers, their decks now clear, turned into the wind and waited. An hour later at 7:55 on a Sunday morning, when half the base was still asleep, they were over Pearl Harbor. The harbor lay spread out below them like a model, the great battleships sitting motionless in the still water, utterly exposed. For the Japanese pilots, it was almost too easy. The attack was swift and merciless. 5 U.S. warships were hit almost immediately, torpedoes slamming into their hulls before their crews even understood what was happening. Within an hour, 2 American battleships were sinking beneath the oily water. 2 more had capsized, their massive hulls turned turtle. Another 2 were badly damaged, burning and listing. American aircraft lined up wingtip to wingtip on the island's airstrips arranged for inspection, not for combat, were strafed and bombed into wreckage. As news of the attack spread across America, crackling through radios in living rooms and diners and churches, there was shock, there was horror, and there was a rage that would not subside for 4 years. But if Japan believed she had delivered the knockout blow to American naval power in the Pacific, she was wrong. Because on the morning of the bombing raid, the 3 most important ships in the Pacific Fleet, its aircraft carriers, were not in port. Through sheer luck, they were out at sea on routine maneuvers. The Japanese bombers had destroyed battleships. Yes, symbols of the old Navy, but they had missed the weapons of the new one. Missing those carriers would turn out to be a catastrophic Japanese mistake, one that would haunt them all the way to Midway and beyond. But in the immediate aftermath of Pearl Harbor, that fact offered little comfort, because America was about to be caught napping again and again. Just 10 hours after Pearl Harbor, Japanese bombers suddenly appeared over Clark Field in the Philippines, America's main air base in all of Southeast Asia. Despite 10 hours of warning, 10 hours in which the attack on Hawaii was already worldwide news, the American planes at Clark Field were still sitting on the ground. The bombing was followed by a second wave of Japanese Zero fighters that strafed anything still standing. 45 minutes later, much of America's air power in the entire region had been destroyed. The Japanese had caught the United States flat-footed for a second time in a single day. In America, the shock turned to outrage. 32 hours after the attack on Pearl Harbor, President Franklin D. Roosevelt stood before a joint session of Congress. Since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan, he declared, his voice tight with controlled fury, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire. The words were met with thunderous applause. America was going to war. But before the country could organize its forces, the blows kept coming, relentless, humiliating, and seemingly unstoppable. Within days of the air attack on the Philippines, thousands of Japanese ground forces swarmed ashore. With no air power left to protect them, American defenses crumbled. In a series of swift, ruthless assaults, the Japanese fanned out across the country, overwhelming every position they encountered. 10 days later, the Philippine capital, Manila, was captured. For the American commander in the region, it was a humiliation unlike anything in his long and decorated career. Douglas MacArthur was one of America's most famous generals, a man who had fought with distinction in the First World War and risen to the very pinnacle of military command. But outnumbered and outgunned, with his air force destroyed on the ground and his supply lines cut, there was nothing he could do. In early March of 1942, under direct orders from President Roosevelt, MacArthur was evacuated to Australia. The United States regarded him as too important, too valuable as a symbol and a strategist, to run the risk that he might be captured. MacArthur made a promise that would become one of the most famous declarations of the war. He vowed to return. But the Japanese were not waiting around. They had just bombed the northern Australian town of Darwin, an important Allied base in the Pacific. 8 ships had been sunk in the city's port, and a further 10 seriously damaged. 2 airfields had been shot up, destroying aircraft and oil storage tanks, and killing several hundred people. The raid caused chaos to Allied supply lines, and for weeks, there were genuine fears it might be the prelude to a full Japanese invasion of Australia itself. MacArthur, newly arrived and still reeling from his ejection from the Philippines, was swept up in the defense of the country. The Philippines and the men he had left behind would have to wait. Those men, an isolated and desperate group of Americans and their Filipino allies, were dug in on the rocky Bataan Peninsula, a rugged finger of land jutting into Manila Bay. They were cut off from resupply, cut off from reinforcement, cut off from the world. They fought with everything they had, rifles, bayonets, sheer stubbornness. They scrounged for food in the jungle. They ate monkey meat and whatever else they could find. Malaria ravaged their ranks almost as badly as Japanese bullets, and through it all, they waited for help. They listened to the radio, hoping for news of a relief convoy, a rescue fleet, anything, and nothing came. No reinforcements, no resupply, no rescue. Just silence from a nation that was still reeling from its own shock and scrambling to rebuild a shattered fleet. "We are the battling bastards of Bataan," they proclaimed bitterly. No Papa, no Mama, no Uncle Sam. It was a motto, born of despair, abandonment, and a grim humor that only men who know they are going to lose can understand, and it was entirely accurate. Facing repeated Japanese assaults with their supplies running out, food scarce, ammunition dwindling, disease rampant, the American and Filipino forces held on for 4 extraordinary months. But the outcome was inevitable. 70,000 U.S. troops and their Filipino allies finally surrendered. It was one of the largest capitulations in American military history, and for many, the suffering was only beginning. Up to 10,000 of those prisoners would die on the Bataan Death March, a forced march of over 60 miles under the tropical sun, without food or water, beaten and bayoneted by their captors, before they even reached the Japanese prisoner of war camps, and still the dominoes kept falling. Throughout early 1942, the United States and her allies suffered one massive defeat after another across the Pacific. Japanese troops occupied the British colony of Malaya, spreading out across the country with a speed that stunned the defenders. A month later, they overran the capital, Kuala Lumpur. Allied forces withdrew to Singapore, the center of British rule in the Pacific, and supposedly the most heavily defended position in the entire region. The British had spent years and fortunes turning the island into what they called an impregnable fortress, a Gibraltar of the East. Massive coastal guns jutted from concrete emplacements, their barrels trained out to sea. The garrison was enormous. The confidence of the British High Command was absolute. But there was a fatal flaw in Singapore's defenses, one so obvious in hindsight that it seems almost impossible anyone could have overlooked it. All the great guns pointed south out to sea, where the British expected any attack to come from. The landward side of the island, facing the Malay jungle to the north, was barely defended at all. The British had dismissed the jungle as impassable. No army, they believed, could fight its way through that dense, swampy terrain. The Japanese proved them catastrophically wrong. Japan's soldiers had trained for exactly this kind of warfare. They advanced through the jungle on bicycles and on foot, moving with a speed and ferocity that shattered every assumption the British had made. In a desperate, last-ditch attempt to stop the Japanese advance, Britain sent 2 of her most powerful warships, the battleship Prince of Wales and the battlecruiser Repulse, to intercept Japanese troop convoys heading for the Malay coast. The 2 great ships steamed north without air cover, their captains confident that the Royal Navy's firepower would be more than enough. They were wrong. Wave after wave of Japanese torpedo bombers found them in the open sea. Both ships were sunk in less than 2 hours. Almost 1,000 of their crew went down with them, lost beneath the gray waters of the South China Sea. It was a devastating blow and a stark demonstration that the age of the battleship was over. Air power now ruled the waves. The British defenses in Singapore collapsed. A force of over 90,000 Allied troops surrendered, the largest capitulation in British military history. Winston Churchill would call it the worst disaster in the history of British arms. Almost simultaneously, the British garrison in Hong Kong was invaded. It took the Japanese just 2 weeks to overrun it. Hong Kong was followed by Burma, a country whose defenses had been neglected for years. Within 2 months, the Japanese had seized the capital, Rangoon. 8 weeks later, Japan controlled the entire country. Across the Pacific, from the Philippines to Burma, from Malaya to the Solomon Islands, the dominoes were falling one by one. Japan's empire was expanding at a rate that astonished even the Japanese themselves. It was time for America and her allies to fight back. The big question was, how? As U.S. military planners studied their maps of Japan and the vast Pacific Ocean, one thing was crystal clear. Japan was protected by an enormously powerful navy. A seaborne assault so soon after the crippling attack on the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor would be suicidal. But an airborne attack seemed equally impossible. The nearest American bases had been in the Philippines, and the Philippines were now under Japanese control. The closest remaining bases were sites like the Hawaiian archipelago, over 3,000 miles from the Japanese home islands. That was hundreds of miles further than the range of any American long-range bomber. Japan, it seemed, was untouchable. Or was she? For weeks, a hand-picked group of pilots and their aircraft had been undergoing special training at Eglin Air Base in Florida. The plan was audacious to the point of madness. Transport a small force of B-25 Mitchell bombers aboard an aircraft carrier, sail to within 400 miles of Japan, and from there launch a bombing raid on Tokyo itself. The Mitchell was a compromise. It was neither the longest range nor the most powerful American bomber, but it was big enough to carry a significant bomb payload, and crucially, it was small enough just barely to fit on a carrier deck. Still, the operation was fraught with danger at every turn. Aircraft carriers were not designed to be used by medium bombers. Their flight decks were too short. The bombers were too big and too heavy. The whole idea defied conventional military wisdom. At the Florida Air Base, the Mitchells were stripped down to remove every ounce of unnecessary weight. Extra fuel tanks were fitted to squeeze out every possible mile of range. The pilots were put through an exhaustive and costly training program, practicing short-field takeoffs again and again. Trials showed that the modified aircraft would just about be able to get airborne from the carrier deck, provided everything went perfectly. There was no margin for error. But there was a much bigger problem, one that every man in the squadron understood. The Mitchells might be able to take off from a carrier, but the flight deck was far too short for them to come back and land. There would be no return to the ship. The only hope of getting home safely was to fly on past Japan, across the sea, and reach hastily improvised landing strips along the Chinese coast. Even then, the Mitchells would be flying at the absolute limit of their range, possibly beyond it. It was, by any reasonable measure, a potential suicide mission, and it needed someone extraordinary to command it. His name was Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle, and he was one of the most celebrated aviators in American history. Jimmy Doolittle was a man famous for his skill and daring in the air. He was the first man to fly across the United States in less than 24 hours. He had won some of the most prestigious trophies in aviation for speed and endurance flights, and he was the first man ever to take off, fly, and land an aircraft using only instruments to guide him, proving that blind flying was possible. But this would be Doolittle's most challenging and dangerous mission yet. Nothing in his remarkable career had prepared him for what he was about to attempt. 4 months after the devastating attack at Pearl Harbor, America was finally ready to strike back. The USS Hornet set sail from San Francisco, carrying 16 B-25 Mitchell bombers strapped to her flight deck. They were too large to be stored in the hangars below. For anyone watching the ship leave port, the sight must have been surreal. A carrier bristling not with sleek Navy fighters, but with ungainly Army bombers lashed to every available inch of deck space. 12 days later, halfway across the Pacific, the Hornet linked up with a second U.S. carrier, the Enterprise, and an escort of cruisers and destroyers. On April the 17th, there was a small ceremony aboard the Hornet that captured the spirit of the mission perfectly. Japanese medals, ones that had been donated to American servicemen during a goodwill state visit to Japan back in 1908, in a different era, when the two nations were friends, were ceremonially strapped to one of the huge 500-pound bombs. The bombs were also daubed with slogans by grinning crews. One read, "You'll get a bang out of this." Another, with a dark humor that only men facing possible death could muster, "I don't want to set the world on fire, just Tokyo." 16 days after leaving the United States, the Hornet was finally within striking distance of Japan. The mission was on schedule. The tension was electric. And then there was an emergency. Radar operators on the Enterprise detected 2 Japanese vessels nearby. A message was flashed to the Hornet. 2 enemy surface craft reported. The Enterprise sent up reconnaissance aircraft to investigate. They found a small patrol boat, then a couple more. They appeared to be part of a Japanese early warning system picket boats, whose sole purpose was to watch for approaching enemy ships. The U.S. warships opened fire. Hundreds of shells targeted the Japanese boats. But the critical question hung in the air. Had any of the picket boats gotten a radio message out before they were sunk? Had the approaching American fleet been detected? The commanders faced a terrible dilemma. They could steam on toward Japan and risk being intercepted by the full might of the Japanese Navy, or they could launch the bombers immediately, even though the fleet was still much further from Japan than planned, meaning Doolittle and his men, already flying at the absolute limit of their range, would now have to fly even further to reach those distant Chinese airfields. The decision was made. It was too risky to delay. The bombers would launch now. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a message was flashed to the Hornet. Launch planes. To Colonel Doolittle and his gallant command, good luck and God bless you. The moment had arrived hours earlier than planned, hundreds of miles further from Japan than intended. Every man in those 16 bombers knew the math had just gotten worse. The extra distance might be the difference between making it to China and ditching in the ocean. At 8:20, Doolittle's own B-25 was first in line. The Hornet's deck pitched violently in the heavy seas. Enormous waves turned the carrier into a seesaw, the bow rising and falling through 30 feet with each swell. Salt spray lashed the windshields. A crewman stationed at the very end of the flight deck watched the rhythm of the ocean swells, timing his signal so each aircraft could begin its run on a rising deck and gain those few extra, precious feet of altitude as the bow lifted skyward. He waved his arms. Doolittle released the brakes. The Mitchell thundered forward down a deck that seemed impossibly short, the end rushing toward him, the ocean churning below. And then the wheels left the deck, and the heavy bomber staggered into the sky, clawing for altitude over the gray Pacific. One by one, the remaining 15 bombers followed at brief intervals, each launch a white-knuckle gamble against the pitching deck and the howling wind. Every single one of them made it off. One of the most daring raids in aviation history was underway. 4 hours later, the Doolittle Raiders were over Tokyo. The raid itself was over in a matter of minutes, the bombers roaring low over the city, dropping their payloads on factories and military installations, then banking hard and heading for the open sea. The physical damage to Japan was minimal, a handful of buildings destroyed, a few fires started and quickly contained, but the emotional damage was profound. The Japanese people had long been told by their leaders that the home islands were invulnerable, that no enemy could ever reach the sacred soil of Japan. Doolittle and his 80 raiders proved that was a lie. The psychological shock rippled through the entire country. If American bombers could reach Tokyo, then nowhere was safe. Several hours later, the Americans were on course for the landing strips along the Chinese coast. None of them would make it to those airfields. Over the China Sea, they ran into a brutal, fuel-sapping headwind that drained their already depleted tanks. One by one, every aircraft was forced to ditch, some crashing into the sea, others making emergency landings in the Chinese countryside. But remarkably, against all odds, all but 7 of the 80 raiders would eventually make it home to safety, many of them rescued and sheltered by brave members of the local Chinese population who risked their own lives to help. Back in America, the Doolittle Raiders were given a hero's welcome. Doolittle himself was promoted to general and became a national icon, the man who proved that America could strike back. The sleeping giant had shown its teeth, and the Doolittle raid was just the beginning, because what the raid truly proved was that the Japanese gamble at Pearl Harbor had failed. America was not defeated. America was not broken. America was furious, mobilized, and finally ready to unleash a whole new form of naval warfare, one that would transform the war in the Pacific entirely. By late spring of 1942, the United States war machine had geared up on a scale the world had never seen. It was a transformation so rapid and so total that it astonished even the Americans themselves. Across the country, civilian factories were converted to wartime production almost overnight. Aircraft production soared to numbers that would have seemed fantastical just 12 months earlier. Typewriter factories retooled their precision machinery to manufacture rifles. Automobile plants that had been turning out Fords and Chevrolets were now building Sherman tanks and Jeeps by the thousand. Shipyards that had been half empty during the Depression were now working 3 shifts around the clock, 7 days a week, in a desperate race to build aircraft carriers, the ships that everyone now understood would decide the outcome of the war. The industrial might of the United States, once it was fully unleashed, was a force that no nation on earth could match. And Japan, for all its military brilliance and territorial gains, was about to discover just how badly it had miscalculated the enemy it had chosen to fight. U.S. Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox spoke for millions of Americans when he announced, "You started this war. We are going to finish it." Tokyo's response to the Doolittle raid was swift and thorough. Hideki Tojo ordered his military planners to construct a defensive ring of land bases around the entire perimeter of Japan's new empire. The purpose was to protect Japan's vital supplies of natural resources above all, the oil that kept the war machine running. Half the ring was already in place. Japan controlled most of the Chinese coast, all of Southeast Asia, and the Philippines. In early May, to fill the remaining gaps, Japan seized the Solomon Islands. 2 days later, a powerful Japanese fleet steamed into the Coral Sea, aiming to capture Papua New Guinea and complete the defensive perimeter. The admiral commanding this force was arguably Japan's greatest naval strategist. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto had been the mastermind behind the attack on Pearl Harbor. He was Harvard-educated, a man who had traveled widely in America and who believed he understood the country and its people. At his disposal was perhaps the most powerful naval force in the world: 3 aircraft carriers, 9 cruisers, 15 destroyers, and dozens of support vessels. But Yamamoto was not the only brilliant naval mind in the Pacific. Facing him across the Coral Sea was Admiral Chester Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Navy in the Pacific. Nimitz was a veteran of the First World War and was recognized as one of the most gifted tacticians in the American military. He led a formidable fleet of his own 2 aircraft carriers and an assortment of cruisers and destroyers. Some of these ships had miraculously escaped the devastation at Pearl Harbor. Others had been rapidly patched up and rushed back to sea. As these 2 enormous fleets steamed toward each other, naval warfare was about to change forever. For centuries, battles at sea had been fought with guns, a clash of artillery between warships that could see each other across the water. The ship with the bigger guns and the thicker armor usually won. But the centerpiece of these new fleets were aircraft carriers, enormous floating airfields armed with fighters and torpedo bombers. It changed everything. Guns were now purely defensive. Opposing carriers could be separated by hundreds of miles of open ocean, far beyond the horizon, completely invisible to each other. All the fighting was done in the air, and the new decisive factor was intelligence, finding out where the enemy was and getting your aircraft airborne before he could find you. For 2 nerve-shredding days, both fleets sent up scout planes to search the Coral Sea. Neither side knew what was out there. Neither knew where the enemy carriers were hiding. The ocean was vast, the cloud cover thick, and for 48 agonizing hours, 2 of the most powerful naval forces ever assembled searched blindly for each other. Then American warplanes located the Japanese carrier Shoho. Nimitz ordered his dive bombers into the attack. 13,000-pound bombs slammed through the Shoho's flight deck, punching deep inside the ship and detonating in her aircraft hangars. Hours later, engulfed in flames, the Shoho sank beneath the waves. The Battle of the Coral Sea had begun. The following day, Yamamoto struck back with devastating force. Japanese scouts located the American carrier Lexington, one of the largest and most beloved ships in the U.S. Navy. Yamamoto sent up everything he had. The Lexington was soon hit by multiple torpedoes and bombs. Her smaller sister carrier, the Yorktown, was also struck. A single bomb penetrated 4 decks before exploding deep inside the ship, killing 37 men. But the Americans were hitting back. U.S. dive bombers found Yamamoto's second carrier, the Shokaku, and pounded her flight deck so badly that she could no longer launch or recover aircraft. She was effectively out of the war. As darkness fell over the Coral Sea, the Lexington was still afloat, battered, burning, but still fighting. Her crew was working frantically to control the damage. And then came the moment everyone aboard had dreaded. Deep inside the ship, an undetected fuel leak had been spreading gasoline vapors through the lower compartments. Without warning, the Lexington erupted in a colossal internal explosion. Fires swept through the great carrier. In a desperate evacuation, her crew abandoned ship. Amazingly, all but 215 of the nearly 3,000 men on board were pulled from the water alive. Later that evening, the Lexington was scuttled by an American torpedo, sent to the bottom by her own side to prevent any possibility of capture. The Battle of the Coral Sea ended in a tactical stalemate. Both sides had lost a carrier. Both had inflicted and received heavy damage. Pilots on both sides had displayed extraordinary courage. And the toll on the men who crewed those ships, the damage control teams who fought fires below decks, the pilots who launched into skies they might never return from, the sailors who abandoned burning vessels and treaded water in shark-infested seas, was immense. But the strategic significance of the Coral Sea went far beyond the balance sheet of ships sunk and men lost. For the first time in the entire Pacific War, for the first time since the devastating morning at Pearl Harbor, the United States had taken on the mighty Japanese Navy in a major fleet engagement, and fought it to a standstill. The Japanese advance toward New Guinea was halted. The relentless momentum of conquest that had swallowed the Philippines, Malaya, Singapore, Burma, and the Dutch East Indies had, at last, been checked. And the myth of Japanese invincibility at sea, the myth that had paralyzed Allied planning and shattered Allied confidence since December the 7th, was broken. Not shattered, not yet, but cracked. And through that crack, a shaft of hope was beginning to show. It was time for America to drive home its advantage, and as it turned out, the Americans had a secret weapon that the Japanese didn't know about. In a windowless building in Washington, a top-secret operation codenamed Magic was quietly changing the course of the war. A team of brilliant American codebreakers had done what the Japanese believed was impossible. They had cracked the Imperial Navy's encrypted communications. America could now read Japan's most sensitive military messages almost as quickly as the Japanese commanders themselves. It was the ultimate advantage in the crucial new front of modern warfare intelligence gathering, and it was about to pay off in spectacular fashion. In late May of 1942, Magic intercepted Japanese plans for a major surprise attack on a target designated in their coded messages only as AF. The target was clearly somewhere in the mid-Pacific, but where exactly? The designation could refer to any number of islands or atolls scattered across thousands of miles of ocean. Naval strategists pored over maps. One candidate stood out above all others: the tiny coral atoll of Midway, an important U.S. military base in the Hawaiian chain. Midway sat like a sentinel in the Central Pacific. If Japan could seize it, the atoll would serve as an ideal launching point for a second, and this time truly decisive attack on Pearl Harbor. But the codebreakers needed to be certain. A wrong guess could mean positioning the entire U.S. fleet in the wrong place, leaving the real target wide open. So they set one of the most elegant intelligence traps of the entire war. The American base on Midway was instructed to send an uncoded, open radio message, deliberately unencrypted, transmitted in the clear where they knew Japanese listening stations would pick it up, reporting problems with the island's water desalination system. A broken water pump, nothing dramatic, nothing that would arouse suspicion, just bait mundane, believable bait dangled in front of the enemy, and the Japanese swallowed it whole. Within hours, American naval intelligence intercepted a Japanese coded signal, one they could now read, thanks to Magic reporting that target AF was experiencing water difficulties. The trap had sprung. The confirmation was absolute and irrefutable. AF was Midway. The news was flashed to Admiral Nimitz. He now knew exactly where the Japanese would strike next, and more importantly, he knew when. In early June, the Japanese mounted a diversionary attack on the Aleutian Islands, far to the north, off the coast of Alaska. The idea was textbook misdirection: draw the U.S. Pacific Fleet thousands of miles north to defend the Aleutians, leaving the way clear for the Japanese to seize Midway unopposed. But Nimitz, armed with the codebreaker's intelligence, saw through the deception immediately. He ignored the Aleutian attack entirely and positioned his carriers northeast of Midway, hidden and waiting. The trap was set. On June the 4th, 1942, Japanese carriers launched a massive air attack on Midway, but the American base was ready. Fighters scrambled to meet the incoming wave, and anti-aircraft guns filled the sky with flak. It was not what the Japanese commander, Admiral Chuichi Nagumo, had been expecting. He had anticipated an easy, unopposed strike against an unsuspecting target. Instead, he found a base that was braced for the blow. Nagumo needed to adapt quickly. He had kept a number of aircraft in reserve aboard his carriers, armed with bombs and torpedoes specifically designed to attack enemy ships, a standard precaution in case American warships appeared unexpectedly. But now he needed every available plane to finish off Midway's defenses. He ordered his carrier crews to swap out the ship-killing armaments and reload the reserve aircraft with fragmentation bombs for a second strike on the island. It was a fateful decision, and fate was not finished with him. While the frantic rearming was still underway with bombs, torpedoes, and aviation fuel scattered across the hangar decks of 4 Japanese carriers in the most dangerous possible configuration, Japanese spotter planes relayed an urgent, electrifying message. 3 enormous American aircraft carriers, backed by a screen of warships, were bearing down on them from the northeast. Nagumo faced the most agonizing decision of his career: Should he press the attack on Midway with the fragmentation bombs his planes were currently loading? Or should he halt everything, clear the decks, and start the laborious process of rearming his aircraft yet again, this time with the anti-ship torpedoes needed to attack an enemy carrier fleet? He hesitated, he debated, he wavered, and in that hesitation, those agonizing minutes of indecision aboard the bridge of the Akagi, the entire Pacific War turned on its axis. The American carriers had already launched their strike. Wave after wave of U.S. aircraft bore down on the Japanese fleet. The first attacks by slow, vulnerable torpedo bombers flying low over the water at barely 200 feet were a catastrophe. These brave crews flew straight into a wall of anti-aircraft fire and swarming Japanese Zero fighters. Squadron after squadron was annihilated. Torpedo Squadron 8 from the Hornet lost every single aircraft, 15 planes, all shot down. Of the 30 men who flew that mission, only one survived, clinging to a seat cushion in the open ocean. Torpedo squadrons from the Enterprise and Yorktown fared little better. The planes were too slow, too low, too exposed. They had almost no fighter escort, and not a single one of their torpedoes found its mark. The sacrifice of those torpedo bomber crews was terrible and absolute. Their attack appeared, in the moment, to have been utterly futile, wave after wave of brave men flying to certain death for no result. But their sacrifice was not in vain, and history would reveal why. By attacking at wave-top height, the torpedo bombers had forced every Japanese fighter down to sea level to intercept them. The combat air patrol, the Zeros that should have been defending the fleet from above, were now down at the waterline, their fuel running low, their altitude gone. The sky above the Japanese carriers was, for a few critical minutes, completely empty. And it was into that empty sky, at that precise moment, that the American dive bombers arrived. What followed was arguably the most consequential 5 minutes of the entire Pacific War. The dive bombers, dauntlesses from the Enterprise and the Yorktown, rolled over and plunged almost vertically toward the Japanese carriers below. They found them in the worst possible state, flight decks crowded with aircraft in the middle of rearming, fuel hoses snaking everywhere, bombs and torpedoes stacked in the open, aviation gasoline pooling on the hangar floors. Within 5 minutes, just 300 seconds, American bombs turned 3 of Japan's largest and most powerful aircraft carriers into flaming, exploding wrecks. The detonations ripped through hangars packed with armed aircraft and volatile fuel, setting off chain reactions that no crew could hope to contain. Fires engulfed all 3 ships. All 3 would sink before the day was over. That afternoon, the Japanese managed one final strike. Aircraft from Nagumo's sole surviving carrier found the USS Yorktown and damaged her beyond repair. She too would eventually sink. But it was a hollow consolation for the Japanese, because later that same day, American bombers found Nagumo's 4th and final carrier and scored a devastating direct hit. She erupted into a blazing inferno, the last of Japan's strike force at Midway, burning on the open Pacific. The Battle of Midway was over, and the Japanese Imperial Navy had suffered the most catastrophic defeat in its entire history. 4 fleet carriers, the Akagi, the Kaga, the Soryu, and the Hiryu gone, sent to the bottom of the Pacific in a single day. Over 2,000 Japanese sailors killed, hundreds of irreplaceable veteran pilots, men who had spent years training, men who had attacked Pearl Harbor and swept through the Pacific with an aura of invincibility, lost forever. Months earlier, Japan had staked everything on a single, audacious strategy: push America out of the Pacific with a swift, decisive blow, destroy the fleet at Pearl Harbor, seize an empire stretching from the coast of China to the Central Pacific, and present the Americans with a fait accompli they would be too demoralized to challenge. The gamble had failed. The United States now ruled the waves. The balance of power in the Pacific had shifted, decisively and permanently. But the war in the Pacific was far from over. Japan remained undefeated on land. Her armies still held vast stretches of conquered territory across Southeast Asia and the Pacific Islands. The next few years of war would be devastating for both sides. On the 20th of May, 1942, Allied listening stations scattered across the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean picked up something extraordinary. It was a lengthy radio signal, transmitted in code, from Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto to his fleet. The codebreakers went to work immediately, and what they uncovered would change the course of the war. The Japanese Navy was about to mount a powerful attack on the mid-Pacific atoll of Midway, a tiny speck of coral and sand, barely 2 miles across, sitting roughly 1,300 miles northwest of Hawaii. There would also be a secondary diversionary attack on the Aleutian Islands, further north. Dutch Harbor in the Aleutians would be hit on the 3rd of June, and Midway the following day. Midway was, by any measure, an insignificant piece of real estate. 2 small islands, Sand Island and Eastern Island, enclosed by a coral reef, surrounded by thousands of miles of empty ocean in every direction. There were no cities, no harbors, no strategic resources. But its position was everything. Midway sat like a sentinel in the Central Pacific, roughly equidistant between Asia and North America. Whoever controlled Midway controlled the approaches to Hawaii, and whoever controlled Hawaii held the key to the entire Pacific. Yamamoto understood this. Nimitz understood it even better. The scale of what Yamamoto was planning was breathtaking. He committed almost the entire Japanese fleet to his operation, 160 warships, including 8 aircraft carriers with more than 400 carrier-based aircraft. It was the largest naval force Japan had ever assembled for a single operation. Yamamoto's plan was ambitious, complex, and meticulously detailed. He intended to lure the remnants of the American Pacific Fleet into a trap, destroy it once and for all, and seize Midway as a forward base from which Japan could dominate the Central Pacific. But Yamamoto had made a critical assumption, one that would prove fatal to his entire plan. He assumed the Americans didn't know he was coming. He was wrong. 6 months earlier, the Japanese had stunned the world with their devastating surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. In a single morning, they had crippled the American battleship fleet, killed over 2,000 servicemen, and announced Japan's arrival as a major military power, with a blow that shook the foundations of the Pacific. In the weeks and months that followed, Japanese forces had swept through Southeast Asia and the Pacific Islands, with a speed and ferocity that seemed unstoppable. Malaya, Singapore, the Dutch, East Indies, the Philippines, Burma, they all fell. The rising sun flag flew over an empire that stretched from the borders of India to the islands of the Central Pacific. For the United States, the situation was dire. The battleship fleet, the pride of the Navy, lay in ruins at the bottom of Pearl Harbor. The country was still reeling from the shock of the attack, still mobilizing its vast industrial resources, still training the millions of men who would eventually turn the tide. In the spring of 1942, America was on the defensive, and everyone knew it. But America still had its aircraft carriers. By a stroke of fortune that bordered on the miraculous, none of the Pacific Fleet's carriers had been in Pearl Harbor on the morning of December the 7th. They had been at sea, on exercises, beyond the reach of Japanese bombs and torpedoes. And it was around these carriers that Admiral Chester Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, would build his defense. Knowing that the odds were stacked heavily against him, Nimitz staked everything on his faith in the aircraft carrier and its ability to strike from long range. If he could not match the Japanese in numbers, and he could not even close, then he would have to outthink them instead. Nimitz divided his available force into 2 battle groups. Task Force 16, under Admiral Raymond Spruance, carried the carriers USS Hornet and USS Enterprise. Task Force 17, under Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher, carried the carrier USS Yorktown, 3 carriers against Yamamoto's 8. The arithmetic was terrifying, but Nimitz had something Yamamoto did not. He knew exactly when and where the attack was coming. The intelligence that made this possible came from a unit of codebreakers based at Pearl Harbor, led by Commander Joseph Rochefort. These men had been working around the clock, sleeping on cots in their basement offices, surviving on coffee and determination, laboring to crack the Japanese naval code known as JN-25. Their work was painstaking and unglamorous, a world away from the dramatic battles that would soon follow, but it was their invisible, silent contribution that made everything else possible. Without them, Nimitz would have been groping in the dark, reacting to Japanese moves instead of anticipating them. With them, he could set an ambush. But knowing where the enemy would strike was only half the problem. Nimitz also had to get his carriers into position without being detected. If Yamamoto learned that the Americans knew his plans, he would change them. The element of surprise, which was supposed to belong to Japan, had to be turned around completely, and turned around in secret. Every signal, every movement, every order had to be concealed from Japanese intelligence. It was a chess game played across millions of square miles of open ocean, and one wrong move would give the game away. Warned by intelligence, The American carriers were in position well before the Japanese submarines had established a cordon west of Hawaii to watch for the United States fleet. The trap that Yamamoto had planned to spring on the Americans was about to be sprung on him instead. The Midway garrison had been reinforced, additional aircraft had been flown in, and during the previous night, B-17 flying fortresses had landed at Midway. By 0700 hours, they were on the runway being refueled. Once the enemy had been sighted, they would be in place and ready to mount an air attack on the Japanese fleet. In the gray light before dawn on the 3rd of June, Ensign Jack Reed was flying a Catalina flying boat on dawn patrol from Midway, scouring the ocean below for any sign of the enemy fleet. The Catalina was a lumbering, ungainly aircraft, slow and vulnerable, but it had extraordinary range, and on that morning, range was exactly what was needed. Reed's orders were simple: find the Japanese. At 0900 hours, he found them. Below him, spread across the sparkling blue Pacific, were the transport ships and escort cruisers of the Japanese invasion. Force the ships that were carrying the troops who would storm Midway's beaches once the island's defenses had been softened by air attack. Reed immediately radioed back to Midway, and the order went out: mount an attack with the B-17 flying fortresses. As the heavy bombers lumbered down the airstrip at Midway and lifted into the sky, news came in to Admiral Fletcher aboard the Yorktown that the Japanese diversionary attack was already underway. In the early hours of that morning, just as the intercepted signals had predicted, the Japanese had struck the Aleutian Islands. Torpedo bombers and Zero fighters from the carrier Ryujo had attacked the United States base at Dutch Harbor on Unalaska Island. They inflicted damage on the oil dumps, the barracks, a hospital, and a church. It was a calculated move, designed to draw American forces north, away from Midway, and split the defense. But Nimitz was not deceived. He had read the enemy's mail. He knew the Aleutians' attack was a feint, a sideshow meant to distract him from the main event. He refused to divert large forces north, away from where the real battle would be fought. Every carrier, every aircraft, every pilot he had would be concentrated at Midway. There would be no dispersal, no splitting of forces, no playing into Yamamoto's hands. Meanwhile, the Japanese carrier, striking force under Admiral Chuichi Nagumo, the same man who had led the attack on Pearl Harbor 6 months earlier, was zigzagging through dense fog, completely oblivious to the fact that Fletcher's fleet was lying in wait. Nagumo's carriers were the cream of the Japanese Navy: the Akagi, the Kaga, the Soryu, and the Hiryu. They carried the most experienced naval aviators in the world, men who had bombed Pearl Harbor, who had sunk the British battleship Prince of Wales and the battlecruiser Repulse, who had swept all before them across the Pacific and Indian Oceans. They were confident, battle-hardened, and supremely skilled. Nagumo himself was a cautious man by nature, a torpedo specialist who had been thrust into the world of carrier warfare almost by accident. He had led the Pearl Harbor strike with competence rather than brilliance, and there were those in the Japanese Navy who questioned whether he had the instincts for the kind of fast-moving, high-stakes carrier battle that lay ahead. Those doubts were about to be tested in the most brutal way imaginable. Aboard the carriers, the pilots and aircrew were going through their pre-dawn rituals, the final equipment checks, the last cigarettes, the quiet prayers. These were the elite of Japanese naval aviation. Many of them had been flying since the war in China. They knew their aircraft, they knew their tactics, and they knew each other. They were the best at what they did. But on this morning, for the first time, they would face an enemy who knew they were coming. They had no idea what was waiting for them. The 4th of June, 1942, the day that would decide the fate of the Pacific War. In the early hours of the morning, Nagumo's carriers emerged from the fog bank into calm, clear conditions. At 0430 hours, he launched his first strike against Midway. 108 aircraft torpedo bombers, dive bombers, and Zero fighters took off from the carrier decks and formed up in the pre-dawn sky before turning southeast toward the atoll. Their mission was to destroy Midway's defenses, knock out the airfield, and eliminate any aircraft on the ground. They were immediately spotted on Midway's radar. The blip appeared on the screen, grew larger, multiplied, and the alarm went out across the island. The radar operators could see the size of the incoming formation, and it was enormous, over 100 aircraft, flying in tight formation, closing fast. Every fighter that could fly was scrambled into the air. The island's garrison braced for impact. On the runway, ground crews sprinted to clear the remaining aircraft, pushing them to the edges of the airstrip, trying to get them into the air, or at least out of the line of fire. Every second counted. In minutes, the first bombs would fall. The Zero fighters appeared from behind the clouds, and the island's defenses went into action immediately. Midway's fighters, a mix of older aircraft, outclassed by the nimble Zeros, went up to engage the enemy. The fight was fierce but desperately one-sided. The American pilots fought with extraordinary courage, but the Zeros were faster, more maneuverable, and flown by veterans who had been honing their skills since the war in China. The Japanese bombers swept over Midway and unloaded their ordnance. Considerable damage was inflicted on the airfield buildings and the garrison. Hangars burned, fuel dumps exploded, buildings were reduced to rubble. But when the smoke cleared and the Japanese formation turned for home, one critical fact emerged. The airstrip remained intact. Midway was damaged, but it was not destroyed, and that single fact would haunt Nagumo for the rest of the day. Admiral Nagumo was now in a quandary. His first attack had not knocked out the airfield as planned. It was still operational. A second air attack was needed to finish the job, but a second attack meant rearming his aircraft, which would take time during which his carriers would be vulnerable. Before he had made a decision, however, the Americans made up his mind for him. The bombers from Midway had arrived overhead and were attacking his ships. B-17S, torpedo bombers, dive bombers, everything Midway could put into the air was thrown at the Japanese fleet. The attacks were brave, almost recklessly so, but they did little physical damage. The bombs missed. The torpedoes were evaded. The Japanese ships twisted and turned through the explosions, their captains executing violent, evasive maneuvers that sent walls of white water cascading over their bows, emerging unscathed time after time. But although these attacks did no significant damage to the ships, they did something far more important. They changed the course of the battle. The constant harassment from Midway's aircraft kept Nagumo off balance, forced him to maneuver defensively, and consumed precious minutes and hours. Every minute spent dodging bombs was a minute not spent launching his own attack, and time, on this day, was the most valuable commodity of all. It was slipping through Nagumo's fingers like sand. The Japanese commander made his decision. He ordered his second wave of torpedo bombers to be rearmed with bombs for another attack on Midway. This was a fateful choice. It meant taking the torpedoes off the aircraft that had been prepared to strike at enemy ships and replacing them with bombs designed for ground targets. The process would take time. The aircraft had to be lowered to the hangar decks, the torpedoes removed, the bombs attached, and then the planes brought back up to the flight decks. It was a complicated, laborious process, and while it was underway, the carriers would be at their most vulnerable, with armed and fueled aircraft crowded in the hangars below. Down in the hangars of the Akagi, the Kaga, the Soryu, and the Hiryu, the ordnance crews worked at a frantic pace. Torpedoes were unclamped from the bellies of aircraft and wheeled away on trolleys. Bombs were hauled from the magazines and fitted in their place. Aviation fuel lines were connected. No one aboard those carriers could have known that this decision, this seemingly routine operational procedure, was writing the death sentence for 3 of Japan's greatest warships. Then came the moment that would haunt Japanese naval history for generations. At 07:28 hours, just 15 minutes after the commander had ordered his aircraft below for rearming one of Nagumo's search planes, sent back an electrifying report. It had spotted 10 United States warships, some 335 kilometers northeast of the Japanese carriers. American warships. In a position where no American warships were supposed to be, the implications were staggering. If those ships included carriers, then Nagumo's entire fleet was in mortal danger. And here, fate delivered one of those cruel ironies that litter the history of warfare. The search plane that spotted the Americans had taken off 30 minutes late that morning. Had it launched on time, it would have found the American fleet 30 minutes earlier before Nagumo had ordered the rearming of his torpedo bombers. If that had been the case, Nagumo would almost certainly have sent his aircraft against the United States fleet immediately, armed with the torpedoes that were designed to sink ships. The course of the battle, and of the entire war in the Pacific, might have been very different. But the plane was late. The torpedoes had already been removed, and Nagumo found himself in an agonizing dilemma. Should he turn his attention to the American ships, or should he continue with the attack on Midway? His aircraft were in the middle of being rearmed. Switching them back to torpedoes would take even more time. The decks were a chaotic mess of ordnance and fuel lines and aircraft in various states of readiness. Nothing was where it should be. Everything was out of position. And unbeknown to Nagumo, it was about to get much worse. Admiral Fletcher had already launched his aircraft. The American strike force was in the air, winging its way toward the Japanese carriers at that very moment. The clock was ticking, and Nagumo didn't even know it. Fletcher had ordered the Hornet and the Enterprise ahead to attack, while the Yorktown waited to retrieve her spotter planes. At 0700 hours, the Hornet and Enterprise, still a long way from the Japanese carriers, launched their aircraft. 152 planes took off and headed west. The pilots were aware that the Japanese were recovering aircraft after the attack on Midway, and they knew this meant the enemy carriers would be at their most vulnerable. But they were also taking a tremendous gamble, launching from such a dangerous long range. Many of them would be operating at the very limit of their fuel. Some of them would not have enough to get back. What these pilots didn't know was that Nagumo had changed course while they were in the air. When he decided to reload his aircraft, he had altered his fleet's heading. As a result, the first American aircraft to arrive over the expected position found nothing but empty ocean. The Japanese carriers were not where they were supposed to be. The pilots searched frantically, scanning the horizon for any sign of their quarry, knowing that every minute they spent searching was a minute of fuel they couldn't spare. At 0928 hours, the first United States torpedo planes from the Hornet appeared over the Japanese fleet. They had found their target, but what they found was a fleet that was ready for them. The torpedo bombers came in low and slow, skimming the waves at barely 100 feet, lining up their runs against the massive carriers that loomed before them. They were the most vulnerable aircraft in the American arsenal, slow, cumbersome, and virtually defenseless once they committed to their attack runs. By 0945 hours, another wave of torpedo bombers arrived from the Enterprise. They too were met by a storm of Zeros and flak, and at 10:15, a third wave came in from the Yorktown. Wave after wave of American torpedo bombers hurled themselves at the Japanese fleet, and wave after wave was shot to pieces. The American losses were catastrophic. The Zeros and anti-aircraft fire from the ships were taking a terrible toll. Only 4 out of the Enterprise's first wave of torpedo bombers made it back to the carrier. The Hornet and Yorktown crews suffered equally. Many of the torpedo bombers were shot down before they could even release their weapons. Those that did drop their torpedoes saw them miss or malfunction. Not a single torpedo hit a Japanese ship. Those pilots who did make it back faced the additional ordeal of landing a battle-damaged aircraft on a rolling carrier deck. The sacrifice of the torpedo bomber crews seemed, in that terrible moment, to have been in vain. They had attacked with extraordinary bravery and had achieved nothing. Their squadrons had been virtually annihilated. Their friends and comrades were dead, floating in the warm Pacific waters, or sinking with their aircraft to the ocean floor. Torpedo Squadron 8 from the Hornet had been all but wiped out. Of the 15 aircraft that had attacked, 14 were shot down. Of the 30 men who had flown those planes, 29 were killed. Only one man survived, Ensign George Gay, who floated in the ocean amid the wreckage, hiding under a seat cushion to avoid being strafed, watching the rest of the battle unfold from the most terrifying front row seat in history. The courage of these men defies easy description. They knew what they were flying into. They could see the Zeros swarming above the fleet. They could see the anti-aircraft fire reaching up toward them like a wall of steel and flame. They knew that their slow, vulnerable aircraft were death traps in the face of such opposition, and yet they pressed their attacks, holding their courses, maintaining their torpedo runs, refusing to turn away even as their wingmen were being blown out of the sky beside them. It was a display of raw, selfless bravery that ranks among the most extraordinary in the history of warfare. But the torpedo bombers had achieved something crucial, something that no one could have planned. In attacking at wave height, they had drawn every single Japanese Zero fighter down to sea level. The Zeros had chased the torpedo bombers all the way down, slaughtering them as they came. And now they were strung out across the ocean at low altitude, far from the carriers, with their ammunition depleted and their fuel running low. They would need time to climb back to altitude and reform, and time was something the Japanese no longer had. Lieutenant Commander Wade McCluskey scanned the sparkling blue Pacific Northeast of Midway Island and saw nothing. He was leading 33 dive bombers from the Enterprise, and he was lost. Where he had expected to find the enemy fleet, there was only empty ocean stretching to every horizon. His planes were running low on fuel. The mathematics were brutal if he didn't find the Japanese soon. He and his men would have to turn back, or ditch in the sea. McCluskey needed to make a decision. The safe choice was to turn back, preserve his aircraft and his pilots, and hope for another opportunity. But McCluskey had a hunch. Something told him to continue searching, to push a little further west. It was an instinct born of experience and desperation, and he followed it. The gamble paid off. Admiral Nimitz would later describe McCluskey's decision as the most important decision of the entire battle. A few minutes later, McCluskey spotted something below the white, V-shaped wake of a ship cutting through the blue water. It was an enemy destroyer, racing northeast at full speed. McCluskey made the intuitive leap. The destroyer was heading back toward the main fleet. He followed it. Just after 10 to 100 hours, McCluskey found the Japanese carriers. They were spread out below him like toys in a bathtub, 4 great ships, their wakes carving white lines across the deep blue of the Pacific, surrounded by the smaller shapes of their escorts. From 20,000 feet, McCluskey could see the aircraft on the flight decks, the tiny figures of men moving about, the orderly formation of a fleet that did not know it was about to die. It was a sight that no American pilot had dared hope for, and McCluskey knew, in that instant, that the fate of the Pacific War was in his hands. He did not hesitate. He split his formation, assigning targets, and led his dive bombers into their attack. What McCluskey saw from 20,000 feet was a sight that no American pilot had dared to hope for. The decks of the Japanese carriers were crammed with nearly 100 aircraft. Planes were being fueled and armed. Aviation fuel lines snaked across the flight decks. The sky above the Japanese carriers was empty. There was no fighter cover, no defense, nothing between McCluskey's dive bombers and the most important targets in the Pacific. The first waves of torpedo bombers, which had attacked previously, had suffered disastrously. Most of them had been shot down by the Zeros, but their sacrifice, their seemingly futile suicidal bravery, had created this moment. They had pulled the Zeros down. They had cleared the sky. And now McCluskey's dive bombers were coming in unnoticed. Joined by a further 17 dive bombers from the Yorktown, McCluskey could not have arrived at a better moment. As the Japanese carriers were turning into the wind to launch their own aircraft, the strike that would have hit the American carriers and potentially won the battle, 50 United States dive bombers were hurtling down from the sky. What happened next took approximately 5 minutes. 5 minutes that changed the war. 5 minutes that changed the world. The dive bombers screamed down at angles so steep that the pilots could see nothing but the carrier decks rushing up to meet them. They released their bombs at the last possible moment and pulled out of their dives, their aircraft groaning under the G-forces. The bombs fell with terrible precision. The first hits turned the carriers Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu into exploding torches. The bombs punched through the flight decks and detonated among the armed and fueled aircraft packed below. The aviation fuel ignited. The stacked bombs and torpedoes began to cook off in chain reactions of devastating explosions. Within minutes, 3 of Japan's finest carriers were blazing from bow to stern, their flight decks buckled and torn, their hangars transformed into infernos. Columns of black smoke rose thousands of feet into the sky, visible from dozens of miles away. Within minutes, most of the Japanese First Air Fleet had been wiped out. The pride of the Imperial Japanese Navy, the striking force that had conquered half the Pacific, was burning. Aboard the stricken carriers, the scenes were apocalyptic. Explosions ripped through the hangars, sending sheets of flame roaring up through the elevator shafts. Fuel lines burst, adding rivers of burning aviation gasoline to the inferno. Ammunition cooked off in staccato chains of detonations. The carriers had become floating pyres. The Japanese sailors and pilots who survived those first terrible minutes did what they could. They fought the fires with hoses that ran dry. They dragged wounded comrades away from the advancing flames. They threw themselves into the ocean to escape the heat. Some were rescued by the screening destroyers. Many were not. The ocean around the burning carriers was a hellscape of wreckage, oil slicks, and struggling men. The fourth carrier, Hiryu, was further away from the others and was spared the initial onslaught. But she was now alone, the sole survivor of what had been, just minutes earlier, the most powerful carrier force afloat. The Hiryu was saved, and her captain was determined to fight back. At 1200 hours, she launched her aircraft against the Yorktown in a desperate counterattack. It was an act of extraordinary courage and defiance, a single carrier throwing itself against the might of the American fleet, seeking revenge for the destruction of her sisters. The Japanese pilots who took off from the Hiryu that afternoon knew what had happened to the other 3 carriers. They had seen the smoke on the horizon. They knew that they were the last striking force Japan had in the battle, and they knew that if they failed, the battle was lost. They flew with the desperation of men who understood the stakes, and they found their target. The Japanese pilots from the Hiryu found the Yorktown and attacked with the skill and ferocity for which they were renowned. Despite desperate maneuvering by the Yorktown's captain, the carrier took several direct hits. Bombs smashed through her flight deck and exploded deep within the ship. Fires broke out below decks. The damage control teams fought with everything they had, battling the flames and the flooding, trying to keep their ship alive. The Yorktown fought hard for survival against the Japanese bombers, but the punishment was relentless. A second wave of Japanese aircraft arrived and put torpedoes into her hull. The great ship listed heavily, taking on water through the gaping holes in her side. The engines stopped. The lights went out. Below decks, men worked in darkness and rising water, trying to shore up the bulkheads and contain the flooding. By 1440 hours, following another direct hit from a torpedo, the Yorktown was so badly crippled that Admiral Fletcher had no alternative but to order abandon ship. The crew went over the side in an orderly fashion, sliding down ropes into the oil-slicked water, where they were picked up by the screening destroyers. Fletcher handed command of the entire American force over to Admiral Spruance, commander of Task Force 16. The loss of the Yorktown was a bitter blow. She had been a gallant ship, damaged at the Battle of the Coral Sea just a month earlier, and patched together in a remarkable 72 hours at Pearl Harbor specifically for this battle. The repair work had been nothing short of miraculous. When she had limped into Pearl Harbor, the initial estimate was that repairs would take 90 days. Nimitz gave the shipyard workers 3. Working around the clock, in shifts that never stopped, the yard crews welded steel plates over the gaping holes in her hull, repaired her flight deck, restored her boilers, and sent her back to sea in time for Midway. It was an act of industrial heroism that matched the bravery of the pilots and sailors who fought the battle itself. Her crew had nursed her back to fighting condition through sheer determination and skill. Now she lay dead in the water, listing and burning, abandoned by the men who had fought so hard to save her. But the battle was not over. Spruance still had 2 carriers, and the Hiryu was still afloat. At 1700 hours, Spruance launched his aircraft from the Hornet and Enterprise. Their mission was clear: find and destroy the Hiryu. The American pilots found her still operational, still launching aircraft, still fighting, but she could not escape what was coming. 4 direct hits set her decks ablaze. The same scene that had consumed the Akagi, the Kaga, and the Soryu now repeated itself aboard the Hiryu. The bombs found the fueled aircraft, the stored ordnance, the aviation gasoline. The fires spread with terrifying speed. Within minutes, the Hiryu was crippled beyond repair, burning from stem to stern, her crew fighting a losing battle against fires that could not be controlled. The last of Nagumo's 4 carriers was dying. The Japanese striking force that had terrorized the Pacific for 6 months, that had brought destruction to Pearl Harbor and conquered an empire, had been destroyed in a single day, while the United States crews on board the Hornet and Enterprise prepared their aircraft for the next day's battle-checking engines, loading ammunition. The Japanese carriers, Soryu and Kaga, slipped beneath the waves and sank to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, taking hundreds of their crew with them to a grave 3 miles deep. For the American sailors, that night was one of exhausted tension. They had won an extraordinary victory, but they knew the battle was not over. Somewhere out there in the darkness, the rest of Yamamoto's fleet, his battleships, his cruisers, his destroyers, his transports, was still at large. The Japanese still had overwhelming superiority in surface ships. If Yamamoto chose to press forward with his battleships, the 2 American carriers could be in serious danger. Spruance, ever cautious, pulled his fleet east during the night, putting distance between himself and any possible Japanese surface attack. It was a decision that some would later criticize, but that most would recognize as prudent. Spruance had won the carrier battle. He was not going to risk losing his precious flat-hops in a night action against Japanese battleships. As dawn broke on the morning of the 5th of June, news came back to the United States fleet that the Hiryu, still burning like a torch on the horizon, was sinking fast. Her crew had fought all night to save her, but the fires were too fierce and the damage too extensive. Shortly afterwards, reports confirmed that the remaining carrier, Akagi, had followed the same fate as the other three. The great ship that had led the attack on Pearl Harbor was gone, swallowed by the Pacific she had once dominated. 4 of Japan's finest carriers had gone to the bottom. The Akagi, the Kaga, the Soryu, and the Hiryu, the heart and soul of the Imperial Japanese Navy's striking power, were lying on the ocean floor, thousands of fathoms deep, their aircraft, their ordnance, and hundreds of their crew entombed within them. On the 6th of June, Yamamoto gave the order for a general withdrawal. The great admiral was retreating. The Japanese fleet, which had sailed from its home waters with such confidence and such overwhelming superiority, was turning for home in defeat. For Yamamoto, it was a moment of profound personal anguish. He had staked his reputation and his fleet on this operation. He had promised his emperor that Midway would be the decisive battle that would force the Americans to negotiate. Instead, he had lost the core of his striking power in a single catastrophic afternoon. The 4 carriers that now lay on the ocean floor had taken years to build and a generation of pilots to train. They could not be quickly replaced. And Yamamoto knew, better than most of his countrymen, what that meant for the future of the war. He had studied at Harvard. He had served as a naval attaché in Washington. He understood the industrial might of the United States, and he knew that in a long war, Japan could not win. Midway had been his gamble to end the war quickly, on favorable terms. That gamble had failed. But even in retreat, there was one final blow. United States planes attacked 2 Japanese cruisers during the withdrawal, sinking one and badly damaging the other. The Japanese losses continued to mount even as they fled. On the morning of the 7th of June, damage control crews reboarded the Yorktown in an attempt to save her. The great carrier was still afloat, listing heavily but stubbornly refusing to sink. For hours, the salvage crews worked to stabilize her, pumping out water, shoring up bulkheads, hoping against hope that they could tow her back to Pearl Harbor. But a short while later, a Japanese submarine found her. Torpedoes slammed into the wounded carrier's hull, and this time there was no saving her. The Yorktown rolled over and sank, taking her place alongside the Japanese carriers on the floor of the Pacific. She had served her country well, fighting to the very last. The destroyer Hamon, which had been alongside assisting the salvage operation, was also hit and sank within minutes, adding to the toll of the battle's final hours. When the Yorktown finally disappeared beneath the waves on the morning of the 7th, the men of her crew, watching from the decks of the surrounding destroyers, stood in silence. Many of them wept. She had been their home, their floating fortress, the ship that had carried them through the Coral Sea and through the greatest naval battle of the war. Watching her go was like watching a part of themselves sink into the Pacific. The United States had destroyed the Japanese main striking force. 4 carriers and a heavy cruiser, 322 aircraft, and almost 5,000 men and officers. It was a loss from which the Japanese Navy would never recover. The carriers could be replaced eventually, but the experienced pilots and aircrew who went down with them could not. Years of training, thousands of flying hours, the accumulated skill and knowledge of the finest naval aviators in the world, all of it was gone, sunk to the bottom of the Pacific in a single afternoon. The United States Pacific Fleet, far from being destroyed as Yamamoto had promised, had won a remarkable victory. And what is more, as so often happens in military history, they had won a victory against an enemy far superior in terms of numbers. When the historians came to analyze the Battle of Midway, they identified a constellation of factors that had determined the outcome. The Japanese effort was compromised by poor strategy, tactical error, and misfortune. Yamamoto's plan, for all its complexity, was fatally flawed. He had divided his forces, splitting his vast armada into multiple groups, spread across thousands of miles of ocean. His diversionary attack on the Aleutians siphoned off carriers and aircraft that might have made a decisive difference at Midway. And his assumption that the Americans would be caught by surprise, the very foundation of his entire plan, was wrong from the start. Nagumo's indecision at the critical moment, the agonizing back and forth over whether to rearm his aircraft for a second strike on Midway or to attack the American fleet, cost him the battle. Had he made a quicker decision, had the search plane not been 30 minutes late, had any one of a dozen variables been slightly different, the outcome might have been reversed. War is a tapestry woven from such threads of chance. On the American side, the victory was built on excellent intelligence, superb naval air organization, tactical command of the highest order, and most important of all, a great deal of luck. The codebreakers who read Yamamoto's signals gave Nimitz the single most valuable gift a commander can receive: foreknowledge of the enemy's intentions. Without that intelligence, Nimitz would have been fighting blind, and the three American carriers would almost certainly have been caught at a catastrophic disadvantage. McCluskey's decision to continue searching west instead of turning back, his spotting of the lone destroyer's wake, the timing of his arrival over the Japanese carriers at the precise moment when the Zeros were at sea level and the decks were packed with fueled aircraft. These were elements of fortune that no amount of planning could have guaranteed. The Americans were good and they were brave, but they were also lucky. And at Midway, luck arrived at exactly the right moment. The cost to the Americans was significant but bearable. They had lost one carrier, the gallant Yorktown 137 aircraft, and 307 men. These losses were real and painful, but the strategic significance of the victory was incalculable. The Americans had turned the tide of the war in the Pacific. In a single day, the seemingly unstoppable Japanese advance had been stopped. No longer would Japan be in a position to risk a major fleet versus fleet action. From this point forward, the Japanese were on the defensive. Before Midway, Japan had been the aggressor, choosing when and where to strike, keeping the Allies off balance, and reacting to each new thrust. After Midway, the roles were reversed. It would be America that chose the targets, America that set the pace, America that advanced, island by island, across the Pacific, toward the Japanese homeland. Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Saipan, Iwo Jima, Okinawa, the long, bloody road that led to the surrender on the deck of the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay in August 1945. It all began at Midway. In Japan, the government concealed the scale of the disaster from its own people. The surviving sailors were isolated, prevented from speaking about what had happened, transferred to distant postings where they could not spread word of the defeat. The newspapers reported a great victory, but within the Japanese Navy itself, the truth was known, and the knowledge was devastating. The aura of invincibility that had carried the fleet from Pearl Harbor to the Indian Ocean had been shattered in a single afternoon by an enemy that was supposed to be demoralized and broken. The great dreadnoughts and super battleships that had been the pride of every navy in the world were now obsolete, rendered irrelevant by aircraft that could strike from hundreds of miles away. The future of naval power lay on the flight decks of carriers, and Midway had demonstrated that fact beyond any possibility of doubt. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Midway was the human element. The battle was won by men who knew the odds were against them and attacked anyway, by torpedo bomber pilots who flew into a wall of Zeros knowing they would probably not survive, by ordinary sailors who manned their battle stations in the bowels of their ships and waited for the explosions they could hear but could not see. These were the men who won the Battle of Midway, not with superior numbers, not with superior technology, but with intelligence, courage, sacrifice, and an extraordinary share of good fortune. They turned the tide of the greatest naval war in history, and in doing so, they helped to determine the fate of the Pacific and of the world. The waters above the sunken carriers are calm now. The Pacific, which was once a theater of fire and steel and desperate bravery, has returned to its ancient silence. In 2019, a research expedition led by the deep-sea explorer Robert Ballard located the wreck of the Kaga 3 miles below the surface. The great carrier sits upright on the ocean floor, her flight deck still recognizable, a silent monument to the battle that was fought above her. But the true monument to Midway is not made of steel, it is made of memory. The memory of torpedo bomber pilots who flew knowingly to their deaths, of a dive bomber commander who trusted his instincts over his fuel gauge, of an admiral who staked everything on 3 carriers and the men who sailed them, of codebreakers who worked in a basement and changed the world. Their story endures because it reminds us that the outcome of history is never predetermined, that courage can overcome odds, that intelligence can defeat strength, and that the actions of a few brave men in a few critical hours, on a few square miles of ocean, can change the course of the world. The Battle of Midway, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th of June, 1942, the battle that turned the tide. June 1942, the Central Pacific Ocean, an expanse of blue so vast it seems to swallow the horizon in every direction. Somewhere in that emptiness sits Midway Atoll, barely 6 square kilometers of sand, coral, and scrub grass, 2 tiny islands surrounded by a lagoon that glitters under an unforgiving sun. There is no fresh water here, no town, no harbor worth the name. Migratory birds outnumber the Marines by hundreds to one, and yet, In the first week of that month, the fate of the Pacific War will be decided over this lonely reef. 6 months earlier, the Japanese had stunned the world with their devastating surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, crippling the backbone of the United States Pacific Fleet in a single morning. America is still reeling, angry, wounded, and hungry for revenge. The shock of that day has not faded. The humiliation still burns. Japan's Imperial Navy, undefeated and seemingly unstoppable, now turns its attention to this speck of land in the middle of the ocean. The man behind the plan is Admiral Yamamoto, Japan's most brilliant naval strategist, and his target is not really Midway at all. The islands are bait. What he truly wants is to lure America's last surviving aircraft carriers into a trap and destroy them once and for all. If he succeeds, nothing will stand between the Japanese Empire and total dominance of the Pacific. If he fails, the entire trajectory of the war will change. This is the story of how a handful of pilots, a team of codebreakers, and a series of agonizing decisions turned a Japanese trap into an American ambush and transformed naval warfare forever. The Japanese had viewed the attack on Pearl Harbor as the essential first move away of crippling American power before the war had even properly begun. It was audacious, but it also fit a long-established military tradition. Japan had opened wars with surprise strikes before. They understood that attacking America was an enormous risk. Midway itself earned its name from geography. It sits roughly halfway between North America and Asia, about 4,100 kilometers east of Tokyo. It began its existence as a volcano, rising from the ocean floor millions of years ago. Over time, the volcanic peak eroded and sank, leaving behind an atoll, a ring-shaped coral reef encircling a shallow lagoon. Within that ring sit two small pieces of land, Sand Island and Eastern Island. Eastern Island held an American air base. That was all. A tiny set of sand dunes poking above the waterline, home mostly to albatrosses and terns, baking under the tropical sun. There was nothing there that would make it worth fighting over, except for one thing. Midway served as an early warning outpost for the Hawaiian Islands. It extended America's eyes and ears more than 1,000 kilometers further into the Pacific. Lose Midway, and Pearl Harbor itself would be dangerously exposed. That strategic value made it the perfect lure for the man who was orchestrating Japan's imperial expansion. Admiral Yamamoto understood that wider victory in the Pacific could only come if he drew out and destroyed America's most powerful warships, its aircraft carriers. The battleships at Pearl Harbor had been impressive symbols of American might, but the war was already proving that the real striking power at sea now came from the air. Yamamoto believed the only way to coax the American carriers out of Pearl Harbor was to threaten something the Americans could not afford to lose. He would seize American territory Midway, and when the carriers sailed out to take it back, his forces would be waiting. The true destructive potential of carrier-based air power had been revealed on one infamous day, the 7th of December, 1941. Without warning, waves of Japanese aircraft swept over the Hawaiian island of Oahu and descended on the American naval base at Pearl Harbor. The attack came on a quiet Sunday morning, when the base was still waking up, sailors heading to breakfast, officers sipping coffee. Then came the scream of aircraft engines in a dive, and moments later, a terrible explosion. Men ran outside to find hangars 100 yards away engulfed in smoke and flame. They looked up and saw aircraft circling overhead with the rising sun insignia on their wings, and in that instant, everyone on the ground understood what was happening. Fear, anger, surprise, everything hit at once. Every thought a man could have raced through the mind simultaneously. Along Battleship Row, the destruction was staggering. The Arizona, the West Virginia, the Tennessee, the Nevada, the Oklahoma, the California, all of them burning, sinking, or torn apart. It was a devastating sight, one that no man who stood on that shore would ever forget. The Pacific Fleet had meant everything to the American public. Those great battleships were symbols of national strength, military and industrial. They represented the best that American industry could build, and they were supposed to be invulnerable, and in a single morning, the Japanese had wiped them out. But amid the carnage, one critical detail changed everything that followed. The battleships were sunk or crippled, but the American aircraft carriers were not in port that morning. In one of the great ironies of the war, the Japanese had pioneered a radical new form of naval warfare. Massed carrier strikes launched from groups of aircraft carriers, and yet had failed to catch a single American flat top at Pearl Harbor. It was a failure that would haunt them. As long as the United States Navy still had its carriers, it could still fight, it could still project power across the vast distances of the Pacific, and it could still challenge Admiral Yamamoto's ambitions for Japanese dominance. Japan's military rampage across Asia had accelerated dramatically in 1937 with the brutal invasion of China, a campaign of conquest and terror that would eventually cost millions of lives. Japanese imperial forces subjugated and brutalized the Chinese population, committing atrocities on a massive scale before setting their sights on the rest of Asia. One of the consequences of this aggression was that the United States announced an embargo on oil shipments to Japan. The effect would be crippling. Japan's military machine and its entire economy ran on imported oil. It was an existential threat. The Japanese response to the oil embargo was Pearl Harbor, a desperate, carefully calculated strike to knock America out of the fight before the embargo could strangle them into submission. If they could not buy oil, they would seize it and destroy the fleet that stood in their way. By mid-1942, the Japanese Empire occupied a staggering swath of territory: Southeast Asia, Malaya, Singapore, Hong Kong, the Philippines, and a string of Pacific islands. Its forces were pushing into Burma and New Guinea, seemingly unstoppable. Then, in early May, a United States-led fleet engaged them in the waters off northeastern Australia in the Coral Sea. What followed was unlike any naval battle in history. The major capital ships of both sides never came within sight of each other. Their guns never fired at the enemy fleet. Instead, it was their warplanes that did all the fighting. It was the first carrier versus carrier battle ever fought, a chaotic, confusing engagement in which aircraft from both sides hunted for enemy flight decks across hundreds of kilometers of open ocean. When it was over, 2 Japanese carriers had been destroyed or badly damaged. One American flat top was sunk, and the USS Yorktown was limping home, trailing a slick of oil behind her. Both at the Coral Sea and in the battle that was about to unfold at Midway, the front line was no longer defined by the range of a ship's guns. It was defined by the strike range of a carrier's air wing, roughly 250 to 300 kilometers. More than 4 times the distance the biggest battleship guns could fire. In a matter of months, the entire logic of naval combat had been overturned. The airplane was now the decisive weapon at sea. Its armament and endurance, the pilot's powers of observation and flying skill, his instincts and his sheer luck, these were now the critical factors that determined victory or defeat on the ocean. Carrier air power had revolutionized naval warfare at the very beginning of the Second World War, and there was no going back. Almost as soon as navies realized they could put aircraft on warships, they began imagining the ways those aircraft could deliver bombs and torpedoes at ranges that rendered the old battleship duels, those thunderous exchanges of heavy shells at close range, completely obsolete. The age of the battleship was ending. The age of the carrier had begun. The Coral Sea left Admiral Yamamoto with 4 big fleet carriers for his Midway operation. His plan depended on a crucial assumption that the American carriers were still sitting in Pearl Harbor and would only respond once Midway was already occupied. When the American fleet finally sailed out to retake the island, Yamamoto intended to catch them in a devastating pincer attack, striking from Midway on one side and from his carrier force on the other. The Japanese were not expecting to encounter enemy carriers that day, not at all. It was the morning of the 4th of June, 1942, a day that would prove decisive in the entire Pacific War. At dawn, the 4 Japanese carriers launched a perfectly coordinated strike on Midway with 108 aircraft. The formation was spotted by American scout planes as it approached. The second aircraft to sight the armada radioed a warning back to Midway. On the 4th of June, they hit. With the scout planes' warnings, Midway scrambled everything it had. Bombers launched to counterattack the Japanese fleet. Fighters rose to intercept the incoming strike wave. The Marines defending the island were equipped with the Brewster Buffalo, an aircraft that was already obsolete. 27 of them went up to meet the Japanese. Only 7 came back, and every one of those was badly damaged. The Marine interceptors were cut to pieces by the highly maneuverable Zero fighters that escorted the Japanese bombers. It was a slaughter in the sky. Meanwhile, the Japanese bombers began setting Midway ablaze. Hangars erupted in flame. The fuel dump went up in a pillar of black smoke. On the ground at Henderson Airfield, the Marines defending the island gripped their weapons, machine guns, and M1 Garand rifles. Gas-operated, semi-automatic, fed by an 8-round clip. The first strike in the battle belonged to the Japanese, and it was punishing. Infantry have always hated aircraft. It is a fact of war, as old as air power itself. A rifle is an excellent weapon for fighting other infantry, but it is a poor tool for hitting an airplane screaming overhead at high altitude. What the Marines had that made the real difference was their machine guns. Those were the true aircraft killers. Over the course of the attack, they shot down or damaged around 25 of the incoming Japanese planes. Midway dispatched B-17 bombers to follow the planes already engaging the Japanese fleet at sea. The island's pilots tried to strike back at the enemy shipping, but they were not experienced in naval bombardment, and not a single bomb found its target. The Japanese ships escaped unscathed, but the failed counterattack achieved something crucial nonetheless. It forced the Japanese carriers to maneuver violently and to defend their fleet with their Zero fighters. This tied up the carriers' flight decks with fighter operations, preventing them from launching more bombers that were badly needed because the first Japanese strike had failed to destroy all of its targets on Midway. The decision to launch a second attack to finish the job would have dramatic consequences. The attack was carried out by Japan's veteran pilots using their state-of-the-art aircraft. The Val dive bomber was a highly effective ship killer, screaming down from altitude to plant its bomb with deadly precision. The Kate torpedo bomber was considered the biggest threat to American surface forces, armed with a powerful torpedo payload that could gut a warship with a single hit. Both types were also highly effective in the ground assault role, and protecting them was the legendary Zero fighter light, blindingly maneuverable and armed with powerful 20mm cannons. The Zero could climb 3 times faster than its American rivals. At this point in the war, nothing in the Allied arsenal could match it. The second Japanese strike wave being prepared to finish off Midway seemed invincible. However, the 3 American flat tops that the Japanese believed were sitting safely in Pearl Harbor, more than 1,700 kilometers away, were in fact approaching them rapidly. 2 days earlier, 3 United States carriers and their escort ships had secretly rendezvoused at a patch of open ocean designated Point Luck, roughly 500 kilometers northeast of Midway, and deployed for battle. The Japanese knew absolutely nothing about them. The Japanese had positioned 21 submarines in a picket line that was supposed to surround Pearl Harbor and detect any American fleet movements. But the submarine cordon was not in place in time. It arrived 2 days late. The American carriers had already slipped through. By catching the Japanese completely by surprise, the Americans now held the upper hand and a wealth of opportunities in the Battle of Midway. The American fleet was closing fast on Midway. Another wave of U.S. strike aircraft launched from the island hurled itself at the Japanese fleet and paid a terrible price. 8 of the 16 planes were shot down without scoring a single hit. On the bridge of his flagship, Admiral Yamamoto believed his attack was running almost to plan. What Yamamoto did not know was that his enemies had, in effect, been reading his mind. The Americans possessed another critical advantage at Midway, one that would prove just as important as any weapon or warship. The code-breaking effort at Pearl Harbor, led by a naval officer named Joseph Rochefort, had managed to break a significant portion of the Japanese naval codes. Rochefort was a workaholic and an eccentric genius, a man who lived in the basement of his intelligence station at Pearl Harbor, working around the clock in a bathrobe and slippers, fueled by coffee and an obsessive determination that bordered on mania. He had a simple philosophy that drove everything he did. If you want to be a truly great cryptanalyst, being a little bit nuts helps. An intelligence officer, he believed, had one single job: to tell his commander today what the enemy was going to do tomorrow. Everything else was irrelevant. But Rochefort's team could only break some of the Japanese radio signals, and exactly what the Americans knew has been exaggerated over the decades. The Japanese were not broadcasting detailed plans of their operations. The code-breaking effort was not just about cracking ciphers, it was about assembling a jigsaw puzzle from incomplete fragments. Rochefort was able to give Admiral Nimitz something of a picture of what was about to happen. It was blurry, but it was more than anyone else had. The decoded messages suggested the Japanese were planning a massive attack, but the target was only referred to by a code designation, AF. Rochefort devised a brilliantly simple trick. He secretly ordered Midway to transmit an uncoded radio message reporting that the island's water purification system had broken down. Shortly afterward, Japanese signals were intercepted noting that their target, AF, was running short of fresh water because its distiller had failed. For Admiral Nimitz, this was enough confirmation. AF was Midway. The Japanese were coming for it. But by deciding to take the bait and defend the island, Admiral Nimitz was gambling, and the stakes were everything the United States had left in the Pacific. He was putting every aircraft carrier the Pacific Fleet still possessed on the line. If Rochefort's team had analyzed the wrong information, if they had misread the fragments, if they had assembled the jigsaw puzzle incorrectly and made the wrong decision based on incomplete intelligence, the consequences would be catastrophic. The carriers would not be setting a trap, they would be sailing straight into one. The odds against Nimitz's great gamble were made worse by the state of his ships and men. After the losses at the Coral Sea, the surviving fleet was battered. Air groups needed replacement pilots and planes to fill the gaps left by the dead and the wounded. Ships needed replenishment and repair. Everything needed time, and time was the one thing they did not have. On the 27th of May, the damaged Yorktown finally limped into Pearl Harbor, still trailing a long slick of oil across the water behind her. The Navy Yard took one look and estimated she needed 90 days in dry dock. Admiral Nimitz told them they had 3. 1,400 work crews swarmed over the carrier around the clock, welding, patching, replacing what they could. Sleep was a luxury no one could afford. And on the 30th of May, just 72 hours after she had crawled into port, the Yorktown set sail for Midway with repair teams still on board, still filling the holes in her hull as she headed back out to sea. She was heading out to face a completely undefeated and formidable Japanese fleet, risking everything for 2 little sand spits in the middle of the ocean. The Enterprise and the Hornet had departed for Midway 2 days earlier, and then the Yorktown appeared on the horizon to join them. Now there were 3 American carriers where before there had been 2. The men aboard had heard rumors that the Japanese were coming with as many as 6 carriers. 3 against 6 was still grim math, but the Yorktown's arrival made the odds feel at least survivable. What no one knew at the time was that Admiral Yamamoto actually commanded only 4 carriers for this operation. Even today, one of the most persistent myths about Midway endures the legend that the Americans were underdogs, that a plucky, undermanned, under-equipped American fleet somehow pulled off a miraculous upset against an overwhelmingly powerful Japanese armada. The truth is more complicated than that, and understanding why matters. It was true that Yamamoto commanded many more warships overall, including powerful battleships. But the crucial balance of power was in aircraft. The Japanese held a slight advantage at sea, 248 aircraft across 4 carriers, compared to around 230 on America's 3 flat tops. The margin was narrow, not overwhelming, and most importantly, the Japanese had to worry about more than just the American carriers. They also had to contend with the airstrip on Midway itself, which deployed over 100 additional combat aircraft. When the island's planes were factored in, the idea that America was outnumbered and outgunned was entirely mythical. That morning, the first Japanese strike left Midway burning but not destroyed. The returning pilots called for a second wave to finish the job. Admiral Nagumo, Yamamoto's deputy in operational command of the 4 carriers, ordered his remaining planes rearmed to bomb the island. The deadly anti-ship torpedoes that had been loaded on the aircraft were removed, and conventional bombs were fitted in their place. It was a fateful decision. Nagumo still did not know the Americans were closing on him. His scout planes had reported nothing. Then, just over an hour after the attack on Midway, one of his reconnaissance aircraft glimpsed enemy warships on the horizon but could not identify their type. The scout should have descended, flown lower and lower until the ships were clearly visible, even if it cost him his life. That was the kind of information that could decide the entire battle. Admiral Nagumo halted the rearming, but he hesitated. He could not quite decide what to do. Were those ships cruisers, destroyers, or something far more dangerous? That hesitation, those minutes of indecision, would prove fatal for Nagumo and for the Japanese carriers. Just as reports of enemy warships reached him, bombs began exploding around the Japanese carriers. Unseen at high altitude, Midway's B-17 bombers had found the fleet and were attacking from 20,000 feet. Trying to hit an aircraft carrier from that altitude with a free-falling bomb was like dropping a marble onto a scurrying cockroach. The chances of actually causing any damage were vanishingly small. But the bombs forced the carriers to turn violently, disrupting all flight operations. And then Nagumo's scout plane transmitted the message he feared most. The enemy force included what appeared to be an aircraft carrier, bringing up the rear. Nagumo now faced a critical decision, perhaps the most important of his career. He had only a small force of dive bombers ready to launch, and all of his Zero fighters were engaged at low altitude, battling the waves of American bombers coming from Midway. He could launch an immediate strike against the enemy carrier, but it would go without fighter escort into an ocean full of unknowns. It would be practically suicidal for his bomber crews. Or he could wait, recover all his aircraft, reorganize, and launch a single, massive, coordinated attack with fighters, dive bombers, and torpedo planes all together and hit the Americans with everything he had. The calculus was agonizing. First strike advantage was absolutely essential in carrier warfare, for one overwhelming reason. If you could destroy the enemy's flight deck before he launched his own aircraft, he could no longer strike back. You won. But delay even a few minutes too long, and it was your own deck that would be burning. And there was yet another problem. Nagumo's first strike wave was returning from Midway, and those planes were running low on fuel. They needed to land immediately. It was possible that he could have launched some aircraft before recovering the returning strike, but it would have meant watching dozens of his own planes, veteran pilots, irreplaceable aircraft ditch into the sea when they ran out of fuel. Nagumo was caught in what many historians consider an almost impossible position. He could not launch and recover at the same time. In hindsight, many believe he made the wrong decision. The real threat was the American aircraft carriers. Those were the targets that mattered above everything else. But it is difficult to blame Nagumo entirely. He was operating in the dark. He did not know where the Americans were, how many carriers they had, or that they had already found his fleet and launched their aircraft. The American aviators, by contrast, were utterly clear on their mission. Attack. There was no debate, no hesitation. Pilots sprinted across the flight decks to their planes, fired up their engines, and roared off the carriers into the Pacific sky. The Enterprise and the Hornet launched their mass strike wings a full 90 minutes before the Japanese scout plane even detected the American fleet. The American commander wanted to hit the Japanese carriers as early as possible, with every last ounce of air power he had available. Speed and surprise were everything. But the bold move was followed by a shambles. The different squadrons struggled to form their attack formations in the air. Pilots from the Hornet and the Enterprise circled above their own task force, burning precious fuel and valuable time trying to link up. It was more than an hour before the Hornet's strike force finally departed. The American airstrike, when viewed as a whole, was chaotic. At least one entire group of planes headed off in completely the wrong direction. All four squadrons of the Hornet's air group, led by Commander Stanhope Ring, turned due west rather than southwest, where the Japanese carriers had been spotted. For reasons that have never been fully explained and possibly never will be, Ring set his pilots on a course that was never going to catch the Japanese fleet. It was a decision that effectively removed the Hornet's dive bombers and fighters from the most critical phase of the battle. Far below Commander Ring's formation, the Hornet's torpedo bombers were led by Lieutenant Commander John Waldron, a tough, experienced aviator of Part Sioux heritage who trusted his instincts above all else. Waldron watched Ring heading west and broke radio silence. He told his superior in blunt terms that he was heading in the wrong direction for the Japanese carrier force. Then he disobeyed orders. Waldron banked his squadron to the southwest and flew straight toward where he believed the Japanese carriers would be. His entire torpedo squadron followed him without hesitation. Then the fighter escorts and dive bombers above also abandoned Commander Ring, but by now they were dangerously low on fuel. 13 out of 24 aircraft were forced to ditch into the sea before they could reach even Midway. What Waldron had done was, technically, disobedience of a senior officer in combat. It could even have been classified as mutiny, but no one was ever punished. The episode was quietly covered up after the battle. As long as you were successful, the thinking went, you were pretty much excused. By chance, Waldron and his men had been filmed a few days earlier, young faces, full of life, unaware of what was coming. Within 45 minutes of breaking away from Ring's formation, Waldron found the Japanese carriers. Without any fighter escort or dive bomber support, his squadron dropped to 60 meters above the waves and attacked. They flew their aged Douglas Devastators, an aircraft that was devastating only in how slow it was and how terribly vulnerable it made its crew, straight into swarms of Zero fighters, and then through a dense curtain of anti-aircraft fire that turned the air around them into a wall of steel and flame. American radio operators on distant ships listened in silence as Waldron's transmissions crackled through the static. He called out targets, and directed his men. He reported his wingmen going into the water, one after another. The Zeros were on them, 35 of them, maybe more, tearing through the slow, lumbering torpedo planes. There was no maneuvering, no evasion. The only option was to fly straight at the enemy ships, hold course through everything the Japanese threw at them, release the torpedo, and take whatever came after that. One man survived from those 30 pilots and aircrew. Ensign George Gay was pulled from the water later that day, the sole witness to his squadron's destruction. His squadron scored no hits. Not a single torpedo struck a Japanese ship. The men had been armed with the infamous Mark 13 torpedo, a weapon already suspected of being deeply flawed. Post-battle analysis confirmed the worst. The torpedoes were too slow. The firing pins did not work reliably. They ran erratically, veering off course, and dove far too deep beneath the waterline to strike their targets. Some of them actually hit the hulls of the ships they were aimed at and simply broke apart on impact, sinking to the ocean floor without detonating. The weapon was, in every practical sense, useless. John Waldron and his men had flown into the teeth of the most powerful carrier fleet in the world, armed with weapons that were, effectively, duds. The chances of any of their torpedoes actually detonating and sinking a Japanese aircraft carrier had been practically zero from the moment they launched. They had been sent to die for nothing, or so it seemed. And yet Waldron's sacrifice, a decision made by just a handful of pilots, redefined the front line of naval air warfare. The men sitting in those cockpits had a fundamentally different experience of war from anything that had come before. Unlike soldiers on the ground, where individual actions melt into the mass of an army, these individual pilots could, in the right circumstances, determine the outcome of an entire battle. This was completely new. New war machines, new tactics, new stakes for the men who flew them. It was the earliest and most brutal proving ground of carrier warfare. Further proof came from the second American carrier, the USS Enterprise, whose squadrons had also become hopelessly separated in the chaos of the morning's launch. Like the Hornet, her dive bombers and fighters had entirely lost track of the enemy carriers somewhere over the vast Pacific. But somehow, against the odds, her torpedo bombers found them. The Enterprise's devastator torpedo attack was led by Lieutenant Commander Eugene Lindsay. Their assault was almost as suicidal as Waldron's had been. They came in low and slow, with no fighter cover, straight into the teeth of the Japanese combat air patrol. Most of the torpedo planes were shot down, and their crews killed, young men swallowed by the ocean in burning wreckage. Once again, no damage was inflicted on Yamamoto's carriers. Not a single torpedo detonated against an enemy hull. It looked, by any measure, like the charge of the Light Brigade, wave after wave of brave men flying into certain death and accomplishing, on the surface, absolutely nothing. But the torpedo attacks achieved something that no one fully appreciated in the moment. They had the crucial effect of dragging every Japanese fighter down to sea level. The Zeros had been forced to descend from their high patrol altitude to swat the low-flying devastators, and now those fighters were scattered across the ocean surface, short on fuel and nearly out of ammunition. They needed to return to their carriers to rearm and refuel before they could climb back to high altitude. And in coming down, they had left the sky above the Japanese fleet wide open, thousands of meters of empty air, with not a single defender in it. Without knowing it, without scoring a single hit, without so much as scratching the paint on a Japanese carrier, the torpedo bomber crews had set up the perfect opportunity for the one attack weapon the Americans possessed that actually worked. Those were the dive bombers off the Enterprise, but they still could not find the carriers. Arriving at the estimated point of contact, the squadron leader looked down at an empty ocean. Not a single Japanese vessel was in sight. Unlike the vulnerable Devastator, the other American strike aircraft was more modern. The dauntless SBD dive bomber was affectionately known as Slow But Deadly, a sturdy, reliable machine with good range, a decent bomb payload, and a rear-firing gunner for defense. Veteran aviator Lieutenant Commander Wade McCluskey led the Enterprise's 2 squadrons of dauntless dive bombers. For more than 2 hours, he searched the ocean, bravely taking his formation far past the point of safe return. The men knew McCluskey knew that they almost certainly did not have enough fuel to get back to their carrier. The Japanese warships had no radar. It was now a deadly game of who would spot the enemy first. McCluskey decided to press on just a little longer, and then, moments later, he spotted it, the white wake of a fast-moving Japanese destroyer, cutting a line across the blue ocean far below. That ship had to be racing to rejoin the main fleet. McCluskey gambled the fate of every plane in his formation on a hunch and turned to follow the destroyer's wake. The enemy vessel was indeed speeding back to the four carriers. Peering through binoculars that were practically glued to his eyes, McCluskey saw it dead ahead, about 35 miles out. The Japanese carrier striking force spread across the ocean. Four carriers, surrounded by their screen of escorts, wakes streaming behind them. He had found them, and they were ripe for the taking. There was no fighter defense anywhere in the air above the carriers. Every Zero had been pulled down to sea level by the torpedo attacks below. The Japanese flight decks were completely exposed, packed with aircraft being fueled and armed. Aviation gasoline lines snaking across the decks, bombs and torpedoes stacked in the hangars below. It was as perfect a target as any dive bomber pilot could ever dream of finding in a lifetime of combat. Meanwhile, the third American carrier, the damaged Yorktown, had launched her own strike wing well after the Enterprise, but her more experienced air crews quickly made up the distance. By pure chance, one of the great coincidences in military history, the Yorktown's planes converged on the four Japanese carriers at almost the same moment as McCluskey's dive bombers. The Yorktown's dauntless pilots arrived from a different direction, high above the fleet, and at sea level her 12 torpedo bombers began their own attack run. But this time, unlike the earlier slaughter, they went in with a fighter escort. The Wildcat fighters escorting the Yorktown's torpedo bombers may have climbed far slower than the Zero, but they could survive a beating that would tear a Zero apart. 6 Wildcat pilots threw themselves into a desperate battle against more than 36 Zeros. They fought ferociously to protect the torpedo planes flying low, straight, and true beneath them. The Japanese pilots were impressed. The American torpedo bombers pushed home their attacks with extraordinary bravery. But the Zeros were too many. Outnumbered and outclassed, the American torpedo planes began to fall from the sky, one after another. Then came the moment that changed everything, a glint of sunlight, high above, and then what looked like a beautiful silver waterfall, dozens of dive bombers pouring out of the sky in near-vertical dives. McCluskey led his 30 aircraft from nearly 6,000 meters into their terrifying plunge onto the nearest Japanese carrier, the Kaga. From the deck of the Japanese ship, a crewman looked up and saw the silhouette of a dive bomber as it flipped upside down at the top of its dive and hung in the air for an instant like a spider on a thread before plummeting straight down at them. At 760 meters, the American pilots released their 500-pound bombs. The first 3 missed, throwing enormous columns of seawater skyward. Then 4 struck the Kaga in rapid succession. The ship erupted into an inferno. Fires tore through the flight deck and down into the hangar below, where fueled and armed aircraft exploded in chain reactions that ripped the ship apart from the inside. The crew was left with almost nothing to fight the blaze. The flight deck was strewn with the injured, the dying, and men too, exhausted to move. At the same time, the Yorktown's dive bombers were plunging onto another carrier from a different angle. In the space of just a few minutes, no more than 5 strikes by a total of only 8 bombs devastated 3 of the 4 Japanese carriers. 3 ships that had terrorized the Pacific for 6 months were reduced to blazing, drifting hulks in less time than it takes to boil water. It was the most decisive 5 minutes in the history of naval warfare. A little later that day, Admiral Spruance called Admiral Nimitz with a report. 3 Japanese aircraft carriers had been sunk. Was that enough? Nimitz's answer was immediate. It was not enough. He wanted the 4th one. But before the Americans could regroup and press their advantage, the Japanese struck back. Their only unscathed carrier, the Hiryu, wasted no time in launching a counterattack. The American strikes had just demonstrated, in the most visceral way imaginable, how few bomb hits it took to destroy even a large, heavily defended fleet carrier. A handful of well-placed bombs could turn a proud warship into a floating crematorium. Now the Japanese intended to return the favor, but another technological advantage came into play for the American fleet, one that the Japanese did not possess: radar. The Americans detected the incoming Japanese strike planes on their radar screens about 75 kilometers out an eternity of early, warning that the Japanese had no way of matching. That precious lead time allowed the Americans to scramble additional fighters from the carrier decks and vector their combat air patrol to intercept the incoming attackers well before they reached the fleet. 12 Wildcats tore into the approaching formation and shot down 10 of the 18 Val dive bombers before they reached the fleet. 2 more fell to the barrage of anti-aircraft fire thrown up by the Yorktown and her escorts. But 6 Vals survived the gauntlet and executed a textbook diving attack, releasing their bombs from barely 150 meters above the ship. 3 scored direct hits on the Yorktown. The damage was catastrophic. When pilots who had launched from the Yorktown that morning returned from their missions, they found a ship utterly transformed. She had been the finest fighting ship in the Navy when they took off just hours earlier. Now she was dead in the water, smoke pouring from her wounds. All they could see from above were dead men lying on the deck. Not a soul appeared to be moving. It was an eerie, haunting sight, a proud warship reduced to a drifting wreck in the space of minutes. A second Japanese airstrike proved the lethal potency of Japanese torpedoes in brutal contrast to the American duds that had failed all morning. 2 torpedoes slammed into the Yorktown, stopping her dead and opening massive gashes in her hull. The ship began to list badly. From other ships in the fleet, sailors watched their sister ship being hammered. The feeling was visceral that was one of their own, and there was nothing they could do about it. Crews tackled the fires that broke out across the wounded Yorktown. In the Second World War, few injuries were feared more than burns. Whether trapped inside the metal tube of an aircraft or caught below decks on a ship under attack, fire could rip through a vessel with horrifying speed, catching everything from supplies to uniforms to human hair. The damage it did to the human body was agonizing and extraordinarily difficult to treat. It was not just the destruction of the skin that killed, it was the body's own response. When a small burn produces a blister, fluid rushes from the body's systems to the wound site. Now imagine that response happening across an entire body. The body cannot sustain the loss of that much fluid from major organs to the external skin. It goes into what medics call wound shock, and it shuts down. The treatment available was staggeringly basic by modern standards, yet it represented the cutting edge of 1944 military medicine. 3 simple things formed the foundation of saving a badly burned patient: clean dressings to protect the wound and prevent infection, petroleum jelly applied beneath the dressing so that when the bandages were changed, the new layer of healing skin would not be ripped away with them, and saline salted water administered to replace the fluid the body was losing at the burn site. 3 rudimentary tools, but together they were the difference between life and death. There remained, in the United States, a tremendous reluctance to let the public see the true consequences of war. When service personnel returned home, particularly from the Pacific, bearing the terrible scarring of burn injuries, the disfigurement that comes from fire at sea and in the air, they were generally hidden away. They were taken to hospitals behind high walls, where their treatment continued month after month, year after year, out of public sight. Very little attention was paid to them publicly as men who had served their country and sacrificed their bodies in its defense. The reality of what they had endured, the scarring that could be difficult to look at, to understand, and to process, was deemed too harsh for the American public. The nation was willing to celebrate its heroes, but not always willing to look at what heroism had cost them. As the damage control crews fought to save the listing Yorktown, her operational aircraft and pilots continued the fight from the decks of the other American carriers. They had lost their ship, but they had not lost their will. And then they located the Hiryu, the last surviving Japanese carrier, the one ship that could still change the outcome of the battle. 10 of the Yorktown's dive bombers joined 14 from the Enterprise to strike the Hiryu in a combined assault. Once again, the American dive bombers found their mark with devastating accuracy. Lieutenant Best scored direct hits on his second carrier of the day, making it 2 carriers for 2 attacks, a staggering personal record. 4 explosions ripped through the Hiryu in rapid succession, leaving her ablaze from bow to stern, her flight deck buckled and useless. She would burn through the night and slip beneath the waves the following morning, the 4th and final Japanese carrier to be lost. Not everyone was so fortunate. One American pilot was shot down during the day's fighting and later rescued from the water. When the ship's doctor examined him aboard the rescuing vessel, the medical officer delivered the grim calculus of wartime triage. With cold clarity, they treated the lightly injured and set aside the badly wounded. Those men were considered a waste of resources that were needed for the salvageable. It was the brutal, unvarnished reality of combat medicine at sea, cruel, unforgiving, and utterly without sentiment. As the sun set over the crippled Yorktown, Admiral Spruance assumed overall command from the Enterprise. The day's fighting had been extraordinary. 3 Japanese carriers destroyed, a fourth burning, but the battle was not over. Admiral Yamamoto still believed his powerful battleships could even the score. With darkness falling, the front line was suddenly redefined. It was no longer determined by the strike range of carrier aircraft. Those planes were useless at night. Now it was determined by the range of battleship guns, and Japan's battleships were among the most powerful ever built. That night, the Japanese tried to close the distance and find the American carriers with their fast, heavily armed surface warships. A nighttime gun battle in close quarters would have been devastating for the lightly armored American carriers. Admiral Spruance made a decision that outraged his own officers. He ordered a withdrawal, pulling the American fleet back to the east, away from the approaching Japanese battleships. His officers were furious. They wanted to press the attack, to finish what the dive bombers had started. But Spruance's cool, calculating judgment almost certainly saved the American carriers from possible destruction in a nighttime surface engagement they could not have won. It was the decision of a man who understood that the victory they had already won was worth more than the glory of one more charge. In the confusion and darkness of the night, two heavy Japanese cruisers collided, badly damaging one of them. It was a fitting emblem of the chaos that had overtaken Yamamoto's once flawless plan. On the 6th of June, American warplanes found the wounded cruiser in daylight. She twisted and turned desperately, making evasive maneuvers so violent they pulled the attacking pilots onto their backs as they tried to follow her through the turns. Bombs rained down around the ship. Anti-aircraft shells filled the sky in every direction. One shell found its mark striking an American aircraft, and the pilot who survived felt something he had never experienced before in all his months of combat. A raw, hot, burning hatred for the enemy. War had finally become personal. The cruiser was sunk. Admiral Yamamoto canceled the Midway operation. When the surviving American ships returned to Pearl Harbor, they were greeted by Admiral Nimitz himself. He stood on the dock and shook hands with every man who came ashore. After everything they had endured, the terror of the torpedo runs, the agony of watching friends die, the impossible gambles that somehow paid off, it was quite a homecoming. Japan had suffered a devastating defeat. 248 aircraft lost, 4 fleet carriers sunk, a heavy cruiser destroyed, and around 3,000 men killed. By comparison, the United States Navy lost roughly 150 planes, 1 carrier, a destroyer, and just over 300 men. The argument that Midway was one of the most critical moments in the Pacific War is unassailable. The loss of 4 Japanese carriers in a single engagement shattered what had been an uninterrupted stream of Japanese victories stretching back to Pearl Harbor. It shifted the momentum of the war decisively and handed the strategic initiative to the Allies, giving an enormous boost to the entire Allied war effort across every theater. Before Midway, the Japanese carriers had dictated the flow and pace of the war between America and Japan. They decided where to strike, when to strike, and how hard. After Midway, it was the Americans who dictated the tempo and the sequencing of the conflict. The tide had turned, and everyone who was there knew it. They felt the relief wash over them. They understood the weight of what they had accomplished. Midway has gone down in history as one of the greatest naval battles of all time, a battle in which a Japanese trap became an American ambush and, in the process, totally transformed the nature of naval warfare. The Pacific Ocean, summer, 1942, 6 months after Pearl Harbor, and the tides of war are shifting. An American victory at Midway has stripped Japan of its dominance of the waves. 4 Japanese aircraft carriers lie at the bottom of the ocean. The Imperial Navy, once the terror of the Pacific, has been dealt a blow from which it will never fully recover. For the first time since that terrible Sunday morning in Hawaii, the momentum belongs to the United States. But this epic war for supremacy in the Pacific is far from over. In fact, it is only just beginning. What lies ahead will be a campaign unlike anything in the history of warfare, a grinding, brutal advance across thousands of miles of open ocean, fought on coral atolls and volcanic islands that most Americans have never heard of. It will be a campaign defined by terrifying fanaticism on one side and extraordinary personal heroism on the other. It will test the endurance of every single man who fights it, and it will force the United States to answer a question that, in the summer of 1942, no one yet knows the answer to: does America have what it takes to endure and win? Because the enemy they are about to face will not behave like any enemy they have ever encountered. This is not the war in Europe. where armies clash across open fields and defeated soldiers raise white flags. In the Pacific, the rules are different. Here, surrender is not an option. Here, the fighting does not stop until one side is dead. And the Americans are about to discover that truth in the most violent way imaginable. The footage that survives from those years is haunting. Grainy, sun-bleached images of young Marines wading through chest-deep surf. Rare color film shot by the troops themselves, capturing moments of chaos and courage that official cameras never reached. Put together for the first time, these fragments tell a story that statistics alone never could. The human reality of what it meant to fight Japan, island by island, all the way across the Pacific. To understand what was about to unfold, you have to understand what Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor failed to accomplish. By the summer of 1942, it is clear that Japan's attempt at knocking America out of the war has failed. The sleeping giant is awake, the industrial machine is churning, and the United States' victory at the Battle of Midway has enabled America to assert dominance at sea. It is a shift in power that has the United States ready to strike back at Japan's empire. The question is where to begin. U.S. military planners, led by Army Chief of Staff George C. Marshall, identify Japan's Achilles heel, a complete lack of natural resources. Japan has no oil of its own, no rubber, no tin. It is an industrial nation built on borrowed time, dependent on imports for the very materials that keep its war machine running. And that is precisely why Japan has seized all those territories around the Pacific Malaya for its rubber, the Dutch East Indies for its oil, the Philippines for their strategic position to create an empire that can supply the oil, rubber, tin, and food essential for maintaining the war effort. Cut off these resources, and Japan will fall. It is that simple, and it is that difficult. The problem is that Japanese Commander General Hideki Tojo knows it too. He understands perfectly well that those supply lines are the lifeblood of his empire. And so he has built a defensive ring of steel around Japan's territories, a vast chain of island bases stretching across the Pacific, complete with troops, ships, and aircraft, all positioned to protect Japan's vital supply routes. These islands are fortified, garrisoned, and supplied, and every single one of them will have to be taken. Taking them will demand more than American naval superiority. It will mean driving the Japanese from their bases across the ocean, island by island, beach by beach, and that will require an entirely new form of warfare: the amphibious landing, the art of projecting military force from the sea onto a hostile shore. America has never attempted anything like this before. No modern military has, at this scale. But U.S. chiefs believe there is no alternative to the island-hopping strategy, and so they devise a plan that will attack along two fronts. Admiral Chester Nimitz, the commander-in-chief of the U.S. fleet, will seize key strategic Japanese bases in the Central Pacific, pushing along the Gilbert, Marshall, and Mariana Islands. Meanwhile, General Douglas MacArthur, the Supreme Commander of Allied forces in the Southwest Pacific, will take New Guinea and the Solomon Islands to the south of Japan's empire. Two prongs. One objective: mainland Japan. Fortunately for MacArthur, allies stationed on New Guinea have prevented Japan from seizing the entire island. The Japanese had invaded New Guinea in March of 1942, but they came up against Australia's forces. With the help of the native Papuans, the Australians fought back against Japan's South Seas forces and retained an important base at Port Moresby. That base would now provide the United States with a foothold from which to launch their offensive. And MacArthur's first target was a tiny island on the southern tip of the Solomon Islands, the very bottom of Japan's defensive ring. Its name was Guadalcanal. The offensive opens with shelling by U.S. warships. B-17s from the 26th Squadron rained down destruction for 7 straight days, hammering Japanese positions until the island smolders under a blanket of smoke and dust. Only when Japan's defenses have been softened up does MacArthur launch the first land-based assault. United States Marines are going into amphibious combat for the very first time. Low light and heavy clouds allow the approaching landing craft to go undetected. Wave after wave of Marines pour onto the beaches. Everything is going like clockwork. The plans, the rehearsals, the naval bombardment, it is all paying off. But as they press up the beach, the Japanese are waiting. Japan's garrison fights back with shocking ferocity. The 1st and 11th Marine Corps pound the enemy defenses with howitzers, but it is not enough. they are forced to get in close. And it is here, in the brutal intimacy of close combat, that the Americans make a discovery that will define the entire war in the Pacific. The Japanese are driven by a code of honor, a code that dictates it is better to die in battle or even to commit suicide than to surrender. What the Americans quickly discover is that this means they are in for a fight to the death every single time. Within hours, 10,000 U.S. troops reach land, outnumbering the enemy 5-1. As more heavy artillery and tank support arrives, MacArthur's optimism grows that he has the Japanese outgunned and outnumbered. Japan's 2,000-strong garrison is quickly overwhelmed. By 8 o'clock that evening, after just 14 hours of fighting, American troops secure their main objective, an airstrip on the north of the island. MacArthur now has an air base from which to support his advance on Japan's island empire, but his control over the island is far from secure. 12 days later, Japan mounts a counterattack. A wave of 1,000 soldiers from their nearby island stronghold of Rabaul lands on Guadalcanal under cover of darkness. They come ashore at night, moving silently through the jungle. And when they strike hard. American forces stand firm. Almost all of the Japanese who attack are killed, but they keep on coming. It does not matter how many fall, the reinforcements keep arriving. Wave after wave of Japanese soldiers pour onto the island, each one met with American fire, each one pressing forward regardless of the cost. It is as if they do not fear death, and the truth is, many of them do not. The fighting continues for 6 agonizing months. 6 months on a jungle island crawling with insects and disease, where the heat never breaks and the rain turns everything to mud. 6 months of patrols through undergrowth so thick you cannot see the man next to you. 6 months of night attacks, of mortar fire, of the constant gnawing fear that the next moment could be your last. It is a war of attrition in its purest and most terrible form, and when it finally ends, the toll is staggering. All remaining Japanese forces are evacuated from Guadalcanal by February the 7th, 1943. The battle for this one tiny island, an island that most Americans could not have found on a map 6 months earlier, costs the United States 7,100 lives. Japan's losses are a staggering 24,000. 24,000 men, dead on an island barely 90 miles long. The ratio tells its own story. The Japanese would rather die than retreat, rather die than surrender, rather die than admit defeat. Guadalcanal offers a bitter taste of the war of attrition that is to come. Every island from here to Tokyo will exact its toll. Every beach will be contested. Every victory will be measured not just in territory gained, but in the terrible arithmetic of lives spent. But Guadalcanal also provides something essential, a key foothold on the edge of the Japanese Empire. A secure airfield, a launch pad for MacArthur to start island hopping his way toward the ultimate goal, mainland Japan. The road is long, the cost will be high, but the first step has been taken. February 1943. With Guadalcanal under their control, U.S. chiefs can now begin the process of cutting Japan off from its supply of natural resources. The next target is Rabaul, on the island of New Britain. From Rabaul, Japan provides air and naval support to its supply routes across the southern Pacific. It is a fortress, and it is the key to Japan's grip on the region. But MacArthur's plan is not to capture Rabaul head-on. Instead, he intends to isolate it, cut it off, and it will cease to pose any military threat. The operation is codenamed Cartwheel, and it is ambitious in its scope. MacArthur will encircle Rabaul with a pincer maneuver. He himself will lead the western pincer from Port Moresby, pushing up the Japanese-occupied northern coast of New Guinea. The eastern pincer, commanded by Admiral William Bull Halsey, will start from Guadalcanal and move north through the Japanese-controlled Solomon Islands. From these 2 points, the U.S. Navy can complete the encirclement and strangle Rabaul into irrelevance. As with Guadalcanal, Cartwheel begins with intense aerial bombardment and shelling. American bombers plaster the target islands for days before the landing craft go in. Then the Marine and Army units assault the beaches, but this time, the Japanese are ready. They unleash heavy mortar, sniper, and machine gun fire from the moment the Americans hit the shore. The sand erupts around the landing troops. Men fall before they take 3 steps. As the U.S. presses inland, leaving the relative exposure of the beach for the claustrophobic darkness of the jungle, Japanese resistance becomes even stronger. The enemy are well dug in, concealed in a network of pillboxes, caves, and underground bunkers that have been prepared for months. Some of these positions are virtually invisible until you are standing on top of them. American forces have to get in close dangerously, terrifyingly close a task for grenades and flamethrowers. The flamethrower operators, in particular, bear an extraordinary burden. They carry pressurized tanks of jellied gasoline on their backs, making them prime targets for enemy snipers. They advance toward bunker openings and send streams of liquid fire into the darkness. It is medieval in its horror, and it is the only way to clear these positions. Still, even in the face of flamethrowers and overwhelming numbers, the Japanese soldiers stay true to the samurai code of honor. Rather than surrender, they mount suicide charges, screaming "Banzai," a word meaning 10,000 years, a wish for the emperor's eternal reign as they rush headlong into American gunfire with bayonets fixed. Some tie grenades to their bodies and throw themselves into groups of American soldiers. Every island, every ridge, every stretch of jungle becomes a killing ground. There is no safe ground. There is no rear area. There is only the relentless, grinding advance through an enemy that will not stop. But as the combat continues, U.S. troops face a new enemy, one that no amount of firepower can defeat. The jungle terrain on these islands is riddled with disease. Soldiers fall prey to dysentery, scrub typhus, and worst of all, malaria. The heat is suffocating. The humidity rots everything: boots, clothing, morale. In fact, across the entire war in the Pacific, malaria claims more American casualties than the Japanese do. It is a grim irony. The land itself is trying to kill them. But despite the appalling jungle conditions, the U.S. advantage in numbers tips the balance. Japanese fanatical bravery is no match for America's military might. Its industrial capacity to produce ships and planes and tanks faster than Japan can produce soldiers to destroy them. It is a war of math as much as courage, and the math is relentless. It takes 9 bloody months of conflict, but eventually the two pincers of Operation Cartwheel close around Rabaul like the jaws of a vice. American casualties run into the tens of thousands killed, wounded, and felled by the jungle itself. But the Japanese losses are almost beyond comprehension. More than 150,000 killed. 150,000. It is a number that speaks to the absolute refusal of Japanese forces to withdraw, to retreat, to live, to fight another day. They stay and they die, every one of them. Operation Cartwheel has done its job. Rabaul, along with its garrison of over 100,000 men, is now isolated, cut off from supply, cut off from reinforcement, cut off from relevance. It will play no further part in the war. The 100,000 Japanese soldiers marooned there will spend the remainder of the conflict growing their own food and waiting for a rescue that will never come. Meanwhile, vital resources, including oil from the Dutch East Indies and rubber from New Guinea, are successfully cut off from mainland Japan. The noose is tightening, and the United States is learning, with each island and each campaign, how to fight this new kind of war. Meanwhile, to the east, Admiral Chester Nimitz and the U.S. fleet are preparing to attack Japan's empire on a second front. Operation Galvanic aims to drive the Japanese off the Gilbert and Marshall Islands. These outposts provide vital military support to Japan's supply routes in the Central Pacific, and the campaign's first target is the island of Tarawa. It starts with by now tried and tested tactics: a naval and air bombardment from the Fifth Fleet, meant to pound the island into submission before a single Marine sets foot on the beach. The shelling is enormous. Ships lined up on the horizon pour fire onto a spit of land barely 2 miles long. Surely, the commanders reason, nothing can survive this. Then the 2nd Marine Division heads for the shore. But this time, America's lack of experience in amphibious warfare is exposed in the cruelest possible way. The troops land at low tide. The water is shallow, far shallower than anyone anticipated. Intelligence had failed to account for the reef that surrounds Tarawa, a shelf of jagged coral that sits just below the surface at low water. The landing craft grind to a halt on the reef, hundreds of yards from shore. They cannot go forward. They cannot go back. And the Marines inside know that staying put means death. They are forced to leave their boats and wade in, with water up to their waists and sometimes their chests, razor-sharp coral reefs slicing their boots and legs, completely exposed to enemy fire from the island. Japanese machine guns open up from fortified bunkers along the shoreline. Hundreds of Marines are cut down before they ever reach dry land. Some drown, pulled under by the weight of their equipment. The water around them turns red. It is a catastrophe. and the battle has barely started. Those who make it to the beach find themselves pinned down behind a seawall barely 4 feet high. In front of them, Japanese positions bristle with guns. Behind them, the lagoon is full of their dead and wounded comrades. There is nowhere to go but forward. Meanwhile, the bulk of Japan's 4,700-strong garrison is waiting inland. They have survived the naval bombardment. Their bunkers, built from reinforced concrete and coconut logs packed with sand, have absorbed the shelling that was supposed to destroy them. They are outnumbered by the invading Americans, 7-1, but every one of them is ready to die for their emperor. They have been told that surrender is not an option, that death in battle is the highest honor a soldier can achieve. Their extreme dedication transforms the next 4 days into some of the fiercest and bloodiest fighting in Marine Corps history. Every single pillbox has to be taken with grenades and flamethrowers. Every trench is a fight to the death. Every position is held until the last defender falls. The Marines advance in increments measured in yards, sometimes in feet, each foot paid for in blood. By the time the island of Tarawa is secure, 1,700 American lives have been lost in just 96 hours. And out of the entire Japanese garrison, 4,700 men, only 17 allow themselves to be captured alive. 17 out of nearly 5,000. The rest choose death over surrender. They fight until they are killed, or they take their own lives when the position is lost. It is a statistic that sends a chill through every American commander who reads it, because it confirms what Guadalcanal suggested. This enemy will not stop, will not yield, will not negotiate. The only way to take an island held by Japanese forces is to kill virtually every defender on it, and there are hundreds more islands to go. But the Japanese are unable to halt the American charge. Nimitz's forces continue to steam north. By February the 22nd, he has seized all the key targets in the Gilbert and Marshall Islands. The Central Pacific is opening up, and U.S. forces now have their sights set on the next prize to the north, the Japanese-controlled Mariana Islands. Admiral Chester Nimitz and his naval task force launch Operation Forager. The first target, the Mariana Island of Saipan. 165,000 shells are fired at Japan's defenses in a bombardment that turns the island's coastline into a moonscape of shattered concrete and splintered palm trees. 2 days later, the amphibious landings begin. 8,000 Marines of the 2nd and 4th Divisions are ashore by early morning. The fighting follows a by now familiar pattern: fierce resistance from entrenched Japanese defenders. Every yard of ground contested, every position taken at a cost. But this time, the Japanese have a surprise. They do not just have ground troops in the fight. They call up their navy. A huge carrier fleet, including 5 fleet carriers and 4 light carriers, advances into the Philippine Sea. The aim is to cut the U.S. troops on Saipan off from their supporting ships and turn the tide of the battle. It is a bold gamble, but there is a fatal flaw in the Japanese plan. Most of their experienced pilots were lost at the Battle of Midway. The men climbing into those cockpits are rookies. A first wave of just 61 Zero fighters takes off from the Japanese carriers. They climb into the Pacific sky, their engines straining, their pilots gripping the controls with white knuckles. Nimitz scrambles 220 F-6F Hellcat fighters to intercept. These are America's most advanced fighter planes, faster, more heavily armed, and better armored than anything the Japanese can put in the air. Their pilots are battle-hardened veterans who have been flying combat missions for months, men who know their aircraft inside out and who have faced Japanese fighters before and won. Against them, the Japanese rookies have barely enough experience to maintain formation, let alone survive a dogfight. It is men against boys, and the result is a massacre. Outnumbered and outgunned, Japan's Zeros are mercilessly blasted from the sky. Hellcats swoop through the Japanese formations like hawks through a flock of sparrows. The Japanese launch another wing of 120 aircraft, desperately hoping that sheer numbers will overwhelm the American defenses. They do not. And then another 47 Japanese planes take off, and they too are torn apart. Wave after wave, each one met with the same devastating result. The Pacific sky becomes a graveyard of falling aircraft, trails of smoke and fire streaking toward the ocean below. By nightfall, U.S. losses stand at just 29 planes, Japan's losses are almost 400 aircraft, along with the irreplaceable pilots who flew them. The American pilots, maintaining their dark humor even amid the carnage, give the battle a name that will stick: the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot. The nickname is grimly apt. At sea level, the battle is just as one-sided. U.S. submarines torpedo and sink 2 Japanese aircraft carriers. In less than 24 hours, the Imperial Japanese fleet is routed. They lose 3 carriers and almost 600 aircraft in total. This crushing blow means that Japan can no longer compete in carrier-based warfare. The Battle of the Philippine Sea is an important American victory and a catastrophe for the Imperial Navy. Back on Saipan, the conflict plummets to new depths of horror. But it is not the banzai charges that shock the U.S. troops. It is something far worse. It is the suicidal fanaticism of the 8,000 Japanese civilians on the island. American soldiers watch in horror as men, women, and even children walk to the edge of the island's cliffs and jump. Entire families, holding hands, mothers clutching their infants, elderly couples who have lived their whole lives on this island, choosing to end those lives rather than face what they have been told the Americans will do to them. They leap to their deaths on the rocks and the crashing waves below. Some hesitate at the edge, and Japanese soldiers behind them push them forward. Others go willingly, even eagerly, as if this is the most natural thing in the world. U.S. troops shout through loudspeakers, begging them to stop. They plead in Japanese. They promise safety, food, medical care. But the propaganda has done its work. The civilians have been told that the Americans are savages, that capture means torture and dishonor, that death is the only honorable path, and so they jump. Some throw themselves into the sea instead. The Marines can do nothing but watch as hundreds of civilians perish before their eyes. The cliffs where this happened would later be named Suicide Cliff and Banzai Cliff. They stand as memorials to this day, monuments not to courage, but to the terrible power of ideology over human instinct. The message to America is chillingly clear. To beat Japan, the United States will not just have to overcome a vast army. They will have to overcome an entire nation that will never surrender. Men, women, children, all of them prepared to die rather than submit. It is a realization that changes the calculus of the entire war. How can you defeat an enemy that simply will not back down? How do you bring peace to a people who have been taught that peace is dishonor? These are the questions that haunt the American command as the summer of 1944 wears on, and no one has a good answer. Summer 1944. America is winning the war in the Pacific. Island by island, base by base, Japan's empire is being rolled back. The defensive ring of steel that Tojo built is cracking, but the cost in human life is horrifying. U.S. losses stand at around 46,000 men dead, not just wounded. 46,000 families who have received the telegram they dreaded. 46,000 empty chairs at dinner tables across America. Japan's losses are massive, over 300,000. And mainland Japan itself is beginning to feel the squeeze. Deprived of natural resources by the American advance, the Japanese war effort is faltering. Food is in short supply. Japan's agricultural and transport infrastructures are disintegrating under the strain. Factories that once churned out aircraft and munitions are running short of raw materials. Ordinary Japanese civilians are going hungry. And yet, despite all of this, the war seems no nearer to ending. Japan shows no sign of surrendering, no sign of negotiating, no sign of anything other than absolute, total, unwavering resistance. This is the paradox that American leaders now face. They are clearly winning, but they have no idea how to finish. In the U.S. High Command, an argument is underway that will shape the rest of the war. Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Ernest J. King argues that the war could be brought to a swift end by moving the fleet west from the Marianas to the island of Formosa, modern-day Taiwan. From Formosa, Japan's home islands would be within easy striking range of U.S. heavy bombers. King's plan is bold and efficient. It would mean bypassing most of the remaining Japanese bases across the Pacific, leaving them undefeated but isolated, withering on the vine while American bombers pound the Japanese homeland into submission. General MacArthur has other ideas. The U.S. Supreme Commander in Southeast Asia makes his case directly to President Roosevelt, arguing passionately that America must continue with his island-hopping strategy. In particular, he insists the United States must drive the Japanese off the Philippines. This approach, he argues, will provide bigger and better equipped bases than Formosa from which to launch bombing raids, and consolidate America's stranglehold on Japan. The Philippines offer harbors, airfields, and infrastructure that a small island like Formosa simply cannot match. But there is something else driving MacArthur, something deeply personal. When he was driven off the Philippines by the Japanese in December of 1941, forced to flee under cover of darkness while his men fought on without him, he had made a promise. Standing on the dock in Australia, he had looked at the cameras and said 3 words that would follow him for the rest of the war: "I shall return." He had promised the Filipino people that he would come back for them. And Douglas MacArthur, whatever his flaws, is a man who means to keep his promises. On July the 26th, 1944, President Roosevelt backs MacArthur's plan. It is a decision that will prove fateful for hundreds of thousands of people. As preparations for the campaign begin, MacArthur deliberates where to make his first assault. He targets the island of Leyte in the southern Philippines. The general launches amphibious landings, and ever the expert in public relations is filmed striding ashore with his troops, showing the folks back home that he has indeed returned. It is a moment crafted for the cameras, but the symbolism is real. MacArthur is back. By now, America is accomplished at amphibious landings. Within hours, the Sixth Army establishes an 18-mile-long beachhead from which to begin their advance inland. But the Japanese High Command know they have to try something different to break the cycle of American success. They gamble everything and mobilize all their remaining major naval vessels. They call it Operation Show, meaning victory. The plan is audacious: lure America's naval support away from the ground troops on Leyte, then destroy the unprotected landing force. The Imperial fleet is split into 3. One convoy advances through the San Bernardino Straits to the north, another pushes through the Surigao Straits to the south, and the third Japanese convoy, including the Imperial Navy's last 4 aircraft carriers, approaches the Philippines from the northeast. The carriers are the bait. On October the 23rd, the northern convoy of Operation Show is spotted. Admiral Halsey, commander of the 3rd Fleet, intercepts. The following morning, he scrambles aircraft to attack the Japanese convoy. The Japanese come under fire but then turn and retreat. It is a trick designed to lead Halsey on, and he takes the bait, heading straight toward the Japanese carriers to the northeast and away from Leyte. Meanwhile, to the south, Admiral Kincaid heads out to intercept the 2nd Japanese convoy approaching through the Surigao Straits. Japan's plan is working. Just a few U.S. vessels remain to support the landing on Leyte. Now, under the cover of darkness, the Japanese fleet that had appeared to retreat turns back to attack the handful of American ships still covering the beachhead. This could be the victory that Japan so desperately needs, but at the last moment they lose their nerve. Fearing they are sailing into a trap, the Japanese turn again and retreat. The opportunity is lost. It is a decision that will haunt the Imperial Navy forever. In the Surigao Straits, Admiral Kincaid and the U.S. 7th Fleet unleash hell on Japan's southern convoy. 3 Japanese destroyers and 2 battleships are sunk. To the northeast, Admiral Halsey and the 3rd Fleet reach the 4 remaining Japanese carriers. Having lost most of their aircraft and pilots in the Marianas, Japan's carriers are sitting ducks. All 4 are sunk. The Battle of Leyte Gulf is the largest naval engagement in history, and it should be the final knockout blow against the Japanese Imperial Navy. But Japan believes it can still strike back against the U.S. fleet, and it does so with a terrifying tactic that takes its fanaticism to a whole new level. The Imperial High Command calls for volunteers to form a new aerial strike force. They are called kamikaze, meaning divine wind, and they are required to make the ultimate sacrifice in the name of their emperor. In the fall of 1944, the first kamikaze pilots drink sake in a solemn ceremony before climbing into their aircraft, each one laden with fuel and explosives. They wear white headbands emblazoned with the rising sun. Some write final letters to their parents. Others sit in quiet meditation. They are, for the most part, young men, boys, really barely out of their teens, and they know they will not be coming back. Their targets are America's aircraft carriers and warships supporting the troops on Leyte. They will use their planes as guided missiles, diving them straight into the decks of American ships. U.S. fighters and anti-aircraft guns respond to the threat. The sky over the Philippine Sea erupts in tracers and flak. Some kamikazes are blown apart before they reach their targets, trailing smoke and flame as they spiral into the ocean. Others miss, clipping masts or splashing into the water alongside their targets in plumes of spray. but a direct hit is devastating. When a kamikaze strikes a ship, the combined force of the aircraft, its fuel, and its explosives creates an inferno. The escort carrier St. Lo takes a direct hit and sinks, killing 100 Americans. It is a new kind of terror, an enemy who turns himself into a weapon, who considers his own death not a tragedy, but a triumph. For the American sailors who witnessed these attacks, the psychological impact is immense. There is something deeply unsettling about an enemy who flies straight at you and does not flinch, does not swerve, does not try to escape. The kamikazes ask a question that haunts every man on those ships. What do you do against someone who wants to die? How do you defend against a weapon that has already accepted its own destruction? As horrific as these attacks are, they are not enough to turn the tide of the war. Out of some 2,600 kamikaze sorties over the course of the campaign, only 19% hit their targets, sinking fewer than 40 U.S. ships. The kamikazes are terrifying, they are tragic, but they are not decisive. They change the nature of the fear, but they do not change the outcome. Back on Leyte, ground forces face off against Japanese defenses across the island. The terrain is brutally difficult: mountains, dense jungle, rivers swollen by seasonal rains that turn roads into rivers of mud. Attritional warfare continues for 2 solid months. The Japanese fight from prepared positions in the highlands, launching counterattacks at night, infiltrating American lines, making every advance a grinding, exhausting ordeal. Supplies have to be carried by hand through mud that sucks the boots off men's feet. The wounded have to be carried out the same way. But once again, Japan's determination is no match for America's sheer weight in numbers. The Japanese on Leyte are outnumbered 4-1, and their supply lines have been severed by the destruction of the Imperial Navy. On New Year's Eve, 1944, General MacArthur's men finally capture Leyte. The campaign is declared over. Almost the entire Japanese force of 50,000 lies dead. 50,000 men who fought to the bitter end, who held their positions until they were overrun, who charged into American machine guns rather than wave a white flag. The island is taken. The cost is paid. And now MacArthur can turn his attention to the main prize, the Philippine island of Luzon, the heart of the archipelago, and the gateway to Manila. Early in the new year, over 100,000 troops of the 6th Army Division land on the south coast of Luzon. The landings are relatively unopposed. The Japanese garrison is poorly equipped and is no longer receiving air or naval support or reinforcements from Japan. They are no match for America. Forced to fall back to mountain strongholds, the Japanese retreat inland. As U.S. reinforcements pour onto Luzon, MacArthur heads straight for the capital, Manila. After just 2 weeks of close-quarter combat, his troops are just 60 kilometers from the city. They retake the major U.S. airbase of Clark Field, which had fallen to Japan in 1941. With Manila in his sights, it looks as if General Douglas MacArthur is about to make good on his promise to liberate the Philippines. The 1st Cavalry Division takes the bridge over the Tullahan River, and on February the 3rd, the U.S. enters the capital city of Manila. But what awaits them is not the jubilant liberation they expect. It is a nightmare. The Japanese hold Manila's historic architecture in high esteem. To preserve it, General Yamashita gives orders to withdraw completely from the city. It is, by the brutal standards of this war, a humane decision. But a garrison commander named Sanji Iwabuchi defies the order. Along with 20,000 men, Iwabuchi swears to uphold the Japanese Imperial Code of Honor and defend the city to the death. What follows is the first and fiercest example of urban warfare in the Pacific Theater. American soldiers inch through the capital block by block, room by room. Every intersection is a potential kill zone. Every window might conceal a sniper. They face machine gun nests set up in government buildings, hidden artillery pieces positioned in parks and plazas, and booby traps wired to doorways and furniture. The Japanese defenders know this city, and they use every inch of it. The historic city of Manila, once called the Pearl of the Orient, is reduced to rubble. Beautiful colonial churches, grand government buildings, centuries of Spanish and American architecture, all of it ground to dust in the fighting. What bombs and shells do not destroy, fires consume. Block after block burns, and with it, the lives of the Filipino civilians trapped inside. For the people of Manila, this is a nightmare beyond comprehension. They are caught between 2 armies, and neither side can protect them from the violence. Japanese soldiers, knowing they are going to die, commit atrocities against the civilian population. Men are bayoneted, Women are assaulted. Entire neighborhoods are set ablaze with their residents still inside. It is a rampage of destruction that defies military logic. It serves no strategic purpose. It is simply the rage of men who know they are doomed, turned upon the helpless. After a month of fighting, U.S. forces drive Iwabuchi and his remaining troops into the historic center of the city, known as Intramuros. The ancient walled city, built by the Spanish 400 years earlier, becomes the site of their last stand. American soldiers unleash a 140-gun artillery barrage on the stronghold. The walls that had stood for centuries crumble under the onslaught. U.S. troops then assault the position. The battle is brutal, lasting 3 days, hand-to-hand fighting in the ruins, every doorway a potential ambush, every pile of rubble hiding a defender. And then, at dawn on the 26th, Iwabuchi and his officers commit seppuku, the Japanese act of ceremonial suicide. Rather than surrender, they take their own lives. The battle for Manila is finally over by March the 3rd. American losses stand at 1,000, Japan's at 17,000. But it is the third number that haunts everyone who was there. Over 100,000 Filipino civilians lie dead. Many of them were not killed by American bombs or Japanese bullets. They were massacred by the Japanese. It is the highest death toll of any battle in the Pacific theater. MacArthur has kept his promise to return, but the price is devastating beyond measure. The battle for the Philippines will continue for 5 more months after the fall of Manila, as the U.S. is forced to weed out pockets of Japanese defenders dotted around the islands, holdouts in the mountains, snipers in the jungle, soldiers who will not quit. When it is finally over, the Philippine campaign has cost America around 14,000 dead, and almost 50,000 wounded. Japan has lost almost 350,000 soldiers' lives. The numbers are almost incomprehensible. Strategically, the campaign has been a success. Japan's navy has been crushed. Its last supply lines to sources of oil and food have been severed. The empire that Tojo built to sustain the war effort is crumbling. But everyone on both sides knows the war is far from over. The Japanese believe they can still win, not through naval superiority that is gone, not through air power that too has been shattered. If they can just fight on whatever the cost, they are convinced that America will not have the stomach to continue. U.S. chiefs know this too. They need to find a way to force Japan to surrender quickly and unconditionally. But how? The Pacific Ocean stretches across nearly a third of the Earth's surface. In every direction, blue water runs to the horizon and beyond 64 million square miles of it, dotted with thousands of islands, most of them barely large enough to appear on a map. By the middle of 1942, Japan controlled almost all of them. Its empire spanned from the coast of China to the remote atolls of the Central Pacific, defended by hundreds of thousands of soldiers garrisoned on islands that had been turned into fortresses. Supply lines radiated outward like the spokes of a wheel, funneling oil from the Dutch East Indies, rubber from New Guinea, and raw materials from across Southeast Asia back to the Japanese home islands. It was one of the largest empires the world had ever seen, and America had never attempted anything like what it was about to try. The Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington studied the maps and understood the scale of the problem. There was no single front to push against, no continent to invade in a straight line. The enemy was everywhere and nowhere, dispersed across an ocean so vast that the distances between targets were measured not in miles but in days of sailing. Fleets could vanish into that emptiness. Entire armies could be swallowed by it, and yet the chiefs believed there was no alternative. If Japan was to be defeated, its empire would have to be dismantled one island at a time. The strategy would come to be known as island hopping, and it would demand more of the American military than anything it had ever undertaken. The plan was audacious in its simplicity and terrifying in its implications. Rather than attempt to recapture every island Japan held, American forces would leap from one strategic position to the next, seizing airfields and harbors that could support the next jump forward, while bypassing and isolating enemy garrisons that no longer posed a direct threat. Each island taken would bring American bombers closer to Tokyo. Each supply line severed would starve the Japanese war machine of the resources it needed to survive. It would be a war of logistics and attrition, fought across distances that staggered the imagination, against an enemy whose soldiers were prepared to die to the last man rather than accept the shame of surrender. To execute this strategy, the chiefs divided the Pacific into two theaters of operation. Admiral Chester Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the United States Fleet, would lead the assault through the Central Pacific, seizing key Japanese bases along the Gilbert, Marshall, and Mariana Island chains. General Douglas MacArthur, the supreme commander of Allied forces in the Southwest Pacific, would drive north through New Guinea and the Solomon Islands, rolling back the southern edge of Japan's defensive ring. Two prongs, two commanders, one shared objective, the destruction of the Japanese Empire. But before either man could advance a single mile, they needed a foothold, a place to begin, and for MacArthur, fortune had already provided one. The Japanese had invaded New Guinea in March of 1942, intending to seize the entire island and use it as a springboard for further expansion south. But they had come up against Australia's forces' battle-hardened troops who, with the help of the native Papuan people, had fought back against Japan's South Seas forces with a ferocity that caught the invaders off guard. The Australians had held an important base at Port Moresby on the island's southern coast. It was far from glamorous, a humid, mosquito-ridden outpost perched at the edge of some of the most punishing jungle terrain on Earth, but it was a base, and it would give the Americans the platform from which to launch the most grueling military campaign in their nation's history. The challenge facing both commanders was not simply military, it was psychological. America in 1942 was a nation still reeling from Pearl Harbor, still processing the shock of having been attacked on its own soil. The Philippines had fallen. Wake Island had fallen. The Japanese seemed unstoppable, their soldiers apparently superhuman in their willingness to fight and die. Morale at home was fragile. The American public needed a victory, not just a strategic gain on a map, but a real, tangible demonstration that the tide could be turned. The island-hopping campaign would have to deliver that victory, and it would have to do so quickly, before the nation's resolve began to crack under the weight of a war being fought on two fronts, across two oceans, against enemies who seemed to grow stronger with every passing month. MacArthur's first target lay at the very bottom of Japan's defensive ring, a tiny island on the southern tip of the Solomon Islands chain. Most Americans had never heard of it. Its name was Guadalcanal, and what happened there would set the tone for everything that followed. The offensive opened the way most Pacific engagements would begin, with overwhelming firepower from the sea. United States warships took up positions offshore and began pounding Japanese positions on Guadalcanal with everything they had. B-17 bombers from the 26th Squadron joined the assault, raining down destruction for 7 consecutive days. The island shuddered under the bombardment. Trees were reduced to splinters. Bunkers collapsed into the mud. The noise was constant, relentless, a drumbeat of explosions that could be heard for miles across the water. Only when Japan's defenses had been sufficiently softened did MacArthur give the order for the first land-based assault. United States Marines were going into amphibious combat for the very first time. Everything about it was untested: the doctrine, the timing, the landing craft, the coordination between naval gunfire and men on foot. What they had in their favor was the weather, and then the ramps dropped. Wave after wave of Marines poured onto the shore. In those first minutes, everything went like clockwork. Japan's garrison fought back with shocking ferocity. As the Marines pressed up the beach, they ran headlong into a wall of resistance that caught many of them off guard. These were not soldiers who fought and fell back. They fought and died where they stood. The 1st and 11th Marine Corps brought up howitzers and pounded the enemy defenses from close range. It was not enough. They were forced to close the distance even further, to fight at ranges where you could see the whites of a man's eyes, where combat became something primal and terrifying. And there, in the smoke and chaos of those first engagements, the Americans discovered something that would define every single battle in the Pacific from that moment forward. Within hours, 10,000 American troops had reached land, outnumbering the enemy 5-1. As heavy artillery pieces were hauled ashore and tank support rolled off the landing craft, MacArthur's confidence grew that he had the Japanese outgunned and overwhelmed. Japan's 2,000-strong garrison was indeed overrun. By 8 o'clock that evening, after just 14 hours of fighting, American troops had secured their main objective, an airstrip on the north side of the island. It was a vital prize. MacArthur now had an airbase from which to project power deeper into Japan's island empire. But his control over Guadalcanal was far from secure, and the Japanese had no intention of letting it go without a fight. 12 days later, Japan mounted a counterattack. A wave of 1,000 soldiers from their nearby island stronghold of Rabaul landed on Guadalcanal under cover of darkness, slipping through the jungle to hit American positions where they were weakest. The Marines stood firm. The fighting was vicious, often hand-to-hand, and when it was over, almost all of the Japanese attackers lay dead. But it didn't matter. They kept coming. Wave after wave of Japanese reinforcements poured onto the island, shipped in from Rabaul and beyond. What had been a quick, decisive victory was turning into a grinding, brutal contest of endurance that neither side had anticipated. The fighting continued for 6 agonizing months. 6 months of jungle warfare in sweltering heat, of ambushes at dawn and night raids in the pitch dark, of tropical disease and dwindling supplies. 6 months of men killing each other over a patch of ground that most of them had never heard of before the war began. At sea, the struggle was just as fierce. The waters around Guadalcanal became so littered with sunken ships from both navies that sailors gave the passage a name, Iron Bottom Sound. Control of the seas shifted back and forth, and with it, the ability to reinforce and resupply the men fighting on shore. And still, the battle raged on, week after grinding week. It was not until February the 7th, 1943, that the last Japanese forces were evacuated from Guadalcanal. The cost of taking this one tiny island stunned the American public. 7,100 American lives had been lost. Japan's losses were staggering. 24,000 dead. Guadalcanal was a victory. Yes, the first American offensive land victory against the Japanese, and a strategically critical one. The secured airfield, renamed Henderson Field, gave MacArthur an unsinkable aircraft carrier from which to project power deeper into the Japanese Empire. It provided the foothold from which the entire island-hopping campaign would be launched. But Guadalcanal was also a grim foreshadowing, a preview of the war of attrition that was to come across every island, every atoll, every jungle-choked scrap of land between the Solomons and Tokyo. With Guadalcanal under American control, the Joint Chiefs could now turn their attention to the next phase of the strategy, cutting Japan off from its supply of natural resources. And the key to that objective was a single name that appeared on every battle map in the Pacific Theater: Rabaul. Rabaul, on the island of New Britain, was the beating heart of Japan's southern Pacific operations. From this heavily fortified base, the Japanese provided air and naval support to the supply routes that kept their empire alive. Fighters scrambled from its airfields. Warships sailed from its harbor. More than 100,000 troops were garrisoned there, dug into positions that had been reinforced for months. Conventional wisdom said it would have to be captured by direct assault, a prospect that made even the most aggressive American commanders pause. MacArthur had a different idea. He did not intend to take Rabaul. He intended to isolate it, surround it, cut it off from reinforcements and resupply, and let it wither on the vine. A garrison of 100,000 men, no matter how determined, was no threat if it had no food, no fuel, no ammunition, and no way to project power beyond its own perimeter. It was a strategy that would save thousands of American lives if it worked. The operation was called Cartwheel, and it was elegant in its conception. MacArthur planned a classic pincer maneuver. He would lead the Western Arm himself, advancing from Port Moresby up the Japanese-occupied northern coast of New Guinea. The Eastern Arm, commanded by the aggressive and colorful Admiral William Bull Halsey, would start from Guadalcanal and push north through the Japanese-controlled Solomon Islands. When the two arms converged, the United States Navy would complete the encirclement. Rabaul would be strangled into irrelevance. As with Guadalcanal, Cartwheel began with intense aerial bombardment and naval shelling. Then the Marine and Army units hit the beaches. This time, the Japanese were ready. They unleashed heavy mortar fire that churned the sand into fountains of shrapnel and coral. Sniper rounds cracked through the humid air from positions impossible to spot until it was too late. Machine guns raked the waterline in crisscrossing arcs of fire. As American forces pressed inland, the resistance only grew more ferocious. The Japanese were masterfully dug in, concealed in a network of pillboxes, natural caves, and underground bunkers that had been prepared for exactly this kind of assault. Clearing them was a job that required soldiers to close to suicidal distances near enough to hurl grenades into firing slits, near enough to turn flamethrowers on positions that rifles could not penetrate. The heat from the flamethrowers was so intense that men standing 20 feet away could feel it on their skin. And still, the Japanese soldiers stayed true to the code. Rather than surrender, they mounted suicide charges, rushing headlong at American lines while screaming, "Banzai!" a sound that would haunt the dreams of every Marine who fought in the Pacific. But as the weeks and months of combat ground on, American troops discovered they were fighting more than just the Japanese. The jungle itself was an enemy every bit as dangerous. The terrain was riddled with disease. Soldiers fell prey to dysentery that left them doubled over in agony. Scrub typhus brought fevers that burned through the body like wildfire. And worst of all was malaria, the invisible killer that struck without warning, reducing strong men to shivering wrecks. It took 9 bloody months of continuous conflict. But eventually, the 2 pincers of Operation Cartwheel closed around Rabaul like a vice. American casualties ran into the tens of thousands. Japan's losses were staggering beyond comprehension. More than 150,000 killed. Operation Cartwheel had done its job. Rabaul, along with its garrison of over 100,000 men, was now completely isolated. It would play no further part in the war. Those 100,000 soldiers would sit out the rest of the conflict, slowly starving. Their vast base rendered meaningless by a strategy that chose encirclement over annihilation. Vital resources, oil from the Dutch East Indies, rubber from New Guinea, were successfully cut off from mainland Japan. The first great stranglehold had been achieved. For the planners in Washington, it was proof that the island-hopping concept worked. You did not have to destroy every enemy position. You only had to make it irrelevant. The question now was whether this principle could be applied at scale, across thousands of miles of ocean, against an enemy that was growing more desperate and more dangerous with every mile it was pushed back. While MacArthur fought his way through the jungles of the Southwest Pacific, a second front was opening to the east. Admiral Chester Nimitz and the United States fleet were preparing to drive the Japanese from the Gilbert and Marshall Islands. These remote atolls, tiny, flat, and seemingly insignificant, provided vital military support to Japan's supply routes in the Central Pacific. As long as they remained in enemy hands, the road to Tokyo through the Central Ocean would remain shut. The operation was codenamed Galvanic, and its first target was an island called Tarawa. The assault began with what had become tried and tested tactics, a massive naval and air bombardment from the Fifth Fleet. The guns of American battleships and cruisers hammered the tiny island for hours, pouring thousands of tons of explosives onto a strip of land barely 3 miles long. When the bombardment lifted, it seemed impossible that anything could have survived underneath it. Surely, the defenders had been pulverized. Then the 2nd Marine Division headed for the beaches, and everything that could go wrong did. America's lack of experience with amphibious warfare was about to be paid for in blood. The troops landed at low tide, a miscalculation that would prove catastrophic. Their landing craft ground to a halt on coral reefs hundreds of yards from shore, and the Marines were forced to climb over the sides and wade toward the beach through chest-deep water. They were completely exposed, moving at a crawl through water that offered no cover whatsoever. Japanese machine guns opened up from fortified positions along the waterline. Hundreds were cut down before they ever set foot on dry land. Those who made it ashore found the bulk of Japan's 4,700-strong garrison waiting inland, dug into concrete bunkers and coconut log fortifications that had survived the bombardment almost entirely intact. They were outnumbered by the invading Americans 7-1. It did not matter. Every single one of them was prepared to die for their emperor, and that willingness transformed a numerical disadvantage into something approaching parity in the brutal, close-quarters fighting that followed. The next 4 days were among the fiercest and bloodiest in Marine Corps history. The fighting was hand-to-hand in places, a desperate slaughter in which every bunker, every trench, every stretch of beach had to be taken by force. Flamethrowers roared. Grenades detonated in enclosed spaces. Men fought with bayonets, with rifle butts, with their bare hands when everything else failed. By the time the island of Tarawa was finally secured, 1,700 American lives had been lost. Out of the entire Japanese garrison of nearly 5,000, only 17 men, 17 allowed themselves to be captured alive. The rest had fought until they were killed or had taken their own lives. The photographs and newsreel footage from Tarawa shocked the American public like nothing before in the war. Bodies floating in the shallows with the tide lapping around them. Marines sprawled across the beach in the positions where they had fallen, their equipment scattered around them like debris from a shipwreck. Shattered landing craft tilted on the reef. For the first time, many Americans at home began to grasp what island hopping actually meant. Not a chess game played at a comfortable distance by admirals and generals, but a series of close-quarters killing grounds where their sons and brothers and husbands paid for every yard of progress with their lives. Some in Congress questioned whether the cost was sustainable. Military leaders responded that there was no alternative. The road to Tokyo ran through these islands, and the toll could only be paid in full. And Nimitz pressed forward. By February the 22nd, his forces had seized all the key targets in the Gilbert and Marshall Islands. The highway through the Central Pacific was opening, one blood-soaked island at a time, and American sights were now set to the north, on the Japanese-controlled Mariana Islands, the gateway to Japan's inner defensive ring. Admiral Chester Nimitz launched Operation Forager in the summer of 1944, and the scale of the operation reflected just how much American power had grown since the desperate early days of Guadalcanal. The first target was the Mariana Island of Saipan, a heavily fortified island that the Japanese considered part of their inner defensive perimeter. 165,000 shells hammered Japan's defenses before the first Marine set foot on the beach. The bombardment was so intense that the island itself seemed to shake apart. 2 days later, the amphibious landings began. 8,000 Marines of the 2nd and 4th Divisions were ashore by early morning, pushing inland against determined resistance. The fighting on the ground followed a pattern that had become grimly familiar: pillboxes, caves, fanatic resistance, soldiers on both sides dying for every yard of contested ground. But this time, the Japanese had something they had not deployed in the previous island battles. They called up their navy. A massive carrier fleet, including 5 fleet carriers and 4 light carriers, advanced into the Philippine Sea with a clear and desperate objective: cut the American troops on Saipan off from their supporting ships, isolate them on the beach, and destroy the invasion before it could take hold. It was Japan's boldest naval gambit since Midway, but there was a critical flaw in the plan, one that would prove fatal. Most of Japan's experienced naval aviators, the men who had launched the attack on Pearl Harbor, who had fought at Coral Sea and Midway, were dead. The pilots now climbing into their cockpits were replacements, rookies, young men with minimal flight hours who were about to go up against the most lethal fighter pilots and the most advanced aircraft in the Pacific. The first wave of just 61 Japanese Zero fighters launched from their carriers and flew toward the American fleet. Nimitz scrambled 220 F-6F Hellcat fighters to meet them. The Hellcat was America's answer to the Zero, faster, tougher, more heavily armed, and flown by pilots who had been forged in months of continuous combat. What followed was not a battle, it was an execution. Outnumbered and outclassed, Japan's Zeros were mercilessly blasted from the sky. Pilots barely had time to register the Hellcats on their wings before their planes were shredded by machine gun fire. The Japanese launched another wing of 120 aircraft, and then another 47. Wave after wave they came. Wave after wave they were destroyed. By nightfall, American losses stood at just 29 planes. Japan had lost almost 400 aircraft in a single day. The engagement would go down in history by a name that captured its savage one-sidedness. At sea level, the battle was equally decisive. American submarines, prowling beneath the surface, torpedoed and sank 2 Japanese aircraft carriers in less than 24 hours. The Imperial fleet, battered from the air and attacked from below, was routed. In total, Japan lost 3 aircraft carriers and nearly 600 planes. This single, devastating engagement meant that the Imperial Japanese Navy could no longer compete in carrier-based warfare. The arm of Japan's military that had once terrorized the Pacific was broken. The Battle of the Philippine Sea was one of the most lopsided American victories of the entire war. But back on Saipan, the conflict plummeted to depths of horror that no one had anticipated. It was not the banzai charges that shocked the American troops by now. They had steeled themselves for those. It was something far worse. It was the civilians. 8,000 Japanese civilians lived on Saipan. As the battle turned against the garrison, Japanese propaganda had filled these people with terror. They had been told that the Americans were barbarians, that capture meant torture, rape, and mutilation. They believed it utterly. And so, as American forces closed in, the civilians of Saipan began to die by their own hand. By the summer of 1944, America was winning the war in the Pacific. Japan's empire was being rolled back on 2 fronts, island by island, base by base. But the cost in human life was staggering. American losses stood at around 46,000 men. Japan's dead numbered over 300,000. On the Japanese home islands, the civilian population was beginning to feel the pressure. Mainland Japan was being starved of natural resources. Food was in short supply. Agricultural and transport infrastructures were crumbling. And yet, despite all of this, the war seemed no nearer to ending. In the corridors of the United States High Command, an argument was underway that would shape the final phase of the Pacific War. Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Ernest J. King believed that the war could be ended swiftly by moving the fleet west from the Marianas to the island of Formosa, modern-day Taiwan. Seizing Formosa would put Japan's home islands within easy striking range of American heavy bombers, and it would mean bypassing most of the remaining Japanese-held territory. Enemy garrisons across the Pacific would be left isolated, undefeated but irrelevant. Their supply lines cut, and their soldiers left to wait out a war they could no longer influence. General MacArthur saw things differently. The Supreme Commander in the Southwest Pacific went directly to President Roosevelt and argued that America must stay the course with his island-hopping strategy. The Philippines, he insisted, must be liberated. The islands would provide larger, more capable bases than Formosa from which to launch sustained bombing campaigns against Japan itself, and taking them would tighten the stranglehold on Japan's last remaining supply lines. But behind the strategic arguments, there was something deeply personal driving MacArthur. When he had been driven from the Philippines in December of 1941, forced to flee as Japanese forces overran the islands, he had made a promise to the Filipino people. He had looked them in the eye and told them he would return. It was a promise that had become famous, and Douglas MacArthur was not a man who took his word lightly. On July the 26th, 1944, President Roosevelt sided with MacArthur. The Philippines campaign was on. It was a decision that would prove fateful for hundreds of thousands of people on both sides of the conflict. MacArthur chose the island of Leyte in the southern Philippines as his first objective. The general launched his amphibious landings with the full weight of American military power behind him. And then came the moment that was pure Douglas MacArthur. Cameras rolling, the general waded ashore through knee-deep water alongside his troops, jaw set, sunglasses catching the tropical light, every inch the conquering hero returning to liberate a captive people. It was a masterpiece of public relations. MacArthur had returned. By now, the American military had turned amphibious assault into something approaching a science, and within hours the Sixth Army had established an 18-mile-long beachhead from which to launch their advance inland. But the Japanese High Command understood that the Philippines could not be allowed to fall. If it did, Japan's last supply routes to the oil and rubber of Southeast Asia would be severed permanently. The war would be lost. They gambled everything on one last naval stroke. Mobilizing all their remaining major warships, the Japanese launched Operation Show, meaning victory. The plan was audacious. Lure America's Third Fleet away from the Leyte beachhead, then smash the transports and supply ships left behind, cutting MacArthur's troops off from reinforcement. The Imperial fleet was split into three. One convoy advanced through the San Bernardino Straits to the north, a second threaded through the Surigao Straits to the south, and the third, including the Imperial Navy's last 4 aircraft carriers, approached from the northeast, acting as bait. On October the 23rd, the northern convoy was spotted. Admiral Halsey, commander of the Third Fleet, moved to intercept. The following morning, he launched airstrikes against the Japanese ships. They took hits and then turned and appeared to retreat. It was a ruse, designed to draw Halsey northeast, away from Leyte and toward the waiting carriers, and Halsey fell for it completely. He took the bait and steamed away from the beachhead at full speed. To the south, Admiral Kinkaid headed out to engage the second Japanese convoy in the Surigao Straits. Japan's plan was working exactly as designed. Just a handful of small American vessels, escort carriers, destroyers, nothing that could stand against a battleship fleet, remained to protect the invasion force at Leyte. And now, under the cover of darkness, the Japanese convoy that had feigned retreat through San Bernardino turned back. They were heading straight for the defenseless transports. If they reached them, the slaughter would be unimaginable. This was the moment Japan had been gambling on a chance to destroy an entire American invasion force in a single stroke. But at the last moment, incredibly, the Japanese lost their nerve. Their commanders, unable to confirm whether they were sailing into a trap, hesitated and then turned away. The opportunity, the one chance they had to change the course of the Pacific War, slipped through their fingers and was gone. In the Surigao Straits, Admiral Kinkaid and the Seventh Fleet unleashed devastating firepower on Japan's southern convoy. 3 destroyers and 2 battleships were sunk in a textbook engagement. To the northeast, Halsey's Third Fleet caught the 4 Japanese carriers that had been used as bait. Having lost most of their aircraft and pilots in the Marianas, Japan's carriers were defenseless. All 4 were sent to the bottom. The Battle of Leyte Gulf, the largest naval engagement in the history of warfare, was a comprehensive American victory. The Imperial Japanese Navy, as a fighting force, had effectively ceased to exist. But Japan was not finished. Not yet. It had one more weapon to deploy, one that would take its culture of sacrifice to a level the world had never seen. The Imperial High Command called for volunteers to form a new kind of aerial strike force. They called it kamikaze, meaning divine wind, and its pilots were required to make the ultimate sacrifice in the name of their emperor. This was not the desperate improvisation of men who had run out of options. This was official military doctrine, organized, sanctioned, and celebrated as the highest expression of Japanese honor. In the fall of 1944, the first kamikaze pilots gathered for a final ceremony. They drank sake. They wrote letters to their families, letters that were often heartbreakingly ordinary, filled with apologies for debts unpaid and hopes for younger siblings' futures. They tied white headbands around their foreheads, the hachimaki, the traditional symbol of courage and determination. Some were true believers in the cause, convinced that their sacrifice would turn the tide. Others were young men who had been given no real choice, swept up in a military culture that equated refusal with cowardice and dishonor. Whatever their private thoughts, they climbed into aircraft loaded with fuel and explosives and took off on missions from which they would never return. Their targets were the American aircraft carriers and warships supporting the troops on Leyte. Each pilot knew that his cockpit was also his coffin. American fighters and anti-aircraft gunners responded with everything they had. Some kamikazes were blown out of the sky before they could reach their targets, trailing fire and smoke as they spiraled into the sea. Others missed, crashing into the waves harmlessly, but a direct hit was catastrophic. The escort carrier St. Lo was struck and engulfed in flames, killing 100 Americans. The ship sank within minutes. As horrific as these attacks were, the numbers told a different story. Out of some 2,600 kamikaze sorties flown during the course of the war, only 19% found their targets, sinking fewer than 40 American ships. The divine wind was fearsome in its psychology and devastating in individual moments, but it could not reverse the fundamental equation of the Pacific War. Back on Leyte, the ground war followed its now familiar, agonizing pattern. Attritional warfare continued for 2 solid months, the same grinding, relentless combat that had characterized every engagement since Guadalcanal. Jungle fighting, night raids, ambushes, disease, and at every turn, Japanese soldiers who chose death over surrender. Once again, their determination, extraordinary as it was, proved no match for America's 4-to-1 numerical superiority. On New Year's Eve, 1944, General MacArthur's forces finally captured Leyte. Behind them, almost the entire Japanese defending force of 50,000 lay dead. The path to Manila was open. Early in the new year, over 100,000 troops of the 6th Army landed on the south coast of Luzon, the main Philippine island. The landings were relatively unopposed. Japan's garrison was poorly equipped, cut off from air and naval support, and no longer receiving reinforcements from the home islands. Outmatched, they fell back into mountain strongholds in the island's rugged interior, ceding the coastal plains to the advancing Americans. MacArthur drove straight for Manila. After just 2 weeks of fighting, his lead elements were within 60 kilometers of the capital. They retook Clark Field, the major American air base that had fallen to Japan in 1941. And then the 1st Cavalry Division seized the bridge over the Tulahan River. On February the 3rd, American forces entered the city of Manila. MacArthur's promise was about to be fulfilled, but the price of that promise would be far higher than anyone had imagined. General Yamashita, the senior Japanese commander in the Philippines, understood that Manila was a city of irreplaceable beauty and history. Its churches and government buildings, many of them centuries old, represented a cultural heritage that war should not be permitted to destroy. Yamashita gave orders for a complete withdrawal to abandon the capital and spare it from the fighting. It was a rare moment of restraint in a conflict that had known precious little of it. But Yamashita's orders were defied. A garrison commander named Sanji Iwabuchi, a naval officer who answered to a different chain of command, refused to leave. Along with 20,000 men, Iwabuchi swore to uphold the Japanese imperial code of honor and defend Manila to the last breath. There would be no withdrawal, no surrender. The city would become a fortress, and its streets would become a killing ground. What followed was the first and fiercest example of urban warfare in the entire Pacific theater. American soldiers fought their way through Manila block by block, building by building, room by room. They faced snipers in upper-story windows who would fire a single shot and then vanish. Machine gun nests, set up behind barricades of rubble, turned every intersection into a death trap. Hidden artillery pieces, positioned in courtyards and behind the walls of churches, opened fire at point-blank range on advancing troops. This was nothing like the open-ground assaults of the island campaigns. Here, the enemy was invisible until the moment he killed you. The destruction was total. Historic Manila, a city that had stood for centuries, surviving earthquakes, typhoons, and colonial conquests, was reduced to rubble. Churches that had been built by the Spanish 400 years earlier were blasted apart. Government buildings collapsed into heaps of stone and twisted steel. Homes that had sheltered generations of families were incinerated. After a month of relentless fighting, American forces drove Iwabuchi and his surviving troops into the historic center of the city, known as Intramuros, the old walled city, the heart of colonial Manila. There, behind walls that had been built to withstand siege, the Japanese would make their final stand. American artillery, 140 guns, opened up on the ancient fortifications. When the barrage lifted, the infantry stormed what was left. The battle inside Intramuros was 3 days of room-to-room, hand-to-hand combat in the ruins of a city that had already been destroyed. The battle for Manila was over by March the 3rd. American losses stood at 1,000 dead, Japan's at 17,000. But those numbers, terrible as they were told, only a fraction of the real story. Over 100,000 Filipino civilians had been killed during the battle, making it the highest civilian death toll of any single engagement in the entire Pacific theater. Many of these people were not casualties of crossfire or collateral damage. They had been deliberately murdered by Japanese soldiers in the final, desperate weeks of the siege. As Iwabuchi's garrison crumbled and defeat became inevitable, Japanese troops turned their fury on the defenseless civilian population. Entire families were herded into buildings that were then set ablaze. Children were not spared. It was an act of collective madness and cruelty that defied any military code, any justification, any explanation that history has been able to provide. MacArthur had kept his promise. He had returned, but the cost to the people he had come to liberate was devastating beyond all reckoning. The campaign for the Philippines would grind on for 5 more months as American forces methodically rooted out pockets of Japanese resistance scattered across the archipelago's 7,000 islands. In mountain strongholds and jungle redoubts, Japanese soldiers held out with the same fanatical tenacity they had shown everywhere else, dying in their positions rather than surrender. When the campaign was finally over, the toll was immense. Around 14,000 Americans dead, nearly 50,000 wounded. Japan had lost close to 350,000 soldiers, nearly its entire force in the Philippines wiped out. Its navy was destroyed beyond recovery. Its last supply lines to the oil fields of Borneo and the rubber plantations of Malaya had been permanently severed. The great wheel of Japan's Pacific Empire, which had once turned on the resources of Southeast Asia, had been broken. The empire was collapsing inward on itself, and yet, impossibly, the war was not over. The Japanese military leadership, even in the face of catastrophic losses, refused to contemplate surrender. They believed they could still prevail not by winning battles, which they knew was no longer possible, but by making the cost of every American advance so horrific, so unbearable, that the United States would eventually choose a negotiated peace on Japanese terms, rather than continue to absorb the punishment. If every island was a Tarawa, if every city was a Manila, if every beach was a cemetery, then surely the American people would demand that their leaders bring the boys home. The war would end not with Japan's defeat, but with America's exhaustion. Japan would fight on, whatever the cost to its own people, whatever the devastation to its own cities, and simply wait for the enemy to break. American commanders understood the Japanese strategy perfectly. They had seen the banzai charges and the kamikaze attacks, and now they were looking at the map and seeing what still lay ahead. Iwo Jima, barely 8 square miles of volcanic rock, defended by 21,000 Japanese soldiers who had spent months tunneling into the very stone of the island, creating an underground fortress of bunkers and passageways that no amount of bombardment could destroy. Beyond that, Okinawa, a full-sized island with over 100,000 defenders and a civilian population of hundreds of thousands. And beyond even that lay the ultimate objective, the invasion of the Japanese home islands themselves. Military planners estimated that a direct assault on Japan could cost 500,000 American lives. Some estimates ran higher. What we can say with certainty is this: the men who fought their way across the Pacific, from the jungles of Guadalcanal to the rubble of Manila, from the blood-stained coral of Tarawa to the cliffs of Saipan, endured something that defies easy description. They crossed the largest ocean on Earth, one island at a time, against an enemy that refused to yield, in conditions that tested the absolute limits of what the human body and spirit can bear. They waded through surf under machine gun fire. They crawled through jungles where the enemy was invisible and disease was everywhere. They stormed fortified positions that had been designed to kill them. They watched friends torn apart by mortar rounds and kept advancing. Many of them were barely old enough to vote. Many of them had never left their home states before the war, put a rifle in their hands and shipped them to the far side of the world. Many of them never came home, and it was not only the Americans who suffered. On the other side, Japanese soldiers died in numbers that beggar comprehension, young men too, far from home, fighting under a code of honor that gave them no option but death. Entire islands reduced to ash and cratered moonscapes, cities burned to the ground. The Pacific War was not a strategic exercise played out on a map in some distant war room. It was a war of attrition fought by individual human beings, in heat and mud and blood and terror, for scraps of ground that most of the world had never heard of and would struggle to find on a globe. They deserve to be remembered, not as statistics in a textbook, not as grainy figures in black and white footage, but as people, young men who were frightened and fought anyway, who watched their closest friends die in front of them and somehow kept going, who crossed the largest ocean on Earth to fight for a world they hoped might be worth the sacrifice. Iwo Jima, February 1945. 8 square miles of volcanic rock, sulfur vents, and black sand, sitting almost exactly halfway between Tokyo and the American air bases on Saipan. From the air, it looked like nothing, a pork-chop-shaped island adrift in an endless Pacific. But for 80,000 United States Marines preparing to storm its beaches, and for the 21,000 Japanese soldiers dug in beneath its surface, this desolate scrap of earth was about to become one of the bloodiest battlefields in the history of human warfare. Private First Class Jim Norton was 19 years old. He stood on the deck of a troop transport, staring out at the island through the gray morning light. The Navy and the Air Force had been pounding Iwo Jima for weeks. It was the most bombed place in the entire Pacific. The brass figured the battle would last 3, maybe 4 days. Norton believed them. Most of the boys did. They had no reason not to. They had no idea their shells were having almost no effect at all. Deep beneath the island's surface, Japanese Navy Ensign Kiyoshi Endo waited out the bombardments in a network of tunnels that defied imagination. "We were ordered to make underground shelters where we took cover," he recalled. "The bombardments continued without a break, but we were able to endure." Over 16 miles of tunnels ran beneath the volcanic rock. Inside Mount Suribachi, the dormant volcano that dominated the island's southern tip, those tunnels plunged 7 stories into the earth, connecting a fortified hospital, a command center, and hundreds of gun emplacements. The Americans were hammering the surface. The Japanese were living underneath it. The man who built this underground fortress was Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi. He commanded the island's defense from deep inside Mount Suribachi, and he understood his situation with brutal clarity. He was outnumbered. He was outgunned. His Navy and Air Force had been pulled away to Okinawa, preparing for the final stand that was still months away. There would be no reinforcements, no rescue, no retreat. Kuribayashi could not win on Iwo Jima, and he knew it. So he devised a strategy that was as simple as it was savage: kill as many Americans as possible. He ordered every one of his soldiers to take at least 10 American lives before dying. Anything less would mean a dishonorable death. Japanese Master Sergeant Kei Kanai was 21 years old when he received those orders. "It was considered an honor to die in battle," he said. We would gladly offer our lives under such a virtuous commander. These were not empty words. The Japanese on Iwo Jima had been taught since childhood that surrender was the ultimate disgrace, worse than death, worse than anything the enemy could inflict. They believed that if they were taken prisoner, they would be executed. Every man on that island expected to die there, and nearly every man would. But to understand how the world arrived at this moment, 80,000 young Americans poised to assault a volcanic island, defended by men who had already accepted their own deaths, we need to go back to a Sunday morning 3 years earlier, when the Japanese launched an unprovoked attack on the American naval fleet at Pearl Harbor, and everything changed. President Roosevelt spoke for the nation in the hours that followed. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, he declared, the American people, in their righteous might, will win through to absolute victory. Imperial Japan had joined forces with Hitler and Mussolini the previous year to form the Axis powers, and the strike on Pearl Harbor was a defiant grab for dominance by the island nation and its military leaders. America was at war. Over the next 3 years, American forces struck back. They liberated a string of islands from the Imperial Army and pushed ever closer to the Japanese homeland. The United States established air bases on these captured islands, and on November 24, 1944, Iwo Jima sat directly in the bomber's flight path, and the Japanese had loaded it with radar installations and fighter planes. The island's defenders could detect the approaching B-29s and scramble fighters to intercept them. Over 100 American bomber crews were lost. Japanese fighters were also destroying supply ships. The island had to be taken, and so, on the morning of February 18, 1945, the United States Navy began shelling Iwo Jima from both sea and air. The objective was to soften the beachhead for the landing that would begin the following day. 80,000 Marines, many of them teenagers, boys who had never left their home states before enlisting, were about to attempt the first American invasion of sovereign Japanese soil. The Japanese defenders understood exactly what that meant. It was the first breach of their homeland, and they were prepared to die, every last one of them, rather than surrender a single yard. On the troop transports, the Marines made their final preparations. Some cleaned their weapons. Some wrote letters they hoped would not be their last. Many attended church services held below decks, crowded into steel compartments that smelled of oil and sweat and something no one wanted to name: fear. Jim Norton remembered the silence. You could have heard a pin drop right on board ship, he said, because everybody was pretty tense. God only knew what was ahead of us. Was I going to get wounded? Killed? What was it going to be like? Nobody talked. The men sat in the hold, waiting. Private First Class John Douglas was also 19. He was not a boy who scared easily. An 18-year-old doesn't think too far ahead, he said. I wasn't really scared, but then he paused, and something shifted in his voice. I knew one thing that concerned me. I knew that when I went over that rope ladder in the morning, I was leaving the mothership. I would have nothing of America. I would just be a man on a place where I had no idea of anything that was going to happen to me. He let that thought hang. That part was scary. Private First Class Clay Coble was 19. He had studied the maps and the reconnaissance photos, and he had stared at the dark silhouette of Mount Suribachi rising from the island's southern tip. I can still see that in my mind's eye, he said, decades later. Looking over the mountain, I didn't know how successful we'd be going up that mountain. I thought that was probably going to be a bad scene. Coble remembered how the officers framed it. There was never any talk about, if we take it, he recalled. It was, we're going to get it, and we're going in there, and the Japanese are going to surrender. Or boys, I'm sorry to tell you, but you have to kill them. A lot of people have qualms about killing, but if you don't kill them, they'll kill you. As night fell on February 18th, most of the Marines tried to sleep and failed. By morning, they would be climbing down cargo nets into wooden Higgins boats, circling in the swells, waiting for the signal to hit the beach. Every man aboard those transports knew that some of them would not come back. The only question was, which ones? Then the order came. Marines, report to your debarkation station. The words cut through the silence like a blade. Sergeants barked. Men stood. This is it, someone said. Let's go. One by one, they swung their legs over the rail and started climbing down the cargo nets into the boats below. They're like climbing up, Norton recalled, but you're climbing down. You don't want to do anything but that. But those are your orders, and that's what you've been trained to do. So you do it. The Higgins boats filled with Marines and left the ships, circling in formation, waiting for the signal. Inside those small wooden craft, the boys were packed shoulder to shoulder, exposed, vulnerable, and for the first time in their young lives, under enemy fire. When you've never had fire coming toward you, you don't even know what it sounds like, Norton said. But all of a sudden you realize these sounds are different. It sounds like a ping, ping, ping. When you're firing yourself, it's quite noisy. And then when you see people falling, they're hit. On the island, Japanese forces watched the armada approach. Ensign Endo recalled the preparations. I ordered that each man received 2 grenades, a Japanese officer directed. The first grenade was intended for the enemy. The second grenade was to be used to commit suicide if they were severely wounded or were going to be captured. There would be no prisoners, not on either side, not today. At 9 o'clock on the morning of February 19th, 1945, the first wave of landing craft turned toward the beach. 80,000 Marines were about to learn what it meant to invade Iwo Jima. The moment the first Higgins boats hit the shore, the Japanese opened up with everything they had: heavy machine guns, mortars, artillery, rockets. The men on the beach radioed back to the command ship. They were pinned down, overwhelming resistance. The 28th Marines, H Company, the unit, ordered to split the Japanese defenses and assault. Mount Suribachi could not even land. They circled offshore, waiting, absorbing enemy fire in their open boats, with no protection at all. Jim Norton sat in one of those circling boats, watching the chaos unfold. I really realized that I could very well be killed, he said. We could see planes being shot down, coming down in flame and smoke and crashing in the water. He looked at the faces around him. Guys don't want to say, "I'm scared." If one guy says it, then the whole boatload's worried. You keep it to yourself. Corporal Wesley Plummer was 20 years old. While the boat circled, he reached into his pack and pulled out a small card. I read the 23rd Psalm a couple of times, he said quietly. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He paused. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. He carried that card for the rest of his life. 3 hours after the first wave stormed the beaches, they had finally broken through enough for H Company to land. Whether you like it or not, you're gonna go, one Marine recalled. Corporal Charles Johnson was 21. The Higgins boat hit the deck and the ramp went down, he said. I looked and saw all the junk and everything. I said, "Holy Christmas, this place is something else. This is going to be something." The ramp dropped and the men poured out, some going right, some going left, some charging straight ahead. Thousands of hours of training took over. Everybody spreads out, Norton explained, because you're taught that you never, ever keep together. Bad enough to get one guy killed instead of getting 4 or 5. The objective was simple: get off the beach. The Japanese had every inch of it zeroed in. That's where they wiped you out. But between the Marines and safety stood one of Iwo Jima's most treacherous natural defenses, a 15 to 18-foot embankment of volcanic sand. And this was no ordinary sand. It was black, coarse, loose volcanic ash that swallowed a man's boots to the ankles. This terrible sand, one Marine recalled. It was very coarse and loose, practically went down to your ankles. It was tough to run. Another described it like trying to sprint through coffee grounds. You couldn't get traction. You couldn't dig a foxhole. You couldn't do anything except struggle forward, one agonizing step at a time, while Japanese machine guns raked the beach. John Douglas was carrying a Browning automatic rifle, 19.5 pounds of steel, plus 13 magazines of ammunition, each weighing 1.5 pounds. That's why I couldn't clear the beach, he said. I couldn't go any farther. And when I went down, I could see the machine gun fire coming, and I couldn't do anything about it. I couldn't move. He lay there in the black sand, bullets stitching the ground around him, unable to rise. By noon, H Company and the rest of the 28th Marines were supposed to have cut across the island roughly 700 yards of open enemy territory. They had advanced only a few feet. The Japanese were in front of them. A wall of burning wreckage was behind them. There was no cover, no relief, and no way out. Wesley Plummer remembered the scene. When we landed on the beach, it was very crowded. Some of the boats had to stop offshore because of the wreckage. There wasn't any place for them to land. Bill Nicholas, a 19-year-old private first class, tried to put it into words. You could smell the cordite, the gunpowder, very readily. and there were sights that you would see, but you would not want to share them with anybody. People had been literally destroyed. Others were wounded, trying to find someplace to get help. He stopped, then said it plainly. The best way I can explain it, I looked at the beaches, and it was like hell on earth. That's the best way I can explain it. A terrible-looking sight. As thousands of Marines were wounded, their bodies ripped apart by Japanese guns, Navy medical corpsmen and doctors fought to save lives in the middle of the carnage. Lieutenant Dr. Thomas Brown arrived on the beach and saw nothing but death. All the men that I saw on the beach in our battalion when I landed were dead, he said. It wasn't but a minute or two until I heard a corpsman saying, "Oh Jesus, help me." He was attending a wounded Marine whose part of his skull had been blown away. And I said, "Roy, I'm not Jesus, but I'll help you." We bandaged his head. There wasn't really much to do. He'd given him a shot of morphine. The man was dying, and we knew it. And in just a few minutes, he expired with his last gasp. By the end of that first day, H Company had stopped a few hundred feet short of cutting across the island. Over 2,000 Marines were killed or wounded. Every man who survived was exhausted to the point of collapse, and not one of them believed the fight would be over in 4 days anymore. After the first day of battle, Norton said, we all had in our minds it was not going to be a 5-day battle. It was going to be much longer. As the Marines prepared to spend their first night on Iwo Jima, sleep was not an option no matter how shattered their bodies were. On every other island they had fought for, there had been trees, brush, something to provide cover. On Iwo Jima, there was nothing. We had no cover except to burrow in the sand, one Marine said. And beneath that sand, in every direction, the enemy waited. The Japanese tunnel network was the deadliest secret on the island. Over 16 miles of interconnected underground bunkers and caves ran the entire length of Iwo Jima. The tunnels gave the Japanese their only advantage, the ability to appear anywhere, strike without warning, and vanish. Marine patrols probed the Japanese defenses under cover of darkness, never knowing that with each step they took, the enemy was literally right under their feet. That first night, the Navy shelled enemy positions from offshore while the Japanese responded with a heavy artillery barrage. The Marines on the ground were caught in the crossfire between the two. Jim Norton pressed himself into a crater and listened to the shells scream overhead. The noise of those things going over was incredible, he said. It sounds like a freight train, and then they're exploding all over the place. I think most of us figured this was it. We were going to end up in eternity the next second. It was just unbelievable. An artillery shell landed right next to his hole. It didn't explode. Norton stared at it, a big, long thing half buried in the sand. I expected it to go off any time, he said. It sat there for days. In the blackness, the Japanese used hidden firing positions called spider holes, small concealed pits connected to the tunnel network. They would pop up, fire, and disappear. The Marines were trained to hold their fire at night, no matter what they thought they saw. Bill Nicholas explained the logic. Don't open fire at somebody at night unless you're real sure, because 1, you may get the wrong man, and 2, you may give away your position. Nicholas carried a Browning automatic rifle capable of firing 450 rounds per minute. Lighting it up in the darkness would do nothing but paint a target on his back. To tell friend from foe in the dark, the Marines used passwords, words chosen specifically because they contained sounds that did not exist in the Japanese language. The passwords were either cars or trees, one Marine recalled. Lincoln, because they have a tough time pronouncing L's, and Maple because they have a real tough time pronouncing those. In the Valley of the Shadow of Death, survival came down to whether a man could say the word Lincoln. When the sun finally rose on the second morning, Jim Norton discovered how close he had come to dying in the night. Right outside the foxhole, probably within 5 feet, was a dead Japanese soldier, he said. He had all kinds of stuff on him to blow us up. Somebody had got him before he got us. Norton paused. And it was that way every night. Your nerves play tricks on you. You think you see them and they're not there, but a lot of times they are, and you don't see them. On the morning of the second day, the 28th Marines H Company was ordered to begin the assault on Mount Suribachi. They waited for the Navy to soften the Japanese defenses. Ensign Endo watched the bombardment from inside the mountain. The American battleships were lined up in a row, he recalled. When one row completed their mission, the next one would come in from the south. The bombardment continued without a break. Wesley Plummer felt the concussions from the ground. There was a terrific amount of shelling from the ships out at sea, he said, and the planes strafing and bombing and dropping napalm bombs just a few hundred yards in front of us. At 8:30, the bombardment stopped to let the Marines advance, but when the shelling ceased, the Japanese resistance was as heavy as before. The tunnels had held. The first troops to assault the mountain were devastated. H Company was called up to relieve them. What they saw shook even the hardened among them. They were all in bandages, blood-soaked bandages, one Marine remembered. They had rifles turned upside down with plasma bags going in, guys wounded everywhere, and they said, "Let's go." And we thought, if we end up like those guys, we're going to get the same treatment. But they went. Now, for the first time, the men of H Company could actually see the enemy. The mountain was covered with hundreds of Japanese gun and mortar emplacements, and the gunners were exacting a devastating toll. The company was pinned down. A Sherman tank rolled up to provide fire support. Its 75mm cannon was powerful enough to destroy the Japanese positions, but the crew couldn't see the enemy through the tank's tiny windows. There was a telephone mounted on the outside of the tank. A man could pick it up and direct the crew's fire. But reaching that phone meant crossing open ground in full view of every Japanese gun on the mountain. It was a terrible place to go, one Marine said, because all the small arms fire from the Japanese was directed at the tank, and anybody talking on it was probably going to get shot. Corporal Charles Johnson didn't hesitate. "I really don't know what possessed me to do that," he said years later. "I know that we needed more firepower up there." He sprinted to the tank, grabbed the phone, and told the crew where the Japanese were. The tank adjusted its aim and opened fire. The enemy position was destroyed, but before Johnson could get clear, he was hit. Medical corpsman Archie Williams ran out to save him, the same Archie Williams who would, in the days ahead, give his life to save another Marine. Jim Norton watched his friends disappear into the smoke. "I wanted to go with him, see how he was," Norton said, "but I knew I couldn't. I knew he was at least okay, because he was walking." Johnson's sacrifice had saved H Company. Years later, he refused to call it heroism. "I didn't do any more than anybody else on that island, believe me," he said. "Maybe I was in the right place at the right time. That's it." Johnson was evacuated to the beach, where he found a friend from H Company who had been critically wounded in the same mortar attack. Both men were taken to a hospital ship offshore, but even there, they were not truly safe. Dr. Brown had seen it firsthand. A lot of men who were waiting to be evacuated from the beach were killed by enemy fire while they were waiting. On the hospital ship, Johnson witnessed the massive scale of casualties. Marines filled every bed, every corridor, and many of them didn't make it. Johnson's friend was among the dead. They said, "All guys that can make it, please come over," Johnson recalled. They buried him at sea. They put him on the slab with the flag draped over him. And then they said prayers, and they lifted it up and dumped him right in the ocean. I could hear the splash in the water. His voice broke. "It just hurts so much. If you let your mind think about being buried at sea, it's a very cold, serious thing. They couldn't keep those men all the way till they got them somewhere. But it's about the worst thing I can think of, being buried at sea." Back on the island, the assault on Suribachi continued yard by agonizing yard. Every Japanese bunker built into the mountain had to be destroyed individually. Every foot of ground was paid for in blood. John Douglas described the pace. "To go across the island, I think it was 1,000 yards at that bottleneck area. We were 3 days going across that 1,000 yards. Just a miserable, slow process. You'd be down more than you'd be up. The casualties were relentless. Douglas found himself in a crater with another Marine carrying a Browning automatic rifle. Their squad leader told them one had to leave too much firepower in one spot. The other Marine moved out. "This young fellow just got shot," Douglas said. "A .25 caliber round right through his throat. He only fluttered his eyes a couple of times and he was dead. You wonder if you're not going to be next, because it's getting down to 6 or 7 guys out of our 45. Not killed or wounded, just 6 or 7. As the 28th Marines inched toward the summit, every day was worse than the last. The men were running on nothing, no sleep, little food, adrenaline and training, the only things keeping them upright. And their weapons were failing. I couldn't fire my BAR because it was full of volcanic ash, Douglas said. I had a dickens of a time keeping that thing clean. It wouldn't fire half the time. On the night of February 22nd, the 4th night of the battle, Douglas and Corporal Clyde Larkin were in a hole when a Japanese infiltrator appeared. Douglas's weapon was jammed with ash. The Japanese soldier pulled the pin on a hand grenade. Larkin fired and missed. Then Larkin killed him, but the grenade had done its work. I said to Larkin, "I'm hit," Douglas recalled, and he said a funny thing. He said, "Don't die here, Doug. Get out of the hole." Douglas's leg was severely wounded. He would have to crawl 30 feet over exposed ground to reach the nearest corpsman. Somehow, he made it. And it was Archie Williams who was waiting for him. He gave me some morphine, Douglas said, and then he just sat there in the hole with me. Stayed there all night with me. He just never left me. He's my hero. The amazing thing about a corpsman, Douglas continued, is that they respond to every cry and everybody that's in need. I don't care how heavy the fire was or how much it was out in the open. If someone hollered corpsman, a corpsman came running. They're putting themselves right into the same spot where the man got hit. The chances of not getting hit are almost unbelievable, but that's what these guys do. A life of a corpsman is very, very fragile. At first light, stretcher bearers carried Douglas to the aid station. On the way out, his best friend, Charlie Bond, found him. Bond was in I Company. Douglas was in H Company. He told me to take care of myself and be well, Douglas said. He paused for a long time. Anyway, he didn't make it. Charlie Bond was killed in a mortar blast. To have somebody that's your real buddy, it makes war real close. And then, on the 5th day, it happened. The men of the 5th Division's 28th Marines, Easy Company, fought their way to the summit of Mount Suribachi and raised the American flag. Bill Nicholas, who had been evacuated to a hospital ship with shrapnel wounds to his leg and face, was being transferred when someone told him to look. I lifted up in the stretcher, he said, and I looked over toward Mount Suribachi, and at that time, the flag went up. His voice softened. That was a wonderful sight, but there's a lot of guys that never saw it, never will. Wesley Plummer watched from the base of the mountain. That made tears come to my eyes, he said. It was emotional, after all the fellows that we had lost during the few days it took to take that place. The Marines had paid a staggering price to plant that flag. Over 5,600 men had been killed or wounded in the first 5 days alone. For a brief, shining moment, the surviving Marines believed the worst was over. We thought it was over, one man said. They figured it was the end, with the flag up there. What they didn't know, what no one on the surface knew, was that the Japanese still occupied miles of tunnels and caves running through the inside of the mountain and across the entire island. Ensign Endo confirmed it from the other side. Suribachi was conquered, but we still did a lot of damage to the Americans. General Kuribayashi's operation to go underground was effective. The battle was not half over, and the worst was yet to come. After the flag was raised on Suribachi, each company was ordered to push north and help take the airfields in the center of the island. The Marines moved out expecting reduced resistance. Instead, the fighting became even more ferocious. The famous flag, it turned out, had not broken the enemy's will, it had enraged it. It intensified the hatred of the Japanese, one Marine recalled. They really went to war after that. Seeing our flag up there, Clay Coble described what it was like. You couldn't get up and run. If you did, you would be killed. And when you're in something like that, you can lay awful flat. You really get to know Mother Earth. The Japanese controlled the terrain from below. Their tunnel network meant they could appear behind the Marines, beside them, even underneath them. The fighting was unlike anything the Americans had trained for. In the next 3 days alone, over 2,400 Marines were wounded or killed. Jim Norton tried to describe it. You have visions of what combat might be like, he said. We never thought it would be anything like this. The loss there was just unbelievable loss. Hell on earth. That place was just unbelievable. The Marines discovered and captured hundreds of caves connected to the tunnel network, and at last they understood how the enemy could remain invisible yet continue to mount such deadly resistance. The Americans tried using prisoners of war to convince the Japanese hiding in the caves to surrender. Most refused. Many chose death. Forces turned to flamethrowers, blasting the caves and tunnels with napalm. Master Sergeant Kanai explained the Japanese mindset. When we joined the service, we knew we would fight to the last drop of blood for our country. We had been taught that if we became POWs, we would be shot to death. There was no other choice. Some Marines went into the caves themselves. It gives you a queasy feeling being in there, one said, because you never know where they were going to come out. We didn't stand there too long. What they couldn't clear, they sealed. Demolition teams used explosives to collapse cave entrances, trapping the Japanese soldiers inside. As the battle dragged into its second week, there were rare lulls in the fighting, brief pauses that allowed the men to rest, write home, and remember that a world existed beyond this island. But all communication was controlled. Letters were kept short, and vague. Jim Norton's letter, dated February 26th, said only, "Dear Mom, the fighting was fierce, but I came through all right." These have been 8 hectic days. Nothing more was permitted. Nothing more could be said. Meals were another small mercy. The men were issued rations, cigarettes, crackers, cans of meat. Dr. Brown discovered something unique about Iwo Jima's volcanic landscape. We were in an area where the land was hot, old volcanic soil, and we used to cook our rations in the steam vents that came up through the rocks. It was a small comfort in an unimaginable hell. Bill Nicholas, who had been evacuated with shrapnel wounds, was patched up on the hospital ship and sent back to the island after only 3 days. Having found out that this piece of shrapnel did not injure my eye, I was announced capable of going back, he said. He climbed back down into a Higgins boat with a group of fresh replacements who had never seen combat and headed back toward the black sand beaches. When he found his unit, there was barely anything left. 14 days. The Marines had been fighting on Iwo Jima for 14 days, and the 28th Marines H Company was pushing toward the northern end of the island, closing in on the new Japanese command center. The fighting escalated with every step. The Marines couldn't see the enemy but knew they were just over the next ridge. Jim Norton's unit had taken a small ridge and was preparing to advance. We were protected by rocks and various other things, he recalled, but we knew we had to go forward. One of our guys could see the enemy there, and he said, "Anybody got any grenades?" And I threw a couple to him. Hand grenades were the best way to soften a target before storming a position, but the enemy had grenades too. Norton saw something land near him. "I didn't think it was a grenade," he said. "It didn't look like one. I should have realized what it was, but I didn't." After 14 days, you're not as worried as you were when you first got there. Then, the world went white. Norton's lower right leg was nearly severed by the blast. The Japanese mounted a counterattack and pushed the Marines off the ridge. The men had no choice but to withdraw, and they were forced to leave the wounded Jim Norton in a crater between the 2 lines. He was alone in no man's land, trapped between American and Japanese positions, bleeding heavily, in excruciating pain. "I don't know how to explain it," Norton said, "almost like getting hit by a truck. Also, if you ever put your finger in a live socket, you know that buzzing feeling. That's what your whole side felt like." He passed out. How long he was unconscious, he didn't know. Corpsman Archie Williams, the same Archie Williams who had stayed with John Douglas all night, who had never once failed to answer the call of corpsman, would have to brave enemy fire to reach Norton. If he waited, Norton would bleed to death. So Williams made his way toward the Japanese lines to help his friend. "It wasn't just a strange corpsman coming up," Norton recalled. "I knew him. We'd lived with this guy for a year and a half. He was in my tent. We were real buddies." Williams reached Norton and gave him a shot of morphine. Then, as he straightened up to continue treating the wound, he said 2 words, "I'm hit." Norton, drifting in and out of consciousness, tried to make sense of what was happening. Williams told him he needed to go back. He was wounded himself, and he probably thought Norton had a better chance of surviving if he stayed low. "I said, no, stay here," Norton remembered. "You know where we are. They'll get us." But Williams was already moving. He said, "I'm going back." On the way, he saw another wounded Marine maybe hit by the same blast and stopped to help. Archie Williams was shot again. This time, the wound was fatal. "He was just an ordinary guy you knew would do what he had to do," Norton said quietly. "I guess Americans are like that. We do what we have to do when we have to do it. But he was a great guy, and he was gone, just like that." With Archie dead, Norton was alone again, bleeding from his shattered leg, unable to move, a Japanese sniper peppering his crater whenever he stirred. "I couldn't even move," he said, "because the sniper was peppering that hole all the time, so I just had to stay still, pretend I was dead." The pain was beyond anything he had imagined. "I kept thinking I had enough I could cut that off and it wouldn't hurt so bad, which is ridiculous, but you don't know what to think." He lay there for 12 hours, maybe more. Then the sniper fire stopped, darkness came, and Norton called for help. The closest Marines were 50 yards away, and at first they weren't sure whether the cries were a Japanese trick the enemy had been known to lure Americans into the open with false calls. Then Sergeant Jack Burns recognized the voice. "John, is that you?" Burns called into the darkness. "Keep talking so I can find you." Burns volunteered to go first. He and a group of Marines left their cover and crawled into no man's land in full sight of Japanese positions. "There were no trees left," Norton said. "Just stumps and whatever was left." They didn't know where they were going. They took their life in their hands, going out there. They should have gotten a medal. The rescuers didn't even have a stretcher, just a shelter half, a piece of canvas tent. They loaded Norton onto it and began the crawl back. All the time we were going back, they were shooting flares down at us so they could see us, Norton recalled. Both the Japanese and our own side were shooting flares, so every time those flares would go off, they'd have to stop, dump me on the ground, and get down so they couldn't be seen. Inch by inch, flare by flare, they brought him in. At the aid station, Dr. Brown and his team worked in conditions that would have been unimaginable in any hospital. The aid station was not protected, Brown said. Some doctors were shot. One was killed. Sometimes battle was so intense we took care of 92 casualties in about 2 hours. When they examined Norton's leg, they tried to straighten it. They asked if he could feel anything. He said no. A priest came and gave him last rites. Jim Norton was pretty well gone by then. He had lost too much blood, but he was still alive. And the men who had crawled into the darkness to find him, the men who had risked everything because they always get their wounded, and they even bring back their dead if they can, they had given him a chance. While Jim Norton was fighting for his life, the reason for taking Iwo Jima was already proving its worth. A B-29 bomber called Dynamite, returning from a Tokyo bombing run with its bomb bay doors stuck open and its reserve fuel valve jammed, made an emergency landing on one of the captured airstrips. 30 minutes later, the repaired plane took off again. Its crew of 11 was saved. From that point on, American supply planes and damaged bombers routinely used the airstrips, even as bitter Japanese resistance continued at the northern tip of the island. The battle ground on. Wesley Plummer's unit reached the northern end of the island and hit heavy resistance. The Marines called for a machine gun to provide covering fire, and Plummer knew what that meant, setting up an exposed, elevated position to lay down a field of fire. One man had already been killed in the spot where Plummer needed to be. "I knew how dangerous it was," he said, "but it was just part of giving fire protection to our platoon." He climbed over the rocks and set the gun up. I could hear the bullets whistling around me. For 2 hours, he held that position, pouring fire into the Japanese lines, keeping his fellow Marines alive long enough for them to advance across a ravine and up the other side. He was not hit. It was, by any measure, a miracle. The Japanese were growing desperate. Their troops launched banzai charges, officers leading with swords drawn, soldiers screaming and waving flags, charging straight into American fire. Ensign Endo described the mentality. When officers made their last assaults, they led the charge with their swords. It was a matter of principle to charge into the enemy when they were going to die. Bill Nicholas witnessed one of these attacks. "They came out fast," he said, running, shouting, waving their flags. "It was over in maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Never saw any other live ones after that. I saw a lot of dead ones, but never any live ones. Even surrender was a weapon." One day, 3 Japanese soldiers emerged, with their hands raised, carrying white flags. And when they got out in the open, one Marine recalled, and some guys got up to accept the surrender. One of them fell down and became a human tripod. They had a machine gun strapped on his back. Others would rush forward, clutching live grenades to their chests, detonating themselves in midair. And even after death, the Japanese were dangerous. "They would booby-trap their own dead," a Marine said. "If you touched the body, you'd be killed." The battle planners had predicted 3 to 4 days. It was now stretching past 2 weeks, then 3, then a month. "You feel hopeless when you're on there," one Marine admitted. "You figure you're never going to get off." That's how I felt. I thought we'd never get off of that thing. Almost 12,000 Marines had been killed or wounded. You just wonder, with all the guys that are gone somewhere along the line, when do I get it? Then, on the 23rd day, Bill Nicholas received an unexpected delivery during a rare mail call. They had mail call, and we thought, that's a miracle to be on Iwo Jima and have this going on. And now they're having mail call. His letter was from Dr. Ellen P. Burke, the superintendent of schools back home. Nicholas opened it and read that he was being awarded membership in the National Honor Society and that he was being granted his high school diploma. He took his helmet off, tucked the letter inside the liner, put his baseball cap and helmet back on. "So I had my high school diploma," he said with a faint smile. "Maybe someday it might do me some good, but it's in the past, as of now." The next morning, Nicholas and his platoon moved out again. They had advanced about 40 or 50 feet when they walked into a Japanese ambush from a spider hole. "It just took a few seconds," Nicholas said. "I got hit in the left arm. The 2 fellas in the middle were killed instantly. My buddy had the thumb on his left hand shot off. Nicholas was evacuated again. This time, he would not return. At the northern tip of the island, the last of General Kuribayashi's forces were cornered in an area so savage it had earned the name Bloody Gorge. The Japanese were running out of everything: ammunition, water, food, bandages. Master Sergeant Kanai described the final days. Our physical condition had deteriorated. We were suffering from shortage of food and water. We did not have any new bandages, so we tore the uniforms from dead soldiers to wrap our wounds. Kanai carried a final communiqué to Kuribayashi's headquarters, a message from Rear Admiral Ichimaru, requesting all remaining forces to join together for one last stand. Kanai knew it would be the last battle. On March 26, 1945, 36 days after the Marines had first stormed the beaches, American forces reached what they believed to be General Kuribayashi's final command bunker. Wesley Plummer was there when they destroyed it. "It was the largest explosion and most noise I'd ever heard," he said. "I don't know how many thousands of pounds of powder they put in it, but it was really, really a large noise." Kuribayashi's body was never found. Some Japanese believed he was killed in a last stand. Others believed he committed suicide. The truth died with him, somewhere under the rubble. For the Japanese survivors, the end brought conflicting feelings. Ensign Endo remembered. The young soldiers who were trembling with fright before the battle, ready to face certain death, cried with grief at the news. The older soldiers only had an expression of relief, and some harbored a rage that would never cool. Ensign Seiya Oid spoke of Prime Minister Hideki Tojo with a contempt that decades had not diminished. "I will never forgive Tojo. He entrapped people in the direst distress and remained in Tokyo and lived in luxury. Even now, I will not forgive him." The numbers from Iwo Jima defy comprehension. Of the roughly 21,000 Japanese defenders, over 20,000 were killed. Only about 250 were taken prisoner. On the American side, over 6,000 Marines died, and nearly 20,000 were wounded. Ensign Endo noted the tragic asymmetry. The number of deaths on the Japanese side was much larger because the Americans rescued and treated their injured. The Japanese soldiers who were injured could have survived if they were rescued, but that was not possible, so they all died. The 28th Marines H Company paid one of the highest prices of all. They had landed on Iwo Jima with 240 Marines and 6 Navy corpsmen. They left the island with 43 men, an 82% casualty rate. The numbers do not capture what that means. It means that out of every 5 boys who climbed down those cargo nets on the morning of February 19th, 4 of them were killed or wounded. It means that the man next to you, and the man next to him, and the man next to him, almost certainly, one of you, was not going home. As the survivors marched back to the beach, they passed a cemetery where thousands of their brother Marines were buried beneath white crosses. That whole area that we had fought in was covered in white crosses, one man remembered. They held a memorial service for the 5th Marine Division. The word that came up again and again was the same: emotional. Wesley Plummer said it simply: "I felt real bad about all the fellows that were killed and all the friends I'd lost, and I hoped that there wouldn't be any more battles like the one we had just finished on Iwo Jima." Clay Coble was not sure he believed it was truly over until the island disappeared behind the ship's wake. "We were not real sure that everything was secure until we got aboard ship," he said. As the island was disappearing, we felt more elated because we were off the island. We were not in any more imminent danger. Some of the men stood at the rail and watched Iwo Jima shrink into the Pacific. Most turned away. "I had no desire to look back at it," Coble said. "Just a lonely island out there in the middle of the ocean." When they reached the mess hall, the cooks had prepared a meal. Pork chops, gravy, mashed potatoes, and homemade yeast rolls, Coble remembered. That was the first cooked food we'd had. He smiled. Lord of goodness, that was good. That was real good food. Jim Norton lay in a hospital bed in Guam. As soon as he was strong enough to hold a pen, or rather, as soon as a nurse could hold one for him, he dictated a letter home. It began the way every letter home began: "Dear Mom." What followed was harder. "You have probably received my February 26th letter, written in action, and know how busy we were. You understand, I'm sure, that I could not write as often as usual, but you know that you are always in my thoughts. I was very lucky at the time I wrote to you, but the going got tougher, and I was wounded 2 weeks ago today. As I lie here thinking things over, I decided you would want to know what really did happen. The Jap mortar hit, and my right foot and ankle were broken, causing a compound fracture. Apparently, infection set in, and the doctors at the rear line aid station found it necessary to amputate my right leg. He paused. I'm very anxious to reassure you that I'm not worried about myself one bit, and I know how very lucky I am to be alive, and I'm looking forward to the day when I can be home with you for good. Goodbye now. God bless you all. My love, Jim. He was 19 years old. The Marines who were physically able began preparing for the next battle, the invasion of mainland Japan. They expected it to be worse than Iwo Jima, far worse. We felt that to be real lucky if we survived landing on Japan, Plummer said. I didn't have an optimistic view of that. I felt I'd used all my luck up on Iwo Jima, Coble agreed. I figured it would go on for years, because of what we experienced. No giving up. They wouldn't give up. We figured they'd fight right down to the last. None of them knew about the weapon that would make the invasion unnecessary. On August 6, 1945, the United States dropped an atomic bomb on the Japanese industrial city of Hiroshima. 3 days later, a second bomb fell on Nagasaki. Ensign Endo, the man who had survived the tunnels of Iwo Jima, spoke about it with a complexity that few others could claim. It is terrible to kill so many people with a single bomb. But at that time, Japan was prepared to continue fighting, even if all of the 100 million citizens were killed. Although I feel so sorry for the victims of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I believe that it is due to their sacrifice that the people of Japan were saved. On September 2, 1945, Japan formally surrendered. The war had claimed 300,000 American lives and over 1 million Japanese. The cost in human life was tremendous, but World War II was finally over. Bill Nicholas put it simply, "It's just a good feeling to know that hostilities had ended. We achieved our goal. The war is done. Now it's time to go back and be a civilian." But the transition would not be easy. The wounded veterans were sent home on hospital trains, a whistle-stop tour across America that gave the country its first real look at what had happened on that little island. When Norton's train stopped in Chicago, his mother was there. All the media were there, newspaper photographers, Norton recalled. My mother and I, our pictures were in the Tribune. It was great to see her. He had been gone for years. But further down the line, in a small town in Pennsylvania, the welcome was different. The men and women who came out to meet the train were not prepared for what they saw, young men. Boys, really. Missing legs, missing arms, missing pieces of themselves that would never grow back. It was a sight that nobody wanted to see, Norton said. All these young guys getting off with legs gone and arms gone. It was a shock to them all. They just turned and went back into the station. They just couldn't take it. He paused. I can't blame them for that. For his bravery under fire, Wesley Plummer was awarded the Silver Star for helping destroy an enemy mortar position. Charles Johnson also received the Silver Star for his actions at the tank. And for the corpsman who never stopped running toward the wounded, the man who stayed with John Douglas through the night, who crawled into no man's land to save Jim Norton, who was killed trying to save yet another Marine, Archie Williams, was posthumously awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. Master Sergeant K. Kanai was one of the roughly 250 Japanese soldiers taken alive on Iwo Jima. He hid in a cave for months after the battle ended, surviving on stolen American rations. We snuck into enemy encampments to steal food, he recalled. The Americans' rations were quite good compared to the Japanese military rations. One night, a fellow Japanese soldier found him and convinced him to surrender. I thought this would be the end of my life, Kanai said. We had been told that if we became POWs, we'd be shot to death. Then the Marines helped me, and I was carried to the Marines' post. He was not shot. He was given food and medical care. Everything he had been taught about the enemy had been a lie. Over 6,000 Marines died on Iwo Jima. Over 20,000 Japanese soldiers perished. Each one of them was someone's son, someone's friend, someone's reason to hope. They were not numbers. They were not statistics. They were 19-year-old boys from Kansas and 21-year-old sergeants from Tokyo. And they deserved full lives that were stolen from them on 8 square miles of black volcanic sand in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The battle ended more than 80 years ago, but its echoes have never faded. They live in the white crosses that cover the ground where H Company fought. They live in the testimony of the men who were there, testimony given with shaking voices and wet eyes, decades after the guns fell silent. And they live in the solemn obligation that falls on every generation that comes after, to remember. not as an act of nostalgia, not as an exercise in patriotism, but as an act of defense against the forgetting that allows history to repeat itself. Victory in the Pacific is on the horizon, but not fast enough. Not fast enough for the thousands of American servicemen facing a suicidal enemy, an enemy that will not surrender, that considers death in battle a sacred honor, and that has turned every island, every cave, and every beach into a killing ground. To end the epic war in the Pacific, it will take the most destructive form of warfare ever invented by mankind. This is the story of terrifying fanaticism and personal heroism, told in compelling detail with specially enhanced color film and rare footage shot by the troops themselves, put together for the first time to answer the question that still haunts us. Why did Japan believe that America would never deliver the knockout blow? And what unimaginable price was paid by both sides to prove them wrong? The footage that survives from those years is haunting. Grainy, sun-bleached images of young men wading through surf toward beaches they may never leave. Color film rare and precious, capturing the brilliant blue of the Pacific sky and the ugly brown smoke of battle in the same frame. Home movies shot by the troops themselves, images never meant for the newsreels, showing the war as it really was, not as the propagandists wanted it to appear. This footage, much of it unseen for decades, brings us closer to the truth of what happened in the Pacific than any history book ever could. 2.5 years after Pearl Harbor, it is finally payback time. A grueling campaign to rule the waves, an island-hopping strategy to seize back territory yard by bloody yard, has given the American forces the upper hand in the Pacific. The stars and stripes are flying again over atolls and beaches that had been swallowed by the Japanese advance. But not for a single second does anyone believe that Japan is ready to give in. The way the Japanese soldier fights is terrifying. Surrender is unthinkable. Every cave mouth hides a rifleman. Every bunker holds a garrison willing to die to the last man. And the prospect of forcing Japan itself to capitulate, of planting American boots on the Japanese home islands, is enough to keep the most battle-hardened planners awake at night. Because forcing Japan to do that is going to be bloody and bitter beyond imagination. In Europe, American soldiers know they can overcome their enemy in conventional battle. By the summer of 1944, the end is in sight. The Wehrmacht is reeling. The Allies are closing in from east and west, but in the Pacific, bitter experience tells the fighting men otherwise. They have had to develop violent new weapons and savage new tactics to match the barbarity of their enemy. They resort to flamethrowers, massed artillery, and tanks to claw their way forward. For every inch of terrain, the Japanese exact a cruel and unrelenting toll. General George C. Marshall, Chief of Staff of the United States Army, fears that defeating Japan can only come at a horrific cost in American lives. He has seen the casualty reports from Tarawa, from Saipan, from Peleliu. He knows what it costs to take even a small island from an enemy that refuses to surrender. And now the generals are being asked to contemplate something far larger, the invasion of the Japanese homeland itself. Desperate to avoid this, Marshall and his colleagues on the Joint Chiefs of Staff devise a plan. It is a simple, two-pronged strategy. 1. Blockade and starve the Japanese people. 2. Bomb their factories and obliterate their capacity to wage war. Together, the hope is that these two forces can destroy Japan's will to fight on without a single American soldier having to set foot on Japanese soil. Phase 1 begins at sea. American submarines, operating out of the Philippines, and aircraft flying from the decks of U.S. carriers, blockade Japan and sever its vital supply lines. It is a silent, relentless stranglehold. Raw materials, food supplies, and troop ships are dispatched to the bottom of the ocean in a campaign of interdiction that operates around the clock, in all weather, with ruthless efficiency. Oil tankers from the Dutch East Indies, cargo vessels from Manchuria, troop transports bound for the far-flung garrisons of the empire, all are hunted down and destroyed. The result, throughout 1944, is devastating. Japan loses 300,000 tons of shipping each month. Food stocks plummet across the home islands. Rice rations are cut, then cut again. Millions go hungry. A famine looms. The once mighty Japanese merchant fleet is being bled dry, its ships hunted by American submarines that prowl the sea lanes with deadly precision. But still, the Japanese people stand firm. They endure. They tighten their belts, tend their meager vegetable gardens, and bow before the emperor and wait for the next blow to fall. It is time for Phase 2 to kick in, destroy Japan's war machine from the air. And it is a chance for one man in particular to make his mark on the course of history. Curtis LeMay is a cigar-chomping, battle-seasoned Major General in the United States Army Air Force's 20th Bomber Group, based in China. He is a tough-talking, relentless champion of strategic bombing, a man who believes with every fiber of his being that Japan can be bombed into submission from the sky. He and his superiors propose a terrifying assault, an unprecedented air war that will flatten Japan's factories and reduce its industrial capacity to rubble and silence. But the challenges LeMay faces are enormous. The distances in the Pacific theater are vast, almost incomprehensible to a European mind accustomed to thinking in hundreds of miles, not thousands. Japan is over 1,500 miles away from the nearest Allied airstrips, and heavy bombers cannot fly from aircraft carriers. The Pacific Ocean itself is the enemy. A featureless expanse of blue that offers no landmarks, no emergency landing strips, and no rescue for a crew that goes down in the water. LeMay, however, believes he has the right machine to conquer those distances, the brand new Boeing B-29 Superfortress. It is the result of a $3 billion development program, the most expensive weapons program of the entire war, more costly even than the Manhattan Project. The B-29 is a state-of-the-art, four-engine bomber with pressurized cabins, remote-controlled gun turrets, and a sophisticated new fire control computer. Most importantly, it can fly all the way to Japan and back, thanks to its massive range of nearly 4,000 miles. This means the B-29 can operate out of airstrips in China and from the newly captured Mariana Islands in the Central Pacific. From Chengdu, China, 62 B-29s take off on their maiden combat mission. Their target, the Yawata Steel Works in central Japan. The distance is so great that the superfortresses must fly unprotected, without fighter escort. This forces the bombers to fly at extreme altitude, 30,000 feet, where Japanese fighters will have difficulty reaching them. Each B-29 carries a payload of 8 500-pound high-explosive bombs to be released from 6 miles above the Earth. The goal is simple and ambitious: flatten the steel works and begin the systematic destruction of Japan's war industry. But the attacks are from so high up that they miss their target entirely. Japan's powerful jet stream winds fierce, invisible rivers of air that howl across the upper atmosphere at speeds exceeding 100 miles per hour, blow the bombs wildly off course. It is a disappointing debut for the multi-billion-dollar airplane, and the B-29's accuracy does not improve with additional raids in the weeks that follow. Bomb after bomb falls wide. Factory after factory survives untouched. The grand plan to force Japan to surrender through precision bombing is simply not working. Curtis LeMay is promoted to take personal charge of the entire bombing campaign. His answer to the problem is characteristically blunt: bomb more and bomb harder. And so he devises a new tactic, one that will change the nature of the air war forever and haunt the conscience of nations for decades to come: the firestorm. LeMay decides to use a horrifying new weapon, the M69 incendiary cluster bomb. With incendiaries, pinpoint accuracy is not essential. The M69 uses napalm, a jellied gasoline compound, that sticks to everything it touches and burns at extraordinary temperatures to set whole swaths of a city ablaze. The logic is brutal and simple. If you cannot hit a specific factory with a high-explosive bomb from 30,000 feet, you can burn down the entire neighborhood the factory sits in. Whatever war production lies within that area will be consumed in the inferno. Bombers based in the Mariana Islands set their sights on Japan's sixth-largest city, Kobe. In their bomb bays are tons of incendiary bombs, and when those bombs fall, Kobe burns with a ferocity never before seen in the Pacific War. The city is densely packed, its neighborhoods a labyrinth of narrow streets lined with wooden and paper houses that explode into flame at the first touch of napalm. Whole districts are incinerated in minutes. Thousands die screaming in the firestorms, trapped in streets that have become rivers of flame. The orange glow can be seen hundreds of miles away, a terrible beacon burning against the night sky, visible to ships far out at sea. LeMay does it again and again. He hits 67 Japanese cities, including the capital, Tokyo. City after city is fed to the flames, and still, the Japanese will not buckle. Worse, they are beginning to hit back. Japanese fighters and anti-aircraft guns start bringing down B-29s with increasing effectiveness. LeMay's air crews are suffering mounting losses, with nearly 3,000 airmen killed. Morale is sinking among the bomber crews, men who must climb into their aircraft before each mission, knowing that the odds of returning are growing shorter with every raid. LeMay remains convinced that carpet bombing can break Japan, but to succeed, he believes a fundamental change in tactics is essential. The B-29s must fly lower to improve their accuracy over the target, and that means fighter escorts are absolutely critical to protect the bombers from the swarms of Japanese interceptors that rise to meet them. To achieve that, the fighters need bases closer to mainland Japan on enemy-held territory. LeMay and the U.S. battle planners have one island in mind, a tiny volcanic rock in the middle of the Pacific that is about to become one of the most fought-over pieces of ground in the history of warfare. Its name is Iwo Jima. Iwo Jima is the most outlying of Japan's home islands. It is barely 5 miles long, a barren, sulfurous lump of volcanic rock shaped like a pork chop, its landscape scarred by steam vents and blanketed in black sand that is hot to the touch. The island reeks of sulfur, rotten egg gas seeps from the very ground itself, a stench that clings to clothing and skin and never quite goes away. Nothing grows here that does not struggle. There are no trees worth the name, no fresh water to speak of, and no reason for any human being to set foot on this desolate place except for one thing: location. Iwo Jima sits 660 miles from Japan's main population centers, roughly halfway between the Mariana Islands and Tokyo, and it possesses 2 airstrips that are ideal for fighter aircraft like the P-51 Mustang. Controlling the island would mean that Curtis LeMay's B-29s could fly with a fighter escort all the way to their targets over Japan and back again. It would also provide an emergency landing strip for damaged bombers returning from raids, a strip that could save hundreds of aircraft and thousands of lives. For the American war planners, Iwo Jima is not just desirable, it is essential. It is the key that unlocks the final destruction of Japan from the air. But since early 1944, the Japanese have been firmly dug in on Iwo Jima. The defense of the island has been masterminded by Japanese General Tadamichi Kuribayashi, a man who, ironically, had served as military attaché in Washington during the 1920s. He knows the Americans, he has traveled their country, admired their industrial might, and studied their methods of warfare. He knows their firepower, their determination, and their overwhelming material superiority, and he has built his defenses accordingly. Kuribayashi's 21,000 men have spent months transforming the tiny island into a fortress unlike anything the Americans have encountered. They have dug tunnels, miles and miles of them, connecting bunkers, pillboxes, and defensive positions deep underground, where they are immune to bombardment. The defensive lines have been deliberately pulled back from the beaches, hidden in the island's volcanic ridges and ravines. Kuribayashi has no illusions about winning. His goal is simpler and more terrifying: to make the Americans pay for every yard in blood. His men believe they are ready for anything the Americans can throw at them. Their orders are simple: kill as many Americans as possible and die where they stand. In February of 1945, the largest fleet so far assembled in the Pacific arrives in the waters off Iwo Jima. It boasts over 400 ships, an armada that stretches to the horizon in every direction. Aboard the troop carriers, 60,000 Marines of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Divisions are awaiting the green light. In charge of the landings is Marine Corps General Harry Schmidt, known to his men as the Dutchman. To crush all resistance before the landings, for 75 days the island is pummeled with a massive bombardment. Wave after wave of carrier-borne aircraft and medium bombers hit the Japanese positions with everything in the arsenal. Then the big guns of the fleet open up. Battleships, cruisers, and destroyers pour thousands of shells into an island barely 5 miles long. The ground shakes. The air fills with smoke and dust and the shriek of falling ordnance. This is the climax of one of the most prolonged and concerted bombardments of the entire war. Intelligence estimates suggest that the island should fall in just a week. Surely nothing could survive such punishment. The first wave of landing craft sets off. On board are 8,000 Marines, young men from every corner of America, many of them barely out of high school, clutching their rifles and staring at the dark shoreline ahead. They are heading toward a beach of black volcanic sand that stretches beneath the brooding mass of Mount Suribachi. As the Marines hit the beach, there is nothing. No reply from the Japanese. No gunfire. No explosions. Just the hiss of the surf and the crunch of boots on the strange, loose, almost powdery black sand. For a brief, surreal moment, it seems the bombardment has worked. Perhaps the intelligence estimates were right. Perhaps the Japanese are dead. Then the island erupts. The Japanese defenders had been hiding underground during the entire bombardment, tucked safely into their tunnels and reinforced bunkers, waiting with discipline and patience for this exact moment. Now they burst out of the earth, unleashing a torrent of fire from positions the Marines cannot even see. Machine guns, mortars, and artillery rake the beaches from every direction. Over 500 Marines die on those black sand beaches in the opening hours, cut down before they can reach cover that does not exist. The sand itself is the enemy, loose and volcanic. It swallows the treads of vehicles, bogs down every footstep, and collapses the walls of every foxhole the men try to dig. Soldiers struggle forward under a murderous hail of fire, dragging themselves across ground that offers no protection and no escape. As the hours pass, the Marines recover. They regroup. They push inland with the grim, teeth-clenched determination that has come to define the Marine Corps. By the end of that first terrible day, 30,000 Marines are ashore, clinging to a beachhead on a sulfurous island that has become the deadliest real estate on the planet. Over the next 3 days, the fighting is savage and unrelenting as the Marines battle their way toward the island's most visible landmark, the 550-foot volcano, Mount Suribachi. The volcano dominates the southern tip of the island like a sentinel. From its heights, Japanese observers can direct fire onto any target below, including the all-important airfields that are the whole reason the Americans are here. Suribachi is just a quarter of a mile from the beaches, but the Marines must fight their way up its steep, fortified mountainsides against an enemy dug into every crevice, every cave, every fold in the rock. On February the 23rd, 1945, the most iconic moment of any war is captured in a single photograph. Marines raise the stars and stripes on the summit of Mount Suribachi. A different group of men are actually the first to plant a flag on the summit earlier that day, but the moment is restaged later with a larger flag for the benefit of a photographer, Joe Rosenthal of the Associated Press. He clicks his shutter, and in that instant, he creates the image that will come to immortalize the entire Pacific War. 6 men straining together to raise a flag against a gray, smoke-filled sky. The photograph will be reproduced on postage stamps, war bond posters, and will ultimately become the model for the Marine Corps War Memorial in Arlington, Virginia. It is an unforgettable scene, a moment of triumph, but it is not the end of the battle, not by a long shot. Combat on Iwo Jima continues for another 21 agonizing days after the flag raising, because the Japanese refuse to surrender. Every tunnel must be cleared by hand. Every bunker must be reduced. Marines fan out across the northern end of the island, fending off final suicidal banzai charges, desperate, screaming rushes by Japanese soldiers who would rather die running headlong into machine gun fire than lay down their arms. The last of the island's defenders are burned out of their positions by flamethrowers, one cave at a time, in fighting that is as close to hell as any human being has ever experienced. 36 days after it all began, Iwo Jima is declared secure. The Americans have the staging post they so badly need for their air war against Japan, but the cost of that tiny island is terrible. 6,821 Marines are killed. 18,000 more are wounded. All of this to capture a piece of ground just 5 miles long. The total casualties are, proportionally, worse than those suffered on the beaches of Normandy on D-Day. 27 Medals of Honor are awarded for actions on Iwo Jima, a staggering number that accounts for 28% of all the Marine Corps medals awarded in the entire Pacific campaign. And if anyone still doubts the Japanese resolve, their losses prove the point beyond any argument. Of the original 21,000 defenders, only 200 survive. 20,800 men chose to die rather than surrender. It is a chilling preview of exactly what the Americans are up against, and a terrifying glimpse of what an invasion of the Japanese mainland might look like, magnified 1,000-fold. The air war now enters a new and terrifying phase. Just 18 days after the first landings on Iwo Jima, Curtis LeMay switches to an all-out aerial firebombing campaign that will scorch the conscience of history. In one of the most destructive night raids in all of human history, Operation Meeting House, over 300 Priman 29 superfortresses hit Tokyo, flying at low altitude through the darkness, guided by Pathfinder aircraft that drop napalm in a giant fiery X to mark the target zone. They lay waste to 16 square miles of the city in a single night. 100,000 Japanese citizens are incinerated. 1 million more are made homeless in a matter of hours. The cities of Nagoya, Osaka, and Kobe are all subjected to the same treatment in the raids that follow, razed to the ground by a campaign of fire that has no precedent in the history of warfare. Every month, LeMay receives another 100 Brahms 29s fresh from Boeing's factories to join the campaign. In total, his airplanes will drop 170,000 tons of bombs on Japan. Up to 500 bombers take part in each raid, forming streams of aircraft that stretch for miles across the night sky. Now they fly at night and at low altitude between 6,000 and 9,000 feet, to maximize the accuracy and destructiveness of their incendiary payloads. LeMay orders that guns and unnecessary equipment be stripped from the B-29S so they can carry yet more ordnance. The bombers become flying fuel trucks, their bellies packed with napalm and incendiaries instead of defensive armament. And it does not end there. With the airstrips on Iwo Jima now operational, American fighters can start roaming over Japan, shooting and strafing targets at will. Trains, trucks, fishing boats, factories, anything that moves or stands becomes a target. The skies over Japan belong entirely to the United States. And yet, despite all of this, the blockade that is starving the nation, the firestorms that are consuming its cities, the Japanese people show no signs of buckling. The inescapable truth is that LeMay's bombing campaign, for all its destruction, is not breaking the national will. A ground invasion, and the horrific number of casualties that will inevitably come with it, is looking unavoidable. By the spring of 1945, American battle planners in the Pacific are terrified by the prospect of conducting more land invasions against the Japanese, but to win the war, it is a grim necessity. Hundreds of so-called home islands make up the Japanese nation. At their center are Japan's main population areas, the 4 great islands of Honshu, Hokkaido, Kyushu, and Shikoku. Before they can even think about capturing these, America needs more staging areas close to the mainland. First in line, Okinawa, 340 miles to the south of the Japanese mainland, close enough to smell the endgame. On Okinawa, 100,000 Japanese soldiers are waiting for the American ground troops. Backing them are hundreds of pilots, schooled in the Bushido code of death instead of defeat young men, some barely out of their teens, who have volunteered to fly their aircraft into the decks of American ships. They are ready. They have had months to prepare, and they intend to make Okinawa the graveyard of the American fleet. The United States assembles a massive task force to take the island. But before American boots can set foot on Okinawa's soil, the Japanese strike first. Wave after wave of kamikaze converted fighters, each one carrying a pilot on a one-way trip to oblivion, hit the invasion fleet. They are backed up by conventional bombers. Several aircraft carriers are struck, their flight decks torn open and their hangar bays ablaze. Others are seriously damaged. Losses are even worse among the destroyers manning the outer defense lines, small ships with thin hulls and brave crews, absorbing blow after blow from pilots who have no intention of surviving the day. Despite the damage, the U.S. invasion goes ahead. It starts, as always, with the heavy bombardment. Battleships and cruisers pound the shoreline until the air is thick with smoke and the smell of cordite. Aircraft strafe and bomb every identifiable position. The sheer volume of firepower unleashed on Okinawa is breathtaking, a thunderous overture to what everyone knows will be a long and bloody performance. Then the land assault begins. Army units attack to the south and Marine units to the north, in an attempt to cut the island in two and defeat the defenders in detail. Again, the landing is strangely quiet, an eerie silence that by now the Americans have learned to dread. Japanese commander, Lieutenant General Mitsuru Ushijima, has withdrawn his forces to a system of elaborately fortified defenses called the Shuri Line. The army units pushing south quickly discover what that means. American grunts have to inch forward through the Shuri Line. Each time a strong point is taken at terrible cost in blood and lives, the Japanese defenders simply fall back to pre-prepared positions behind it, and the entire bloody process begins all over again. The task force anchored at sea is not spared either. The kamikaze campaign continues with terrifying intensity. On the 7th of April, 700 kamikaze aircraft set off on a one-way mission. They hit the ships anchored off Okinawa in wave after wave. One destroyer survives 6 separate kamikaze attacks and 4 direct bomb hits, her crew fighting fires and flooding with everything they have, refusing to let their ships sink. 4 other ships are not so lucky and go to the bottom. 24 more are damaged. The cost to the Japanese is 335 aircraft, but their high command considers the exchange worthwhile. The Japanese leadership is even prepared to sacrifice the pride of its entire fleet on a desperate, last-ditch mission. The Yamato, the world's biggest and most powerful battleship, a 72,000-ton Leviathan, bristling with the largest naval guns ever constructed, is sent on a final sortie to devastate the American fleet at Okinawa. She carries only enough fuel for a one-way voyage. The plan is for her to beach herself and use her massive guns as shore batteries. She is spotted en route. 400 American fighters are scrambled. They swarm the great ship like hornets. The Yamato is blown to pieces, taking over 3,000 of her crew with her to the bottom of the East China Sea. The age of the battleship dies with her on Okinawa itself. The fighting grinds on without mercy. Marines and GIs become locked in deadly hand-to-hand battles in the rain and mud. 30 days into the campaign, momentous news reaches them amidst the mayhem. Adolf Hitler has committed suicide in his bunker in Berlin. A week later, the war in Europe is over. Germany has surrendered unconditionally. But while the rest of the world rejoices for the Leathernecks and GIs fighting on Okinawa, the news means almost nothing. Some unit commanders can only give their men a 5-minute break to absorb the news before grimly ordering them forward once more. There are still Japanese soldiers in the caves ahead. There are still bunkers to be cleared. The war in Europe may be over, but the war in the Pacific rages on with no end in sight. The battle for Okinawa grinds on into a second month, then a third, as the Americans struggle to overcome the Japanese defenses. Every cave conceals an ambush. Each tree line hides a new bunker. American forces throw everything they have at the Japanese positions. With total air supremacy, U.S. fighter bombers take on a specialist ground support role. Troops work side by side with forward air controllers, identifying targets and calling in fighters with devastating precision. If the aircraft cannot silence the most stubborn resistance, flame-throwing tanks or demolition charges are brought in. Still, the Japanese fight on, dying in their positions rather than falling back. It is only when the main city of Shuri is finally captured and the Marines launch a fresh offensive that the island at last begins to fall. It has taken 82 brutal, exhausting, soul-destroying days. The cost is staggering beyond belief. 7,503 American troops pay for Okinawa with their lives. Nearly 37,000 more are wounded. 5,000 sailors are killed aboard the ships offshore, the worst naval casualties of the entire war. A figure that shocks even the most hardened planners. For Japan, the losses are even more catastrophic. 100,000 Japanese soldiers lie dead across the island. Only 7,000 surrender. The rest choose to die, just as their code demands. These horrific losses make it crystal clear to the American generals that taking mainland Japan will mean the mother of all battles. It will make Okinawa look like a skirmish. Meanwhile, across the home islands, Japan is preparing for what its leaders call Ketsugo, the final, decisive battle. The strategy is built on one terrible assumption, that if the cost of invasion can be made high enough, the Americans will flinch. Hundreds of new kamikaze pilots are being trained at airfields across the country. Young men writing their final letters to mothers and sweethearts before climbing into cockpits they will never leave. 375,000 soldiers are gathered to repel the anticipated American invasion. Civilian militias and suicide volunteers, old men, women, and teenagers armed with sharpened bamboo spears, homemade explosives, and a willingness to die for the emperor are organized in every village and city across the home islands. In the air, a reserve of 5,000 aircraft has been hidden in caves and dispersed to camouflaged airfields, preserved for the final battle. Japan's best tanks have been held back, concealed in the mountains, waiting for the decisive engagement. Even after being hit by hundreds of thousands of tons of bombs, even with their cities in ruins and their people starving, Japan's military leadership flatly refuses to contemplate surrender. To them, Surrender is worse than the death of every man, woman, and child in the nation. Despite their best efforts to find an alternative, the American strategists are faced with one grim and inescapable reality: the need to invade Japan. It is now crystal clear what the Japanese tactic is. If they can make it bloody enough, if they can turn every beach into another Iwo Jima, every hillside into another Shuri line, they believe that America will not have the stomach for the fight. That the American public, war-weary after 4 years of global conflict, will demand a negotiated peace rather than endure the catastrophic casualties an invasion will require. When pushed to estimate the eventual casualty numbers, American battle planners deliver a figure that sends a chill through the corridors of power in Washington: 250,000 American lives. Some estimates run far higher still. It is a figure that is simply unacceptable. They have to find another way. There is one other solution, and it offers President Harry S. Truman an alternative to a ground invasion that will change not just the outcome of this war, but the course of human history itself. At Potsdam, in the ruins of defeated Germany, the leaders of the Allied powers gather for the cameras. United States President Harry S. Truman, Russia's Generalissimo Joseph Stalin, and Britain's Prime Minister Winston Churchill pose for the international press. Behind the handshakes and the carefully staged photographs, a secret is burning. President Truman is at the Potsdam conference when the news filters through to him of a development in a top-secret weapons program, a program so classified that even most senior military officers do not know it exists. One day earlier, at the White Sands Proving Ground in the desert of New Mexico, the first successful atomic test in history has taken place. Its code name is Trinity. The desert sand beneath the blast has been fused into glass. It is the dawn of the nuclear age. The Manhattan Project is a 3-year-old program to devise a weapon so grotesquely powerful that it might just force the Japanese to capitulate without a single invasion craft hitting the beach. It has consumed vast resources, employed over 100,000 people across multiple secret facilities, and operated under a veil of secrecy, so complete that even Vice President Truman did not know of its existence until he became president. Its scientific mastermind is J. Robert Oppenheimer, a brilliant and tortured physicist who will later say that the test brought to his mind words from Hindu scripture: "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." Those who witnessed the Trinity test describe a light brighter than 1,000 suns, a heat that could be felt 10 miles away, and a mushroom cloud that rose 40,000 feet into the New Mexico sky. The result of Oppenheimer's work is the nuclear bomb. It involves splitting atoms to release unimaginable amounts of explosive energy that dwarfs the largest conventional bomb by orders of magnitude. Oppenheimer and his team have developed 2 types of weapon. One uses naturally occurring uranium. The other, even more powerful, uses man-made plutonium. At Potsdam, President Truman hints to Soviet leader Joseph Stalin that a powerful new weapon is ready for use. Stalin appears strangely unsurprised by the revelation. Truman is puzzled by his lack of reaction, but will later learn the reason. Russian spies have already penetrated the Manhattan Project and reported its progress to Moscow. Stalin knows exactly what Truman is talking about. From Potsdam, an ultimatum is issued to the Japanese: surrender or face utter destruction. Japan does not respond. The Prime Minister has been ordered to maintain what the Japanese call mokusatsu, to kill by silent contempt. The ultimatum is met with silence. After agonizing over the decision, weighing the lives of Japanese civilians against the lives of American soldiers, measuring the horror of the bomb against the horror of invasion, President Truman gives the go-ahead. A few days later, the crew of a B-29 christened Enola Gay, named after the mother of its captain, Colonel Paul Tibbets, takes off from their airbase on the island of Tinian in the northern Mariana Islands. In the belly of the aircraft is a 15-kiloton uranium bomb, nicknamed Little Boy. Their target is Hiroshima, a city in western Japan. It takes the Enola Gay and its deadly cargo 6 hours to fly to Hiroshima, 500 miles from the capital, Tokyo. 6 hours of flight across the open Pacific, the crew mostly silent, each man alone with his thoughts about what they are about to do. The weather over Hiroshima that morning is clear and crisp, a perfect summer day. People are on their way to work. Streetcars are running. Children are walking to school, their satchels over their shoulders. At 31,000 feet above it all, The crew of the Enola Gay circles the city. Then, at 8:15 in the morning local time, the bomb bay doors open and Little Boy falls away into the clear morning air. What follows defies the capacity of language to describe. An explosion with the power of nearly 15,000 tons of TNT detonates over the city. For the victims below, death comes in stages, each more terrible than the last. First, the Earth directly under ground zero is heated to 5,000 degrees, a temperature that vaporizes concrete, steel, and human beings in an instant, leaving nothing but shadows burned into stone. Then comes the shock wave, a wall of compressed air traveling faster than the speed of sound, flattening buildings for miles in every direction like a giant hand sweeping across a table of matchsticks. Next, a deadly firestorm erupts, sucking oxygen from the atmosphere and creating a vacuum that suffocates those the blast has not already killed. Finally, in the hours and days that follow, others will succumb to radiation poisoning, which arrives as a black, oily, radioactive rain that falls from the darkened sky, a rain that poisons everything it touches. The devastation wrought by a single bomb is beyond all previous human experience. Some 70,000 people are killed in the initial blast and firestorm. Tens of thousands more will die of radiation sickness and burns in the weeks and months to come. An entire city has been erased. President Truman announces the weapon to the world and promises more atomic bombs unless Japan surrenders unconditionally. His words are blunt and devastating. If they do not now accept our terms, they may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth. The Japanese ignore him. Even now, they choose not to respond to his ultimatum. The military leadership, even as the ashes of Hiroshima still glow, insists that Japan can endure. 3 days later, a plutonium-based bomb even more powerful than the last, known as Fat Man, is loaded onto another B-29. The original target is the city of Kokura, but heavy cloud cover forces the crew to divert to their secondary target, Nagasaki, 760 miles to the south of Tokyo. The blast at Nagasaki is just as lethal. Up to 50,000 people die. A second Japanese city is reduced to rubble and shadow and silence. And still, incredibly, there is no response from the Japanese leadership. The Americans now face a problem they had not anticipated. They have no more atomic bombs ready to deploy. Building more will take weeks, perhaps longer. The bluff must hold. So in the interim, American battleships sail right up to Japan's coast, so close that their crews can see the shoreline and pour fire onto targets inland, a brutal reminder that the conventional war has not stopped and will not stop. Marauding fighters continue to roam the skies over Japan, shooting up anything and everything they can find. The message is clear: there is no safe place left in Japan. There is no hiding. Finally, at long last, the Japanese War Council gathers in the Emperor's presence to contemplate the unthinkable, accepting the surrender ultimatum offered at Potsdam. The debate is agonized, bitter, and nearly violent. The military faction demands one final battle, but Emperor Hirohito, in an unprecedented intervention, breaks the deadlock. He tells his ministers that the nation must endure the unendurable. They agree to accept, but with conditions. Japan's conditional offer is immediately rejected by Washington. President Truman is unequivocal. Only unconditional surrender will do. Against all expectations, the Japanese give ground once more. The unthinkable is becoming real. Only one overriding condition remains. Their Emperor Hirohito must be allowed to stay in power. The Americans signal that if the Supreme Commander of Allied Forces, General Douglas MacArthur, is placed in overall command of occupied Japan, they will allow the Emperor to remain on his throne. The two sides finally agree on terms of surrender. On the quarterdeck of the battleship USS Missouri, anchored in Tokyo Bay beneath a gray and overcast sky on the 2nd of September, 1945, the Japanese delegation arrives to sign the instrument of surrender. And finally, after 6 years of global conflict and 4 long, blood-soaked years of war in the Pacific, it is over. Peace has arrived. This war in the Pacific has been one of the most bloody campaigns of the Second World War. It has seen the arrival of terrifying new weapons and tactics, the kamikaze, the firebombing campaign, the flamethrower, and the ultimate game-changer, the atomic bomb. In the end, it is a catastrophe for the Japanese nation. The war costs them 2 million lives, of which 1,740,000 are military personnel. The American nation has fought for 4 years and buried nearly 500,000 of its sons in the Pacific. 55,145 men were lost from the Army, 29,263 from the Navy, 19,163 Marines. But out of all this carnage and sacrifice, the world does not find the lasting peace it so desperately craves. New adversaries emerge almost immediately in an epic struggle to master the devastating power that the atom bomb has unleashed upon the world. And the Japanese nation must rebuild its shattered country, rising from the rubble to forge a new identity in a changed world, a transformation as remarkable as any in history. This story began in the waters of Hawaii, a war that began in rubble and ended in ash. Somewhere over the Pacific, the engines of a Boeing B-29 Superfortress drone on through the darkness. Below, a Japanese city sleeps. In a few minutes, the sky will turn orange, and the screaming will begin. The men in that aircraft know what their payload will do. Some of them have stopped talking about it, others never will. By the spring of 1945, the victory everyone has been waiting for is finally on the horizon, but not fast enough. Not fast enough for the thousands of American servicemen facing an enemy unlike any they have ever encountered. An enemy for whom surrender is not merely unthinkable, it is unforgivable. An enemy who straps explosives to his body and dives his aircraft into the deck of an American warship. An enemy who charges machine gun positions with a bayonet and a battle cry, fully expecting and even welcoming death. To end the epic war in the Pacific, it will take the most destructive form of warfare ever invented, a weapon so powerful that its very existence will reshape the course of human civilization. This is the story of terrifying fanaticism and extraordinary personal heroism, told in compelling detail, with specially enhanced color film and rare footage, shot by the troops themselves, assembled together for the first time to answer a single, haunting question. Why did Japan believe America would never deliver the knockout blow? To understand the answer, we need to go back to 2.5 years after Pearl Harbor, when the tide has finally, unmistakably turned. A grinding campaign to rule the waves and an island-hopping strategy to seize back territory has given the American forces the upper hand in the Pacific. But not for a second does anyone believe Japan is ready to give in. The way the Japanese soldier fights is terrifying. Surrender is unthinkable. It is a disgrace worse than death itself. Forcing Japan to accept what it considers the ultimate dishonor is going to be bloody, bitter, and longer than anyone back home wants to hear. In Europe, American soldiers know they can overcome their enemy in conventional battle. For them, by the summer of 1944, the end is in sight. The beaches of Normandy have been stormed. Paris has been liberated. The Allied armies are rolling eastward toward Berlin. In the Pacific, bitter experience tells a very different story. There are no liberating marches through grateful towns here. No cheering crowds throwing flowers. The soldiers in the Pacific have had to develop violent new weapons and brutal new tactics to match the ferocity of their enemy. They resort to flamethrowers, weapons that turn men into living torches, massed artillery, barrages, and armored tanks grinding forward for every inch of terrain. And for every inch gained, the Japanese exact a cruel and unrelenting toll. The question hanging over every planning room, every command post, every foxhole in the Pacific is the same. How do you defeat an enemy who would rather die than lose? How do you force surrender on a nation that considers surrender a fate worse than death itself? The answer, when it comes, will change the world forever. General George C. Marshall, Chief of Staff of the United States Army, fears that defeating Japan can only come at a horrific cost in American lives. Desperate to avoid this, he and his colleagues, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, devise a plan. It is a simple, two-pronged strategy. 1. Blockade and starve the Japanese people. 2. Bomb their factories and obliterate their capacity to wage war. Together, the hope is they can destroy Japan's will to fight on without having to set foot on the Japanese mainland. Phase 1 begins. American submarines, operating out of the Philippines, and aircraft from United States carriers blockade Japan, severing vital supply lines. Raw materials, food supplies, and troop ships are dispatched to the bottom of the ocean. The result, throughout 1944, is devastating. Japan loses 300,000 tons of shipping each month. Think about those numbers. 300,000 tons every single month. Food stocks plummet. Millions go hungry. A famine looms on the horizon, threatening not just the Japanese military, but the civilian population as well. But the Japanese people stand firm. Hunger, it turns out, is no match for ideology. The nation endures. Time for Phase 2 to kick in, destroy Japan's war machine from the air. And it is a chance for one man to make his mark. Curtis LeMay is a cigar-chomping, battle-seasoned Major General in the United States Army Air Forces. He commands the 20th Bomber Group, based in China. He is a tough-talking, results-driven champion of carpet-bombing Japan into submission. He and his superiors propose a terrifying assault from the sky, an unprecedented air war that will flatten Japan's factories, its shipyards, its steelworks. But the challenges LeMay faces are immense. The distances in the Pacific Theater are staggering. Japan is over 1,500 miles away from the nearest available airstrips, and heavy bombers simply cannot operate from aircraft carriers. LeMay, however, believes he has the right machine to get the job done, the brand-new Boeing B-29 Superfortress. It is the result of a $3 billion development program, the most expensive weapons project in America's history at that point. A state-of-the-art, 4-engine, pressurized bomber with a massive range of nearly 4,000 miles. That range is the key. It means the B-29 can operate out of airstrips in China and on the Mariana Islands, fly all the way to Japan, deliver its payload, and make it back. From Chengdu, China, 62 B-29s take off on the first major mission. Their target, the Yawata Steel, works in central Japan. The distance is so great the superfortresses must fly unprotected, without fighter escort. This forces the bombers up to high altitude, where Japanese fighters will have difficulty reaching them. Each B-29 will drop its payload of 8 500-pound high-explosive bombs from 30,000 feet. The goal is straightforward: flatten the steelworks and cripple Japan's ability to build weapons. But the attacks are from so high up that they miss their targets entirely. Japan's powerful jet stream winds, screaming across the upper atmosphere at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, blow the bombs far off course. Payloads that should be landing on factory roofs are instead cratering open farmland miles from their intended targets. It is a deeply disappointing debut for the multi-billion-dollar airplane, the most expensive weapons system America has ever produced, and it cannot hit what it is aiming at. And the B-29's accuracy does not improve with additional raids in the weeks ahead. Mission after mission yields the same dismal results: craters in empty fields, bombs scattered across the Japanese countryside, and the targeted factories still standing, still producing weapons for the emperor's armies. The grand plan to force Japan to surrender from the air without putting American soldiers on Japanese soil is not working. Curtis LeMay is promoted to take personal charge of the entire bombing campaign. His answer to the failure is characteristically blunt: bomb more and bomb harder. And so he devises a new tactic, one that will become synonymous with the horror of modern aerial warfare. He calls it the firestorm. LeMay makes a decision that will define him forever. He decides to use a horrifying new weapon, the M69 incendiary cluster bomb. With the M69, accuracy is not essential. The incendiaries use napalm, a jellied gasoline compound that sticks to surfaces and burns at extreme temperatures to set fire to whole swaths of a city. Any weapons factories in the area will simply be consumed in the resulting inferno. The logic is brutal in its simplicity. If you cannot hit the factory, burn down everything around it. Bombers based in the Mariana Islands set their sights on Japan's sixth largest city, Kobe. In their bomb bays are tons of incendiary bombs. What follows is unprecedented in the history of warfare. Kobe burns with a ferocity never before seen. The city is densely packed, its buildings made up largely of wooden frames and paper walls that explode into flames at the first touch of napalm. Whole neighborhoods are incinerated within minutes. Thousands of people die. The orange glow of the burning city can be seen from hundreds of miles away, a beacon of destruction visible to ships at sea. And LeMay does it again and again. He hits 67 Japanese cities, including the capital, Tokyo. In the weeks ahead, city after city is set ablaze, each raid more devastating than the last. Still, unbelievably, the Japanese will not buckle. Worse, they are beginning to hit back. Japanese fighters and anti-aircraft guns start downing B-29s with increasing frequency. LeMay's air crews are suffering mounting losses, with nearly 3,000 airmen killed in the campaign. Morale among the bomber crews is sinking. These men are flying into a wall of fire and flak, and they know the odds are getting worse with every mission. LeMay remains convinced that carpet bombing can bring Japan to its knees. But to succeed, He believes a fundamental change in tactics is necessary. The B-29s must fly lower to improve their accuracy and hit meaningful targets. But flying lower means flying within easy range of Japanese fighters. That means fighter escorts are now essential, and to provide those escorts, the fighters need bases much closer to the Japanese mainland bases on enemy-held territory. LeMay and the American battle planners have one island in mind, a volcanic speck in the middle of the vast Pacific Ocean. Its name is Iwo Jima, and it is about to become the scene of some of the most savage fighting the world has ever known. Iwo Jima is the most outlying of Japan's home islands, just a tiny lump of volcanic rock, barely 5 miles long, sitting 660 miles from Japan's main population centers. To look at it on a map, you might wonder why anyone would fight over it. But Iwo Jima has 2 airstrips that are ideal for fighters like the P-51 Mustang. Controlling the island would mean Curtis LeMay's B-29S could fly with a fighter escort all the way to their targets over Japan and all the way back. That tiny, sulfurous rock is about to become one of the most viciously contested pieces of ground in the entire history of warfare. Since early 1944, the Japanese have been firmly dug in on Iwo Jima. The defense is masterminded by Japanese General Tadamichi Kuribayashi, a man who is no ordinary commander. He served as military attaché in Washington during the 1920s. He has seen America up close. He has driven its highways, visited its factories, and studied its people. He knows exactly what to expect from the Americans, their overwhelming firepower. Kuribayashi's 21,000 men have spent months transforming the tiny island into an underground fortress. They have blasted tunnels through the volcanic rock and laid out interlocking defensive lines positioned well away from the beaches. The lesson of earlier island battles has been learned. Do not fight on the beach where American naval guns can obliterate you. Instead, let them land. Let them come inland, then destroy them. In February 1945, the largest fleet so far assembled in the Pacific arrives in the waters off Iwo Jima. It boasts over 400 ships. Aboard the troop carriers, 60,000 Marines of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Divisions are awaiting the green light. In charge of the landings is Marine Corps General Harry Schmidt, commander of the 5th Amphibious Group, a man known to his Marines as the Dutchman. To crush all resistance before the landings, for 75 consecutive days, the island is pummeled with a massive bombardment. Wave after wave of carrier-borne aircraft and medium bombers hit the Japanese positions from the air. Then the big guns of the fleet open up from the sea. Battleships, cruisers, destroyers, they pour thousands of shells into that tiny island until the whole rock seems to shudder and smoke. This is the climax of one of the most prolonged and concerted bombardments of the entire war. Military intelligence suggests the island should fall in just a week. 1 week. Remember that number. The first wave of landing craft sets off. On board are 8,000 Marines, young men from every corner of America, farm boys and factory workers, high school athletes and college students, crammed shoulder to shoulder in flat-bottomed Higgins boats that buck and slam against the Pacific swells. Many of them are seasick. All of them are afraid, though few will ever admit it. They are about to find out whether 75 days of bombardment has done its job. As the Marines hit the beach, there is nothing. No gunfire, no explosions, no reply from the Japanese. An eerie silence hangs over the black volcanic sand. It seems the bombardment has worked. Some of the Marines allow themselves a moment of cautious relief, and then the world erupts. The Japanese defenders had been hiding deep underground during the entire 75-day bombardment, waiting in their tunnels and bunkers for this exact moment. Now they burst out of concealed positions, pouring machine gun fire, mortar rounds, and artillery shells onto the exposed Marines on the beaches. The carnage is immediate and devastating. Over 500 Marines die on the beaches in the opening hours alone. As the hours pass, the Marines recover from the initial shock and gradually push inland through the soft, treacherous volcanic ash that sucks at their boots with every step. By the end of the first day, 30,000 Marines are ashore, but the real fight, the fight that will define Iwo Jima, is only beginning. Over the next 3 days, the fighting is savage and relentless as the Marines battle their way toward the island's most visible landmark, the 550-foot volcano, Mount Suribachi. The volcano dominates the entire island. From its summit, the Japanese have a commanding view of every beach, every airstrip, every square foot of ground below. Controlling Suribachi means controlling Iwo Jima. It sits just a quarter of a mile from the landing beaches, close enough to see with the naked eye, but the Marines must fight their way up its steep, cave-riddled mountainsides against defenders who would rather die than yield a single foot of ground. On February the 23rd, 1945, the most iconic moment of any war is captured on film. A group of Marines raises the stars and stripes on the summit of Mount Suribachi. In fact, a different group of men are the first to plant a flag on the peak, but the moment is restaged later for the benefit of an Associated Press photographer named Joe Rosenthal. He creates the image that will come to immortalize the Pacific War. 6 men straining to raise a flagpole against a gray sky. An image of defiance and determination that will be reproduced on postage stamps, war bond posters, and the Marine Corps War Memorial in Arlington. It is an unforgettable scene, but it is not the end of the battle, not by a long way. Combat continues for another 21 brutal days because the Japanese refuse to surrender. Marines fan out across the island, fighting cave by cave, tunnel by tunnel. They fend off suicidal banzai charges, waves of Japanese soldiers hurling themselves at American lines with bayonets fixed and no intention of returning alive. Flamethrowers are brought in to burn out the last of the island's defenders from their underground positions. The stench of sulfur and death hangs over everything. 36 days after it all began, Iwo Jima is finally declared secure, not 1 week, as intelligence had predicted. 36 days. The Americans have the staging post they so desperately need for their air war against the Japanese homeland. But the cost is terrible beyond anything the planners anticipated. 6,821 Marines are killed, 18,000 are wounded, all to capture a tiny island just 5 miles long. Total American casualties on Iwo Jima are proportionally worse than for D-Day on the beaches of Normandy, a fact that shocks even the most hardened military planners. 27 Medals of Honor are awarded for actions on Iwo Jima, the highest number for any single battle in the entire war. That single island accounts for 28% of all the Marine Corps awards granted in the entire Pacific campaign. More than a quarter of all the heroism that the United States Marine Corps would recognize across the whole Pacific War happened on that one smoldering, sulfur-stinking volcanic rock in the middle of the ocean. And if anyone doubts the Japanese resolve, their losses prove the point beyond all argument. Only 200 of the original 21,000 defenders survive. The other 20,800 choose death over surrender. Every tunnel, every bunker, every cave must be taken by force. General Kuribayashi himself is among the dead, and who designed a defense so ferocious that it cost the Marines more casualties per square mile than any battle in their history. With Iwo Jima secured, the air war enters a new and terrifying phase. Just 18 days after the first landings on Iwo Jima, Curtis LeMay unleashes an all-out aerial firebombing campaign against the cities of Japan. On the night of March the 9th and 10th, 1945, one of the most destructive raids in all of human history takes place. Operation Meeting House sends over 300 Bay-29 superfortresses against Tokyo. Flying at low altitude through the darkness, they lay waste to 16 square miles of the capital city. 100,000 Japanese citizens are incinerated in a single night. 1 million are made homeless. Whole districts reduced to smoldering ash before dawn. And LeMay does not stop with Tokyo. The cities of Nagoya, Osaka, and Kobe are all razed to the ground in subsequent raids. The survivors who crawl from the wreckage find their neighborhoods simply gone, replaced by miles of smoking, rubble, and ash. Every month, LeMay receives another 100 brand-new B-29s, fresh from Boeing's factories, to join the campaign. The production line never stops America's industrial might. The very thing General Kuribayashi had warned his superiors about after his years in Washington is now being unleashed in its full, terrible capacity. In total, LeMay's airplanes will drop 170,000 tons of incendiary and high-explosive bombs on Japan. Up to 500 bombers take part in each individual raid, an armada of aircraft stretching across the sky for miles. Now they fly at night and at low altitude between 6,000 and 9,000 feet, well within range of anti-aircraft fire. but close enough to see their targets. To squeeze every last pound of destructive capacity from each aircraft, LeMay orders that defensive machine guns and all unnecessary equipment be stripped from the B-29S so they can carry yet more bombs. It is a gamble the crews are now flying without the means to defend themselves, but LeMay calculates that the increased payload is worth the risk. And the devastation does not end there. With the skies now firmly in American hands, U.S. fighter aircraft and attack planes begin roaming freely over Japan in broad daylight, shooting and strafing targets of opportunity at will: trains, trucks, bridges, boats, anything that moves. And yet, despite all of this, despite the strangling blockade, the Japanese people show no signs of surrendering. The inescapable, agonizing truth for the American military planners is this: LeMay's bombing campaign, for all its terrifying destructive power, is not breaking Japan's will. A ground invasion of the Japanese home islands, and the horrific number of American casualties that will inevitably come with it, is looking more and more unavoidable. By spring 1945, American battle planners in the Pacific are quietly terrified by the prospect of conducting more amphibious invasions against a suicidal enemy. But to win the war, there is no alternative. Hundreds of so-called home islands make up the Japanese nation. At their center are Japan's main population areas, the four great islands of Honshu, Hokkaido, Kyushu, and Shikoku. Before the Americans can even contemplate assaulting those islands, they need more staging areas close to the mainland. First in line is Okinawa, 340 miles to the south of the Japanese mainland. It is the gateway to Japan itself. Dug in on Okinawa, 100,000 Japanese soldiers are waiting for the American ground troops to come. They have turned the island into a killing ground, a maze of caves, tunnels, bunkers, pillboxes, and fortified ridgelines that will have to be taken one at a time. Backing them up are hundreds of pilots who have been schooled in the ancient Bushido Code, the warrior's creed that demands death in battle over the dishonor of defeat. These are men who have already written their final letters home, already tied the white hachimaki headband around their foreheads, and already made their peace with the certainty of their own death. The United States assembles a massive task force for the invasion, the largest of the Pacific War, with over 1,300 ships and 250,000 men. However, before American boots even touch the soil of Okinawa, the Japanese strike first. Wave after wave of kamikaze aircraft, converted fighters piloted by young men, many of them barely out of their teens, who have already said goodbye to their families and written their final letters home, slam into the invasion fleet. They are backed up by conventional bombers. Several aircraft carriers are hit, others are seriously damaged. Losses are even worse among the destroyers, manning the outer defense picket lines, those lonely ships stationed far from the main fleet to provide early warning of incoming attacks. The picket destroyers are the first thing the kamikazes see, and they pay a terrible price for their exposed position. Despite the damage to the fleet, the American invasion proceeds as planned. It begins as it always does. First, the thunderous naval bombardment that shakes the very ground. Then the land assault begins. Army units attack to the south while Marine units drive north, attempting to cut the island in two. Once again, the landing is strangely, ominously quiet. Japanese Commander Lieutenant General Mitsuru Ushijima has learned the lessons of Iwo Jima. He has withdrawn his forces from the beaches entirely, pulling them back to an elaborate system of fortified defenses called the Shuri Line, a network of caves, tunnels, bunkers, and mutually supporting strongpoints that stretches across the southern part of the island. The Army units moving south are the first to discover what that means. The American infantrymen, the grunts, have to inch their way forward through the Shuri Line, yard by agonizing yard. Each time a Japanese strongpoint is finally taken at terrible cost, the defenders simply fall back to the next set of pre-prepared positions, and the bloody process begins all over again. Every cave conceals an ambush. Each tree line hides a new bunker. Each ridge reveals another killing field. It is a masterpiece of defensive warfare, designed for one purpose: to bleed the Americans white. And the task force anchored offshore is not spared. The kamikaze campaign continues with a ferocity that beggars belief. On the 7th of April, 700 kamikazes launched themselves on a one-way mission against the American ships off Okinawa. One destroyer somehow survives 6 separate kamikaze impacts and 4 direct bomb hits, a testament to both American naval engineering and the raw, desperate courage of her crew. But 4 other ships are not so fortunate, and are sent to the bottom. 24 more are damaged. The cost to the Japanese, 335 aircraft and their pilots. The Japanese High Command is even prepared to sacrifice the pride of its entire Imperial Navy on one final, desperate gamble. The Yamato, the world's biggest and most powerful battleship, displacing 72,000 tons, bristling with the largest naval guns ever mounted on a warship, is sent on a suicide sortie to devastate the American fleet off Okinawa. She carries only enough fuel for a one-way trip. The Yamato is spotted en route by American reconnaissance. 400 American fighters and bombers are scrambled to intercept. The mightiest battleship ever constructed is attacked from the air in wave after wave. She is hit by at least 11 torpedoes and 6 bombs. The Yamato, the ship that was supposed to be unsinkable, the symbol of Japan's naval might, rolls over and explodes in a colossal detonation, taking most of her crew to the bottom of the East China Sea. With her sinking, the age of the great battleship effectively dies. From this point on, the aircraft carrier rules the waves, and every navy in the world knows it. On Okinawa itself, the fighting grinds on without mercy or pause. Marines and GIs are locked in deadly hand-to-hand combat, fighting with rifles, grenades, bayonets, and sometimes bare fists in the mud and driving rain. The terrain is a nightmare: jagged coral ridges, deep ravines, and tangled vegetation that conceals the entrances to Japanese tunnels and caves. Every yard of advance must be paid for in blood. The sounds of battle never stop: the crack of rifles, the thump of mortars, the screams of the wounded, the roar of flamethrowers. They blend into a single, unending din that drives men to the edge of madness and sometimes beyond. 30 days into the campaign, momentous news reaches the exhausted troops amidst the chaos. Adolf Hitler has committed suicide in his bunker in Berlin. A week later, the war in Europe is officially over. Germany has surrendered, but while the rest of the world rejoices, while confetti rains down on Times Square, and Parisians dance in the streets, and London's church bells ring for the first time in 6 years for the leathernecks and GIs still fighting and dying in the mud of Okinawa, the news from Europe means precious little. The enemy in front of them has not heard of VE Day and shows absolutely no sign of caring. Some unit commanders can only afford to give their exhausted, filthy, shell-shocked men a 5-minute break to absorb the news before grimly ordering them to fix bayonets and press on toward the next ridgeline, the next cave, the next ambush. The battle for Okinawa rages on into a second month, then a third. The monsoon rains arrive, turning the battlefield into a sea of mud that swallows jeeps up to their axles and turns every foxhole into a brown, stinking pond. American forces throw everything they have at the Japanese defenses. With total air supremacy, U.S. fighter bombers take on a specialist ground support role, diving in low to blast strongpoints with rockets and canisters of napalm. The coordination between air and ground forces reaches a new level of sophistication. Troops on the ground work side by side with forward air controllers, identifying targets with smoke grenades and colored panels, then calling in precision strikes from aircraft circling overhead. When even the aircraft cannot silence the most stubborn resistance, a bunker too deep, a cave too well concealed, flame-throwing tanks are brought forward to pour rivers of burning napalm into the openings, or demolition teams crawl close enough to hurl satchel charges inside. Even so, it is only when the main city of Shuri is finally captured and the Marines launch a fresh, full-scale offensive that the island at last begins to fall. It has taken 82 days. 82 days of unrelenting, grinding, soul-destroying combat in conditions that would test the limits of human endurance. For many of the men who fought there, Okinawa will haunt them for the rest of their lives. The butcher's bill is staggering. 7,503 American troops pay for Okinawa with their lives. Nearly 37,000 are wounded. 5,000 sailors are killed aboard their ships, a massive and deeply sobering cost in American life. For Japan, the losses are even more catastrophic. 100,000 Japanese soldiers are dead. Only 7,000 choose to surrender. The rest fight to the death, just as they did on Iwo Jima. These horrific losses on Okinawa make it crystal clear to every American general, admiral, and politician who studies the after-action reports. Taking mainland Japan will mean the mother of all battles, a battle that could dwarf everything that has come before it. The casualties from Iwo Jima and Okinawa are not anomalies, they are the new normal. And Japan's mainland is not a tiny volcanic island or even a mid-sized island like Okinawa. It is a nation of 70 million people, many of them prepared to fight to the last man, woman, and child. Japan is preparing for what it calls Ketsu-go, the final, decisive battle for the homeland. The scale of Japan's preparations is staggering in its ambition and terrifying in its implications. Hundreds of new kamikaze pilots are being trained at airfields across the country, each one eager for the chance to die for the emperor. 375,000 regular soldiers are massed at potential invasion beaches, ready to repel the Americans the moment they set foot on Japanese soil. But it goes far beyond the military. Civilian militias and volunteer suicide squads, men, women, and even teenagers armed with nothing more than bamboo spears, hand grenades, in the air. A strategic reserve of 5,000 aircraft has been carefully hidden in tunnels, held back for the final confrontation. Japan's best remaining tanks have been preserved and concealed underground. Even after watching city after city consumed by fire, Japan's military leadership defiantly refuses to contemplate surrender. Despite their best efforts to find an alternative, the American strategists are faced with one inescapable, grim reality: the need to invade Japan. And now it is clear what the Japanese strategy has been all along. If they can make the invasion bloody enough, if the cost in American lives is high enough, they believe that America will not have the stomach for the fight, that the American public, weary after 4 years of war, will demand a negotiated peace rather than total victory. When pushed to estimate eventual casualty numbers for an invasion of the Japanese home islands, American battle planners deliver a figure that lands like a bomb in its own right: 250,000 American lives. And those are the conservative estimates. Some military planners, looking at the casualty rates from Iwo Jima and Okinawa, and projecting them across the much larger landmass of Japan, privately fear the number could be far higher: 250,000 sons, husbands, fathers, and brothers who would never come home. It is a figure that is simply unacceptable, a figure that would shatter a nation already weary after 4 years of global war. They have to find another way. There must be something, anything, that can break Japan's will without requiring American soldiers to fight their way across every rice paddy and mountain pass on the Japanese mainland. And there is one other solution. It offers President Harry S. Truman an alternative to the bloodbath of a ground invasion. At the Sicilienhof Palace in Potsdam, Germany, the cameras of the international press are rolling. They capture United States President Harry S. Truman, Russia's Generalissimo Joseph Stalin, and Britain's Prime Minister Winston Churchill standing together. These are the leaders of the alliance that has just crushed Nazi Germany. Now they must decide the fate of Imperial Japan. While Truman is at the Potsdam Conference, news filters through to him of a momentous development in a top-secret weapons program. One day earlier, on July the 16th, 1945, at the White Sands Proving Ground in the deserts of New Mexico, the first successful atomic test in history has taken place. The test is code-named Trinity. When the scientists and military observers watch the fireball rise into the sky that morning, several of them weep, others stand in stunned, terrified silence. One thing is immediately clear to everyone present: the world has just changed in a way that can never be undone. It is the dawn of the nuclear age. The Manhattan Project is a 3-year-old, top-secret program to devise a weapon so grotesquely powerful that it might force the Japanese to surrender without an invasion. Its scientific mastermind is J. Robert Oppenheimer, a theoretical physicist who has assembled some of the greatest minds in the world to work on the most terrible creation in human history. The result of their labors, the nuclear bomb. It works by splitting atoms to release colossal amounts of explosive energy, more energy in a single detonation than entire fleets of B-29s could deliver in a month of conventional bombing. Oppenheimer and his team have developed 2 types of bomb. One uses naturally occurring uranium. The other, even more powerful, uses handmade plutonium. At Potsdam, President Truman hints to Soviet leader Joseph Stalin that America has a powerful new weapon ready for use. Stalin appears strangely unsurprised by the news. Truman is puzzled by his calm reaction, but later discovers the reason. Russian spies had penetrated the Manhattan Project almost from its inception. Stalin already knows about the bomb. From Potsdam, the Allied leaders issue an ultimatum to Japan: surrender unconditionally or face utter destruction. Japan does not respond. The Japanese Prime Minister has been ordered to maintain what is called mokusatsu, a Japanese term meaning to kill by silent contempt. The ultimatum is met with nothing but silence. Truman gives the go-ahead to use the bomb. A few days later, in the early morning darkness of August the 6th, 1945, the crew of a B-29 Superfortress named Enola Gay prepares for takeoff. The aircraft is named after the mother of its pilot, Colonel Paul Tibbets. They take off from their airbase on the island of Tinian in the northern Mariana Islands. In the belly of the aircraft sits a single bomb, a 15-kiloton uranium device, 9 feet long and weighing nearly 10,000 pounds. It has been nicknamed Little Boy. Their target, the city of Hiroshima, in western Japan. It takes the Enola Gay and its deadly cargo 6 hours to fly to Hiroshima, 500 miles from the Japanese capital of Tokyo. When they arrive, the weather over Hiroshima is clear and crisp, perfect visibility. The bomb aimer peers through his sight. The city below is going about its morning routine. People are heading to work. Children are walking to school. The crew circles overhead, making their final approach. And then, at 8:15 in the morning, local time on August the 6th, 1945, the world changes forever. An explosion with the power of nearly 15,000 tons of TNT detonates over the city of Hiroshima. For the victims on the ground, death comes in terrible stages. First, the earth directly beneath the detonation point, ground zero, is heated to 5,000 degrees, vaporizing everything and everyone within the immediate blast radius. Then comes the shock wave, a wall of superheated, compressed air moving faster than the speed of sound, flattening buildings, hurling vehicles through the air, and crushing everything in its path for miles in every direction. Next, a massive firestorm erupts as thousands of fires merge into one, sucking the oxygen out of the atmosphere and suffocating those who survived the initial blast and the shockwave. And finally, for those who somehow live through all of this, something entirely new awaits them: radiation poisoning, which arrives in the form of black, oily, radioactive rain falling from a sky turned dark by the mushroom cloud. The devastation wrought by just one bomb is beyond anything ever seen in warfare. Approximately 70,000 people are killed, many of them instantly, vaporized in the first microseconds of the blast. Many more die in the agonizing hours and days that follow, from burns, from radiation sickness, from injuries sustained when their homes collapsed on top of them. An entire city has been functionally destroyed by a single weapon dropped from a single aircraft. The implications are almost too vast to comprehend. President Truman announces the existence of the weapon to a stunned world and promises more atomic bombs unless Japan surrenders immediately. Speaking from the presidential yacht Augusta, his words are blunt, deliberate, and terrifying in their clarity. If they do not now accept our terms, the Japanese government ignores him. Once again, with an obstinacy that baffles and infuriates the Allied leadership, they choose not to respond to the ultimatum. The military faction within the government continues to insist that Japan can still win, or at least make an invasion so costly that the Americans will settle for a negotiated peace. 3 days later, on August the 9th, a second bomb, a plutonium-based weapon even more powerful than the one dropped on Hiroshima, known by its code name Fat Man, is loaded onto another B-29. The original target is the city of Kokura, but cloud cover forces the crew to divert to their secondary target, Nagasaki, 760 miles to the south of Tokyo. The blast at Nagasaki is just as devastating. Up to 50,000 people perish in an instant replay of the horror that consumed Hiroshima 3 days earlier. 2 cities, 2 bombs, and over 120,000 human lives extinguished in the span of less than a week. And still incredibly, almost incomprehensibly, there is no immediate response from the Japanese leadership. The military faction within the government continues to argue for fighting on. What the Japanese do not know, and what few Americans know either, is that the United States has now exhausted its atomic arsenal. There are no more bombs. Manufacturing additional weapons will take weeks, possibly longer. In the meantime, the conventional war continues at full fury. American battleships sail right up to Japan's coastline and pour shells onto targets inland. Marauding fighter aircraft continue to shoot up anything and everything they can find. Finally, the Japanese War Council gathers to contemplate what has, until this moment, been truly unthinkable: accepting the surrender ultimatum offered at Potsdam. They agree to accept, but with conditions attached. Japan's conditional offer is immediately rejected by the Allies. President Truman is very clear: only unconditional surrender will do, nothing less. Against all expectations, the Japanese give ground once more. In the end, only one overriding condition remains. Their Emperor Hirohito, whom the Japanese people revere as a living god, must be allowed to remain in power. The Americans, after deliberation, signal that if the Supreme Commander of Allied Forces, General Douglas MacArthur, is placed in overall command of occupied Japan, they will allow the emperor to retain his throne. After days of agonizing debate within the Japanese government, debate that nearly leads to a military coup by officers who would rather see their entire nation destroyed than accept the shame of capitulation, Emperor Hirohito himself intervenes, breaking the deadlock within his own war council. In a recorded radio address, the first time ordinary Japanese citizens have ever heard their emperor's voice, he announces that Japan will accept the Allied terms. He speaks in formal, archaic court Japanese, and many of his listeners are too stunned, too grief-stricken, or too confused to fully grasp his words. But the meaning is unmistakable. The war is over. Japan has surrendered. The two sides agree final terms of surrender in mid-August, 1945. On September the 2nd, 1945, on the quarterdeck of the American battleship USS Missouri, anchored in Tokyo Bay beneath a gray sky, the Japanese delegation arrives to formally end the bloodiest conflict the Pacific has ever seen. He steps forward to the signing table, removes his top hat, and signs the formal instrument of surrender with a deliberate, measured hand. General Douglas MacArthur presides over the ceremony, flanked by representatives of every Allied nation that fought in the Pacific. The stars and stripes flying above the Missouri is the same flag that flew over the Capitol building in Washington on December the 7th, 1941, the day Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. It is a detail that is not lost on anyone present. Finally, mercifully, it is over. Peace has arrived. Countless lives have been lost in one of the most bloody and savage campaigns of the Second World War. It has witnessed the arrival of terrifying new weapons and tactics, the firebombing campaign, the kamikaze attacks, the flamethrower assaults on underground fortresses, and, finally, the ultimate game-changer, the atomic bomb, the weapon that ended the war and opened a door that can never be closed. In the end, it is a catastrophe for the Japanese nation. The total cost is approximately 2 million lives, of which 1.74 million are military personnel. Entire cities have been reduced to ash. A civilization has been brought to its knees. The American nation has fought for 4 years and buried nearly 500,000 of its own. In the Pacific Theater alone, 55,145 men were lost from the Army, 29,263 from the Navy, and 19,163 Marines. Each of those numbers was a person, a name on a letter, a face in a photograph, someone's reason to come home. But out of all this suffering, out of the firestorms and the island fortresses, the kamikaze attacks and the blinding light over Hiroshima, new adversaries emerge in an epic struggle to master the devastating power that science has unleashed. The atomic age has dawned, and the world that emerges from the Pacific War is a fundamentally different and more dangerous place than the one that entered it. Within months of the Missouri ceremony in Tokyo Bay, the wartime alliance between the United States and the Soviet Union will curdle into suspicion, rivalry, and a nuclear standoff that will last for nearly half a century. The Cold War is the direct offspring of the bomb that fell on Hiroshima, and the Japanese nation, for its part, must rebuild. It must take a country that has been shattered, scarred, and burned to its very foundations, and somehow find the strength to build something new from the rubble and the ruin. Mabalacat, the Philippines, the 17th of October, 1944. A new commander has arrived at the airbase, Vice Admiral Takajiro Onishi, freshly appointed to lead the Japanese Navy's First Air Fleet. He surveys his domain with the practiced calm of a career officer, but behind his composure lies a grim arithmetic that no amount of discipline can disguise. He has scarcely 100 operational aircraft under his command. Just 30 of them are fighters, and bearing down on the Philippines is the most powerful naval armada the world has ever seen. Naval battles like those at Midway and the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot in the Philippine Sea had stripped Japan of its most valuable carriers and a vast number of aircraft. Many more planes, both land-based and carrier-based, had been lost in vain attempts to prevent the Americans from capturing the Marshall, Solomon, and Admiralty Islands, or from landing on New Guinea. The tide of the Pacific War had turned decisively against the Japanese Empire, and everyone who studied the maps knew it. But what made the 17th of October truly urgent was what was happening at that very moment, just to the south. American warships had begun to assemble off Suluan Island, at the mouth of Leyte Gulf. The invasion of the Philippines, Japan's last great defensive perimeter, was about to begin. The following day, Japanese Imperial Headquarters ordered the implementation of Operation Show, a prearranged plan to counter any such threat. It was an audacious scheme, a multi-pronged naval assault designed to crush the American fleet before it could establish a beachhead. In its scope and ambition, it was perhaps the last great strategic gamble of the Imperial Japanese Navy, a final attempt to change the course of the Pacific War through a single, devastating blow. Vice Admiral Takeo Kurita's Second Fleet, including the massive battleships Musashi and Yamato, was to slip through the San Bernardino Strait and attack the American concentration from the north at dawn on the 25th of October. Kurita had no carriers with him, so air cover would be provided by Onishi's land-based command. Reinforced by a flotilla detached from Kurita, Vice Admiral Kiyohide Shima's Fifth Fleet would simultaneously advance through the South China Sea to attack from the south, and a third force containing a fleet carrier and 3 light carriers with their escorts was to sail from the Japanese homeland to serve as a decoy, luring American carriers away from the 2 attacking fleets. It was an elaborate plan, a desperate gamble staked on precision, timing, and surprise, but at its heart was a fatal weakness, and Onishi could see it more clearly than anyone. To protect Kurita's fleet, the First Air Fleet could muster scarcely 100 operational aircraft, including just 30 fighters. The Second Air Fleet, expected to arrive shortly with reinforcements for Operation Show, had recently suffered badly in clashes with American carrier-based aircraft off Formosa. It would not be at full strength either. There were simply not enough planes left to fight this war the conventional way. And so, surveying his paltry command, Takejiro Onishi arrived at a conclusion that would change the nature of warfare forever. He had noticed something in the battle reports. A single aircraft crashing onto a warship often did more damage than a conventional bombing attack. He reasoned that if such crashes became deliberate, great devastation could be done to the enemy fleet, especially its carriers. In effect, Onishi proposed launching a series of human-guided missiles. They would be difficult to stop because the pilots would not deviate from course even if hit by anti-aircraft fire. Furthermore, he argued, heroic success would bolster the morale of Japanese forces, which had suffered serious reverses over the past 18 months. And knowledge that the attacking aircraft were intent on diving into them, he hoped, would in turn adversely affect American morale. There was a grim logic to his reasoning that even his opponents would eventually acknowledge. A conventional bomber had to survive its approach, release its ordnance accurately, and then escape all while under withering anti-aircraft fire and pursuit by enemy fighters. The odds of a hit were low, and the odds of surviving the mission only slightly better. But a kamikaze pilot eliminated every variable except one: reaching the target. He did not need to aim with precision from altitude. He did not need to escape. He simply needed to fly his aircraft loaded with explosives into the side of a ship. The mathematics of destruction had been reduced to their most elemental form. It was a calculus of desperation dressed in the language of strategy, and it was about to be set in motion. 2 days after taking up his post, Onishi revealed his intention to a small group of staff officers and squadron commanders of the 201st Air Group and the 26th Air Flotilla at Mabalacat on the island of Luzon. He outlined the seriousness of the overall strategic position, stressing the need to stop American aircraft from interfering with Kurita's passage to Leyte Gulf. His words were blunt: "We must hit the enemy's carriers and keep them neutralized for at least a week." To achieve this, he intended to organize suicide attack units composed of 0 fighters armed with 250-kilogram bombs, with each plane to crash land onto an enemy carrier. There was no euphemism, no ambiguity. The pilots would fly their aircraft directly into American ships and die in the explosion. After the meeting dispersed, Commander Asaichi Tamai explained the proposal to 23 non-commissioned officers of the 201st Air Group. They all agreed to take part, according to Tamai, in a frenzy of emotion and joy. Referring to the typhoon that had destroyed a Mongol invasion fleet in the 13th century, Tamai declared, "We have set a kamikaze in motion, a divine wind." The term would be adopted by the Allies to describe the suicide airmen from that moment forward. On the 20th of October, 1944, Onishi formally ordered the 201st Air Group to organize a special attack corps, which would, if possible by the 25th of October, destroy or disable the enemy carrier forces in the waters east of the Philippines. The corps was to be called the Shimpu Attack Unit, consisting of 26 fighter planes, half assigned to crash diving missions and the remainder to serve as escorts. The kamikaze pilots were treated as heroes. Onishi told them that they were already gods without earthly desires. Like the samurai warriors of old, they wore a folded white cloth around their heads, the hachimaki, initially designed to keep a warrior's eyes clear of hair and sweat, but now imprinted with a crimson circle. It became the kamikaze's badge of honor. Writing later, one of Onishi's staff officers explained that it was only natural that Japanese fighting men were determined to sacrifice their lives for emperor and nation. Such patriotism, he argued, had a spiritual basis, the deep-rooted belief that the entire nation, society, and even the cosmos was unified in the single emperor. The Japanese warrior's code of Bushido, which profoundly influenced the kamikaze, emphasized not only bravery, but the desire to die a purposeful death at an appropriate place and time. The last words which many kamikaze pilots would shout into their microphones as they began their final dives would be, "Long live the Emperor." To Western ears, such devotion was difficult to comprehend, but for the young men who volunteered, and every account insists that the first kamikazes were genuine volunteers, the sacrifice was framed not as annihilation, but as transcendence. They were told they would become guardian spirits of the nation. Their families would be honored. Their names would be remembered. In a culture where duty to the group outweighed individual survival, and where death in service to the emperor was considered the highest possible achievement, the kamikaze concept tapped into currents far deeper than military strategy. It drew upon centuries of tradition, upon religious conviction, upon a sense of national crisis so profound that the ultimate sacrifice seemed not just reasonable, but necessary. The Shimpu unit was divided into 4 sections. On the afternoon of the 21st of October, Lieutenant Yukio Seki led its Shikishima section into the air after an emotional farewell drink with Onishi. But that mission, and others on the 3 succeeding days, were frustrated by unpredictable rain squalls and low cloud. No enemy ships were even sighted. For men who had already said their goodbyes, who had already written their final letters and given away their possessions, returning alive was its own peculiar torment. They had steeled themselves for death, and the weather had denied them even that. Meanwhile, the Yamato section of the Shimpu unit, comprising 5 Zeros with 3 escorts, had flown 400 miles south to Cebu Island to form the basis of another kamikaze unit. At the Cebu Air Base, all but 2 of the non-commissioned ranks who were sick volunteered immediately and were soon joined by officers keen to take part. But when 5 Zeros were preparing to take off on the 21st of October, alerted by reconnaissance reports of enemy carriers within range, American fighters and bombers attacked the airfield and destroyed them all. 3 more did get airborne later, but 2 returned without finding a target. The 3rd simply disappeared. 6 potential kamikaze aircraft had been lost for nothing. And then, Onishi's worst fears were realized. On the 24th of October, reports came in that Kurita's Second Fleet had been heavily attacked by American carrier-borne aircraft. 3 battleships were damaged, and the mighty Musashi was sunk. The Musashi was one of the 3 massive battleships built by the Japanese specifically to challenge the American fleet in a decisive engagement. Fully laden, she displaced 70,000 tons. She carried a main armament of 18-inch guns and secondary armament of 6-inch guns, along with 7 aircraft. She was an enormous ship, and her loss together with the loss of so many aircraft carriers meant that the Japanese were greatly reduced in their ability to challenge the Americans at sea. The First Air Fleet, and the Shimpu kamikaze unit in particular, had failed in its primary objective of protecting Kurita's fleet. It meant that the kamikaze tactic would now become even more important than Onishi had ever imagined. At last, on the 25th of October, the kamikazes drew blood. With a force of 5 kamikaze aircraft and 4 escorts, Lieutenant Seki claimed the first kamikaze victim in history. Shortly after 10:45 that morning, Seki and another Zero crashed onto the escort carrier St. Lo. The impact of the aircraft, combined with the detonation of its bomb and the explosion of aviation fuel, tore through the carrier's flight deck and ignited fires that could not be controlled. She sank. The other kamikazes in the formation damaged 3 more escort carriers in Rear Admiral Clifton Sprague's covering force for the landings on Leyte Island. The surprise tactic had caught the Americans completely off guard. Nothing in their training had prepared them for an enemy who intentionally flew his aircraft into their ships. Japanese Imperial Headquarters in Tokyo swiftly issued a sensational communiqué stating that the Shikishima unit of the Kamikaze Special Attack Corps had attacked an enemy task force containing 4 carriers 30 miles northeast of Suluan Island. 2 planes had hit one carrier, which was definitely sunk. A third plane had hit another carrier, setting it aflame, and a fourth had hit a cruiser, which sank instantly. In truth, only a slight exaggeration. The following day, the Cebu-based Yamato unit launched 2 attacks, totaling 5 kamikazes and 3 escorts. A returning escort claimed that a carrier had been sunk and another damaged. In reality, only the escort carrier Swanee had been hit. Nevertheless, in 2 days, the kamikazes had made a promising start to Onishi's unique campaign. Yet on the other hand, the Japanese naval forces had suffered grievously in the broader Battle of Leyte Gulf. The flotilla detached from Kurita was surprised while attempting to negotiate the Surigao Strait, losing 2 battleships sunk and 3 destroyers and 1 cruiser badly damaged. Alerted by this catastrophe, Admiral Shima's 5th Fleet turned back but lost 2 cruisers to pursuing aircraft. Ozawa's decoy force did succeed in attracting several American carriers away from Leyte Gulf, but at a terrible price. American aircraft sank all 4 of the decoy force's carriers and a cruiser. In 3 days, the Japanese lost 3 battleships, 4 carriers, 10 cruisers, and 9 destroyers. Conventional air power had failed to protect them. The Second Air Fleet's attacks made very little impression on the American fleet, despite launching over 250 aircraft on the 24th and 25th of October. In contrast, on the 25th alone, just 5 kamikazes had sunk 1 American carrier and damaged 2 or 3 others. The comparison was devastating, and to Onishi, it confirmed everything. He was now convinced that only kamikaze tactics could inflict decisive damage on the Americans. For 2 days, he tried to persuade Vice Admiral Shigeru Fukudome, commander of the Second Air Fleet, to adopt them. At 2 to 10 in the morning on the 26th of October, after prolonged and exhausting discussions, Fukudome at length agreed. The 2 air fleets were then brought together as the combined land-based air force under Fukudome, with Onishi as his chief of staff. Within 24 hours of Fukudome's agreement, 4 new kamikaze units had been formed from the Second Air Fleet's 701st Air Group. The kamikaze campaign was no longer one admiral's gamble. It had become official Japanese strategy, and there was a brutal logic to the transition. Consider what the conventional forces had achieved, or rather, failed to achieve. The Second Air Fleet had launched over 250 aircraft against the American fleet on the 24th and 25th of October, using traditional bombing and torpedo attacks. The results were negligible. But on the 25th alone, 5 kamikaze aircraft, just 5, had sunk 1 carrier and damaged several others. The cost-effectiveness was overwhelming. 1 kamikaze pilot, 1 aircraft, 1 bomb, and an enemy warship was out of action or on the ocean floor. No other tactic available to the Japanese could match that exchange rate. For a nation running desperately short of both pilots and aircraft, the kamikaze offered the grim promise of maximum damage at minimum expenditure. Isolated successes continued to be recorded. On the 28th of October, the American light cruiser Denver was damaged, but a major naval clash with the opportunity for decisive action did not immediately develop. In the meantime, the mechanics of kamikaze warfare were being refined. The standard operational force settled into a formation of 3 kamikaze aircraft with 2 escorts. The escorts were necessary to fight off attackers en route and to bring back news of the mission's results. Many experienced pilots who volunteered for kamikaze service were instead reserved for this escort duty, their skill too valuable to expend in a single dive. As the number of kamikaze units multiplied and the supply of available Zero fighters inevitably decreased, Judy dive bombers carrying a 500-pound bomb were allocated to the kamikaze pilots. The Judy was a 2-man aircraft with a speed of 350 miles per hour, originally used in 3 roles as a dive bomber, an armed reconnaissance bomber, and when land-based, a night fighter. In the kamikaze role, it carried only 1 pilot. And the thing about the Judy, as with some other kamikaze aircraft, was that sometimes, instead of crashing straight into the deck, the pilots would drop the bomb first and then dive into the ship. The result was a double explosion. More varied methods of approach evolved too. High-level flight at 18 to 20,000 feet was justified on the grounds that interception was less likely at that altitude, and it was easier for inexperienced pilots to maneuver. But the dive had to be shallow to avoid loss of control through the force of gravity. The alternative was an ultra-low-level approach devised to counteract American radar, which was thought capable of detecting high-altitude aircraft 100 miles away. Once an enemy ship was sighted, kamikaze pilots flying at low level were told to climb quickly to 12 to 15,000 feet and adopt a steep dive at relatively short range onto the deck of the target. Hitting the side of a ship was considered less effective. Before they took off on their final missions, kamikaze pilots bequeathed their belongings to friends and wrote final letters to their families, often enclosing personal mementos, locks of hair, photographs, a few written words to parents who would never see their sons again. These letters, many of which survive, are among the most haunting documents of the Second World War. Now, the loss of so many Japanese ships in the Battle of Leyte Gulf caused thoughts of a major naval confrontation to recede. Onishi argued that the kamikazes should shift their focus, operating in conjunction with Army units, to attack American invasion vessels, including transports, and not solely concentrating on carriers. He secured the agreement of Imperial headquarters to increase the Special Attack Force by 300 aircraft. In the event, only 150 aircraft set out for training in Formosa, of which 140 arrived, carrying an additional 8 pilots who had hitched rides. These recruits, who required additional training to fill out the kamikaze force, have given a lasting but incorrect impression that all the volunteers were untrained. In truth, many of the original kamikazes were experienced aviators, but for these newcomers, because of the deteriorating situation, only 7 days of preparation could be made available. The first 2 days were devoted to practicing takeoffs, the next 2 to formation flying, the final 3 to approaching and attacking a target, 7 days to learn to die. Consider what that training regime meant in human terms. A young man, perhaps 19 or 20 years old, perhaps from a farming village or a university lecture hall, arrived at an airfield on Formosa, knowing that within a week he would be expected to fly an aircraft into the side of an American warship. For 2 days, he learned how to get his plane off the ground. For 2 more, he practiced flying in formation with other men who shared his fate. And for the final 3 days, he rehearsed the approach, the low-level run, the sudden climb, the steep dive toward a target that would be firing everything it had at him. There would be no second attempt, no margin for error. The training did not include how to survive, because survival was not part of the plan. Once the Americans had taken Leyte Island, it proved too swampy to allow the building of airfields. So General Douglas MacArthur determined to take Mindoro Island, 300 miles to the north. On the 12th of December, 1944, a task force sailed from Leyte, only to come under fierce attack from kamikaze aircraft, which used the small islands in the Philippine chain as cover and came in low to avoid radar detection. The light cruiser Nashville was hit, suffering 137 dead and almost 200 wounded, including the task force commander, Brigadier General William C. Dunkel. The destroyer Haraden was also damaged by a kamikaze, leaving 15 dead and 25 wounded. Both ships turned back but survived. The Fletcher-class destroyer was the principal destroyer used by the Americans in the Pacific War. She had a speed of 37 knots and carried 10 torpedo tubes with depth charges, giving her an anti-submarine capability that made her ideal for protecting capital ships such as battleships and cruisers. But the Fletcher class also carried very effective radar, which meant it was equally suited for picket duty in advance of the main fleet. Speed and maneuverability were her defining characteristics, qualities that would be tested again and again in the months ahead. The Mindoro convoy sailed on, and carrier-based Hellcat fighters accounted for another 30 Japanese aircraft, some of them kamikaze, before they could reach their targets. Once Mindoro had been secured, MacArthur launched a major attack on the principal island of Luzon, where the capital Manila and the extensive Clark Field Air Base were situated. On the 2nd of January, 1945, another powerful task force, protected by battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and carriers of the U.S. 7th Fleet, left Leyte for the biggest prize yet, Luzon. The kamikazes made the voyage a painful ordeal, attacking the convoy relentlessly as it threaded through the Philippine archipelago. On the 4th of January, the escort carrier Omni Bay was so badly damaged by a kamikaze that she had to be abandoned and was later scuttled. Another ship lost not to a torpedo or a bomb aimed from altitude, but to a pilot who flew his aircraft through a wall of gunfire and into her flight deck. The following day, 16 kamikazes evaded the fleet defenses, and 9 American and Australian ships in the Armada were hit. Others found ingenious ways of deflecting the danger. The escort carrier Tulagi Island used a searchlight to blind and confuse a kamikaze pilot bearing down on her, a desperate act of improvisation in the face of an enemy who could not be deterred. Even the landing area of Lingayen Gulf on the west coast of the island did not provide refuge. From noon until dusk on the 6th of January, determined kamikaze attacks sank a minesweeper and damaged a dozen other vessels, including 2 battleships. The kamikaze aircraft, which crashed into the bridge of the battleship New Mexico, killed 29 men, including the British liaison officer, Lieutenant General Herbert Lumsden, one of the most senior Allied officers killed by a kamikaze during the entire war. Lumsden had survived the deserts of North Africa only to die on the bridge of an American battleship in the Philippines, struck down by an enemy who had turned his own aircraft into a weapon. In 3 days, the kamikazes caused over 1,000 American and Australian casualties. For the sailors who survived these attacks, the experience was unlike anything else in the war. A torpedo could be outmaneuvered, a bomb could miss. But a kamikaze was a thinking, adjusting, course-correcting weapon that grew more accurate the closer it came. The anti-aircraft gunners poured fire into the approaching aircraft, watching tracers stitch across the sky, seeing pieces fly off the fuselage, and still the plane kept coming. Sometimes it was burning when it hit. Sometimes the pilot was already dead, his aircraft continuing on momentum alone. And sometimes, impossibly, the pilot was still alive and still steering, threading through a curtain of fire to reach his target with a precision that no unguided bomb could match. The kamikaze threat to the Luzon landings abated only when American aircraft from Admiral William F. Halsey's 3rd Fleet carriers forced the Japanese to abandon their airfields on Luzon. By the 7th of January, the danger from that quarter was over. From the 20th of October, 1944, until the 6th of January, 1945, the Japanese claimed that kamikaze aircraft operating from the Philippines sank 37 American warships and damaged 59, a total of 96. In fact, they sank 16 and damaged 87, a total of 103. The kamikazes had actually exceeded their own inflated claims in terms of total ships affected. It was a sobering reckoning for the United States Navy, and it raised a question that would haunt American planners for the remainder of the war. If a few hundred kamikazes could do this much damage in the Philippines, what would happen when Japan threw everything it had at the fleet during an invasion of the homeland itself? The kamikazes were not yet finished. Surviving units withdrew to Formosa, where they joined the new recruits. The 1st Air Fleet, which had regained its independent status after the breakup of the short-lived combined land-based Air Force, was reorganized with a new Special Attack Corps, the Nataka Unit, established on the 18th of January, 1945. At its dedication ceremony, Onishi emphasized that the noble spirit of this kamikaze attack corps would keep the homeland from ruin. When an American task force was spotted south-southeast of Formosa on the 21st of January, the Nataka Unit sent 10 kamikaze Judy bombers and 0 fighters into action, escorted by 7 Zeros, against a target 200 miles away. They damaged the aircraft carrier Ticonderoga, the light carrier Langley, and the destroyer Maddox. The kamikazes were reaching farther, hitting harder, and growing bolder. Meanwhile, on the 20th of January, Imperial Headquarters had drawn up an outline of Army and Navy operations designed to protect the Japanese homeland. Air strength would be conserved so that a decisive blow could be delivered once an invading fleet came within the defense sphere. A joint Army-Navy operational plan, agreed on the 6th of February, ordered a concentration of all units in the area of the East China Sea during February and March of 1945. Primary emphasis was laid on the speedy activation, training, and mass employment of air special attack units. The kamikaze was no longer a tactical improvisation. It was the cornerstone of Japan's homeland defense strategy. Under orders from the Air Fleet Commander, on the 18th of February, Captain Ryuichi Sugiyama of the 601st Air Group called for volunteers to form a new kamikaze unit. He was overwhelmed with applicants. He selected Lieutenant Murakawa to lead the formation, comprising 32 aircraft, which officially came into being on the 19th of February. With no special training, this unit took off on the 21st of February to attack American warships at Iwo Jima, 800 miles east of Okinawa, which had been invaded just 6 days earlier. Returning escorts claimed 1 carrier and 4 transports sunk, a second carrier and 4 other warships damaged. In reality, the escort carrier Bismarck C was lost. She capsized and sank after a series of devastating internal explosions, and the fleet carrier Saratoga, escort carrier Lunga Point, a supply ship, and 2 transports were damaged. The Saratoga, one of the oldest and most storied carriers in the American fleet, had survived torpedo attacks, bomb hits, and years of grueling combat across the Pacific. A kamikaze nearly ended her career in a single afternoon. This was the only kamikaze attack at Iwo Jima, which fell to the Americans on the 16th of March. But it demonstrated with brutal clarity that even a single, hastily organized strike could sink a carrier and cripple a fleet veteran. With the bridgehead on Iwo Jima established, American warships withdrew to Ulithi Atoll, where Japanese reconnaissance aircraft identified a prize beyond reckoning, 8 fleet carriers and 7 escort carriers at anchor. On the 11th of March, 24 kamikazes took off from Kanoya to attack these tempting targets, flying into variable visibility and a strong headwind. Due to poor navigation and mechanical failures, only 11 reached Ulithi as darkness fell. There were no escorts to report their achievements, but American records show that the carrier Randolph was damaged. By March of 1945, Japan's naval air strength comprised 2,100 aircraft, organized into 5 air fleets, one of which was deployed around Tokyo. The first air fleet on Formosa was already committed to kamikaze tactics. With the surface fleet now impotent, the 5th and 10th air fleets, respectively on Kyushu and Honshu, were also ordered to prepare for kamikaze attacks, bringing the total to 1,300 potential suicide bombers. But 800 of those were reserved for the immediate defense of Tokyo, and of the remaining 1,300, not all could be committed to kamikaze operations. Some had to serve as conventional fighters and escorts. The realistic number available for kamikaze tactics was approximately 600 aircraft, but Japan had one more weapon to unleash. Unknown to the massive American task force converging on Okinawa in the final days of March, the Japanese would send a new type of kamikaze against them, the Oka, meaning cherry blossom. This piloted, rocket-driven projectile could be slung beneath a Betty twin-engine bomber and had been invented in the summer of 1944 and perfected that autumn. A special unit under Captain Okamoto had been formed to train volunteer pilots at Konoike Air Base near Tokyo. The Oka was a small single-seater wooden projectile packed with 1,800 kilograms of explosive. It would be released 10 miles from its target and use 5 rockets on the final approach run. Its pilot had to climb into the Oka from the Betty mother plane during flight and pull a lever to detach his craft. Thereafter, he was on a suicide plunge with no possibility of return, a manned missile hurtling toward its target at speeds that made interception nearly impossible once the rockets fired. The Americans dubbed this weapon Baka Japanese for foolish, but there was nothing foolish about the threat it posed to their warships. 1,800 kilograms of explosive, nearly 2 tons arriving at several hundred miles per hour, was enough to gut any ship afloat. The challenge lay in getting the slow, vulnerable Betty close enough to release it. Air cover for the 430 assault vessels committed to the invasion of Okinawa was provided by an American task force of 106 warships under Vice Admiral Mark A. Mitcher, whose fleet carriers contained nearly 1,000 aircraft. The British were also operating a smaller task force of 22 warships and 244 aircraft, principally to counter any kamikaze threat from the Sakishima Islands, 150 miles southwest of Okinawa. Further north, in an early attempt to counter the kamikaze threat, aircraft from Admiral Raymond A. Spruance's Fifth Fleet had already begun pounding air bases on Kyushu and Honshu, but the kamikazes struck first. After refueling at sea on the 16th of March, Spruance's forces closed on their targets, only to come under attack from 50 kamikaze pilots on the 19th. Two carriers, the Franklin and the Wasp, were damaged by high-level bombers from the very airfields which they had been seeking to annihilate. One American sailor aboard the Yorktown would never forget that morning. We were sitting on the deck waiting to take off, and all of a sudden, a cruiser off our port bow started firing into the clouds. A plane comes out of the clouds aimed right at us. I watched his bomb come down. I thought for sure it was going to land right in my cockpit, but it missed the port side of the carrier, and I got some of the splash from the bomb. They shot that plane down. The next plane that came in dropped his bomb short of the starboard bow. The third plane hit on the starboard side of the Yorktown and killed a bunch of guys. They canceled the flight, and we retired to the ready room. They announced that the smoke we could see on the horizon was the Franklin. The Franklin, struck by bombs from the very airfields her aircraft had been trying to destroy, would survive, but barely. She suffered over 800 casualties, making her one of the most heavily damaged American carriers to remain afloat during the entire war. Despite claims of hitting 4 carriers, the kamikazes caused no significant damage that day, nor were they much more successful on the 20th of March, when 20 Judy kamikaze bombers were credited with damaging 2 carriers, but actually hit only the destroyer Halsey Powell and the submarine Devilfish. Early on the 21st of March, Japanese reconnaissance aircraft reported 3 American carriers southeast of Kyushu, and Vice Admiral Matome Ugaki, commanding the 5th Air Fleet, decided to use the Oka for the first time. Because of the relative slowness of the Betty Mother aircraft, the unit commander, Captain Okamura, called for a strong escort. Only 55 fighters were available. However, Ugaki ruled that no better opportunity to use the rocket-powered Oka would arise, so the operation went ahead. A force of 18 Bettys, all but 2 carrying an attached Oka, took off shortly after 11:30, but only 30 of the scheduled 55 escorts appeared. The result was carnage. American fighters attacked the force about 50 miles short of the target area, before any of the Oka pilots had even transferred to their craft. The Betty bombers, heavy and slow with their lethal cargo slung beneath them, were sitting targets without adequate fighter cover. They promptly released their Okas, which, without pilots aboard, simply tumbled uselessly into the sea and tried to escape. In vain, all 18 Bettys were shot down or simply disappeared. The Oka pilots, still trapped inside the mother aircraft, died without ever reaching their weapons. After almost a year of research, development, and crew training, the first operational use of Japan's most radical kamikaze weapon was a complete and utter failure. But the Oka would return, and in the maelstrom that was about to engulf Okinawa, it would find its targets at last. The first phase of the invasion of Okinawa commenced on the 1st of April, and went well for the Americans, raising hopes that the raids on the southern Japanese islands had neutered the kamikazes. For 5 cautious days, the fleet operated without a major suicide attack. Some commanders began to believe that the worst was over, that the kamikaze force had been spent in the Philippines and the scattered actions of February and March. On the 6th of April, that dream was shattered in the most violent day of kamikaze warfare the world had ever seen. That day, the Japanese launched Operation Tenichi Heaven No. 1 against the fleet off Okinawa, with 700 aircraft from Kyushu. The radar-equipped outlying screen of destroyers, positioned 50 miles in advance of the main fleet, quickly came under attack. A story circulated afterward that, annoyed at being targeted by the kamikazes, the crew of one destroyer on picket duty painted an enormous arrow on the deck with huge letters at its point reading, "Carriers that way." To understand the scale of what the kamikazes were attacking, it helps to grasp the organization of the American naval presence at Okinawa. The term task force describes a grouping of ships assembled for either a permanent or a temporary role. The Fast Carrier Task Force under Admiral Mitcher had a permanent designation Task Force 58. But for the invasion of Okinawa, there was also a temporary formation Task Force 51, which was the Joint Expeditionary Force tasked with landing the troops. 2 other temporary task forces, 52 and 54, carried out immediate roles in direct support of the landings. And beyond all of these, there were 2 carrier task forces, Task Force 57, the British contingent, and Task Force 58, the American fast carrier force. The particular purpose of these carrier groups was to soften up the Japanese defenses before the landings, and to protect the ships during the course of the operation. It was an intricate, layered defensive system, and the kamikazes were about to test every layer of it. Whether the story is true or not, the humor masked a grim reality. Although about 200 of the kamikazes failed to reach the main fleet, the remainder caused devastating damage. Overall, the Japanese lost 355 aircraft in the attacks of the 6th and 7th of April, but they sank 3 destroyers, a tank landing vessel, and 2 ammunition ships, besides damaging 24 other vessels. 28 kamikazes struck American ships. The onslaught continued relentlessly. On the 12th and 13th of April, 185 kamikazes sank or damaged 14 warships. On the 12th of April, another Oka attack. 8 aircraft launched by Okamoto's 721st Air Group from Kyushu succeeded only in damaging the destroyer Stanley. But that same day marked a grim milestone. A kamikaze aircraft sank the destroyer Manert El Abali, making her the first ship in history to be sunk by a combination of conventional kamikaze and Oka attack. The destroyer went down quickly, taking dozens of her crew with her. The Oka had finally found its mark, not in the mass attack that Ugaki had envisioned, but in the chaos and confusion of the broader kamikaze onslaught off Okinawa. The combat air patrol fighters sent up in relays by the American carriers sought to shoot the kamikazes down before they were committed to their final dive, and the anti-aircraft gunners tried to blow them apart with shells as they approached. A combat air patrol essentially protected a task force which was in range of the enemy, and it normally comprised fighters that went up in relays to defend the fleet against any enemy air attack. There were also reconnaissance aircraft which served dual roles. Their radar enabled them to spot incoming aircraft, and they also maintained an anti-submarine watch, alerting the fleet in case there was a submarine attack in the offing. It was a sophisticated, multi-layered defense, but the kamikazes attacked out of the northern haze in groups, sometimes dozens at once, overwhelming the defenses through sheer numbers and the terrifying certainty of their intent. The destroyers on picket duty bore the worst of it. Stationed 50 miles out from the main fleet, they were the first ships the kamikazes encountered, and the pilots, eager to complete their mission, often dove on the first target they saw rather than pressing on toward the carriers. The Fletcher-class destroyers, with their speed of 37 knots, their effective radar, and their maneuverability, were well suited to picket duty, but no amount of speed could outrun an aircraft that had no intention of turning away. The men who served on those outlying destroyers knew they were the most exposed ships in the fleet. They called it the firing line. On the 11th of May, with what one American observer described as a whirlwind of planes coming from every direction, 150 kamikazes mounted yet another determined assault. Many were shot down short of their targets, but 2 crashed onto the carrier Bunker Hill, killing 389 men and wounding 264. The fires burned for hours. Admiral Mitcher was forced to transfer his flag to the Enterprise, which was itself hit 3 days later. The kamikazes were not just damaging ships, they were dismantling the American command structure, one flagship at a time. Between the 6th of April and the 22nd of June, 1945, when the Americans finally secured Okinawa, a coordinated series of 1,465 kamikaze attacks were carried out, by day and by night, including Oka sorties. The Japanese claimed 11 warships sunk and 102 damaged. The American records tell a different story and, incredibly, it is worse than the Japanese believed. 26 ships were sunk, and 164 damaged by kamikazes during this period. Commander Nakajima later concluded that these high figures must include the victims of sporadic, small-scale suicide efforts, which occupied another 200 Army and Navy planes beyond the organized attacks. The Americans estimated that about 15% of the kamikaze attacks off Okinawa were effective, meaning that roughly 1 in 7 kamikazes that took off actually struck a ship. Apart from ships affected by direct hits, another 97 were damaged by near misses. Nearly 10,000 American naval casualties were suffered during the Okinawa campaign, and approximately half of them were caused by kamikazes. Those numbers bear repeating: 10,000 casualties, 5,000 of them inflicted by men who flew their aircraft deliberately into ships. The psychological toll was incalculable. For American sailors on picket duty, every dot on the radar screen might be the last thing they ever saw. The kamikazes had introduced something new and terrible into naval warfare, an enemy who could not be intimidated, could not be deterred, and could not be bargained with. An enemy who was already dead before the battle began. The ships they struck ranged from the mightiest carriers to the smallest minesweepers. They hit heavy cruisers and light cruisers alike, both approximately 10,000-ton vessels, differentiated by their armament. The heavy cruisers carried 8-inch guns, the light cruisers 6-inch armament. Both had a speed of about 32 knots. But the light cruiser had a greater operational range of 14,000 miles at 15 knots, which made it invaluable for extended operations. The kamikazes did not discriminate. A ship was a ship, and any ship that burned or sank was a victory. And yet, for all the havoc they caused, for all the ships they sank and the lives they claimed, the kamikazes failed to achieve the decisive victory sought by the Japanese High Command. The invasion of the Philippines was not prevented. Iwo Jima fell. Okinawa fell. The American advance continued, relentless and unstoppable, because the kamikazes, for all their courage and all their destruction, could not sink enough ships fast enough to turn the tide. Undoubtedly, the kamikazes did cause considerable havoc among the American warships during the final months of the Pacific War. But despite their fatalistic determination, they could not overcome the fundamental equation that industrial production and numerical superiority will, in the end, overwhelm even the most terrifying weapon if the side wielding it cannot replace what it spends. Every kamikaze pilot who dove into a ship was irreplaceable. The ships they struck were not. 16.5 meters below the Chancellery Garden in Berlin, a man celebrates his 56th birthday while his empire burns above him. The searchlights have already turned against German positions. The guns, 8,983 of them, have already opened fire. More than 6 million soldiers of the Red Army are already moving, racing each other for the ultimate prize. But Adolf Hitler doesn't know the full truth yet. He decorates members of the Hitler Youth for bravery, their faces still bearing the softness of childhood. Then he descends into the Führer bunker for the last time. Above him, up to 10,000 Germans hang from lampposts, executed for defeatism. Around him, 200 Soviet divisions close in on 50 indifferent German divisions that stand no chance. The Red Army is already 200 meters away. What began in September 1939, with Germany's invasion of Poland, what became global on the 7th of December 1941, when Japanese aircraft attacked Pearl Harbor, what touched every continent and lasted 6 years, now approaches its terrible climax. This is not just the story of how Berlin fell. This is the story of how the world changed forever in the span of 6 months, from March to August 1945, when humanity ended one age and entered another with a weapon so devastating that its very existence redefined what war could mean. The final chapter of the Second World War unfolds across 2 hemispheres, 2 completely different kinds of warfare, and one unprecedented decision that still reverberates today. You're about to witness the collapse of the Third Reich, where German soldiers are given an impossible choice between the Americans racing from the West and the Soviets scorching the earth from the east. You'll see the brutal mathematics of Okinawa, where casualty projections will force American commanders to contemplate something unthinkable. This is the story of 325,000 prisoners taken in a single pocket, of 80,000 rape survivors in one city alone, of a decision made in the knowledge that a blast generating 300,000 degrees Celsius could change everything, of empire builders who conquered for trade, resources, and a cultural conceit that they were superior only to pay a price measured not just in money, but in values that have nothing to do with currency. The greatest man-made event in history was about to reach its conclusion, but the ending, no one expected, would cost more than anyone imagined. By the 28th of March 1945, the outcome is no longer in question. The defeat of Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich is inevitable. What remains is the brutal arithmetic of how many will die before the mathematics of war finally equals 0. The war that began with Japan's invasion of China in 1937, that reached Europe when German tanks rolled into Poland, that became truly global when bombs fell on Pearl Harbor, has ravaged every continent for years. Now, in the spring of 1945, the Grand Alliance, Britain, America, and the Soviet Union, converges on Germany from all directions. Supreme Allied Commander General Dwight D. Eisenhower makes a decision that will shape the post-war world. Acting on his own initiative, he advises Soviet leadership that his troops will advance on the line Erfurt-Leipzig-Dresden. He makes it clear, Berlin is not his objective. Stalin is delighted. He replies that he too regards Berlin as of no consequence. It's a lie, of course. Berlin is everything. Churchill is appalled. The British Prime Minister argues that the post-war settlement demands the Allies meet the Russians as far east as possible, but Churchill's influence, Britain's influence, is waning. The world is being reordered, and the old imperial power that once painted the map red finds itself increasingly sidelined in decisions about Europe's future. On March 28, 3 army groups begin their movement. The British Second Army moves from its bridgehead at Wessel. The U.S. First and Third trap the German 89th Corps around Gießen. 4 days later, the U.S. 9th links with the 1st at Lippstadt. In little over 3 weeks, they will make contact with the Red Army. Meanwhile, the forces defending Germany face impossible odds. The resources are far from elite. West of Berlin, the 12th Army comprises 12 divisions, a grab bag of raw recruits, misfits, leftovers, and veterans thrown together in desperation. North of the city, von Manteuffel's 3rd Panzer Army comprises 9 divisions, none of which is actually panzer. The total deployed in defense of the capital, some 50 in different divisions. Coming toward them, almost 200 divisions of the Red Army, and as they come on, they scorch the earth. On April 15, the Ruhr pocket is cut in two. Field Marshal Walter Model receives an invitation to surrender. His response reveals the impossible position of German commanders in the war's final days. Model replies that he is bound by his oath to Adolf Hitler, and a formal surrender is out of the question. Instead, he dissolves his army group. The numbers are staggering. 325,000 German troops are taken prisoner in this single encirclement. It's one of the largest mass captures in military history, and it happens in the span of days. On April 20, the propaganda ministry in Berlin publicly denounces Army Group B as traitors. Model, who knows the Soviets have indicted him for war crimes, makes his final choice. He shoots himself in the head. The same month brings more symbolic losses. Nuremberg, so deeply symbolic of Nazism, the city where Hitler staged his massive rallies, falls to General Patch's 7th U.S. Army. American forces cross the Danube. On April 25, American and Soviet troops make contact for the first time. On the same day, the Red Army completes its encirclement of Berlin. Hitler declares that Berlin will be a fortress. Defensive preparations are made in depth, but everyone knows the truth. The resources simply aren't there. What remains is the waiting, and what's coming is terrible. The Soviet offensive is designed to ensure the fall of Berlin no later than May Day, the 1st of May, a deadline written in blood. Soviet forces begin to move on April 12. On April 15, Hitler issues a special order of the day for the last time. The language reveals the ideology that drove the entire catastrophe. Our deadly enemies, the Jewish Bolsheviks, have launched their massive forces to the attack. The order claims that if every soldier does his duty, the last assault of Asia will crumple, and Europe will never be Russian. Then comes the moment that changes everything. 8,983 Soviet guns open fire. More than 6 million men and women of the Red Army begin to move. 3 fronts race each other for the prize. Zhukov's 1st Belarusian front in the center, Konev's 1st Ukrainian front to the south, Rokossovsky's 2nd Belarusian to the north. They compete not just against the Germans, but against each other for the glory of taking Berlin. Zhukov's offensive begins with a dramatic innovation. 140 searchlights, operated by female soldiers, are turned on directly in the eyes of the enemy. It's meant to blind and disorient. But when the assault begins, the front line is found to be mostly deserted. The Germans have pulled back, refusing to be caught in the initial bombardment. What they didn't know was that this tactical retreat would only delay the inevitable by days. Inside the city, the atmosphere turns medieval. Up to 10,000 Germans are hanged for defeatism, many from lampposts in public squares. The message is clear: there will be no retreat, no surrender, no escape. April 20 arrives, Hitler's 56th birthday. He emerges briefly from his bunker to decorate members of the Hitler Youth for bravery. Children, boys who should be in school, are instead being given medals for fighting Soviet tanks. After this final public appearance, Hitler descends into the Führer bunker 16.5 meters below the Chancellery Garden for the last time. The walls are closing in, literally and figuratively. On April 28, Hitler learns two pieces of information that shatter what remains of his world. Heinrich Himmler, the architect of the Holocaust, has been conducting armistice negotiations in Italy behind his back. Reichsmarschall Göring, who slipped away to the south, signals Hitler that since the Führer is trapped in Berlin, perhaps he should take control of the German state. The betrayals from his closest associates hit Hitler like physical blows. He orders both Göring and Himmler stripped of their rank and arrested. But there's more immediate treachery to address. SS Obergruppenführer Hermann Fegelein is caught attempting to slip out of Berlin in civilian clothes. Hitler orders him shot. The execution is carried out immediately. Then Hitler makes his final preparations. He marries Fegelein's sister-in-law, Eva Braun, in a brief ceremony in the bunker. He draws up his last will and political testament. The document is revealing, "I desire to share the fate that millions of others have taken upon themselves, in that I shall remain in this city. Furthermore, I do not want to fall into the hands of enemies who, for the delectation of the hate-riddled masses, require a new spectacle promoted by the Jews." Even at the end, the ideology that drove everything remains unchanged. April 30 arrives. The Red Army is now 200 meters away. Artillery shells shake the bunker with each impact. Hitler conducts one final test. He successfully poisons his beloved dog, Blondie, with cyanide to ensure the poison works. Then Adolf Hitler and his new bride of less than 40 hours bite down on cyanide capsules. To be absolutely certain, Hitler simultaneously shoots himself in the temple. The German wireless broadcasts interrupt regular programming. "Serious, important news," says the announcer. Bruckner's 7th Symphony begins to play the same music that accompanied the announcement of Stalingrad's fall. The solemn voice continues. "It is reported from the Führer's headquarters that our Führer, Adolf Hitler, fighting to the last breath against Bolshevism, fell for Germany this afternoon in his operational headquarters. 200 meters away, Soviet soldiers fight street by street, room by room, meter by meter through the devastated capital. Joseph Goebbels and his wife make their own terrible decision. Mrs. Goebbels murders their 6 children. Then she and her husband commit suicide. The next day, the Reichstag falls. The red flag is famously hoisted on its roof, one of the most iconic images of the war's end. General Helmut Weidling, commanding the military garrison, surrenders the city. The battle for Berlin has cost more than 300,000 Soviet casualties. German casualties are perhaps similar in number. An additional 480,000 German prisoners are taken, soldiers who failed in their desperate attempt to break out westward, to surrender to American, British, and French forces from whom they expected kinder treatment. What they didn't know was what awaited them in Soviet captivity. Everywhere that men make war, there is a tragic toll of brutalized, raped, and murdered women. Not even the most inspired apologist can suggest these victims were paying for crimes they had committed. Germany maintained 500 military brothels during the war. As the Red Army surges into Berlin, it is estimated that 80,000 women survive rape. 10,000 rape victims die, many by suicide. The figures are predictably disputed, but the suffering is undeniable. By early May, members of the Grand Alliance are making contact all along the front. Montgomery's forces meet Rokossovsky's on the line Wismar-Wittenberg. On May 4, Montgomery receives the unconditional surrender of all German forces in northwest Germany, Denmark, and the Netherlands. On May 7, the Germans sign the unconditional surrender. By this time, all of Germany's Axis partners except one have already changed sides. Hungary, Romania, Italy, all are now fighting with the Allies. Only Japan remains to oppose the United Nations. Churchill and Roosevelt's successor, Harry Truman, are ready to declare May 7 Victory in Europe Day. But their Soviet allies insist on a separate surrender ceremony in Moscow. VE Day becomes May 8. The war in the West is over. Prisoners of war are liberated. One survivor remembers, "We're in this camp, and suddenly a tank appeared. The tank turned round and went down to the far corner of the camp barrier and smashed the whole thing to the ground. The turret opened, and I saw a Brit, I think it was a Brit, stood up and waved to us. That was the end of the war for us." Jewish people who had been hidden for years by brave countrymen can finally show their faces. One recalls the moment of parting. "Young Rozier went to his little money box and took out 100 guilders for me. He said to me, "Take the train or the bus or whatever you need, and don't forget to write." And so write I did, all my life. 160,000 collaborators are arrested across Europe. 1,000 are executed. Most of those who served simply go home. One veteran remembers, "Marvelous feeling of joy, really. It had been a very long slog, so it wasn't a sort of tremendous celebration. We just rather said, 'Thank God that's over.' That was rather the feeling. But the war isn't over. Not really. While Europe celebrates peace, the war in the East continues with unrelenting fury. In March, a firebomb raid on Tokyo killed 87,793 people and destroyed 38 square kilometers of the city. The numbers reveal the scale of destruction that has become routine in the Pacific Theater. On April 1, American forces land on Okinawa, the largest of the Ryukyu Islands. The archipelago stretches from Taiwan to the most southerly of the main home islands, Kyushu. For the invasion, 430 assault transports are loaded at 11 ports from Seattle to Leyte. On April 1, 1,300 ships mass offshore, and 50,000 men of General Simon Bolivar Buckner's 10th Army go ashore against very little opposition. What they don't know is that General Ushijima, commanding the Japanese 32nd Army, has concentrated his force south of the Shuri Line. He's waiting, he's prepared, and he's about to unleash something that will redefine naval warfare. Just minutes after 4 o'clock in the morning, one sailor is preparing for watch. "I was going on watch, 4 o'clock watch in the morning to 8. When you stand a watch, they come and call you because you can't get the wrong clocks. You better make that watch or you're in big trouble." Then they hit. Just minutes after 4 o'clock, they hit the superstructure. Everything went blank. We were hit. Machinery after machinery went down. Forward was still good. Over the next few days, the Japanese launch kamikaze assaults on the invasion fleet. The suicide attacks don't relent throughout all the weeks of fighting that lie ahead. By the end of the Okinawa campaign, the suicides of 1,465 kamikaze pilots account for 29 ships sunk, 120 damaged, and 3,048 sailors killed. One American gunner grapples with what this kind of warfare means. "It was a common cause. He took us out. We found his body with a parachute. Couldn't understand why he had a parachute, because if he was going to commit suicide, what's the answer to that?" Years later, the moral weight settles differently. I would tell you this, and this is hard for me to tell you: he did his job, and he did it well. I fired on planes. I don't know if I hit a plane, because when you're firing, shells light up everywhere. Planes do go down, but who did it? You don't know. In time, as I got older, I realized he didn't mean it personally. He did a job. On April 9th, American invasion forces opened their main offensive against the well-planned fortifications of the Shuri Line. The fighting is terrible and progress is slow. North of the line, Okinawa is cleared with little real opposition. The Motobu Peninsula is secured by April 20, but south of the line, it's a different story. It's deep into May before Japanese resistance breaks. The capital, Naha, falls on May 27. Shuri Castle, key to the defensive line, falls on May 29. On June 18, with the battle almost won, General Buckner is killed by the effects of a shell exploding overhead. He becomes the highest-ranking American killed in action during the war. Then something unexpected happens. To the surprise of Americans who hadn't seen it elsewhere in the Pacific, Japanese soldiers begin to surrender as their morale collapses. On June 22, General Ushijima commits suicide. The casualty lists are catastrophic. Japanese casualties exceed 110,000. American casualties reach 40,000 inches battle, with nearly 10,000 more lost to kamikaze attacks. One veteran carries the weight decades later. It hurts you as you get older. Your memory is not pleasant. I don't blame anybody, but people don't know your problem. I have to excuse myself because I'm usually a jolly fellow, a fairly wise guy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the leaders of the Grand Alliance meet at Potsdam, but the familiar faces have changed. Harry S. Truman is now President of the United States, and by the time the conference adjourns in July, Winston Churchill will be missing from the lineup. The 1945 election dumps Churchill and his party in a landslide. Clement Attlee sums up the situation. The Labour Party's great victory shows that the country is ready for a new policy to face new world conditions. The agreement reached at Potsdam is the last between members of the Grand Coalition. They divide influence in Europe. The consequences will be described less than a year later by Winston Churchill himself. An iron curtain has descended across the continent. Behind that line lie all the capitals of the ancient states of Central and Eastern Europe: Warsaw, Berlin, Prague, Vienna, Budapest, Belgrade, Bucharest, and Sofia. And he might have added the cities of Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltic states' territories that hadn't always been part of the Russian Empire. At Potsdam, the leaders faced the opportunity to create a peace based on compassion and cooperation. Instead, they replace World War with Cold War. But their immediate priority is securing the Soviet Union's agreement to enter the war against Japan. The price they're prepared to pay: temporary occupation of the countries of Eastern Europe. That temporary occupation will continue until 1990. Potsdam issues a demand for Japan to surrender. The declaration warns that the alternative for Japan is prompt and utter destruction. The words are composed in the knowledge of something the Japanese don't know. Something that happened on July 16, something that changes everything. At Alamogordo, New Mexico, the first atomic bomb has been successfully detonated. Among the scientists working on the project are 8 refugees from Nazi persecution. When leading scientist Robert J. Oppenheimer sees the blast, he recalls a verse from a Hindu sacred book: "If the light of 1,000 suns were to rise in the sky at once." But what they didn't know, what no one fully understood, was that the Okinawa casualty figures were about to reshape the entire strategic calculus. American projections based on Okinawa estimate that taking Kyushu, the first of the home islands, will cause 268,000 American casualties. That's double the total battlefield deaths America has suffered in the entire war to date. The figure weighs heavily in the debate that will resolve the next phase of the war. The decision whether to use this new super bomb rests with one man, Commander-in-Chief Harry S. Truman. Truman orders that the first special bomb be dropped as soon as conditions allow in early August. On August 6th, the B-29 Enola Gay carries Little Boy to 9,600 meters above a city that has no idea what's coming. The bomb is designed not to blow a city up, but to knock it down. It detonates 575 meters above Hiroshima, generating a blast of 300,000 degrees Celsius for 100,000th of a second. 100,000 are killed instantly. Another 100,000 are doomed. Harry Truman calls it the greatest thing in history, though no one really knows whether it will shorten the war. But Japan doesn't respond to the Potsdam Declaration. There is only silence. So Truman orders the second attack. On August 9, Fat Boy detonates over Nagasaki. According to the Americans, 35,000 are killed. According to authorities in Nagasaki, the number is 74,800. And on the very same day that Nagasaki is bombed, something else happens that will prove equally decisive. The Trans-Baikal and Second Far East fronts of the Red Army invade Manchuria. The First Far East Front moves from Vladivostok. What the Japanese leadership doesn't yet fully grasp is that they now face annihilation from 2 directions, and they must decide which terrifies them more: atomic fire from the sky or the Red Army on their doorstep. The Supreme Council for the Conduct of the War meets in Tokyo on August 9. There is bitter conflict between those arguing for peace and the war party. But the clock is ticking, the world is watching, and the decision that comes next will determine whether Japan survives at all and what that survival will cost. The Supreme Council for the Conduct of the War sits in Tokyo on the 9th of August, 1945. Nagasaki still smolders. The Red Army pours into Manchuria, and Japan's leadership faces bitter conflict between those arguing for peace and the war party determined to fight to the last. What they don't fully understand yet is that the choice has already been made for them. The forces converging on Japan atomic fire from the sky and the Red Army from the continent have created an equation with only one solution. But it's the Soviet invasion, rather than Hiroshima, that forces the issue. The debate rages through the night, and the decision that emerges will reshape Asia and determine the fate of millions still under Japanese occupation. On August 10, the day after the Soviet invasion begins sweeping through Manchuria, Japan sends a Morse code signal. The message carries the weight of empires collapsing. They accept the Potsdam demands, subject only to there being nothing which would compromise the role and sovereignty of the emperor. It's a conditional surrender, the first crack in the war party's absolute resistance. On August 11, Japan receives the Allied reply. The waiting begins. 2 days pass. Each hour, more Soviet soldiers pour into Manchuria. Each hour, The possibility of a third atomic bomb hangs in the air. On August 14, Emperor Hirohito makes his decision. He orders acceptance of the terms and records a message to be broadcast to his people the next day. His subjects have never heard his voice. For more than 2,600 years of imperial mythology, the emperor has been a divine figure beyond the realm of common human speech. Now they will hear Hirohito speak words that shatter their entire worldview. The war situation has developed not necessarily to Japan's advantage. He tells them in the formal, archaic language of the court. Therefore, our empire accepts the provisions of their joint declaration. Hirohito doesn't explain what the joint declaration actually is. When he finishes speaking, a popular announcer comes on air to clarify what the emperor's words mean. The war is over. People go home and wait. Fear grips the nation. When polled after the war, only 4% of Japanese believe they will be humanely treated. The other 96% believe what their government has told them throughout the war, that all they can expect is starvation, torture, and death at the hands of the conquerors. Meanwhile, in Manchuria, the Soviet offensive continues without pause. During the campaign, the Soviet Union takes 674,000 Japanese prisoners. Only half will survive their captivity. Of the Japanese civilians who had settled in Manchuria, promised fresh virgin plains ready to welcome armies of migrants, 67,000 starved to death. Another 11,000 die at the hands of vengeful Chinese who remember years of brutal occupation. The human cost of empire comes due in full. On August 28, shortly after dawn, 45 C-47 transports touch down at Atsugi Air Base. U.S. Colonel Charles Tench steps onto the tarmac. He is the first conqueror ever to set foot on Japanese soil in the nation's recorded history. The symbolism is absolute. For thousands of years, Japan remained unconquered. Now, American boots walk on sacred ground. What the Japanese don't know is that the Americans are just as nervous. Tench and his men half expect resistance, kamikaze attacks, assassination attempts. But there is only silence, stillness, the shock of the defeated. September 2 arrives. 6 years and 1 day after Hitler launched his invasion of Poland, the formal ceremony takes place on the deck of the USS Missouri. General MacArthur calls forward 2 men to stand at his shoulder. General Wainwright, who surrendered his command in the Philippines after the Bataan Death March, and General Percival, who surrendered his command in Singapore. Both men endured years of brutal captivity. Both men believed they might never see this day. Now they stand as witnesses to Imperial Japan's unconditional surrender. The war in the East is over after 8 years of fighting. The Japanese release all of their Chinese prisoners of war, all 56 of them. The number is staggering in its revelation. Of the hundreds of thousands of Chinese soldiers captured during 8 years of warfare, only 56 survived to be released. The mathematics of atrocity speak louder than any testimony. Allied prisoners of war who survived are liberated. One Australian sailor remembers, 4 corvettes of the Australian Navy entered the harbor. I can still see them coming. By this time, there was only 101 of us left. I was on this ship coming home. We heard Bing Crosby singing, "Don't fence me in." I kid you not. The absurdity of survival. The strange grace of small moments. A popular song becoming the anthem of freedom. Those who fought can finally go home. One American veteran recalls the moment. I got off the trolley car with my big duffel bag on my back in my Army uniform. I'd been away for 2 years. Here is my sister with her newborn baby, and my little dog pulls away from her and comes running up the block. My sister is screaming, "I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry." She's never done that. My dog is a good dog, and the dog is running, and he's all over me, and I'm crying in tears. She didn't know it was me till she got within like 5 feet. My little dog knew me. The recognition, the homecoming, the tears, but the reckoning is only beginning. The greatest man-made event in history was a war of such colossal proportion that the cost in money is hard to comprehend. The tally in human life is even more difficult. The mathematics of death reshape how we understand what happened. For every 2 people that the United States lost in the war, Britain, her Commonwealth and Empire, lost 3. The Japanese lost 12. The Germans lost 22. The Soviet Union lost 184. Let that number settle. For every 2 Americans who died, 184 Soviets perished. The aggregate figure of 27 million dead for the Soviet Union is probably the best guess. For China, more than 20 million died. No one can accurately calculate the final death toll, but it is surely dwarfed by the total of lives not lost but permanently affected by a war which can never be understood in statistics. One veteran speaks for millions. I don't speak for the army or what I was involved with. I just gave you the general outlook of how we progressed. But the individual fighting, the hand-to-hand combat that is war. That is war. The personal cost cannot be quantified. The trauma doesn't appear in casualty lists. The nightmares don't show up in after-action reports. Meanwhile, the map of the world transforms before everyone's eyes. For so long, the display of colors defined this or that nation's sovereignty over others. The map was a testament to empire, vast swaths of red for the British Empire, different shades marking French, Dutch, Portuguese, Spanish possessions. Now the map becomes a great patchwork. The vast land empires are no more. The great maritime empires, Spain, Portugal, France, the Netherlands, Britain, all begin their retreat. But why? What happened? Empires are acquired, conquered for trade, resources, territory, and because of a conceit common to all empire builders, the belief that their cultural and political DNA is superior, that they are right to dominate other societies. The Second World War was driven by such conceits. Two imperial dreams drove their people into catastrophic war. The Japanese Empire expanded violently across Asia. The German Empire expanded violently across Europe. Both collapsed. Both went bankrupt financially, morally, spiritually, and their collapse sounded the death knell of the old imperial system. The price of empire can be expressed in monetary terms, but the true price involves values that have nothing to do with money. The enormous convulsion of the Second World War, infected as it was in every part by the bacillus of racism, allowed people to see something fundamental. Independence and identity are incorruptible values. A Roman historian named Tacitus wrote 2,000 years ago about the nature of conquest. They plunder, they slaughter, they steal these things, they misname empire, they make a desert and call it peace. Those words echo across the centuries into 1945. Those who could have been embraced as liberators were loathed as conquerors. They misnamed their conquests empire, and they paid the price. In Europe, the Iron Curtain descends across the continent. Warsaw, Berlin, Prague, Vienna, Budapest, Belgrade, Bucharest, Sofia, all the capitals of the ancient states of Central and Eastern Europe fall behind that line. The cities of Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltic states, which had not always been part of the Russian Empire, now become part of a Soviet sphere that will last 45 years. The temporary occupation agreed to at Potsdam becomes permanent. The Grand Alliance fractures. World War gives way to Cold War almost immediately. The atomic bomb changes the calculus of everything. The knowledge that humanity now possesses the power to generate 300,000 degrees Celsius to create the light of 1,000 suns rising at once fundamentally alters what war can mean. The next global conflict cannot be fought the way this one was, because the next global conflict could end civilization itself. In Asia, the collapse of Japanese empire creates a vacuum. Korea, occupied since 1910, splits into competing zones. China, devastated by 8 years of war against Japan and years of civil war before that, faces a new struggle between nationalist and communist forces. Vietnam, Burma, Malaya, Indonesia, all the territories held by European powers before Japan's occupation, now demand independence. The old order cannot be restored. The colonial powers discover that you cannot ask people to fight for freedom against fascism and then deny them freedom when the war ends. The contradiction is too blatant, too obvious. The British Empire begins its withdrawal from India, the jewel in the crown. The Dutch face revolution in the East Indies. The French face resistance in Indochina. The Portuguese and Spanish empires, already diminished, continue their long decline. What none of the empire builders anticipated was that the very tools they used to maintain control, education, infrastructure, communication would become the instruments of their empire's dissolution. The educated elites they trained would lead independence movements. The railways they built would carry revolutionaries. The telegraph systems would coordinate resistance. The enormous convulsion of the war infected everything with the understanding that independence and identity have value beyond economic calculation. You cannot measure in currency the worth of self-determination. You cannot price the dignity of sovereignty. One survivor reflects on the experience of coming home after the war ended. "We came home and lived happily ever after." It's a simple statement, almost naive in its optimism, but it contains a truth that the empire builders never grasped. Ordinary people don't want empire. They want to live. They want to come home. They want the freedom to build lives on their own terms. The Japanese government, in its propaganda, had told its people they faced starvation, torture, and death if they surrendered. When 96% of the population believed this lie, it revealed something profound about the nature of the regime. A government that maintains power through terror and mythology cannot survive contact with reality. When Colonel Tench stepped onto Japanese soil, the first conqueror in recorded history, and the expected resistance didn't materialize, it demonstrated that the mythology of empire was always more fragile than it appeared. The divine right of the emperor, the invincibility of the warrior culture, the superiority of Japanese civilization, all of it collapsed when confronted with defeat. Similarly, when the Red Army entered Berlin and raised the red flag over the Reichstag, it proved that the 1,000-year Reich lasted exactly 12 years. The racial theories that drove Nazi ideology, the belief in Aryan supremacy, the vision of German dominance all vanished in the rubble of Berlin. The 325,000 German prisoners taken in the Ruhr pocket, the 480,000 taken at Berlin, the 674,000 Japanese taken in Manchuria, these numbers represent the complete collapse of military systems that claim to be invincible. The Wehrmacht that conquered Europe in months couldn't defend its own capital. The Imperial Japanese Army that terrorized Asia for 8 years surrendered without defending the home islands. The human cost of these imperial dreams is almost incomprehensible. The 80,000 rape survivors in Berlin alone, the 10,000 who died by suicide, the 67,000 Japanese civilians who starved in Manchuria, the 11,000 killed by vengeful Chinese, the 87,793 killed in a single firebomb raid on Tokyo, the 100,000 killed instantly at Hiroshima, with another 100,000 doomed, the 74,800 killed at Nagasaki according to Japanese authorities. Each number represents individual human beings, individual lives, individual stories that will never be told. The casualty ratios reveal which nations paid the highest price. The Soviet Union's 27 million dead, China's 20 million. The disproportion is staggering. The nations that suffered German and Japanese invasion paid costs far beyond those of the invaders. And yet, the invaders also paid catastrophically. The Germans lost 22 people for every 2 Americans killed. Japan lost 12 for every 2. The imperial dreams cost the empire builders more than they could afford, and far more than they anticipated. Field Marshal Walter Model, bound by his oath to Hitler, unable to surrender formally, dissolving his army group and then shooting himself. His death symbolizes the bankruptcy of the system. When loyalty to a leader requires suicide rather than common sense, the system has already failed. Hitler himself, testing poison on his dog before taking his own life, marrying Eva Braun hours before their joint suicide, dictating a final testament that blamed everyone else. His end reveals the hollowness at the core of Nazi ideology. There was no glorious last stand, no heroic sacrifice, just a man in a bunker, 200 meters from Soviet soldiers, taking poison and shooting himself. The symbolism of the surrenders tells its own story. Montgomery receiving the surrender of German forces in northwest Germany, Denmark, and the Netherlands on May 4. The formal German surrender on May 7, with the Soviets insisting on a separate ceremony in Moscow, MacArthur accepting Japan's surrender on the deck of the Missouri with Wainwright and Percival at his shoulder. The victors controlled the narrative, they controlled the symbolism, they controlled the meaning, but they couldn't control the long-term consequences. The post-war settlement divided Europe, the Iron Curtain fell, the Cold War began, the Atomic Age started, the colonial empires began their withdrawal. Independence movements gained momentum across Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. The Second World War ended the age of empire not because the victors chose to abandon imperial systems, but because the war itself demonstrated that the price of empire exceeds any possible benefit. Britain emerged victorious but bankrupt, forced to give up India within 2 years of war's end. France emerged liberated but weakened, facing colonial wars it couldn't win. The Netherlands emerged from occupation to discover it couldn't reconquer the East Indies. Portugal and Spain, neutral during the war, found their empires becoming anachronisms in a post-war world that increasingly rejected colonial domination. The United States and the Soviet Union emerged as superpowers, but they represented new forms of empire, ideological rather than territorial, though the Soviet Union would maintain direct control over Eastern Europe for 45 years. The fundamental lesson was this: you cannot plunder, slaughter, and steal indefinitely and call it empire. Eventually, the price comes due. The reckoning arrives. The mythology collapses. The veterans who came home carried knowledge that could never be fully communicated. "It hurts you as you get older," one said. "Your memory is not pleasant. I don't blame anybody, but people don't know your problem." The psychological cost cannot be calculated. The moral cost cannot be quantified. The spiritual cost remains beyond measurement. But the historical cost is clear. The Second World War killed the old imperial system, not immediately, not cleanly, but definitively. The Japanese release of only 56 Chinese prisoners from hundreds of thousands captured tells us everything we need to know about the nature of imperial occupation. The 10,000 Germans hanged from lampposts in Berlin for defeatism tells us about the terror required to maintain collapsing systems. The 1,465 kamikaze pilots who died tells us about the human cost of ideological extremism. And the atomic bombs, those 2 moments when the light of 1,000 suns rose in the sky above Hiroshima and Nagasaki, tell us that humanity has acquired the power to destroy itself completely. The next empire that attempts to conquer the world might end the world in the process. That knowledge, born in the fires of total war, reshaped everything. The United Nations formed to prevent another global conflict. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights asserted that all people possess inherent dignity and rights regardless of nationality. The process of decolonization accelerated. The world that emerged from 6 years of total war was fundamentally different from the world that entered it in 1939. The old certainties were gone. The old hierarchies were crumbling. The old empires were dying. Those who fought understood this in ways that those who didn't fight never could. One veteran, coming home to find his dog recognized him when his sister didn't, understood that some connections transcend the chaos of war. Some forms of recognition matter more than empires. Another veteran, hearing Bing Crosby sing "Don't Fence Me In" as his ship carried him home, understood that freedom means more than victory. It means the ability to live without being fenced in by imperial dreams and ideological nightmares. The price of empire was paid by everyone, victors and vanquished, soldiers and civilians, men and women, children and elderly. The bill came due in millions of lives, in centuries of trauma, in the permanent alteration of human civilization. And when the final accounting is made, the conclusion is inescapable. Empire is too expensive. The cost exceeds any possible return. The investment bankrupts the investor. The conquest consumes the conqueror. This is the lesson written in the ruins of Berlin and Hiroshima, in the casualty lists of Okinawa and Stalingrad, in the liberation of prison camps and the fall of colonial systems. This is the lesson that the greatest man-made event in history burned into human consciousness. We are still living with the consequences. We are still paying the price. We are still learning the lesson. The history of the Second World War is not just about battles, strategies, and weapons. It's about the human cost of imperial dreams and ideological extremism. It's about what happens when nations convince themselves they have the right to dominate others. If this story moved you, leave a comment below sharing your thoughts. What struck you most about the final chapter of this war? What lessons do you think we've learned or failed to learn? Subscribe to ensure you don't miss our next deep dive into the moments that shaped our modern world. From the fall of empires to the rise of new global orders, history continues to echo in our present. And remember the words of Tacitus, written 2,000 years ago but still true today. They plunder, they slaughter, they steal these things, they misname empire. Those who could have been embraced as liberators were loathed as conquerors. The price of empire was paid in full. The lesson is written in history. The question is whether we'll remember it. Share this documentary with anyone who needs to understand how our world was made and what it cost to make it.